Chapter 1, Ma Bus National Martial Arts Practice. The original Red Maple Valley on number 86, a long train speeds past. In ordinary cabin number 5, the 12 seats, either squatting or sitting, are all cats with bright hair and long beards at the corners of their mouths. Except for wearing beautiful human-looking clothes, these 12 are completely cats. It's cat people. At this time, some of these cat people are taking a nap, some are enjoying the scenery outside the train, and some are talking and chatting. The remaining eyes are curiously looking at the only purebred human in the train compartment. Black-haired and black-eyed, he was a very clean, sunny, and handsome Oriental teenager. Although he was still young, he was only 13 or 14 years old, but he did not have the childishness and hairiness of a normal junior high school student. On the contrary, he looked like a royal family. Like the prince, there is a grace and atmosphere that exudes from his bones. The corners of the boy's mouth are slightly tilted, and this sunny smile can definitely fascinate many nymphomaniac girls. At least in this carriage there are a few cats, girls, and young women with obsessive eyes, and they even can't help but learn how to sit upright and respectful as a teenager. The ups and downs squat like a galloping horse, the volley and the emptiness of the gods are open. The horse step squatting method of this national martial art is not so effective in this world. The young man sighed in his heart. Although it seems to be the same as the other people in the car, they are all sitting on the soft seat, but the buttocks did not really fall on the seat at all. He has been sitting in this posture since he got on the car. Sun Wuben is practicing martial arts with the horse step pile method of Niajiaquan in Chinese martial arts. For those who do not concentrate on martial arts like this, but instead focus on learning, this is the best way to practice martial arts. Sun Wuben sit in this way whether he is studying at school or traveling by car on weekdays. Sun Wu, who was born in a family of martial arts, was not a primitive native of this world, or the soul is a 21st century modern man from another world Earth. While the world's technological civilization is extremely advanced, the rise of hot weapons will inevitably squeeze the development of martial arts, the source of power in the cold weapon era, and the world's martial arts circles are shrinking under the squeeze of science and technology. Although Sun Wu's family has been dedicated to martial arts for generations, and even the Sun Wu's dojo established by the family is very famous, but in Sun Wu's generation, they also began to put eggs in other baskets. As the only child in the family, Sun Wu was also honeyed by his mother. Had high hopes to become a great scholar in the future and earn endless wealth, so Sun Wu did not drop out of school as early as his two genius sisters to specialize in martial arts. But when Sun Wu was a child, he saw that the grandfather who rarely went home was able to catch the flying bullets empty-handed. After his father walked on the ground like a wall, coupled with the love of martial arts in the previous life, he did not completely give up the practice of martial arts in his heart. Although he was burdened with heavy learning tasks and didn't have time to practice martial arts, Sun Wuben still thought of a way, that is, horse stance. On weekdays, whether you are lying on the table, writing, reading, or attending class, try to keep the posture that looks like you are sitting on a chair, but in fact, it's just standing and walking, and then suddenly I think of the horse in the house. Step-by-step method. The horse step must stand out. He recalled the Niajiaquan training method in his previous life, repeated experiments, and personally observed the horse walking and running, gradually let him figure out the Niajiaquan horse step standing method, and the effect immediately became extremely significant. Every time I practiced, Sun Wuben could even feel the rapid growth of his skill. Sun Wuben. I saw the cat man sitting opposite Sun Wuben put down the coffee in his hand. I heard that there is a Sun Wu martial arts school in Huanghe City. Your surname is Sun, I don't know. The Sun Wu's dojo is my house. Sun Wuben glanced at the dignified black-skinned cat man opposite. Although Mr. Caro is just a cat and rides an ordinary train like him, Sun Wuben has heard of him. According to the legend, this cat man who entered the city from the countryside, started from nothing in just 20 years, and has been running a company with tens of millions of assets from nothing to the present. No matter how successful he is worthy of respect. It turns out that you are really a man in martial arts. Carlo's squinted eyes lit up, and the cat's whiskers around his mouth were raised high and excited. I admire martial artists the most. I saw him back then. The Turtle Fairy of martial arts. Turtle Fairy. Sun Wu's bright and beautiful eyes lit up. The martial arts schools on this world are not less than those on the previous earth. Gaixian Liu, Hexian Liu, Karen Liu, Wute Liu are all famous genres, especially Cranixian Liu and Gaixian Liu are the most famous. Hexian Ren, the founder of Hexian Liu, is said to be an old man who wears a crane hat all year round and has a childlike face. It is said that he has the magic of flying away from the sky. Gui Xianren, the master of Gaixian Lu Kaipei, is an old man with a bald head and a white beard who carries a tortoise shell all the year round. Tortoise Immortal and Crane Immortal vie for the world's first place all year round. Who is the real of martial arts has always been controversial. Almost everyone in the martial arts circle in Tokyo recognizes that the Turtle Immortal is the best master in the world, but like the Hezhu area where Sun Wu is located, it belongs to the sphere of influence of the Crane Immortal stream, but the martial arts circle here is recognized as the world's #1 martial arts genre. Hexian is the first person in the world. Sun Wu's family biography Martial Hall Sun Wu's Taoist Hall, belonging to Hexian Liamen, was created by the disciple Sun Wujao of Hexian's name. It has been around for more than 200 years, and it is also very famous in the martial arts circle. These information are all that Sun Wuben learned from his father about his family Hexian Liu 2 years ago. After Hexian Liu sent his master to be the Hexian Ren, Sun Wu originally thought of the story of Dragon Ball and then deliberately searched for information. Only then did he know these things. It's a pity that the information about the Gaixian and the Crane Immortal is not exhaustive, and there are many contradictions, which makes people completely unconvinced. More importantly, there is only one map for the hermitage of the Crane Immortal and the Crane Immortal. Not the name of the place. Although Sun Wuben suspected it was the Dragon Ball world, he could not really visit the Tortoise Immortal and Crane Immortal, nor could he find other Dragon Ball world information such as Monkey King, Klin, and Bic. It has always been a pity. Mr. Kahlo, the Turtle Immortal is a martial arts master, and his martial arts cultivation is as deep as the sea, unfathomable. I have always hoped to visit his old man in martial arts, but it is a pity that the Turtle Immortal does not see the end. Few people know where he is, and they don't think that Mr. Carlo was fortunate enough to see the true face of the Immortal. Monkey King was Tut. Although Sun Wuben has at least 5 or 6 powerful martial arts genres in the data searched in this world, and there are many other genres, but the protagonist in the Dragon Ball world is trained by the Turtle Fairy, Sun Wukong, Klin, and even Sun Wukong's grandfather and father-in-law. All of them are Gaixian Liu. Other genres, except for the Hexian Liu, are completely unknown. Even the 2 most outstanding disciples of Hexian Liu, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, were eventually invested in Gaixianren's sect, which shows the strength of Gaixianren. If you come to Dragon Ball world and don't worship the Turtle Immortal as your teacher, it's a brain problem. I have not only seen Immortal Turtle, but also seen him take action. Carlo talked about Immortal Turtle happily, and soon a bald-headed old man with sunglasses and a wretched white beard appeared in Carlo's narrative. Sun Wu even listened carefully, and the people nearby were also very interested in the rumors of the Turtle Immortal, and asked questions from time to time. In the red maple canyon in front of this train, it seemed like a knife was being cut. On the extremely steep cliff, stood a figure of Ping Ting Ting Ting. She was a very fit woman with an exquisite figure, a curvilinear curve, and a very fit, even though her face was covered. But just looking at the body and temperament, a concept will come to mind: this is definitely a rare beauty. What a great place! The woman glanced at the cliff below her. The cliff is several stories high, and once it falls, it will definitely fall into fleshy mud. However, the woman had a calm expression, as if the place she was standing on was level ground. Suddenly her ears moved, and then she looked in one direction of the canyon, where a black spot appeared, and it was the approaching train. "It's finally here, really slow enough." The woman chuckled, lifted the bag beside her and jumped high, and jumped directly towards the suspension. Boom! Like a meteorite falling to the ground, the woman's figure hit the track under the cliff heavily, as if a cannonball exploded and dust filled the sky with a small mushroom cloud. The dust gradually dispersed, and the woman was standing beautifully. "This dust, I only washed my hair in the morning." The woman frowned, bent down and put down the black leather handbag in her hand that could hold a pig. Crack! The zipper opened, and there was a rocket launcher. "Mother, wait, I will definitely earn enough money to treat you." The woman faintly glanced at the speeding train facing her in the distance, then took out the shoulder-mounted bazooka, loaded it with the gun, and carried it. "Align the direction of the train on your shoulders." In the first car of the train, the driver wearing a big cap took a sip of water and suddenly his pupil shrank. Not good. There was a figure standing in the middle of the track in front of his eyes. Why is someone standing in the middle of the track in such a place, looking for death? The driver stepped on the sudden brake, the train made a piercing brake sound, and the speed dropped rapidly. Gradually stopped, but at this moment, the corners of the woman's mouth on the track curled slightly, revealing a weird smile, and the finger that was holding the trigger of the bazooka gently pressed down. Boom! The flame spurted out. The rockets roared in the direction of the train. Chapter 2, Lan Chi is here. Car number 5. The turtle immortal is not afraid of artillery bullets. Carlo spit in all directions, dancing and talking about the deeds of the turtle immortal. Boom! In the sound of the play, his entire body was thrown away by a huge force. At the same time, all the cats in the entire carriage were thrown off one by one and hit the top wall of the carriage. Sun Wuben was also thrown into the air by the sudden force, and he was about to hit the roof of the car. One hand appeared on the top of Sun Wuben's head. That was Sun Wuben's right hand. This hand lightly pressed the roof of the car, and Sun Wuben threw it up and hit it. Suddenly, Sun Wuben's figure paused, and then Sun Wuben stretched out his left hand and pulled a cat man who was about to be thrown out of the car. This was so light that it fell on the original seat like a fallen leaf. His movements are light, and fast, with an elegant mood. Fortunately, there is no master of martial arts in this carriage, otherwise he will be dumbfounded when he sees it. What happened? How could the train suddenly be like this? What's the matter with the explosion? There was a scream in the carriage, one by one, and the cats fell down, calling father and mother. Sun Wuben put down the cat man he had rescued, and gently stretched out his hand to catch Carlo who fell from the air. "Mr. Carlo, are you okay?" "Hey!" Carlo had a look of shock. After a long time, his face looked much better, and all the cats in the carriage began to come back to their senses. "Mr. Carlo, everyone, this kind of train is unlikely to have a traffic accident. Even if it does, there will not be such a big shock." Sun Wuben's voice sounded, with a calming force of his own. The sound just now seemed to be a cannonball explosion. I think it should have exploded just now. Blow up the rails. Well, someone hit the track with a cannonball, or the front of the car was blown up. If I didn't expect it wrong, it should be a train thief. Train thief? Carlo looked at Monkey King and suddenly remembered something, and his whole body shuddered. "Mr. Monkey King, are you talking about Lan Chi, the most wanted robber on the list? Is it Lan Chi? That crazy girl?" There was a burst of panic screams in the carriage. A weirdness flashed in Sun Wuben's eyes. After listening to Carlo's detailed description of the turtle immortal, he is now 90% sure that this is the Dragon Ball world, and now he will encounter a thief Lan Chi with the largest reward. If everyone talks about other robbers, perhaps Sun Wu has limited knowledge, but Lan Chi, who has a double personality, turns into a blue hair when she sneezes, is extremely gentle, innocent and hard-working, but once she becomes blonde, she has a personality. It will become violent. The Earthlings who sweep with machine guns are the most characteristic supporting actresses in the Dragon Ball world. Although Lan Qi later scenes are pitiful, she has a deep impression in the hearts of Dragon Ball fans. Lan Qi also appeared. Is it really Dragon Ball world? Sun Wu's face was flushed with excitement. Dragon Ball world is a miracle world. He was not sure that he was in Dragon Ball before. Too outrageous. Now Lan Kai is robbing, this Nizai is a good seed. A smile appeared on the corner of Sun Wuben's mouth. Many people in Dragon Ball possess incredible miracle abilities. Blonde Lan Kai can pull out machine guns, bazookas, etc. from inexplicable places at any time. This is a modern weapon, obviously she has a dimensional space that can store and retrieve items at any time. The rules of space and time are the most powerful and terrifying rules between heaven and earth. Lan Qi can possess spatial abilities, which is by no means ordinary. Although other people in the Dragon Ball world are not aware of this, Sun Wuben is very interested. Also, Lan Qi has a reward of 2 million wanted, and the wanted amount has reached 2 million. I am afraid that Lan Qi money is far more than 2 million. As a well-known martial arts family, Sun Wu's family should not be poor, but Sun Wu's mother Mir suffers from Xiang's virus-type congenital myocardial weakness. This is a congenital genetic disease that cannot be cured by existing technology and can only stop the target. Moreover, this disease is simply a money-burning bucket. A large amount of money must be prepared every year to maintain Mir's condition. For this reason, the Sun family not only ran out of property, but also owed some debts. My father has passed away, and my mother's illness cannot be cured, but the family's money can only guarantee this year's expenses, and next year's treatment expenses. For this reason, I even dropped out of school without telling my family, just to enter the society and work. That's right. What Sun Wu's family didn't know was that Sun Wuben had already applied to drop out of school half a month ago, and for the next half month he has been rushing to various job seekers. The meeting with Carlo this time is also a matter of work. After all, Mr. Carlo, although the company is not particularly large, but the prospects are good, Sun Wu naturally hopes to be able to enter such a company. It's just that Sun Wuben's monthly salary for his work is 100,000. In today's situation that ordinary workers have a monthly salary of only a few hundred, Sun Wuben's price of 100,000 yuan is obviously too crazy, but Sun Wuben also has the confidence. Sun Wuben's previous life was not a high IQ person. Although his essence has not changed since he was born in this world, he has the wisdom of an adult after all. Whether it is learning Chinese, literacy, or other things, it is faster than normal children, plus with Sun Wuben's own efforts, he also won the title of a child prodigy. He achieved outstanding academic performance at a young age. After repeated assessments, he actually passed 5 stages and cut 6 generals, and was lucky enough to enter the key class of Bishiju Middle School. Today, the school ranks first in the Western capital. East capital is second. The capital of South is third. The Northern capital is fourth. Although it is fourth, even Sun Wuben's performance in the class is not outstanding, but after all, it is the top 4 school in the world, and it is a key class. Everyone who can enter such a class is a genius with super high IQ, such as Dragon Ball in, Bauma, the genius with the highest wealth and beauty and the highest IQ in science, studied in the key class of the West capital, so being able to enter this class is just like entering Harvard in a previous life. It is extremely difficult. Sun Wuben entered the key class of this kind of school. If he really graduated, he would be very popular even with a monthly salary of 1 million. But Sun Wuben is young after all, and he is only in the 3rd year of junior high school. This greatly reduces his value. After all, his potential is potential. Before turning into strength, everything is unknown. Not everyone is willing to make long-term investments. Carlo is not willing at all. Asking Sun Wuben for too high a price, the two talked for a long time, and Carlo only wanted to pay 5,000 wages, which naturally couldn't be negotiated. Mother's illness, without a million annual salary, it can't be sustained. Sun Yueben was also aware of his situation. It was indeed too much to pay a million annual salary, but it had to be so. Now that Lan Qi robbed him, 2 million was ill to his mother, and Sun Wu, who was in short supply of money, was an astronomical figure. Sun Wu had already made plans and seemed to be able to borrow one from Lan Qi temporarily. Money to save the emergency. Mr. Monkey King, what can I do? I heard that there is no grass in the place where Lan Qi passed. Mr. Carlo was sweating, and he brought a lot of cash with him this time. Don't panic. Sun Wu Benlian said, let's take a look first. It's not necessarily Lan Qi who is coming to rob. In short, I will never tie my hands together no matter who it is. That's good, that's good. Carlo was still like a sieve. This Sun Yueben, although he was born in a martial arts family, can enter the key class of the northern capital. I am afraid that time is spent on cultural studies. I don't have time to practice martial arts. I can't count on him. Alas, I have been on this train for 20 years. In the coming year, nothing happened, but what happened today? Carlo had a bitter expression on his face, and he forgot that when the train had an accident, everyone in the entire carriage was awkward and very embarrassed, but the Sun Wu opposite him was an exception. Put the money on. All those who don't want to die, give me the money out of my mother. In a carriage of the train, a machine gun in the hands of a masked woman fired at the entire carriage. I must grab enough money so that my mother's medical expenses don't have to worry about, and I can leave with confidence and go to that place. The masked woman's figure moved quickly in the carriage, whether it was shooting or going up bullets, or reaching out to grab parcels, flipping through cash, the whole action was so fast that people were dazzled. Some people didn't even reflect, and the money in the bag fell into the big parcel in the woman's hands. Within a very short time, the woman ransacked one car and then rushed to the next car. Car 2 was looted. Car 3 was looted. Car number 4 was ransacked. It's not that there was no resistance. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com did not have the same gun and fired at the woman, but no matter whether there was a gun or not, whether there was a martial arts training or not, the woman was like Kai Yufeng. It was like sweeping the fallen leaves, and it was knocked down in an instant, and each of the rebels couldn't even stop the woman from slowing for a minute. Soon the woman rushed to car number 5. Before the person arrived, a shuttle bullet shot her from the door. Idiot! The woman coldly raised her gun, and the machine gun in her hand fired. The firepower of car 5 went muted immediately, and then she rushed into car 5, the bullets in her hand kept shooting out, her eyes just swept away. A pair of eyes meet the woman's eyes. Boom! The woman trembled. This is a pair of eyes that are as bright as stars and as clear as the sky, but this is not the point is that these eyes are what the woman recognizes. Wuyumoto. There seemed to be a voice in the woman's mouth. She looked at the 13-year-old boy standing in a seat on the left side of the carriage, and her whole body almost froze. Sun Yueben met the woman's eyes, and his brain was blank at this moment. How come you are sister? Sun Yueben looked at the figure of the woman who appeared at the door. The woman was holding a huge black leather package in one hand and a huge machine gun in the other. She still fired at the entire carriage. She was covered with black cloth and covered her entire head. Yanyan Shishi showed only a pair of eyes, but with those eyes, body shape, and temperament, how could Sun Yueben admit his mistakes? The eldest sister is actually a trained thief. How could someone such a good sister be a trained thief? Sun Yuben's mind almost completely crashed, staring at the masked woman in a daze, until the woman's eyes changed from consternation to panic, to dodge, and then turning around and leaving like crazy, disappeared into the sight of everyone. Hurry up, call the police. Hey, the police station, Lan Qi. Lan Qi is here to rob. Chapter 3, difficult to recite. After the woman disappeared, there was another fluttering in the fifth carriage, but Sun Wu didn't care at all. His mind was filled with the figure of the masked woman, with the eyes of consternation, panic, and then fleeing. I don't know when it will be new. When the train arrived, Sun Wuben followed everyone on and off, and unknowingly came to a small village. What do I do? Sun Wuben looked at the road ahead. Half a mile ahead of this road was the Sun Wu's dojo, which is his home in this world. A blue truck stopped beside Sun Wuben. Hey, Gamato, you are back. A joyous voice sounded, and there was a fat middle-aged man sitting in the blue truck. Uncle Kara is good. Monkey King yelled. Haha, our great talent is back. Could it be a holiday? Okay, your mother seems to be sick again, you should come back to see her. Mother is sick again. Sun Wuben frowned. Wait and sit down at uncle's house, don't worry, this time I won't let you make up lessons for Yume, haha. Kara laughed loudly. Sun Wuben also smiled, his smile was reluctant, he naturally knew how the villagers thought of him. Sun Wu had been smarter than other children since he was a child. In addition, he passed 5 levels all the way, cut 6 generals, and finally entered the northern capital. The small Ginkgo village came out of a person who entered the northern capital's key class, and he was completely a chicken coop. A golden phoenix flew out of it. The entire Ginkgo village is proud of Sun Wuben, everyone opens their mouths, Sun Wuben will be the greatest scholar in the future. The study task in the northern capital is very heavy. You are also filial. As soon as your mother becomes ill, you will rush back. Karam muttered and laughed again, my family's Yume can be considered hard work, but unfortunately, if she is half of your enlightenment smart, I'm thankful. He shook his head and drove the car away. Mother fell ill again, so soon? It's not a year yet. Sun Wuben walked to the house with heavy steps, and soon a huge sign was hung in front of a door with the words Sun Wu's Taoist temple written on it. Tall buildings with big characters appeared in front of them. The door to the dojo was half open, and Sun Wuben opened the door and smelled a tempting smell of vegetables. Bah! The sound of cooking sounded. Sister is in the kitchen. Sun Wuben hesitated slightly, then walked to the kitchen, and saw a beautiful shadow from a distance. Sun Wuben's heart trembled slightly. It was a beautiful girl wearing a dark blue t-shirt and a pair of short blue tight denim shorts. The well-developed buttocks wrapped around it, exposing the long, snow-white legs full of legs underneath the neck, it looks very tender. The girl turned her back to Monkey King, and was busy in front of the stove braving the blue flame. Just looking at her back is a pleasure. Is the train robbery really my sister? Sun Wuben was in a daze, and he couldn't connect the murderous figure on the train today, sweeping with a machine gun, and the gentle, quiet, virtuous housework woman in front of him. Sister! Sun Wuben said, his voice was hoarse. The figure of the girl in front of the stove trembled slightly, and then it seemed to solidify into a statue. Sister! Sun Wu walked into the kitchen like a walking dead. The figure of the young girl was a little angry, and she turned around slowly, her gaze only glanced at Sun Wuben, and then she dodged away, with a slightly stiff smile on her face. It's Gamato who is back. Okay. Sun Wuben walked towards the girl. Sun Wu was originally the only child in the family and had no siblings. Mia, the older sister with long chestnut hair, fair skin, and flax pupils, was not her biological sister, but the dry granddaughter of her grandfather Sun Wusheng who had been traveling and practicing. In the past year, after Ya came to Sun Wuben's house, she no longer drifted around with Grandpa Sun Wushen, but settled down. When Sun Wuben's father passed away, she took over the Sun Wu dojo and became the new curator of the Sun Wu school. Sister Mia. Sun Wuben walked 1 meter in front of Mia, stared at her and said in a low voice, "Why?" Mia smiled slightly, "Suomoto, what did you say?" "Why?" Sun Wuben's voice was a little hoarse. "Well, Gamato, stop making trouble. There is frozen tea in the freezer. Take a break with your mouth water. Mia said with an unnatural face, and turned around and picked up the spatula on the side. Today, a train was bombed in Red Maple Canyon on the 86th, and I happened to be on that train. Sun Woo-ben said solemnly, that robbed train thief is you, Sister Mia. Was silent, slightly silent, and then a surprised voice sounded. The train thief grabs the train. Satoru, are you okay? Stop pretending, Sister Mia, I want to ask why. Sun Woo-ben's voice was a little dazed. Sister Mia, I know that's not the real you, but I want to know why. What are the difficulties? Is it not good to say it? Don't forget, I am a man from this family. How do you make me behave like this? Enlightenment. Mia slowly turned off the fire on the stove, turned and looked at Monkey King, no more panic and dodge in her eyes. You dropped out of school. Mia's voice was cold. What? Sun Woo-ben's heart trembled. Sun Woo-ben was admitted to the number 4 North Capital Key class in the world. The villagers of Ginkgo village are all proud of Sun Woo-ben. The villagers are all like that, let alone Sun Woo-ben's family. I don't have one. Monkey King said in a deep voice. Mia was silent slightly. Today is not the school holiday day. Half a month ago, teacher Mi Luo from the northern capital called. A dreamlike voice sounded, it's mother. Mother answered the phone. My mother answered the phone. Sun Woo's heart seemed to be pulled, and his head was a little blank. In order to keep his home from school, Sun Woo had repeatedly told teachers and leaders of the school not to call home, and the phone number was changed at home. This was supposed to be foolproof, but why did the school know the new phone number at home? My mother has always been proud of you entering the North City. Mia's low voice sounded, but, my mother couldn't believe it at first, but she repeatedly called to the North City to inquire, and she was convinced. And I can't reach you yet. Mother she. Sun Woo-ben's scalp was numb, and he looked up at Mia blankly. The most feared thing about dropping out of school was that his mother knew. Hey! Mia sighed, and the room fell into silence for a while. Sister, you don't want me to worry about the family, so. Sun Woo-ben leaned back on the wall. Sister, you are confused. Even if the family is rich, I cannot worry about the money for my mother's treatment, but I have already dropped out of school. It's easy to get out of the key classes in the northern capital, and it's hard to get in. Since I'm out, even if I'm out, it's impossible to get in again, and on my condition, I can't keep up with work after dropping out for a week. What if you can go in again? And if you rob like this, once? Goben, you can't enter the key class, but it is not easy for other classes in the northern capital to get in on your terms. Mia said in a deep voice, and shook her head slightly. It's not all because of your school or mother's illness. Why is it so fast this time? By the way, I'm going to see my mother. Sun Woo-ben turned around and ran out. Since he has returned, it is impossible to hide his mother. By the way, how is my mother's disease? What did the doctor say? Is it serious? Sun Woo-ben stopped and asked again. This is a medical record. Mia grabbed a coat next to her, took out an envelope and handed it over. Sun Woo-ben opened the connection, glanced at the medical record, and his face was pale. Woo-ben, my mother is very sick this time. Not only does myocardial failure become more serious, but she also loses her intelligence, thoughts, will, and even emotions, and she has become a commonly known vegetative. If the rest of the family's money is just the same as before, I can still afford medical expenses, but this time. And I also want you to continue to concentrate on studying. I have no strengths. Apart from being a martial artist, I don't know where to go and suddenly get such a large sum of money. The family is already in debt, so. Mia was low. Sad voices floated in the room. Vegetable. Mother unexpectedly this time. Sun Woo-ben stared at the words written on the medical record, his eyes moved slowly, and suddenly a date jumped into his eyes. The date when my mother fell ill. This is not the day when I finished the dropout procedures. Sun Wuben felt as if his whole person had exploded. The date of this medical record was the day when Sun Wuben officially dropped out of school. It's me. It's all me. My mother answered the phone call from the northern capital. After learning that I had dropped out of school, she couldn't bear the sudden blow before she became ill. At this moment, Sun Wuben suddenly understood. Mother's greatest wish is that my beloved son, her most dear son, can graduate perfectly in the northern capital and become a university that everyone admires, but my mother has always hated her illness. She hates that because her illness has exhausted the Sun Wu family's wealth, she has always been in a depression. Only when I enter the northern capital will become her greatest hope. Now I broke her best hope with my own hands, and she feels shameless to see people. Perhaps she thinks that she has harmed me, because her illness requires too much money that made me secretly drop out of school, so she blames everything on herself, so. Chapter 4, The Future of Martial Arts. Sun Wu is sick. Sun Wuben, who had never been sick since he came to this world, fell ill for the first time. The illness lasted for 3 full days, and then it took another 20 days to recover slowly. During the 23 days of sickness, Sun Wuben did not lie in bed, but sat beside his mother's nutrition cabin, or sat silently, or grabbed his mother's hand and talked naggingly, as if he was about to wake up his mother. What he said, Sun Wuben didn't remember at all. Until this day, Sun Wuben walked out of the Sun Wu dojo, came to the top of the back mountain, blowing the wind, looking at the distant mountains. Enlightenment. A pretty figure appeared behind Monkey King. Mother, I can't completely blame you. Mia looked at the back of the boy in front of her with a bit of distress. The 14-year-old Sun Wuben was taller than a normal boy. Before, this back was so sunny and handsome and full of vigor, but his back was a little crooked, bleak, like the back of an old man in his twilight years. Sister Mia, you don't have to say it, I have figured it out. Sun Wuben turned his head and grinned at Mia. The sunshine of the past seemed to return to his face. Mia felt relieved. Gamato, it's good if you can figure it out. After 2 days, when your health is good, go to the North Capital. Give it a try. If the key class really can't get in anymore, go to the ordinary class. On your terms, Kitaji. I'm afraid I'll have to rush to get it in the ordinary class. Going to school. Sun Wuben whispered, was silent for a moment, and shook his head. Sister Mia, I figured it out. In fact, I took the wrong path early in the morning. Since I dropped out of school, I will drop out. Mia was taken aback, and walked to Sun Wu herself. Goban, what did you say? In this life, I want to live for myself. Sun Wuben turned his head and smiled. What I want to say is that I don't really like reading. Maybe it's dead books. I also like to think and study, if not more a good choice, being a scholar, a scientist may be good, but now there are better choices. Oh. Mia was confused. In fact, studying and thinking about martial arts is also good. I have been very interested in martial arts since I was a child. Monkey King smiled slightly. Mia frowned, then stretched out her snow-white hand and leaned against Monkey King's forehead. Sister Mia. Sun Wuben raised his head. Although Mia had been taking care of him for the past 20 days of illness, and had lived together for more than a year, it was the first time that Mia had such an intimate action, which made him quite unaccustomed. The warm back of his hand fell on Sun Wuben's forehead, and Sun Wuben felt a little warm in his ears. I don't have a fever. Mia was puzzled and retracted her hand on Sun Wuben's forehead. Sister Mia, my illness is cured and I am not talking silly. What's wrong with martial arts? The most promising person in this world is not a scientist, but a martial artist. Sun Wuben turned his head and looked at the distant mountains. Said with a deep color. The most promising is martial arts. Mia chuckled, Gamato, my sister studies less, don't lie to me. Sun Yueben twitched his cheeks. If he didn't know that this was Dragon Ball world, no matter who said that the most promising was martial arts, even if it was the president of the country, Sun Yueben would sneer like Mia. Goben, you say that martial arts is the most promising. My sister has little study, but she also traveled the world with your grandfather Wu Sheng. Not to mention knowledgeable, but you can't be deceived casually, and you know the world. Among the richest and most powerful people, there is no one who practices martial arts. If you don't say anything else, I'll know if you look at your sister. What about your skills? Except for opening a martial arts gym, be a bodyguard for others, look at the door, what else can you do? Once you encounter things that cost a lot of money, you will be at a loss. A martial arts practitioner, without a family, is really difficult. Last time my sister was a train thief and robbed property, you want to be your sister, but you can force it to the limit. If you want to make money quickly, I really can't find any other way besides grabbing. Sun Yueben was slightly silent. The Dragon Ball world martial arts practiced to a certain level, flying into the sky, destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and destroying the planet with a single palm. The immortal and the crane immortal, two big brothers in front of them, will also fart Sun Yueben's words. A person needs to see his own heart to go far. Sun Yueben smiled, my heart is in martial arts. For me, martial arts practice is not about making money, and you have to know that when a person puts the goal in terms of money, it is impossible for him to make a lot of money. When a person does not focus on money, he can make a lot of money instead. Oh, my family's Gamato has a set of truths. I know you read a lot and speak well. My sister can't argue with you. Mia smiled, and said seriously, Gamato, you still I don't know how difficult it is to practice martial arts. Sister. You don't have to say, martial arts practice is difficult, and I can't make a lot of money. I understand that I already have a spectrum to make money, and I won't delay it, Sun Yueben looked down the mountain. A figure ran up panting. Gamato, Mia, you are all here. Uncle Kara, what's the matter? Gamato, it looks like your illness is almost healed. Well, it's all right, thank Uncle Kara for your concern. Monkey King smiled and said. This kid Goben is polite, and he is fine. If my girl is sick for 20 days like you, her homework will definitely fall. Don't say 20 days. If you don't go to school for a day, you will not be able to keep up. Kara smiled and sighed, looking at Sun Yueben with a weird look. Uncomfortable in Sun Yueben's heart, he naturally understood Kara's thoughts. As a student of the key class of the North Capital, he has always been the pride of the village. This time he suddenly came back when he didn't go to school for the holiday, and he didn't go there for another 20 days. At the school, although Mia was hiding this for Sun Yueben, how could the villagers not doubt it? Kara said clearly about his daughter, but in fact he was inquiring about Sun Yueben. By the way, Gamato, your grades in the class are very good, I remember when you were studying here, but every time you got a certificate, if my girl is. Kara said with a smile. This time, not only did Sun Yueben feel uncomfortable, but Mia's face was a bit stiff. She said that Sun Yueben, a highly talented student, had dropped out of school. She couldn't say it and couldn't afford to lose that face. Uncle Kara joked, I was lucky enough to be able to enter the key class, how can I get good grades? Sun Yueben reluctantly smiled. Really, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, then this time you stayed at home for 23 days, you won't lose progress, right? It's okay, by the way, Uncle Kara, are you okay? Monkey King smiled and changed the subject. There is something, by the way, when will you go to the North Capital key class? Kara said. Sun Yueben felt a bit hot on his face, and he didn't know how to answer. Wait until Goben's disease is completely cured. Mia's voice sounded, and she pulled Sun Wuben's arm. Goben, the mountain wind is strong here, and your body is just a little better, so go back to the house first. Stride down the mountain. Kara frowned. By the way, there are two weird-looking children who come to ask for their practice. No, I'll let them wait and call you here. Kara said loudly. Ask for spiritual practice. Mia's voice is extremely unnatural. Now she takes over the Sun Wu's dojo, and naturally hopes that the business is booming, but now there are no more people who come to the dojo to practice in 1 year. It can be said that she has defeated the foundation left by the ancestors. Clear light. Sun Wuben frowned. After the death of her father, Mia hurried into battle and took over the Sun Wu dojo. Because she was young and unconvinced, she was also a girl. Even if her own martial arts training is very good, it is hard to let her. People sought after, come and go, even those who recognized her cultivation level were reluctant to come. In just 1 year, there are a dozen disciples from my father, but no one wants to come to the dojo. With a heritage of more than 200 years, the famous Sun Wu dojo has been so miserable in Mia's hands. Sun Wu can see that Mia has always been guilty of herself and blames herself. In addition, the villagers in Ginkgo village and the surrounding area pointed and pointed. Although few people accused Mia face to face, how could Mia's martial arts cultivation skills fail to hear what they said? Chapter 5, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. The sun is coming out from the west, and finally someone is willing to come to practice. Kara didn't notice the embarrassment of the two siblings at all, and the big throat sounded. The door of the dojo has been closed for 2 months. No one is practicing in the dojo, the whole village. I feel that there is something missing. I am very lonely. 2 of them are here now. Don't run away this time. Mia looked a little ugly, pulling Sun Wuben's head and running down the mountain. Uncle Kara. Sun Wubenlian said, it is the general trend that business in the dojo is not good. Think about it, even the only heir to Sun Wuliu, let alone others. Haha, that's right, speaking of it, the dojo was booming back then. I remember when I was a child, every year when the dojo opened its doors to accept disciples, people who came would line up to grow up, haha. Kara burst into laughter, and suddenly realized something, and even stopped laughing. Mia, I didn't mean that you made the dojo like this, haha, it's better that Gamato said it well, the general trend, the general trend. By the way, Uncle Kara, what is the name of the person who came to ask for the practice this time? Sun Wuben changed the subject. I didn't ask, the 2 of them are weird. Looking at people panicking, the taller man actually has 3 eyes. This is the first time I have seen such a person in so many years. With emotion. 3 eyes? It turns out to be a 3-eyed clan. Sun Wuben's heart trembled, and he vaguely guessed about the person coming. In front of the majestic gate of the Sun Wu family dojo, there are 2 figures standing against the stone lion, one tall and one short. In addition to having 2 eyes like normal human beings, the tall one also has a giant eye on the center of the eyebrows, like a demon from hell. A short man with a pale face, so white that it makes people stunned. Tianjin Fan. A child's squeaky voice sounded, and the pale-faced little baby looked towards the back mountain where Sun Wuben and Mia were. They're here, something is wrong. Dumplings, what did you find? The 3-eyed boy said lightly. Well, that person is called 2 children, a boy and a girl. Listen to them as if they are responsible for this martial arts gym, said the pale-faced little doll. 2 children. The 3-eyed boy was slightly silent. Dumplings, are you sure? Listening to their conversation, I'm sure they are really 2 children. Tianjin Fan, we seem to be fooled. This Sun Wu dojo does not seem to be as powerful as that person said, or let's go, don't waste time here up. It's no wonder that this dojo looks very grand, but there is no one in it, and it's completely unlike the atmosphere that a dojo should have. The 3-eyed boy said silently, and then a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, dumplings, now that I have come all the way, there is no time to take a trip. What does Tianjin Fan mean? Didn't we kick it all the way? This Sunwu Dojo, even if it is run by a kid, is no exception. Since a child dares to open the dojo, it must be very interesting. I'd like to see what he is capable of. Tianjin Fan's ability is even a top martial artist, and it is far from being an opponent. The pale-faced doll gave out a sharp, furry smile. Tianjin Fan's hands are itchy, and these two children are in trouble. If your hands are itchy, dumplings, you can also give them to you. Anyway, you seldom make dumplings along the way. Let's give it to Tianjin Fan. Two figures soon appeared in the sight of the three-eyed boy and the pale-faced doll. Are they these two people? Not bad. The three-eyed boy and the pale-faced doll looked at Sun Wuben and Mia. The 14-year-old Sun Wu himself was taller than normal. Although he had just suffered a serious illness, he was a man of 2 generations. In this life, he is still a talented student in the key class of the northern capital, giving him a particularly eye-catching temperament. And Mia is also tall, naturally beautiful, and she traveled the world with Sun Wuxian when she was young. No matter how she fell down, she couldn't conceal her brilliance. Sun Wuben also looked at the three-eyed boy and the pale-faced doll. His pupils shrank as soon as his eyes fell on them. The tall figure standing in front of the stone lion is naked, just wearing a simple white vest with a pair of green flared pants, wearing a simple dress, not even tall, but a breath of sturdiness and courage gushes out, especially the 3 eyes on his face. Each one is bigger than normal human eyes, especially the eye between the forehead. There is a big breath. Looking from a distance, you can feel the fiery, magnificent, sturdy, and courageous breath coming from the boy's body. And the pale-faced doll next to the teenager is another feeling. If you just look at the appearance, it is like a short-lived ghost who died in childhood. Under a small melon cap, on both sides of the pale face a little red rouge with a large bottle cap is placed on each side. The whole person gives people a gloomy, hairy feeling. It's them. This dress, this coordination, who else can anyone besides Tianjin rice and dumplings? Almost immediately, Sun Wu was determined, and the 2 people who came to consult and practice were the Z warriors in the Dragon Ball world, the famous Tianjin rice and dumplings. At this moment, Sun Wu had a sense of unreality, but Dragon Ball Zhongtian Fan was amazing. Many powerful moves such as Sun Fist, Qigong Cannon, 4 Demon Fist, etc. were invented by Tianjin Fan. Sun Fist is the same as the Dance of the Sky in the Dragon Ball and the Turtle Qigong of the Gaixianren. It is a must-have for the Z fighters in the later period. The moves have played a miraculous effect many times. Dragon Ball Chinese Tianjin rice and dumplings are so powerful that such a person would come to his martial arts gym for advice. Excuse me, are you 2 who want to ask for training? Mia walked to Tianjin Fan and dumplings and smiled. Tianjin Fan and dumplings look weird and breathtaking. She can see it, but it doesn't feel much, after all. When I was young, I wandered around the world with Sun Wuxian, and I have seen many strange races. Yes, who are you? Tianjin Fan said coolly. My name is Mia, and I am now the owner of the Sun Wu Dojo, that is, the owner of the dojo in front of you. Mia smiled and said, you come to ask me to practice. Tell me you will find the right person. Really, I heard that the owner of the Sun Wu Taoist temple is a man named Sun Wuxian. Tianjin Fangqiu said, are you really the owner? Sun Wuxian is my father, he has passed away. Mia sighed, and then said, although my father has passed away, I have mastered the practice of the Sun Wu school. If you want to ask for advice, I am fully capable of it. Whether you can be competent is not just a matter of speaking. Tianjin Fan said coldly, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Yet. The shrill voice of the dumplings sounded, Tianjin Fan and I walked all the way. Whose dojo is not bragging about being strong, but some museum owners can't even catch a punch from Tianjin Fan. You don't look like a master. I do not believe. Is it? Mia smiled slightly. The martial arts school has always used his fists to speak, and the provocation of the two is normal, and she is indeed impossible for a young girl to have a strong martial arts cultivation level. That's right, the mouth says nothing, martial arts can't do it, just reach out and compare you to know. It seems that this Tianjin fan wants to try my martial arts cultivation skills, in that case, please. Said with a smile. Very good. Tianjin fan's eyes lit up, he unloaded the package from his shoulder, hung it on the stone lion, and made a posture. Ha! Dumpling's eyes lit up, Tianjin fan shot, I don't know how many punches will be used this time, it looks like she can receive 3 punches. Wait a minute. Sun Wuben's heart moved, sister, let me come. You. Mia looked at Monkey King in surprise. Sun Wuben nodded. Although he didn't know that this was the Dragon Ball world at first. He saw his grandfather Sun Wushan carrying bullets in his body when he was 8 months old. Because children are not sensible, they often forget what happened before the age of 2, but Sun Wu originally has a soul in his previous life. Since birth, as long as he doesn't want to, he can't forget the things he has seen since he was born. Seeing Sun Wusheng's body carrying bullets, yu.yukanshu.com the human body was cultivated to the extreme, and it was so powerful, which had too much impact on Sun Wu. Since then, he has been silently observing his father's guidance on the practice of the dojo disciples, and even studied the inner principles of the practice. From the age of 8 months to 4 or 5 years old, he has been observing and studying his father's Sun Wu school martial arts practice, and even secretly practiced himself. When he was 5 or 6 years old, he practiced for 2 years under the guidance of his father. Although it has only been 2 years, and it is still practice outside of school, but Sun Wuliu understands all the knowledge of practice that Sun Wuliu should know. Since then, even if his father never gave instructions on Sun Wuben's practice, even Sun Wuben's learning tasks have become heavier and heavier, and he has no time to practice martial arts. But Monkey King still squeezed time out of his busy schedule to practice martial arts. In the past 8 years, he has made considerable progress, especially when he has mastered the national martial art horse step stance method, and practiced this stance method whenever he sits and stands. Nowadays, Sun Wu doesn't say anything else, at least he has reached the limit of human physical ability. But Mia frowned. She didn't know that Sun Wuben also had martial arts training. Not to mention that Sun Wuben was born in the martial arts family, it was Sun Wuben's strong muscles and not weak hands. However, Monkey King's writing, especially in the key classes of the northern capital, had heavy homework. Mia had come to the Sun Wu's dojo many times in her childhood, and this time she lived here for more than a year in one breath. Until now, Mia has never seen Sun Wuben practice martial arts. Without the arduous martial arts practice, the force cannot be too strong, unless the blood is good and born with different qualities, but Sun Wu is a very pure Earth Asian race. The blood is not extremely bad, it is not very good, it can only be said to be ordinary. Gamato, are you going to fight that person? Kara, who followed by on the side, called out in surprise. Chapter 6, Fudge Dumplings and Tianjin Rice. I remember Gamato, you haven't practiced for 6 or 7 years. Kara cried out in surprise. By the way, you only practiced for a while when you were 5 or 6 years old. Although this person doesn't look good, but it seems that you have practiced. You haven't practiced for so many years, and you've been with him. Isn't that good? What? Tianjin Fan's eyes stared, and then his face was hard to look at. He hadn't practiced in 6 or 7 years, and he had only practiced at the age of 5 or 6. He actually wanted to fight with him. Too much, Tianjin Fan! Dumpling shouted sharply, a small finger pointed at Sun Wuben. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to compare with Tianjin Fan? He is my brother. Mia said, looking at Sun Goban with puzzled eyes. Goban, you've been studying and haven't practiced seriously. This brother doesn't seem to be a weak one. You still don't want it. I know that he is not a weak person. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't want to make a move. Sun Yueben smiled slightly and waved his hand to stop Mia's persuasion. Don't worry, it's just a pass. It's nothing else. I can't do it. Come on again, I think this Tianjin Fan brother is a militant, with a very strong mind in martial arts, and I hope that the more people he can do with him, the better. The corners of Tianjin Fan's mouth twitched. Sun Wu was right about his character, but... Boy, I don't bully the weak at Tianjin Fan, so I don't have time to play with you. Tianjin Fan, strictly speaking, I am the first heir of the Sun Wu family dojo. Sun Wuben said with a smile, I am the son of Sun Wuxian, you come to play in the hall, want to try the depth of Sun Wuliu, I will take it, what's the matter? Wrong. Really? Tianjin Rice is also on fire, and the eyebrows are scowling, since you want to die, then all right. Wait a minute, Tianjin Fan, let me fight him. Dumplings. Tianjin Fan looked at the dumplings, then nodded. Although the dumplings are far inferior to him, there are few opponents. Sun Wu originally looked at the dumplings up and down weirdly, and looked at the dumplings as hairy, only then smiled slightly. Your name is Dumplings. Yes, do you dare to fight me? Dumpling pointed at Sun Wuben and said. Okay, very good, not bad. Sun Wuben carried his hands behind his back, as if the martial arts seniors saw good materials and beautiful jade and wanted to collect them as disciples. Your physique is very good, I ask you, how many special abilities have you developed? As soon as these words came out, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling's eyes widened, as if they had seen a ghost. You, what did you say? Dumpling screamed. How far are your superpowers developed, how many have you developed? Monkey King smiled. How do you know? Dumpling screamed as if looking at the most terrible thing. He has the ability to communicate with his heart, and only Tianjin Fan knows it. I can see it. Sun Wuben smiled faintly, I ask you, how many of your superpowers have you developed? How many? Dumplings stretched out 10 fingers and compared them repeatedly, and finally came to the conclusion, 7. Monkey King was stunned, and Tianjin Fan was also stunned. 7? How is it possible? Sun Wuben screamed, and then asked, let's say one by one, how could there be 7? This is not right. Sun Wuben had to suspect that there was a problem with the arithmetic ability of Dumplings. Dragon Ball World in the world's #1 martial arts conference, the Dumplings were defeated by Klin because they were confused by Klin's arithmetic problems. I can talk to people in their hearts, this is 1, I have iron head skill, this is 1, and it adds up, 7. Dumpling said with fingers curving. It's gone. Sun Wu said incredulously. Dumpling blinked, no, yes, I seem to be able to make my stomach ache, but I don't know whether it counts or not. That's all. The corners of Sun Wuben's mouth twitched, and everyone looked dumbfounded. It seems that your arithmetic is very bad, the telephony, superpowers, and iron head skills add up to 3. Karahaha laughed. Dumplings were a little bit embarrassed and glared at Monkey King. It seems that all your superpowers should have been developed. Sun Wuben said lightly with an old god's presence, and then raised his brows. You said controlling people's stomachaches, and it's not working at all times. This is true. It's a superpower, and it's a very useful superpower. Its full version should be able to control people's actions. The reason why you are not smart at all times is that you don't have enough power and you don't have enough control over qi. Really? At this moment, Sun Wuben was not only mysterious in Dumpling's heart, but even Tianjin Fan didn't dare to look down upon this young man, and wisely did not speak aside. Dumplings, right? Your ability is not good at practicing martial arts. It's a waste. You are also lucky. When you met me, there are no more than 3 people in this world who can teach you well. Sun Wuben smiled, not purely foolish. People like Dumplings and Tianjin Fan can only develop their full potential after being trained by a master, otherwise it will be a waste. In Dragon Ball, Tianjin Fan is not bad, and the superpowers at the start of Dumplings are very good, but they will almost become a waste afterwards. It's soy sauce. Humph. Tianjin Fan hummed coldly. Dumplings, don't believe him. Tianjin Fan made a dark gesture and said in his heart. He knew that dumplings have the ability to communicate with each other. Naturally, dumplings can hear these words. This kid does have some abilities, but I think I should talk to you. I also know some mind-reading skills, so I can read some information from our reactions, knowing that you have superpowers and iron head skills, and deliberately say these pretends to frighten us and fool us to their dojo. I know. Dumplings also woke up. He and Tianjin Fan had gone a lot, so naturally they had their own opinions. You. Dumpling pointed at Monkey King, can you still fight? I was ready. Sun Wuben smiled faintly, and looked at the dumplings with his hands behind his back. Dumpling brother, you can do it. Let me see how far you are. It is good. Dumpling stopped talking, and slowly squatted down into a lunge. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com played a common martial arts action, and then only a yin smile appeared at the corner of the dumpling's mouth. Hoo! A gust of wind blew, and the dumpling's body moved, as if a motorcycle that suddenly drove to its maximum throttle was rushing towards Monkey King, and even the feet running under the dumplings almost disappeared at this moment like flying electric fan blades. As soon as the expert makes a move, he knows if there is any. The dumpling shot, Mia raised her heart. The speed of dumplings is nothing to her, but it has reached a very high level. Placed in any dojo, the speed can be ranked in the forefront. Can Sun Wu instinctively handle it? Mia looked at Monkey King, ready to rescue her at any time. So powerful. Although Kara is not a martial artist, as a resident of Ginkgo village, I have seen a lot of martial arts practitioners in the Sun Wu dojo, and I have developed my vision. This little kid called Dumplings seems to have no weight on his whole body, and his small arms and legs are so strong. Goben is afraid. Kara stared at Sun Wuben, who had been extremely high since he was a child. IQ, so my family decided on the way to practice text. Although I have practiced martial arts, I was only instructed by my father to practice for 2 years when I was 5 or 6 years old, and then I completely put it down. These karaokes are also watched. In the eyes. Watching the dumplings approaching fast, Monkey King stood motionless like a stone. Hurry up! Mia screamed, but Sun Wuben was still standing, as if she couldn't react. The fist held by the dumpling has hit his thigh. Seeing that little fist hit Sun Wuben's thigh, Sun Wuben's foot finally moved, and that foot was like a leaf blown by the wind. With a peculiar rhythm, it lightly swayed, and the dumpling's fist hit the thigh. Chapter 7, Sun Wuben's Strength. What? Mia's eyes widened. Her sharp eyes naturally saw that Sun Wuben had avoided the punch just now, but it was so clever and so easy. Is it a coincidence? Who? The dumplings punched through, rubbing Sun Wuben and rushed over, and then turned over and rushed from behind Sun Wuben, and punched him again. Still the same, Sun Wuben seemed unable to react and didn't hide at all, until the fist of the dumpling was about to touch his body, it flashed lightly. Dumpling's fist and body once again rushed towards Monkey King. Damn it! Dumplings also stunned, turned around and frowned, and then rushed over again without believing in evil. With punches and punches, even punches and kicks, the dumplings were completely angry at this moment. If the other party is an elderly martial artist who can easily escape his own attack, the other party is clearly a 14-5-year-old boy. But no matter how fast the dumpling's fist was or how fierce it was, I saw that Monkey King just moved his feet from time to time and his body dodged from time to time, so he avoided all attacks. It is good. Carol looked stunned. At first he couldn't see whether the fist that the dumpling attacked had hit Sun Wuben at the bottom, but the dumpling attacked repeatedly and repeatedly. He could see no matter how stupid he was, Sun Wuben seemed to have avoided it. Every hit. But didn't Sun Wu focus on his studies? Has he not practiced since he was 7? In a blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Suddenly the dumplings that attacked Monkey King madly stopped, and gasped at Monkey King. Are you just hiding? Dumpling cried out, panting. Oh, you are not convinced yet. Sun Wuben smiled faintly. Although he had some fine sweat on his face at this moment, he did not breathe like a dumpling. To deal with dumplings, Sun Wuben did not need to show his true strength. Yes, we have the ability. We have fist to fist. Dumplings shouted. Dumplings. The voice sounded, you are not his opponent, let me come. Tianjin Fan. Dumpling looked at Tianjin Fan. I want to avoid your attack. I can do it with a good martial arts training level, but he can hide so easily like him. His martial arts training level is obviously higher than yours. Tianjin Fangkyuko said, looking towards Mia, Master Mia, right? In Tianjin, I have seen your brother's strength. It is indeed very powerful. Wu Ben's ability. Mia's chest rises and falls. This is the first time that Sun Wu Ben has demonstrated martial arts cultivation skills in front of her. This display surprised her. I just listened to Tianjin Fangkyuo, I have a request, can I ask the owner of the museum to fight with me, because I want to see the strength of the owner of Sun Wuliu. Tianjin Fan. Sun Wuben said. Mia waved her hand, Suomoto, let me come. Then she looked at Tianjin Fan, you do it with all your strength, don't worry about it. Okay, I'll take action. Before the voice fell, Tianjin Fan squatted slightly, his eyes shot sharp light, and the whole body exuded a breath like a beast. Boom! In the blink of an eye, everyone seemed to see a tiger leaping forward. Tianjin Fan's move was so powerful and fast that it surpassed Dumpling's. The terrifying speed even caused a gust of wind. It's worthy of Tianjin Fan. Sun Wuben squinted slightly. As a martial arts master who has obtained all the Sun Wuliu martial arts knowledge and carefully studied and sorted out theoretical knowledge, he is also a martial arts master who has cultivated to a very high level. Sun Wuben's eyesight is very clever. Although Tianjin Rice and Dumplings tried their best to show the appearance of martial arts masters, Sun Wuben still saw that the two of them were stealing a little from Dongjia Wuguan. Zijia Wuguan learned a little, and learned a little bit of Kung Fu like a cat and a tiger. In fact, they are still two yuan. Uncut jade. So even though he knew the strength of the Z fighters in Dragon Ball, and Tianjin Fan was the best among the Z fighters, Sun Wuben still stepped forward to take the battle. I haven't accepted systematic martial arts practice. They all have such a strong physique. It's really fierce. Sun Wu's heart was full of enthusiasm. If such talents were tricked into Sun Wuliu's sect, and trained well, how much would they reach in the future, I thought. Just think about it. Rumbling. Tianjin Fan attacked Mia frantically. Mia just stretched out a left hand, patted and blocked, dodged left and right, and took it all comfortably. After 20 punches in a row, Tianjin Fan suddenly stepped back, standing still and gasping for breath. That's right, you deserve to be the master of the Sun Wu Dojo, Tianjin Fanfu. Tianjin Fan said coolly, and then clasped his fists, also invite the bishop to teach us martial arts practice. Your strength is very good. Mia smiled slightly, but I can see that you have not undergone formal martial arts practice at all, and you can have such a physique. It is very good. If you want, I am willing to teach you practice, yes. Yes, you should know the rules and fees of my Sun Wuliu recruiting disciples, right? Expenses. Tianjin Fan and Dumplings glanced at each other. You mean to collect money? Tianjin Fan said weakly. Mia smiled slightly. Which dojo recruits disciples and does not charge money? My son Wuliu's rule is that each disciple costs 20,000 yuan a year. This. A drop of sweat rolled down from Tianjin Fan's forehead. I only have 1,000 yuan on the dumplings. 1,000 yuan. Mia's smile narrowed. In fact, the Sun Wuliu dojo received at least 50,000 yuan a year for disciples. It's just that the economy is not enough now. The original disciples are gone and no one comes in. But this time I saw Tianjin Fan. Dumplings have a good talent. If they are well trained, they might be able to become the hallmark of the martial arts hall. That's why they are willing to reduce the price and recruit them, saying that they only cost 10,000 yuan. You guys are joking. The usual cost of accepting disciples in the martial arts dojo is 50,000 yuan per year, and I also have one son Wuliu. Today is a special case. Seeing that your qualifications are good, it has only been reduced to 10,000 yuan. This can't be lower. Mia said lightly. Sun Yuben also had an ugly face. 10,000 a year is indeed a loss, and 1,000 yuan a year. If you say it, the Sun Wu genre has become the laughing stock of the martial arts world. The owner of the museum, Tianjin Fan, and I will work hard to practice. I will have iron head skills. My head is harder than a diamond. Dumpling took off his melon cap. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com revealed that he had only one hair in his heart, barely. The pale white head that made the mosquitoes unstable. As long as the museum owner takes us in, we must work hard to cultivate. Tianjin Fan also said. Your talent is really good, but... Mia shook her head. Tianjin Fan and Dumplings are indeed good martial arts seedlings, but so what? Really want to recruit disciples at a loss of 1,000 yuan a year, like this. Mia can easily find a lot of talented people. Can't you? Tianjin Fan frowned, and then talked with Dumplings in a heart-to-heart communication. Dumplings, they are the same, what should I do? Or, shall we beg them again? Dumplings said. I'm afraid it won't work. We have walked all the way, and every dojo is like this. They only need 10,000, which is indeed the least. Others need 40,000 if they are less. Tianjin Fandao. But finally there is one that only costs 10,000, I'm not reconciled. The two exchanged, their expressions were extremely frustrated. Why did they pretend to be very tough at the beginning, and had to fight with Mia, not to really look down on Mia's skill, but to show. In order to let Mia see the two of them? Strength and talent, exceptionally accepted as disciples. I'm sorry, 10,000 yuan is the minimum limit. Mia said in a deep voice. Then goodbye. Tianjin Fan finally made up his mind and asked him to lay down his dignity. He couldn't do it, otherwise, he wouldn't have been included in the dojo until now. Dumplings, let's go. Tianjin Fan grabbed the package on the stone lion, turned and walked out. Yet, the dumplings also kept up. Monkey King squinted and watched the two walk 10 feet away, just as Mia shook her head to enter the house. Wait a second, please, Monkey King said loudly. Chapter 8, Inheritance of Budo. Okay. Tianjin Fan and Dumplings turned their heads to look at Monkey King in doubt. Give you a test. Sun Yuben smiled. Tianjin Fan and Dumplings' eyes lit up when they stared. They looked at Mia, apparently thinking that the owner of the restaurant was the master here. Mia frowned and looked at Sun Yuben. Goben, what are you doing? Sister Mia, I'll talk to you later. Don't mess around, it is not a trivial matter for our son Wuliu to accept disciples. If one is not good, it will smash the signboard. Mia said in a deep voice. Sister, put your heart in your stomach, I'm not a kid anyhow. Sun Yuben said, and waved to Tianjin Fan and Dumplings. What are you doing in a daze? Come here. He walked into the woods beside the road, on the ground. He found a pebble the size of a fist, and took out a pen from his pocket. You two are optimistic about this stone. Sun Wuben wrote an official Chinese character enlightenment on the stone, and then he waved, "Follow me." He led everyone to the cliff on the back mountain and threw the stone at the jungle under the cliff. The stones were thrown far away, flying into the woods and disappeared. "Give you a chance, if you find this stone within 30 minutes, this time, I will be the bishop of your martial arts practice," Sun Wuben said solemnly. 30 minutes. The expressions of Tianjin rice and dumplings changed. How can it be possible to find a stone with words written in such a big forest in 30 minutes? Carol looked at Tianjin Fan and dumplings with pity, then turned around and walked down the mountain with her hands behind her back. The corners of Mia's mouth seemed to be smiling. She looked at Sun Wuben with a weird face, shook her head and walked down the mountain. "Are you kidding us?" Tianjin Fan was furious. "Hey!" Sun Wuben snorted coldly, "I'm full and holding on? Still not looking for it? Although it's difficult, it's not without a chance. Maybe you are lucky. God bless you. You will find it all at once." Talking and smiling, the two angrily turned and walked down the mountain. Not long after, two figures walked into the hall of the dojo. "Gamato, if they really found the stone within 30 minutes, would you really want to accept them?" "It's not 30 minutes. As long as they find the stone, I dare to take it." They didn't bring the watch anyway, and they couldn't tell the specific time. It would take them 2 or 3 hours to find a broken stone. "Sun Wuben is serious," said. Mia's smile suddenly faded. "Suomoto, you are determined to accept them as disciples." "That's right, Sister Mia, I know you are not reconciled, and you are afraid of ruining the reputation of the dojo and letting the martial arts world read jokes, but there is not a rule in the martial arts world that you cannot charge any fees for recruiting disciples. There is such a rule, but although these two people have some talents, there is no need to." Mia was puzzled. "Believe me, these two people are still very promising, but I am worried that their Xionggu's Hixen is too strong, and our Sun Wu Taoist temple cannot keep the great god." Sun Wuben said, "Although Tianjin Fan and dumplings' potential is shown at this time, it's also strong enough, but it's too strong." Sun Wuliu recruited as a disciple, and the price was not high, but Sun Wu couldn't tell Mia the story of Dragon Ball, telling him that the potential of these two people is like the starry sky. Mia frowned, staring at Monkey King, and suddenly sighed. "How come you are like this all of a sudden, and you don't want to go to school, and your mother is so ill, and you are still so self-willed? I really don't know how to take care of you." Tianjin rice and dumplings. Luck was not bad, but after Sun Wuben threw the stone, he brought the stone over 52 minutes later. It was the pebble where Sun Wuben wrote the word. In the lobby of the Sun Wu family dojo. Tianjin rice and dumplings sit down. Mia frowned and looked at the two with an ugly face. She didn't want to accept these two disciples at all, but she did not accept it. Sun Wuben took it in her own name. Mia didn't want Sun Wuben to waste precious time on these two people, so reluctantly agreed to accept them. "Listen," Mia said coldly, "I, the founder of the Sun Wuliu school, is the ancestor of the Sun Wu Gao 200 years ago. The ancestor worshipped the world martial arts master Crane as his teacher and became his famous disciple." Mia talked about the basics coldly. "That's not right." Sun Wuxian frowned as he listened. From historical inheritance to basic theoretical knowledge, what Mia said is basically the same as what his father Sun Wuxian said. It is not important for historical inheritance, but martial arts practice. Can't say that Mia is wrong. It is what Mia and Sun Wuxian said, it is like curing and saving people, knowing what kind of disease to prescribe, but not knowing the principles of illness and medicine. The so-called headache heals the head and the feet heals the feet, knowing it but not knowing why. The most weird thing about Monkey King is that Mia said so badly that Tianjin Fan and dumplings were so excited, especially the dumplings. "Sister Mia, from today onwards I will resume my martial arts practice. I will teach Tianjin rice and dumplings. You. Mia stopped the lecture, looking at Monkey King with an ugly expression. You are still young and naive, listen to my sister's words, the road of martial arts is a way of no return. I have already decided. Sun Wuben shook his head. The time when Tianjin Fan and Dumplings were looking for stones, he and Mia had been arguing for a long time. I can't help my son, let alone my righteous sister, forget it, I don't care about you, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Mia sighed, as if she was getting older all of a sudden, her expression was exhausted. Tianjin Fan, Dumplings, what my sister told you just now, in order to deepen your impression, I will say it again. Sun Wuben stopped looking at Mia, turned his head to look weird. Tianjin Fan and Dumplings who were watching the show solemnly said. Tianjin Fan frowned, and said coolly, I have almost remembered, the memory of Dumplings is better than me, presumably. Hey! Sun Wuben snorted coldly, and said, if this is the case, then I ask you, what is the source of my son Wuliu? The source? Tianjin rice and dumplings were dumbfounded. This teacher Mia didn't seem to talk about it. Dumpling whispered, and suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming excitedly, by the way, Ms. Mia said that Sun Wuliu was founded by a registered disciple of Crane Immortal, and the source is Crane Immortal. Yes, Dumplings, you have some brains. Hexianren is the source of Sun Wuliu, that is, the Hexian Liu he created. But if you go further, do you know? Go ahead. Not only the Dumplings and Tianjin Fan are confused, even Mia is confused. For her, and even the whole Sun Wu family, she knows that Hexianren already knows a lot. Before Hexianren, she was afraid that Sun Wuliu started the school. Patriarch may know a little. This teacher Mia didn't talk about it. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Dumplings shook their heads. Remember, Crane Immortal is inherited from the Wu Tai Duliu passed down by Wu Taidu. Sun Wuben said in a deep voice, Wu Tai Duliu is the ancestor of most martial arts schools today. Such as Wu Tai Duliu today, this Mia sister should know. Mia nodded, surprised. When my grandfather and I traveled the world, we also visited the Wu Tai fighting dojo and met as the master of the museum. I didn't expect them to have such a strong heritage. No wonder they were so angry and ignored us. Mia said in surprise. Then frowned again, but I don't think they are very good. This is natural. Sun Wu smiled. Wu Taidu's banished disciple died and wounded because of one incident. Only 2 people survived, namely, Hexianren, the founder of Hexian Liu and the founder of Gaixian Liu. Gaixianren, so the world has truly inherited all Wu Tai martial arts. The martial arts are concentrated in Gaixianyu and Hexianyu. Wu Taiduyu's inheritance of Wu Taidu martial arts is not as much as these 2 schools. It may even be a little authentic. Not at all, it's just borrowing the title of Wu Taidu. Is there anything else? Mia stared at Sun Wuben. She and Grandpa Sun Wushan traveled the world, and they did not understand the secrets of the martial arts world as well as Sun Wuben. Goben, this is the first time my sister knows about the legendary Crane Immortal and Turtle Immortal today. These 2 rivals were originally brothers, and they were both practicing arts under Wu Taidu. I'm afraid Lien Wuben, Wu Xian's father I don't know. Mia has a weird voice. Today's Satoru can be said to surprise her again and again, and of course there are shocks. Sun Wuben cast aside his mouth. Just now these martial arts history secrets can be said to have been covered or forgotten by people or intentionally, or unintentionally, not to mention the Sun Wu family. I am afraid that the ancestors of the Sun Wu school have limited knowledge. Chapter 9, The Level of Wu Taidu. In this case, you should understand that the 2 most powerful schools today are Hexian Liu and Gaixian Liu. Sun Wuben said solemnly. Hexian Liu, Gaixian Liu. Tianjin Fan's eyes were shining brightly, and he remembered the 2 names. For Tianjin Fan, his biggest ambition is to become the best martial artist in the world. The Little Sun Wu Dojo is not what he wants to stay at, but no other dojo is willing to take in, so he has to practice here. What I'm talking about below is a secret history, and the whole world knows no more than 10 fingers. Sun Wu's face became extremely serious. The corners of Tianjin Fan's mouth twitched. The whole world knows no more than 10 fingers of history. You are a younger son of Sun Wuliu, who is less than 15 years old, how could you know? Suddenly he felt as if he had been fooled. The mystery of the tortoise crane immortal Lu said by Sun Wuben may not be true. Mia couldn't help but beating her eyelids. When did her own brother become so thick-skinned? About 300 years ago, our world produced a super evil, terrifying demon named Piccolo. Piccolo is extremely powerful. No matter how many troops or powerful weapons, Piccolo wants to rule the world, turning the whole world into a of terror. At that time, I don't know how many martial artists were sacrificed in order to stop the great demon King Piccolo. Among them, there was one of the strongest martial artists, and that was the martial master recognized by the world at the time. If Wu Taitu wants to rule the world, no one can defeat him, but he fought against the demon King Piccolo, but he was defeated. After escaping in embarrassment, Wu Taitu finally developed a powerful technique called Mo Fengbo, but Wu Taitu's strength was not very enough, so although the big demon King Piccolo was successfully enclosed in the electronic heat preservation pot, he also exhausted his vitality and died at the same time. Sun Wuben said this with emotion. In the Dragon Ball world, Wu Taitu sacrificed his life and saved the world. He should have been a hero remembered by the whole world. But it is the fact that Wu Taitu sacrificed meaninglessly. After the catastrophe of the great demon of Piccolo, the whole world completely forgot Wu Taitu. Even the original powerful martial arts school Wu Tai Do Lu has also declined because of this, and now few people know about it. And the things that heroes who saved the world like this in the Dragon Ball world are forgotten in a blink of an eye are not only Wu Taitu here, but the later Z fighters also saved the earth several times in front of the people of the world, but they also became passers-by in a blink of an eye. No one knows them. An indescribable irony that saved the world. It's no wonder that such a good person as Gaixianren, who was a righteous martial arts master, confiscated several disciples for hundreds of years, and later took Sun Wukong and Klin, and set the test conditions that were almost impossible to complete. Even if they were taught to practice later, it's also a little messy. It's just that Monkey King and Klin's physical potential is too great, and they are simply talented. Therefore, when the turtle immortal comes in disorder, normal people will only exercise their bodies, but they, on the contrary, stimulate their physical potential, becoming stronger and stronger. Every time, Gaixianren's eyes were glared. Wait a minute. Tianjin Fan said in a cold voice, I want to ask, how powerful is Big Demon King Bic? What is the level of Wu Taitu? Good question. Sun Wuben smiled slightly and asked instead, Tianjin Fan, dumplings, do you know why my sister only talked about inheritance, but I told you the secrets that only a few people in the world know? The corners of Tianjin Fan's mouth twitched again. He just didn't believe the secret history of the Big Demon King and Wu Taitu mentioned by Monkey King. Not only Tianjin Fan didn't believe it, but also the dumplings and Mia looked weird. Jiaozi, Tianjin Rice, you must remember that the potential of human beings is endless, and martial arts practice is a process of gradually developing potential. From the level of human life, there are 3 levels of practice: mortal, immortal, and God, that is to say, through our practice, our physical and spiritual power can reach the level of immortals and even gods. The corners of Tianjin Fan's mouth twitched again, and he smiled evilly. Excuse me, what is mortal and God? How to distinguish mortal and immortal from God? Teacher Sun Wuben. Tianjin Fan emphasized the word teacher when it came to it. You read less. Based on your IQ and knowledge, you don't understand it if it's complicated. After all, I will simply divide it by combat power. If the combat power is not more than 200, it is the ordinary, and the surpassing is the immortal. Sun Wuben said, on the earth, there is no division of combat power to martial arts. In Dragon Ball, it is only in the universe chapter. The cosmic people are attacking. The high-tech glasses used by the Frisia Legion can observe the combat power. Since then, the Z warriors on the earth and the fairy gods on the earth know the standards of combat power. Sun Wuben said that this division of combat power can be said to have been one era ahead of the earth. Combat power. Tianjin Fan raised his eyebrows. Excuse me, what is the combat strength between me and the dumplings, and what is the combat strength between me a teacher and you? Sister Mia's combat power is about 7 to 8. Sun Wuben said in a deep voice. The Scion Sun Wukong, a powerful fighting nation in Dragon Ball, was born with a combat power of 1, but the Scion's planetary gravity is 10 times that of the Earth. Can survive without feeling under 10 times the gravity. It can be seen that 1 point of combat power is definitely not low. Otherwise it will be difficult to survive. And when the Dragon Ball opened, Monkey King was already invulnerable and able to carry a gun. The bullets were hard to damage. He couldn't break the forehead with an axe. At this time, his combat power was 10 points, and Klin was also on the field. Not very afraid of bullets, the blonde Lankai was holding the gun and sweeping at him, only to make him screaming pain. Klin's combat power was 8 points. Then the Turtle Fairy did a 100-meter sprint test for Klin and Monkey King, and both of them ran out results that were not possible for humans in the previous life of Monkey King, so the Turtle Fairy also said that both Kellen and Wukong had reached the limit of the human body. It can be seen that the combat power of 8 is the limit value of a human body. When the combat power is 8 points, it is no longer afraid of bullets, and the repair base has reached the limit of the human body that cannot be strengthened. So 1 point of combat power is already very high. Holding a gun and sweeping is equivalent to 5 points of combat power. When the Dragon Ball universe opened, Raditz, the ancestor of the War 5 scum, descended from the universe to measure the combat power of the peasant man with the gun using glasses capable of measuring combat power, and finally said something that made him famous. The scum with a combat power of 5. This does not mean that the farmer's physical strength is 5, but the gun. The attack power of the gun is 5 points. As long as the farmer's physical strength does not exceed 1 point, the overall attack power will not exceed 5 points. For Raditz, who had a combat power of 1,500 at the time, this farmer was indeed a scum. Jiao's combat power is about 3 points, and Tianjin Fan's combat power is 3.8. As for me, I'm a bit lower than Mia, but only reached 6 points. Sister Mia is very powerful. I think it's definitely 7 points, maybe even it's 8 o'clock. Sun Wuben said. 3 points. My Tianjin Fan is only 3.8. Not only was Tianjin Rice and Dumplings unhappy at this time, even Mia was frowning. My combat power is only 7 to 8. Really high enough? And Gamato, you have a 6, so you can break your wrist with my sister, Gamato. Mia glared at Sun Gamato. Chapter 10, People with Zero Combat Power. Sister Mia, don't underestimate 7 to 8, it's already very high. Sun Wubenlian explained, taking another glance at Tianjin Fan and Dumplings, don't underestimate your 3 points of combat power. The world has reached this point. Not many people have this kind of combat power. 3 points of combat power is very high? Are you really complimenting me? Tianjin Fan snorted coldly. Dumplings stretched out 10 short little fingers for a long time, and said in a daze, 3 o'clock is higher or lower than 6 o'clock. By the way, teacher Sun Wuben, what is the combat power of normal people? As soon as these words came out, they all looked at Monkey King. Whether Monkey King just talked about combat power 3, 6, 7, or 8, it was difficult for people to understand their position. The combat power of ordinary people is very low, so let's say that normal humans who have not practiced martial arts have a general combat power of about 1 point, and their combat power when attacking with a gun is about 5 points. The gun's attack power is only 5 points. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened. Goban, are you really mistaken? Mia also said, although she always thought that Sun Wuben was making up things, but even making things up, it must be a bit of a spectrum. Are you doubting my IQ or my arithmetic ability? I am a top student in the key class of the Northern Capital, even such a simple algorithm can be mistaken. Sun Wuben snorted. Even so, you have 6 o'clock in Goban, only a little bit lower than me, that's 2. Mia smiled and looked at Sun Wuben. Sun Wuben and the dumplings test. Although she performed well, Mia's eyes quickly stared. I have to fall to the ground, but that's because Mia has never seen Sun Wuben practice martial arts, has not practiced before, but can achieve such results, which is surprising. I really want to say that Sun Wuben's performance is so high that it is close to his Mia. Mia was not convinced. Sister Mia, should we try it? Monkey King smiled. This is not in a hurry, you continue with the previous topic. Sun Wuben nodded, before Tianjin Fan asked Wu Taidu and Big Demon King how strong they are. According to their combat power, Wu Taidu's combat power is 150. What? Tianjin Fan screamed, 100, 5? You said Wu Taidu's combat power is 150. Gamato, did you make a mistake? Mia said in surprise, I traveled all over the world with my grandfather and visited many martial arts masters. No matter how famous they are, their skills are better than I am now. Not much, how can Wu Taidu's combat power reach 150? Do you mean that the more developed the martial arts, the more backward it will be? You all heard it right, it's 150. Sun Wuben said solemnly. The air in the room seemed to freeze, and after a slight silence, Tianjin Fan's eyes shot a yearning light. It's a powerful number. Knowing that you are talking nonsense, it still makes people yearn for it. Mia also shook her head and looked at Sun Wuben. Okay, Wuben, don't say such things that make the martial arts world laugh out loud. It seems that you don't believe that human body training can reach a combat power of 150. Monkey King was helpless. The Earth combat power of Dragon Ball world was extremely low in the early days. If he didn't know the plot, he would not believe what he said. Not to mention Wu Taidu, in fact, some martial artists who are still alive have reached or even surpassed Wu Taidu's 150 combat power. Sun Wuben dropped another blockbuster. Oh, then I want to listen. Mia became interested again. I traveled the world with my grandfather, and visited the world of martial arts for 8 years. Goban, tell me, maybe I've seen it all. Sun Wuben stretched out 3 fingers. One is the Gaixianren who lives on an island called Gaixiandao. The other 2 are Cranesyen Liu Hexianren and his brother Tao Bibai. By the way, Tao Bibai is also known as the number 1 killer in the world. It costs 100 million to kill one person. Although the charges are ridiculously expensive, there is no one he can't kill in the world. Even if he wants to kill the king, he can do it as long as he can afford it. Sun Wuben said slowly. The 3 people in the room stared again. Sun Wuben is a teacher. Tianjin Fan laughed, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. You just said that Sun Wuliu's founder, Sun Wujao, is a registered disciple of Hexianren. The creation of Sun Wuliu was 200 years ago. I think my arithmetic, if there is no problem, isn't the crane immortal already nearly 300 years old? Yes, these 3 are all 1,000-year-old immortal monsters, all hundreds of years old. Sun Wuben slowly said, don't believe it, although there are no traces of the immortal turtle and the crane immortal, no one knows exactly where they live. But he is definitely still alive, and his combat power is definitely in the hundreds. The turtle immortal has 2 disciples who are still alive. They are called the Bull Demon King and Monkey King. If Mia can visit them, maybe I can get traces of the turtle immortal from their mouths. I spent a lot of energy to find these things, believe it or not. Sun Wuben said solemnly. A look of yearning appeared on Tianjin Fan's face. Teacher Sun Wuben, although I still don't believe me, I still want to ask, besides Crane Immortal, Turtle Immortal, and Tao Bibai, the world's #1 killer who doesn't know the truth or not, is there anyone in this world who has reached hundreds of combat power? Higher. Good question. Sun Wu had no expression on his face. As far as I know, the two disciples of Immortal Turtle, Neo Demon, and Monkey King, are quite good at fighting. Maybe they have hundreds of fighting powers, but the whole world has such a fighting power. The Bull Demon King and Sun Wufan will never exceed the number of 10 fingers. In my opinion, it would be good to have 7. So few. Tianjin Fan was speechless, so if we want to achieve that kind of combat power, we should either worship the Turtle Immortal as our teacher or the Crane Immortal as our teacher. Hey! Sun Wuben snorted coldly, perhaps 20 years ago, but now, the best martial arts instructors in the world are not them anymore. Who is that? Naturally he is himself. Sun Wuben said indifferently, this is not a slapstick. If you just learned some knowledge of the practice of Sun Wuliu, Sun Wuben is really nothing. You read www.yunsha.com but read Dragon Ball, in the world of Dragon Ball. The training of warriors, from mortal to immortal, from low-level immortal to high-level immortal, from earth to universe, from universe to gods, mortal world, dead world, god-human world, Z-warriors all the way to upgrade their combat training, Sun Wu the height of has far surpassed the so-called Turtle Immortals, Crane Immortals and even the immortals and gods of this earth. Coupled with Sun Wuben's careful research over the years, and even his own practice, the dimension of martial arts theory has far exceeded the times. The three people in the room looked at Monkey King weirdly. Especially Tianjin Fan, he suddenly felt that he was listening to Sun Wuben's speech so seriously, and he was even really idiot with great interest. Well, teacher Sun Wuben, when will we start practicing? Tianjin Fan said coldly. Wuben, Tianjin Fan, and Dumplings have just started to practice spiritual practice, so it's better not to talk too much. Mia also said lightly, and she also lost interest in listening to Sun Wuben's boasting. Sun Wu's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and then he nodded, all right, I dropped out of school this time and also practiced with Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. Sister, you need to take care of you at home. I will bring Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. Follow you. Mia shook her face and left. The practice began soon. Mia didn't care about how Sun Wu's club brought Tianjin Rice and Dumplings to practice. The practice system of Sun Wuliu has been perfected, nothing more than that. But the next day, Sun Wuben took Tianjin Rice and Dumplings and left the Sun Wu dojo with only simple luggage, and the direction of travel seemed to be in the mountains. This makes Mia weird. They don't practice well, what are they going to do? Then Mia followed, only to see a scene that made her stunned. Chapter 11, Fly-like Growth. On the pristine grassland number 13,848, 100 miles away from Ginkgo village. Left, Dumplings, pay attention to the direction, this is our breakfast. The one holding the chopsticks is on the right, and the left is. Tianjin Fan, don't be too nervous. This is a game. When you run, you have to relax your body. It's wrong, it's wrong. It doesn't make you stop, it's because the body has to be loose and the flesh has to attack. A group of antelopes, known for being good at running, ran wildly, as if they had seen something incredible. Not far behind the herd of antelope, two teenagers, a short baby yelling and chasing a smaller antelope. This antelope was kicked back by the tall and sunny boy every time it was about to hang on the back of the antelope troop. Not far from the canopy of a tall tree, Mia was watching the scene. What the is Gamato doing? Mia's pretty eyebrows were all squeezed together, and Sun Wuben took Tianjin Rice and Dumplings and ran after the antelope. This way, in Mia's view, was practice, it was just playing. This kid, do you have a bad mind when reading? If it weren't for Sun Yuben to be a child prodigy, and to enter the North Capital's key classes, even with heavy learning tasks and no time to practice, the martial arts cultivation would be staggering, and Mia would almost rush to stop Sun Yuben by force. Carrying Tianjin rice and dumplings. It's really not reassuring, I'm still a child after all. Mia shook her head and flew under the tree. After all, she had to look after the house, but she didn't have time to stay here for long. She also asked Sun Yuben the reason before, but she didn't understand Sun Yuben's explanation. In a blink of an eye, a week later, Mia found the Sun Yuben 3 again. This is a canyon. Tianjin fan, how did you do it? You got thrown away. Dumplings are good, that's it. What? You still don't know which side is on the left and right? I served you. Standing on the top of the canyon, Mia blinked and looked at the silhouettes jumping on the suspended wall. This time, Sun Yuben took Tianjin rice and dumplings and competed with a group of monkeys to climb the cliff. After watching for a long time, Mia shook her head in disappointment and left. Half a month later, Mia saw that Sun Yuben was provoking a group of elephants, and finally was surrounded by these clever elephants. They were driven to jump, crying for father and mother, and finally escaped, but all of them looked like lying on the ground like a fallen dead dog, panting. In another half-month, the 3 monkeys were chased by a maddened white-spotted yellow-haired tiger who had been robbed of his wife. They were in a panic and finally escaped by using the terrain and tricks. In another half a month, Sun Yuben and a blind bear were earning honey. The last 3 followed the blind bear and were chased and hugged by a swarm of bees. They only ran to a river, and the 3 of them rushed towards the river. In the water, hiding in the bottom of the river only escaped. After half a month, the 3 people and an old ape robbed bananas. Finally they fought, but they couldn't beat them, and they fled frantically. Time and time again, Mia even saw the 3 of them racing and catching dragonflies, flying and jumping on trees, digging out bird nests with snakes, and chasing monkeys, chasing the birds in the sky. The children all hit the cliff. Mia is completely stunned, is this really a practice? Although Sun Yuben was on the sidelines from time to point out Tianjin rice and dumpling cultivation methods, is it really necessary? Finally, Mia stopped for a long time, until 2 months later did she lazily go to see the Sun Yuben trio's cultivation again, but this time saw a group of elephants attacking 3 figures from all directions. The number of this group of elephants is more than the number of elephants that almost killed 3 of them last time, but the 3 of the elephants were grinning, jumping from side to side and drilling from side to side, and sometimes got under the belly of the male elephant. Sometimes he jumped on the elephant's back, and even Sun Yuben sat on the trunk of a crazy elephant, as if playing on a swing. How can it be? Mia almost roared out. 1 month later, she came to the forest again. Roar! It is the yellow-haired tiger who chased the 3 people with no way to the sky and nowhere to enter the ground last time, but this time it was the tiger who fled in a panic. Behind it. Hurry up, grab your tail if you don't hurry up. A pale baby doll chased after it with a grin. It seems that you are not good, dumplings are going to be angry. The pale-faced little doll stretched out his hand and grabbed the tiger's tail. Then, when he pulled back the tiger who couldn't resist, and threw the tiger far away. Haha, I helped you. If you still can't run away, the dumplings will be more expensive. The dumplings chased the tiger away again. Unexpectedly, the worst dumpling of the 3 can chase the ferocious black-clawed tiger. Mia's eyes widened on a big tree. After looking at it for a while, she quietly left. Another month, Mia entered the forest again. In the canyon, it was still the tiger, and the dumplings were still yelling and chasing. The tiger ran away in front of him, but this time he carried a wild boar on the back of the dumpling, which was bigger than others. 1 month later, she came to the forest again. In the woods, Sun Yueben, Tianjin Fan, and Dumplings were actually breaking their wrists with an elephant who was alone. I saw Sun Yueben clutching the elephant's nose and roaring again and again, while Tianjin Fan was gripping the elephant's ivory and struggling. The elephant, the tail behind, was pulled by a small baby with a pale face. Obviously the three of them wanted to knock down this powerful male elephant. Another month. Sun Yueben and the three were about to walk towards a group of elephants far away. One of the elephants found three people, and a loud roar reminded the other elephants. The whole elephant group immediately found three people, and then this group was there. The king and hegemony in the forest. The king, who didn't even pay attention to tigers and lions, ran away crazy into the distance without fighting spirit. Then Mia discovered that not only elephants, but all the beasts in this forest, no matter it is kind herbivores like sheep, deer, horses, or ferocious beasts like tigers, lions, wolves, and even clever and cunning monkeys, the apes saw the three of them one by one, just like seeing a plague god. They turned and ran away. Even these beasts, when they saw Hermia, or saw a humanoid figure, they ran away. The sun is shining brightly, and the largest river in the forest is under a huge rock. Boom! The surface of the river exploded violently, and a huge blue fish jumped out of the water in the sky, and then flew towards the river bank. After the tail of the giant fish, you could see a little baby with a pale face. Dumplings, you are too slow. A sturdy figure appeared on the shore. It was Tianjin Fan dragging a giant fish. Fish is too hard to catch, and it's not slippery. The dumpling jumped ashore, dragged the tail of the giant fish he threw ashore, and looked around. Tianjin Fan, shall we grill the fish here? Sun Yueben may have returned. Let's go to the tree house. Tianjin Fan said, with a weird flash in his eyes. This monkey Ben, I heard him say that he is a top student in the key class of the North Capital. Yet. Dumpling nodded vigorously, listening to his tone. It seems like entering the North Capital key class is something extraordinary. What's so great? I didn't blow it. Tianjin Fan snorted. He didn't go to school. His grades were pretty good when he was in school, but there was an accident at home and his parents died. On the one hand, he took revenge for Zaiwu. On the one hand, I didn't like the rigid life of sitting in the classroom and writing before I left school. Well, Sun Yueben really loves to brag, and he said that he should practice with him. It only takes 3 years for us to travel to Bahai and Muxiwu and fly in the air. Dumpling answered, his schooling time is shorter than that of Tianjin Fan, of course. What Tianjin Fan said is what it said. Flying in the sky, or dancing in the sky. It is said that the crane immortal will, but that is impossible. We have traveled so many places, where have we seen people flying in the sky? Tianjin Fan snorted, Sun Yueben, with this virtue, if you don't brag for a day, your mouth feels uncomfortable. Yeah, ah. Dumpling nodded vigorously. By the way, Sun Wu said that he would participate in the Happy Boys audition that day. Can you guess he can pass it? Dumplings gestured his fingers, and he and Tianjin on the TV show Happy Boys. I also heard about it when I was walking outside. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com just didn't understand what this happy male voice was. It's hard to say that he only started singing and martial arts practice these days. How could he have gained great skill? Tianjin Fan said lightly. Although he didn't have enough knowledge, he also understood that many children from wealthy families practice singing since childhood, and can even invite them. After being taught by a very good vocal teacher, compared with those famous students, Sun Wu was too lacking in this aspect. I hope he can live it. Tianjin Fan said. I hope he will too. He said that he participated in this Happy Boy to make a lot of money to treat his mother's illness. Can singing really make money? Dumpling shook his head. It's not that simple. Dumplings, it's called a TV draft. Monkey King said that he would pass 5 levels and cut 6 generals and rush to the first place. It's difficult. You can only be famous if you are selected. If you are famous, you should be able to make money. Tianjin Fan is not sure. It doesn't matter, Sun Wuben said that he would be back in 1 or 2 days at most. Today is the 3rd day, he should be back. I'm definitely back, I seem to smell him. Tianjin Fan dragged the giant fish in his hand, kicked the ground with both feet, jumped on the huge rock in front of him, and glanced at the giant fish in front of the dumpling. Dumplings, do you want me to help? Humph, don't underestimate me. Dumpling whispered, and dragged the fish in his hand that was bigger than the giant fish in Tianjin Fan's hand, and jumped onto the top of the boulder, and then ran up the mountain. By the way, Tianjin Fan, we are really great when we grow up these days. Yes. Tianjin Fan answered, thinking about the strength and physical fitness that she has now, and then thinking about the physical fitness before coming to the Sun Wu Taoist temple to practice. It is completely different from heaven and earth. These days, the rapid growth of their skills is far beyond their imagination. Chapter 12, As Silent as the Sky. Our talents were originally good. There was no correct way to practice martial arts before. Now that we practice real martial arts, we will naturally go a long way. Tianjin Fan snorted, his eyes flashed with ambition. Unfortunately, we don't have money, don't talk about it. Hexian Liu and Gaixian Liu are 2 top schools, even some other dojos are unwilling to take us in. It is the Sun Wu Liu like this garbage. Although it is a 3rd Lu dojo, the real curator Mia is not willing to teach us and throw us away. For Sun Wu originally to play. Sun Wu was teaching Tianjin Fan and Dumpling practice in his own way. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling didn't feel it at first, but after a long time, he naturally noticed it. Yes, the practice knowledge that Sun Wuben taught us is not authentic at all. It is his own way of understanding Sun Wuliu's martial arts and then taking it for granted. Dumpling said with a frustrated expression, if it were Sun Wuliu's authentic Sun Wuliu cultivation method teach us, our strength is afraid. Forget it, if you don't say this, it will be bad when you say it. When we find a teacher who is willing to teach us the real martial arts, we will leave. I listened to Tianjin Food. 2 figures flew in the woods. Under a big tree upstream of the river. Squeak! A few sparrows were jumping on the rock under the tree. No, it was not a rock, but a figure, but the man sitting and fishing was too quiet, so quiet that the birds thought it was a rock. The mind must be like the sky. Sun Wuben closed his eyes. Although he closed his eyes at this time, he did not look at the float on the fishing line at all, but a clear river appeared in his mind, and the activities of the fish in the river were clearly reflected in his heart. A small fish opened its mouth and swallowed the bait on the hook. Now, Sun Wuben's eyes were still closed, and the hand holding the fishing rod was raised, the thin green bamboo rod swung, and a small fish was immediately hooked. Sun Wuben reached out and caught the fish, threw the fish basket behind him, and put the fishing line again. In the water, during the whole process, he just opened his eyelids while catching fish and throwing them into the basket. That's right, what Sun Wuben is doing right now is about spiritual cultivation. In the world of Dragon Ball, Monkey King defeated the big demon King Bic, who was as powerful as the gods in charge of the earth. Karan taught him to enter the realm of heaven and practice under the guidance of Bobo, the servant of gods and gods. The content of this practice is the soul, and the requirements are to reach quiet like the sky, faster than lightning. When Sun Wukong was practicing silent as the sky, Bobo sent him to a place where there was an old man who had fished for a lifetime, and he was best at fishing. The old man instructed Monkey King to fish, in fact, he was instructing him to practice quiet like the sky. The sign of Sun Wukong's success in cultivation is that if you close your eyes, you can feel the fish in the river in front of you. Monkey King was so talented that it only took a day to reach this level. Sun Wu naturally does not have the talent of the Son of Heaven like Sun Wukong, but in the past few months, every day he instructs Tianjin rice, dumplings, and his normal practice. He will take time to do this practice. Kung Fu pays off, and now Sun Wuben can feel the fish in the river with his eyes closed. Tianjin Fan and they are here. Monkey King suddenly opened his eyes, just at this moment. Sun Wuben, are you fishing again? Two figures galloped over from afar, and the dumplings in the distance shouted. Sun Wuben frowned. Dragon Ball pointed to Monkey King's fishing man. Monkey King couldn't feel him when he walked in front of him, but only when he called Monkey King when he was fishing man, Monkey King realized that there was a person sitting next to him. This is to achieve quiet like the sky. The external performance, but here I am. Dumplings and Tianjin Fan saw the Monkey King 500 meters away from the Monkey King. What does this mean? It shows that Sun Wuben's cultivation skills are as quiet as the sky, and he can't even reach the level of 1% of the old man fishing, or that he lacks some opportunities. It really isn't that simple. Sun Wu thought for a while, and didn't care. The Z warriors in Dragon Ball, everyone has superhuman physical talents. It is not the same that they have to go through one master after another to reach their later heights. I said dumplings. Didn't I say that this is not fishing, but practice? Monkey King looked at the dumplings and Tianjin rice that came under the tree. Come on, you guys will make them too. Take a deep breath, take a big breath, and then exhale. Look at the sky, it's beautiful, isn't it? Like this, the mood will become very calm, as if the sky is the same. You must concentrate your mind and listen to the surrounding sounds carefully. Come on, other practices still have some effect. This kind of practice is not what we are good at, and it is not a waste of time. Tianjin Fan said lightly. It is not the first time Sun Wuben pointed them to fishing. Tianjin Fan and dumplings were still interested in the beginning. Vigorous, but 3 months had no effect. Tianjin Fan couldn't guess it. This must be the practice method that the kid Sun Wuben imagined, and it doesn't match Sun Wuliu's authentic practice at all. I'm so hungry, Sun Wuben, should I make fish soup with Tianjin rice first? By the way, did you pass this time? Dumpling said. Sun Wuben naturally understood that he was asking about the audition of Happy Boys. It's just the simplest audition. Is my singing skills so ugly? Sun Wuben scolded and glanced at Tianjin Fan and dumplings with weird eyes. You two really don't know good or bad. I'll let you meet together. In the world, after playing for 2 days, I actually refused. Humph. Tianjin Fan snorted coldly, leaped up, and the big sword flew out on his back, and fell into his hand. Only a few sword lights flashed by, and a section of the cut branches fell. Dumplings were also connected to the front piled stone stove to make a fire, and soon the tempting fragrance of fish soup filled the forest. On the clearing next to the river, the 3 of them were eating fish. Tianjin rice, dumplings, good news, from tomorrow on, you can practice on your own. I will only come to check your homework occasionally in the future, and I won't stay in your ears and chatter all day long. Sun Wuben said. Really? Great. Tianjin rice and dumplings get excited. Dumplings, I know that you are a little dependent on Tianjin Fan, and you will definitely be with Tianjin Fan in your future practice. I advise you two to practice separately from time to time. If you don't need to be together all the time, the effect will be better. Separate. Tianjin Fan looked at the dumplings worriedly, but the dumplings had a bitter face. Among the 3, he was the worst skill. Without Tianjin Fan on the sidelines, he was really worried. It's really worthless. Sun Wuben snorted coldly, I have taught you all of the first stage practice methods of this genre, and your current skills, even dumplings, are enough to deal with all the accidental crises in the forest. What's to be afraid of? Dumpling's face showed a firm look. I see, Tianjin Fan, we will practice separately tomorrow. All right. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Tianjin Fan nodded, and then looked at Monkey King. For the Monkey King, I have always wanted to ask. Why do we have to go to this mountain in our practice? Playing like this? He asked, and the dumplings also pricked his ears. The two followed Sun Wuben's practice, and they didn't understand anything at first, so naturally it was Sun Wuben who did what he said. But after a long time, I gradually got an idea. Especially in the last 2 months, Sun Wuben didn't come up with anything new. The two of them pondered it in private, and felt that they had already learned the methods of practice. And think that Sun Wuben's actions are mostly a waste of time. If they practice on their own, find a place to abandon the dross and time-wasting things of Sun Wu's practice method, and design a more concise, efficient, and scientific method, the effect will definitely be hundreds of times better than this. Why, do you think it's wrong? Monkey King glanced at Tianjin Fan lightly. Tianjin Fan's eyebrows jumped and he bit his head and said, "You don't need to think of us as squats who have never seen the world. Although I don't know the specific content of other sects of practice, I also know that they are not like us. At least there is no need to chase the beasts all over the mountain like us. Doesn't running after a beast mean to train the muscles of the waist and legs and practice running ability?" Dumpling said. "We can also practice in the dojo, why do we have to chase the beast? Not only running, all physical exercises can be done in the dojo. With the aid of fitness equipment such as weightlifting, running, dodge, etc. in the dojo, your practice can progress faster and better. Why should you abandon those? Technology equipment is not used, but..." Tianjin Fan said coldly. If it weren't for Sun Wuben's kindness to them, he would have already scolded the other party for being inundated. Chapter 13, Martial Heart. The smile on Sun Wu's face diminished, and there was a moment of silence when he turned around and looked at the shadow of the mountain in the distance. "You are right, the normal martial arts practice method can indeed be completed inside the dojo." Monkey King's voice seemed to come from the horizon. "It is indeed my Monkey King's original creation to let you practice in the forest like this." "Why?" There was a sharp light in Tianjin Fan's eyes. "Remember the level of life I said? There are 3 levels of life in martial arts practice: mortal, immortal, and God." Sun Wu's voice is far away, but in his mind he thinks of those in the Dragon Ball world who can break through the level of ordinary warriors, reaching an incredible realm. The Master Training Method. In this world, there are very few people who have transformed themselves into immortals through martial arts practice. 10 fingers can count them. You two are the first people in my Monkey King book to instruct practice. I don't want you to seduce everyone in the future and become a partner. Other ordinary martial arts masters are no different from martial arts masters. Playing with monkeys in the mountains, and grabbing honey with bears can make you a fairy." Tianjin Fan snorted. "There are no 1 million martial arts in this world, but there are also 100,000. Why are there only so few who have transformed into immortals? Naturally, you don't understand what you know, and other martial arts do not understand it. Perhaps the only person in the world who understands this truth is my son Wuben." Monkey King's voice was plain and natural. Tianjin Fan and Dumplings wanted to laugh, but they did not laugh, because it was not the first time that Sun Wuben said such arrogant things in the past few months. Because they practice martial arts only know to train the body, or the main body is to train the body. Sun Wuben said in a deep voice. "Isn't martial arts polishing the flesh?" Tianjin Fan snorted coldly. "It is natural to polish the flesh." Sun Wuben said indifferently, "But according to my research, I finally came up with a guess: martial arts practice, short-term, low-level self-cultivation, long-term, wise people cultivate the mind, the flesh is a stepping stone, although it is not. It's necessary, but you can't regard it as everything in martial arts. Take you to fight with lions and tigers, compared with the deadly practice in the practice room, you should be able to think of the difference. The martial arts masters who can truly step through the immortal and common world have a true heart in martial arts, and I have taken you to practice these days, naturally to cultivate your heart in martial arts. This is a repeated death in the practice room. The action cannot be given. The heart of martial arts." Tianjin Fan frowned, Dumplings biting his fingers. What is the heart of martial arts? Dumpling asked. Different people have different minds in martial arts, and every martial artist who can really stand out will have their own minds in martial arts. Sun Wuben said solemnly, I don't know if you and Tianjin Fan have any, but I can take you to do your current practice. Stay away from the red dust, avoid the colorful urban temptations in life, get close to nature, not far away from nature. Fighting tigers and wolves, fighting goshawks, hone your martial arts heart between life and death, find passion and happiness in battle, in games, become stronger in passion and happiness, and stimulate you between life and death. His spirit and will, soul and body. Instead of consuming a heart of Xiongyu in mechanical and boring repetitive exercises, gradually losing the passion and joy of cultivation. Monkey King had a picture in his mind, which is exactly the practice method of Monkey King, the #1 master in Dragon Ball world. If you are not suitable for martial arts, not suitable for this kind of life and death battle, not suitable for the fun of fighting in this kind of life and death game, and also have a passion for fighting, even if you have a strong desire to become stronger, then so what? The martial arts masters in the world who have a strong desire to become stronger do not know wherever they are, or that more than 90% of the martial arts masters hope to become stronger. How many people can become successful? Budo is the same as everything. Without a strong heart, the progress of working behind closed doors cannot be fast. But martial arts practice requires passion and a pure heart, or a heart of innocence. In this world, although I have never seen a real God, but according to my guess, the real God, maybe they have with this or that kind of problem, you must have a pure heart. Sun Wuben felt very emotional. The experts in the Dragon Ball world, whether they are lecherous old men like Gaixianren, or sneer kings like Realm King, or Destroyer God, Realm King God, Great Realm King, all of them are very good. Ego, their behaviors and hobbies are very ridiculous to outsiders, but they themselves don't care at all. No matter how the world changes, they will go their own way. These days, I'm taking you all over the mountain for crazy fun. Many practices are just like children's playhouses. Doesn't it make you feel embarrassed? Tianjin Fan and Dumpling's faces were a little red, and those games really made them feel a little embarrassed. I have seen some good martial arts geniuses who are often too much in the unexpected world. They even think that martial arts practice in this era is kicked by a donkey. Some simple training methods are too shameful, so even though they like it deep in their hearts in martial arts, you can only practice sneakily, and you don't dare to be open and honest, throw everything away and devote yourself to it. What great achievements can this practice have? Your performance is quite satisfactory to me. Although I feel embarrassed, I still complete it without compromise. I even found passion and fun from it. I also began to like those battles and games and eager to fight. This shows that your Xiongyu heart has been overwhelmed. Other distracting thoughts. Remember, only by abandoning all distracting thoughts and not changing with the slightest opinions of the outside world, can we be brave and diligent and break through the boundary of immortality, and this is also the most important part of the heart of martial arts. This is the end of my words today. Tomorrow you can practice by yourself, you can continue to practice in the forest, or you can go back to the Sun Wu family to practice. Sun Wuben sighed and walked forward. Naturally, the practice in the past few months is not only the heart of martial arts, but also many things, which are summed up by Sun Wuben based on the training experience of Z warriors in Dragon Ball and the knowledge of Sun Wuliu. Those are the things that really make people reborn and can go to a height that other martial arts can't reach, but Sun Wu was not going to say it through. What you can't get is valuable. I have taught them enough. Sun Wuben sighed in his heart. How could he fail to see Tianjin Fan and Dumplings disagreeing with him? Return to the dojo. Tianjin Fan's eyelids twitched. You mean? I know that you are not convinced by my instructions, and what I should teach at this stage has been taught to you, and the rest is up to you. You can use your own methods as much as you can. You can think of the right way to practice. Sun Wu himself disappeared in the woods. Tianjin Fan and Dumpling glanced at each other, and then there was excitement on their faces. Dumplings, what are you going to do? Go to the dojo, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Tianjin Fan, how about you? Naturally go to the dojo too, haha. On a forest road, two figures walk side by side. Unexpectedly, Yu actually let go. Mia sighed lowly. She was there when Sun Wuben taught Tianjin Fan and Dumplings about martial arts, but she was invisible. Are you not afraid that they will go the wrong way and make your efforts in vain? Mia said with a smile. If I just want them to become ordinary martial arts masters, then everything is arranged, but if you want to really get out of your own way, you have to let go. Like the heart of martial arts, everyone must find their own way of practice. Sun Wuben smiled, moreover, what is wrong is chosen by them. Only when they feel the pain can they believe in certain truths and finally walk firmly on the right path. It is better to make mistakes now than in the future. It's good to make mistakes. Just like me, I don't believe in the truths you said at all. Mia smiled, indeed, Sun Wuben's martial arts heart had also been told to her, but Mia didn't think it had much effect, and not only that, Mia didn't agree with everything he had done since Sun Wuben dropped out, but she was helpless. You will believe it after all, but... Monkey King sighed, I'm afraid it will be too late. It's absolutely impossible. Mia snorted, and she didn't know if she didn't believe it or it was not too late. Okay, sister, you go back, I should start my own practice too. Sun Wuben said, in order to give instructions on Tianjin rice and dumplings, Sun Wuben delayed too much in his own practice. Well, let my sister also see how you practice, I hope you are right. Mia flew out like a bird, and a few flashes had disappeared in the forest. Chapter 14, The Door to the Limit of the Human Body. The dandelion is full of slopes. The dandelions all over the actually flew up. As soon as they leaned down from the green grass, they formed a straight line. It was a vision caused by the strong wind brought by a galloping boy. How many? Monkey King stopped under a tree and looked at the tall girl holding a stopwatch under the tree. 11.3 seconds. Mia threw the stopwatch to Sun Wuben, and smiled slightly, not bad, Wuben, but I think you should go to school. Is it 11.3 again? Monkey King looked at the numbers on the stopwatch. In the original Dragon Ball, the Turtle Fairy on Gaixian Island tested Monkey King and Kellen in a 100-meter run. Monkey King ran out of 8.6 seconds, and Kellen ran out of 8.8 seconds. So 11.3 seconds per 100 meters is an astonishing number, especially in a world where bloodlines are very important like Dragon Ball. As a pure yellow man, Monkey King belongs to a very low-level flesh, not to mention that his physical potential is better than some powerful orcs. Poor, worse than blacks, even worse than whites. It is almost impossible for a pure yellow person to reach this value. 11.3, Elder Sister, I am afraid I will win a prize if I go to the Olympics. Sun Wuben laughed at himself. Since he started practicing martial arts, he has been practicing with Tianjin Fan and Dumplings for 9 months. Sun Wu has achieved this pair of pure yellow people. It is an amazing result. Then there is endless walking in place. Monkey King has stopped growing at 11.3 seconds for a full 7 months. Of course, all of this was in Sun Wuben's expectation. It is impossible for me to go hand in hand with martial arts. Although I use the horse step stance method to forcibly practice martial arts while studying, it only makes my handwriting skills extremely outstanding. Unlike other martial arts masters, Sun Wu's mastering skills far surpassed other parts of the body. So I have reached the limit of human body's physical fitness a long time ago, which is also normal. The limit of physical fitness of the human body is a name that has changed the fascination of countless martial artists, and even caused headaches for sports athletes. The world's #1 martial arts tournament in the Dragon Ball world, when there are Sun Wukong, Klin, and other Z warriors participating, and when they are not participating, there are basically two appearances. In the martial arts conference without Z warriors, even if the strength of the contestants is stronger than that of Monkey King's previous Earth fighting events, they are not much stronger, at least not outrageous, and will not casually ruin the arena beyond recognition. At least the power displayed by the fighters is still in people's minds. Acceptable range. But once there were Z fighters to join the war, even if Monkey King participated in the martial arts conference for the first time, he was still very weak at that time, and his combat power was close to 50. But at that time, even the moon in the sky was beaten by the turtle immortal. Got to disappear. The impact of this force completely shocked all the onlookers. Why? Because in addition to the Z warriors, turtle immortals, crane immortals, and so on, all martial artists are stuck on the problem of the limit of the human body. The martial artists in the Dragon Ball world, the martial arts who reach the limit of the human body have number 10,000 or 9,000, but there are few people with a combat power of 50 or more, and even those who can reach 10 or more. There are only a handful of them. At this time, even the martial arts masters, such as Gaixianren and Crane-Xianren, standing at the top of the martial arts, can't do anything about this limit. The only thing they can do is to collect disciples who have outstanding talent and potential. The disciples of the Turtle Immortal and the Crane Immortal, the Scion Sun Wukong, the Nose Man Klin, the Sanmu tribe Tianjin Fan, and the most strange dumplings. Which one is not super talented? It is impossible for a person with a physical quality like Monkey King to get into the eyes of Immortal Turtle and Immortal Crane. Gamato, you can run 11.3 seconds, which is already pretty good. A genius like Grandpa only reached this level when he was 18 years old. You have reached the limit of physical fitness. The future cultivation does not mean that you cannot grow, but this kind of growth is meaningless. Mia said with a sigh. The limit of human stamina is not only encountered by Monkey King. She met Mia too, and she had the same headache and helpless. The physical limit of the human body is also called the human body gate. Different physiques have different gates. No one in the world of martial arts can break it. Mia's tone was heavy. No one can break it, I don't believe you can. And you were stuck for so long in 11.3 seconds, and you didn't make any progress for such a long time. Obviously, your physique is really bad, and it's even more impossible to break. Sun Wuben glanced at the tall Mia. Although Mia also encountered the physical limit, she did not stop growing like his son Wuben, but his skill growth was too slow. Okay, I should go. You think about it for yourself. If you continue to go to school, don't worry about the money. Mia flew away and disappeared in the mountains. Poor bloodline is trouble. Sun Wuben watched Mia leave without any fluctuations in his eyes. The so-called limit of the human body does exist. No one even in the entire Dragon Ball world knows how to break this gate, including the real master of the world above the Realm King, the higher Realm King, and even the Realm King God, the of destruction, etc. Of course, maybe these fairy gods know, just don't say, or the Dragon Ball world that Sun Wu originally watched doesn't have a plot for them to show this ability. No one knows, but that doesn't mean that Sun Wu didn't know. Hey! Monkey King suddenly turned his head. The sound of hoofs rolled, and I saw a huge beast with a round sarcoma on its forehead. It opened its mouth wide and could swallow Sun Wuben's whole person, and rushed towards Sun Wuben. Good job! A black light shot out, and Sun Wuben drew out the metal stick behind him and rushed towards the monster. Soon the two figures collided together. The monsters sometimes bit their mouths, sometimes their giant claws pounced, and sometimes their giant tails lashed towards Sun Wuben. And Sun Wuben was waving a metal stick, while beating the monster's body. One person and one beast just played a few rounds. Roar! He only heard the earth-shaking roar, rolling along with thunderous hoofs. Not good. Although Sun Wuben was fighting this monster, he was always awake around him. At this time, he found a large group of monsters with sarcoma on their heads rushing here in the distance. Fuck, the idea is hard, what a fuck. Monkey King yelled, dodging the monster's tail, and then fled into the distance. Faced with this kind of rice ring beast, Sun Wuben could cope with it all at once, but he was surrounded, and that was absolutely dead. Number 13849 Primitive Natural Area. Sun Wuben either fights monsters or flees for his life every day. Occasionally, Sun Wuben will leave, go home to accompany his mother, or go to the city to participate in the Happy Male Voice Show. Sun Wuben's singing skills are actually very good, but there are many people like him, but fortunately, Sun Wuben has his own characteristics. When this time really enters the TV draft, Sun Wuben carried a guitar on stage. The new school bag you enrolled in, someone will bring it to you. Your flower-folded umbrella in the rain, someone will call you. When Sun Wuben sang the song Mother by himself, the whole scene was completely silent, and then it boiled. This time, Sun Wuben sang the song he composed. It's not new for the talents to sing the songs they created, and most of them are not very good. They either have too many other songs or cannot touch people's hearts. After all, they are professional songwriters. There can be a few extraordinary songs in their lives. Even if the work is good, let alone a draft contestant. So when Sun Wuben came to the stage and said that he was singing the song Mother he created, not only the referee and the host did not have much expectations, but the audience was also the same. But when Sun Wuben started singing, everyone was shocked. Mature. Perfect. Every note can move people's souls. Not only is a song like totally different from what a newcomer, a teenager can do. Even a well-known writer can reach the top level. It is naturally impossible for Sun Wuben to create songs by himself, and it is impossible for Yu to read www.yuyugonshu.com to write lyrics. Yes, when he decides to take the road of martial arts, Sun Wuben shamelessly learns from other rebirths and decides to plagiarize. Great cause. Even if the normal happy male voice talent sings against the sky, due to various unpredictable factors, the chance of standing out is 1%. Is a person who sings against the sky. He sings songs that he created his own songs and lyrics, and every song is against the sky in terms of lyrics and scores. That's different. So this Mother is naturally a popular song from Sun Wuben's previous life. And it is not a general pop, but a top pop song that can occupy a position no matter how the music industry changes. After the audience boiled over, the host expresses emotions and questions as usual. When asked how Sun Wuben created such a touching soul song, Sun Wuben slowly said about his family's affairs. A mother with incurable Shinger virus-type congenital myocardial weakness. The annual treatment fee alone is astronomical. The family owes a lot of debts to treat the mother. As the son Sun Wuben, in order not to drag the family, would rather drop out of school. And this mother, in order not to drag down her son and family, she would rather commit suicide. That's right. The reason why Sun Wuben's mother Mir became ill after receiving the call was actually because she took a lot of sleeping pills. She was only found out early by the alert Mia and sent to the hospital in time to save her. The mother's suicide was originally concealed by Mia, but it was finally discovered by Sun Wuben. When Sun Wu originally talked about the family affairs selectively, the whole scene burst into tears, and countless audiences in front of the TV burst into tears. Countless people have remembered Sun Wuben since then. Chapter 15, have reached the limit. The matter that Sun Wu was originally a student in the key class of the northern capital was also explored by reporters. Although Sun Wu was not outstanding in the key class of the northern capital, the reporter consciously ignored this point and was able to enter the key class. It is an ability in itself. Therefore, it is said that Sun Wu was originally an excellent student in the key class of the northern capital. He has a bright future, but in order not to burden his family, he would rather drop out of school. What a splendid image! How in line with mainstream values. The only thing that makes people wonder, and even some people don't agree with it, is that Sun Wu has such a high IQ, a pillar of the country, and after dropping out, he chose to inherit the martial arts inherited from his family for 200 years. Now he is practicing martial arts alone in the mountains and forests. It is a waste of the IQ and talent given by God. But in any case, Sun Wu was initially famous. If his performance in the draft level is not too bad, there is no doubt that he will enter the quarterfinals. But no one thought that this time the draft was not the peak of Monkey King, but just a starting point. When the next draft came, Sun Wu was carrying a guitar, and once again sang a song he created, and this song "Father is not inferior to Mother" once again caused a sensation. But again in the audition, Sun Wu Ben once again brought out his new song "Fathers and Folks." It has a different style from the previous two songs, but it is the same mature, perfect and novel. Every note penetrates deeply into the human heart. Crazy. Especially Sun Wu Ben is still such a sunny and handsome human teenager. Many students at school, especially the girls, have become Sun Wu Ben fans. The wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. Monkey King is so strong in the limelight. Naturally, there are many people who are not pleasing to the eye and are mad with jealousy. There are also many people who are suspicious. Does he have the next new song that reaches the same level? Will Sun Wu have exhausted his talents? These 3 songs are his accumulation of 10 years? But when the 16 finals, when the 8 quarters, when the 4 finals, one after another, a new song that has never been heard before, but can penetrate the soul appears. Sun Wu Ben told them, what it means is nothing can't be done, only can't think of it, what it means is an unprecedented musical talent. While participating in the draft, while practicing martial arts fighting against wild monsters, just a week after Mia's test, Sun Wu Ben's jammed 100-meter running record became loose. Not long after, he broke through 11.2 seconds, and then the thing that had been stuck for several months never happened again. Boom! Sun Wu Ben knocked down the beast in front of him with a stick, and then drew out the sword from the metal stick, cut off the tail of the beast with a sword, held it in his hand and walked to the river, humming and singing, and soon a fire general was lit. The tail is grilled. Okay. Sun Wu Ben looked in one direction, and then laughed. It's a coincidence. Tianjin Fan, Dumplings, and Sister, you 3 came here together. I saw the grass shaking in the distance, revealing 3 figures. Sun Wu Ben, I'm here to say goodbye to the dumplings. Tianjin Fan said, looking at Sun Wu Ben's skewered rice ring beast meat on the sword, and swallowed his saliva. Tianjin Fan, should you say that your old friend is here, shouldn't you invite me to eat a piece of meat? Sun Wu Ben shook his head, you guy is still so boring, you can only do ascetic martial arts, what? Say goodbye? Gone. Yes, I'm leaving. Tianjin Fan said as he walked to Sun Wu Ben. After the 3 people practiced separately, Tianjin Fan and Dumplings have returned to the dojo. After practicing in the dojo for more than a month, they went to the field again, and then returned to the dojo again for more than a month. This time they practiced 3 times in a row. Months later, he went to the field again, and then he never returned to the dojo. Mia was curious and asked the reason again and again. Tianjin Rice and Dumplings started to hesitate, but she couldn't get through Mia's roots, and then she vomited the reason. It turned out that the 2 of them were practicing in the dojo, and they were a little fresh at the beginning, but only after a short 2 or 3 days, they couldn't help themselves. Although enduring boredom and persisting in cultivating, the progress in a month and a half is far less than before and when Sun Wu was originally. So the 2 went to the forest, but once the forest practiced according to the old method, the progress came up again. However, the Tianjin Rice and Dumplings at this time still did not believe in evil, so I returned to the dojo again. This time, I practiced in one breath for 3 months, enduring the dull and repeated method, but it was still the same as the last time I was in the dojo, and the progress was far better. Do not practice in the mountains and forests. So two people can only go back to the forest if they disagree with Sun Wuben's practice method, and walk back to the original path honestly. These things were all told by Mia to Monkey King. Because of Tianjin rice and dumplings, during this period of time, Mia has also started to practice alone using Monkey King's method, and it seems that the effect is quite good. Why are you leaving? Do you want to switch to another door? Sun Wuben smiled and his eyes narrowed. Tianjin Fan's cheeks twitched. He and dumplings did have this meaning, but they had never done it before. No, Tianjin Fan and I want to take revenge. Dumpling said, in fact, we practice martial arts for one purpose, which is revenge. Vengeance. Sun Wuben looked at Tianjin Fan and dumplings curiously. Tianjin Fan did not plan to explain it in detail. I think dumplings and I have enough skills now, and our recent practice has greatly reduced the speed of progress, and even almost stopped growing. Teacher Mia said that this is the limit of the human body, so. Tianjin Fan said in a deep voice. The limit of the human body? Do you believe in the limit of the human body? A smile appeared on the corner of Sun Wuben's mouth. Tianjin Fan was taken aback, isn't it? Teacher Mia said that all martial artists in the world are trapped at the threshold of the physical limit of the human body and cannot break through it. Is it true that this is not the case? Sister Mia is right and wrong. Sun Wuben said with a smile, and regardless of Mia's ugly face, he took out a stopwatch from his arms. Don't talk about it, let me see, you can reach it in 100 meters. What grades? Yes. Everyone will be ready soon. Get ready, run. Boom. Two figures shot up sharply from 100 meters away. Okay, what is the grade of dumplings, what? Sun Wuben stared at the number on the stopwatch, which was 10.8, and then looked at the number 10.4 of Tianjin Fan. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The corners of Sun Wuben's mouth twitched slightly. The bloodline of Tianjin rice and dumplings is far beyond what a normal earthly person can. This is what Sun Wu knew when looking at Dragon Ball, and when the two of them were instructed to practice, the progress of their physical strength also made Sun Wuben envy and jealous. Go crazy! This time, I had anticipated such a number in advance, but seeing the number that I had expected appeared, it still made the hard-working Sun Wuben tremble. By the way, Sun Wuben, your current 100-meter running results, why don't you also test it? Tianjin Fan said, looking at Sun Wuben with bright eyes, and dumplings looked at Sun Wuben eagerly. The level of Sun Wuben, when they were cultivating with them, the two only felt that Sun Wuben was much better than them, but they were not quite sure how much it was. Never mind. Sun Wu originally threw the stopwatch into Tianjin Fan's hand, and he was ready soon. Get ready, run. Boom. A violent wind swept past Tianjin Fan. Sun Wuben, your value is 10.2. Tianjin Fan exclaimed, looking at the stopwatch. 10.2. Sun Wuben smiled slightly, it seems to be performing normally. That's right, since the threshold of 11.3 was loosened, Sun Wuben has been improving, and he has been close to breaking the 10-second mark. Don't look at the gap of just 2 seconds. You must know that after reaching 11.3 seconds, Sun Wu has already reached the limit of physical fitness, just like Olympic athletes have reached their respective limits. At this time, it may be difficult for many athletes to break through 0.0001 second. After reaching their respective limits, not only were they unable to exceed this limit for decades, they were even regressing rapidly. And Monkey King could break through again and again, even approaching the 10-second level. Chapter 16, You Have No Boundaries. Yes, better than me and the dumplings. Tianjin Fan sighed, and then frowned, headache, Sun Wuben has been practicing for longer than us, and now it only reaches 10.2 seconds. It seems that this human body has physical fitness. It's really hard to break the limit. That's not the case. Sun Wuben smiled slightly. It is a person with a physique like me that is difficult to break. As for you, I tell you that you don't have the so-called physical limit at all. Do you believe it? What? Tianjin rice and dumplings were dumbfounded, staring at Sun Wu, thinking that he had heard it wrong. You still like to joke so much? Dumpling said sharply. Who is joking with you? Not only the two of you, but also Sister Mia. I suspect that there is no so-called boundary. Sun Wuben put away the smile on his face. The so-called dragon begets the dragon, the phoenix begets the phoenix, and the son of a mouse can make holes. The Dragon Ball world is the most particular about bloodlines and talents. The limit of human physical fitness is indeed available in any race, but it is the offspring of a dragon with a huge power of tens of thousands of caddies. Cultivating to the point where you have 1,000 caddies of strength means that you have reached the limit of your physical stamina, which is simply nonsense. Precisely for this reason, the original method used by the Tortoise Fairy in Dragon Ball to train Monkey King and Klin, if it were replaced by any of them, it would take a long time to practice, and it would be impossible to practice it in one day. Immortal Turtle is also aware of the importance of blood and talents, so he recruited Klin and Monkey King and gave them a training volume far beyond normal and even brutal and inhumane. In less than a year, Klin and Monkey King were allowed to train. Strength increased 100 times. You must know that when Klin and Monkey King apprenticed Gaixianren, their fighting power reached the limit of what is currently called the human body in the martial arts world. Although the blood potential of Tianjin rice and dumplings is not as good as Monkey King, they can definitely reach the strength of Kellen. Tianjin rice, dumplings, you are going to take revenge, and I will not stop it, but the level you have reached now is far from your so-called limit. The slow growth is due to a problem with your practice method. Sun Wuben said in a deep voice, so, you guys. If you trust me, I will point you to a new method of cultivation. As long as you practice for 1 year, then you will have more confidence in revenge. 1 more year of practice. Tianjin Fan hesitated. By the way, Sister Mia. Sun Wuben looked at Mia. Mia had only met with Sun Wuben 3 days ago, and now he is coming back, obviously something is going on. Good news. Mia's cheeks were flushed, her eyes flashed with excitement. Didn't you say that if the money for the record arrives, I will tell you as quickly as possible? Record. Sun Wuben got excited. After the Happy Boys draft entered the quarterfinals, Sun Wuben found a management company and soon released his first album Mother. This album contains all Sun Wuben in Happy Boys. Sing a new song created by myself. How much did you sell? Sun Wuben's voice is a little trembling. Why did you participate in Happy Boy? Isn't it just for the money? If the sales are too bad, Sun Wu himself will not forgive himself. 10,000, 3,000, 350 sheets. Mia slowly spit out this sentence. So much. Sun Wuben was so happy that his head was dizzy. Because of the degree of control, this earth does not have more than 7 billion people like Sun Wuben's previous life. The total population of the world has never exceeded the 1 billion mark, and many of them are scattered in the country. The people who buy records are mainly concentrated in towns and metropolises. In addition, the price of each of Sun Wu's albums is not cheap. On the one hand, I am afraid that the sales will not be enough. On the other hand, it is also worthwhile. After all, every song in this album is a famous pop song in the past. Can't remember. The low price of such a classic song is offending the entire music industry. Sun Wu originally wanted to do this, and the contract agency would not agree to it. So, don't we have become multimillionaires? Sun Wuben pinched his cheek hard, feeling the pain. This is only the result of the first week. The sales this week has not yet come out. Mia's face was flushed, her eyes were shining brightly. When Sun Wuben returned from school, she was reluctant to go to school and concentrated on martial arts. Practicing, Mia even felt that the whole world had become grey. Although Sun Wuben would not let her rob her and said that she already had a way to make money, how could Mia believe it? And after Sun Wuben went to participate in Happy Boys, Mia did not take it seriously. Such a TV show had too much luck, even if it was Sun Wuben. With good luck, what about becoming the number 1 pick in the draft? It's not the first time that Happy Boys have done it. Mia still knows how the top picks in the past drafts are mixed. Although some of them are mixed well, many of them are different. Therefore, Sun Wuben never went to watch Mia every time he participated in the draft. It was not until Uncle Kara came to the house one day that she knew that her righteous brother was already on fire. Still fires all over the Northern Territory. It was only then that Mia had expectations for Sun Wuben's draft for the first time. I realized that my righteous brother actually has that kind of musical talent. That night, Mia told her mother Mia in the nutrition cabin and played the song Mother repeatedly at home. Then the development of things made Mia stare again and again, until this time the album was released. Gamato, the agency says that your record sales have broken the record of 30 years in the pop music scene. Okay, very good, now I'm relieved. Sun Wuben calmed down a bit, and looked aside Tianjin Fan and Dumplings. I'm afraid I will have to wait a few days for the training of the two of you. I have enough money here. Some things have to be done, if you can, you will wait for my news at the dojo. Okay. In a blink of an eye for 4 days, the Monkey King's dojo. Tianjin Fan and Dumplings went to avenge. Sun Wuben said in surprise while taking off his jacket. In the past few days, Sun Wuben went to the home of Dr. Bruv, the richest man in the world. The reason is naturally for the Dragon Ball, the world's number 1 treasure, the Dragon Ball who can realize any wish. However, there were some accidents on the Midway Plain, which delayed the trip and made Sun Wuben go a step slower. Boomer actually left with Dragon Ball radar before. Suomoto, it seems that the two of them don't seem to be very cold with your new guidance. Mia smiled, and the sales and money of the album in the second week were also hit, although it was not as exaggerated as the first week. But at any rate, there are nearly 80,000, which makes Mia happy all day long. She has not laughed more than a week in the past 2 years. I will come back after all. Sun Wuben smiled. Of course he understood the idea of Tianjin Fan and Dumplings. The two had never practiced in other temples, and there would be no harm if there was no comparison. The two did not trust Sun Wuliu's practice methods. It's normal. The two of them have reached the limit of their physical strength. It is impossible to open the gate. They will know that their practice in Sun Wuliu has reached the limit, and it is impossible for them to be more in other dojos. Okay. Mia nodded and said. Ding, a sharp voice sounded. Yu reading www.yuuganju.cm. Who called? Mia even got up and grabbed the old-fashioned phone that had been used for many years. Hey, you are Tianjin Fan? Oh, what? Crane Immortal, is it really Crane Immortal? Mia hung up the phone with a weird look on her face. Goban, I really made you right. That Crane Immortal is still alive. Oh my god, that is a legendary character. He is still alive in the world, and Tianjin Fan and Dumplings are lucky enough to meet this Crane Immortal. It seems you said it's true that Immortal Turtle is still alive. Tianjin Fan met Crane Immortal. Sun Wu had a strange face, and Tianjin Fan and Dumplings in the original Dragon Ball were the apprentices of Crane Immortal. So, these two white-eyed wolves are afraid that they are leaving with the Crane Immortal. Monkey King said. Don't talk about them, it's me. I met Crane Immortals like the old ancestors, and I was afraid that they would run away. Mia said with emotion, these two people are also lucky enough to come back with other masters. Crane Immortal, we can't steal him. It seems that the fate of Sun Wuliu and them ends here. These two boys are not things in the pool. If I read correctly, they will definitely become very powerful in the future, but no matter how they are, they will be enlightened by me." Sun Wuben smiled, his tone was extremely flat. From closing under Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, Sun Wu had thought of such a day. After all, in the original Dragon Ball, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling were originally the disciples of Hexianren. Perhaps. Mia shook her head and stopped thinking about it. For her, as long as Sun Wu could have made enough money, she would be so happy that she could wake up with a smile when she slept. As for Tianjin rice and dumplings, she left as long as she left. After leaving, Sun Wu could have been more attentive in his practice. After Tianjin rice and dumplings left, Sun Wuben once again entered the deep mountains to practice his martial arts. Chapter 17, First Meeting. Time flies. Deep in the mountains, Monkey King wrestled with the leopard. In the mountain stream, Sun Wuben chased the tiger. In the wilderness, Monkey King was feeding on lions. Every day there is a battle, every moment is like being on the battlefield, there is great good fortune between life and death. In this kind of cultivation, every moment Sun Wuben can feel his own changes, and every day Sun Wuben's strength is growing. This is a kind of transformation, a kind of refinement, a kind of transformation from the spirit, the soul to the body. While Sun Wu grew up day by day, in the virgin forest outside the west capital, rows of big trees rumbling down, it was a 15 or 6-year-old boy practicing the Lang Fang wind fist madly. The boy punches faster and more fierce than the wolf. His eyes are more ferocious and blood-eating than the wolf. The boy fought with the pack of wolves, and even the hordes of wolves were trembling with fear. This is Bauma's sweetheart, so handsome, that makes thousands of girls scream, one of the future Z fighters, Yamucha. On an island in the south where only 3 ordinary dwellings can be accommodated, 2 11 or 12-year-olds sat on somersault clouds and sent a beautiful gift to the hermit Gaixianren on this island. Beautiful and gentle girl Lan Chi, these 2 children are asking for a teacher. These are 2 amazingly talented children, hidden in their bodies as huge potential as underground magma. The old undead monster turtle immortal who has lived for hundreds of years can see it at a glance. The natural turtle fairy accepted these 2 disciples with amazing potential. This is Sun Wukong, the destiny son of Dragon Ball World, and Klin, one of the powerful Z fighters later. And then, Tortoise Fairy's days have begun to moisturize. There are beautiful girls to accompany him, and 2 clever or stupid little ones make him amuse. And these 2 children, who are not sure whether they are lucky or unlucky, have officially started their arduous practice called Guizian Liu. I got up early in the morning and started delivering milk from one family to another. After the delivery, I came back for morning class. I didn't have a car. Can't it be done? Then pack it home. Go to the farm to plow the land, because the stones in the mud will wear the iron hoe, so you can't use a hoe, you can only use your free hands to plow the soil, and you must plow faster than 100 farmers use a hoe. It can't be done, please pack and go home. What? Fingers worn out and dripping with blood? I can't bear this bit of suffering, and I still practice. Pack it home and don't give it away. Go to the construction site to work, because the car used to transport sand and gravel will consume oil in the car, so it is completely dragging a cart of gravel with both hands to fly, and everyone must do the weight of 10 workers driving a car. Can't finish, go home. To swim in the lake, you only need to swim 10 back and forth. It is really easy, but chasing a man-eating shark with a big mouth behind you. If it swims slowly, it will become a shark's mouth food. Tied with a rope next to the hornet's nest, and then stabbed the hornet's nest and asked to avoid the bite of the wasp. One inhuman torture after another. What? This can't die, it doesn't matter, the turtle immortal has so many ideas. For example, if you carry another 10 kilograms of turtle shell on your back, you can still bear it, then add another 10 kilograms. The practice who was tortured to death by ordinary people in a matter of minutes fell crazily to 2 11 or 12-year-old children. Body. Time passed, and the weight of the turtle shell on the backs of the two children also increased again and again. However, what makes Gaixianren dumbfounded time and time again is that these two children with amazing potential in his view have completely withstood one of his practices, and no matter how tired they are during the practice, they are out of breath, but they only need to hit them. With one whip and two roars, you can jump alive right away without panting, your spirits are also coming, and you can continue to practice. After more than 7 months of such crazy torture, 2 children actually pushed the island on the island, which in the eyes of the immortal turtle is not a stone hill that can be moved by humans. Shock! Incredible! Amazing potential! So almost, on the day before the world's #1 martial arts conference, Gaixianren, who almost never went to the martial arts conference, took the 2 disciples on the plane and set off to the place where the martial arts conference started. Of course, is not just to make a name for the Turtle Fairy. It's because Immortal Turtle knows that Sun Wukong and Klin have almost no rivals in this world, but they are still not very sensible children, especially Monkey King, who is completely wild, so innocent and speechless. There is no fear cell, and never knows about being nervous. An innocent and cute child suddenly has a huge power to look down upon the whole world, which is not a good thing at all. Although Turtle Fairy may not pay attention to the 2 little kids at first. But seeing 2 little kids with such potential, the Turtle Immortal had already regarded them as treasures. Kellen and Monkey King in his heart can be said to be closer to his own son. Natural Turtle Fairy should consider these 2 people, mainly because of their martial arts. Gaixianren also wants to see where his 2 disciples with amazing potential can go and how strong they can be. However, no one in the world can be the opponent of 2 little kids, so the immortal turtles can only be their opponents, ready to disguise themselves as another person in the martial arts conference, defeat the 2 disciples, and let them know that there is someone outside. There is a sky outside the sky. Of course, Immortal Turtle has no idea about this difficult task. Defeating Klin is not a problem for him, but Monkey King. Thinking of Monkey King's amazing power, Immortal Turtle has a headache, but the headache will have to be hardened on the scalp. Also on this day, Yamcha returned to the western metropolis and Buma also set off for the place where the martial arts conference was held. The martial arts masters who practiced hard, or to prove themselves, or to get the huge bonus, are all rushing to the martial arts conference. On a mountain forest road, a young man with dyed green hair as if he was holding a chicken coop was humming and riding his car. Suddenly a gust of wind blew behind him. The young man looked suspiciously, and what caught his eye was a long-haired teenager. "Sing well." The young man grinned at him, and then the whole person passed him, and his back figure became smaller and smaller, and after a while, he ran to the front of the green-haired youth invisible. "Can humans run so fast?" The green-haired youth almost stared out. Sun Wuben's eyes gleamed on the mountain road that he couldn't see in front of him. "It seems that one day earlier than expected, I can get to the martial arts conference today." After Tianjin Fan and Dumplings left, Sun Wuben began to practice alone. This year, he rarely went home. He usually practiced in the mountains for a month or 2. He went home only because he wanted to visit his mother. And the #1 martial arts conference in the world was held recently, and Sun Wuben made an amazing decision, not to take the speed car, not to take the train, and completely rely on his legs to run wildly to the martial arts conference thousands of miles away. Obviously this is not a task that can be completed in a short time. Fortunately, Sun Wuben has now greatly increased his strength. He has practiced to run like a fierce horse, punching like a gust of wind. And his skin and bones are as hard as steel, and he is not afraid of bullets. Monkey King at this time is like when the Monkey King in Dragon Ball came out of the mountain, the bullet hit him, and he couldn't even break his skin. Of course I am not afraid of bullets, but I will not be easily injured by ordinary pistols. It does not mean that bullets hit the body without pain, even because Sun Wuben refers to the practice methods of national martial arts. The training of national martial arts is most concerned with listening skills, requiring the whole body skin to feel the enemy. The strength of the moment he shot it. Although Sun Wuben didn't reach this incredible state, his skin was more sensitive than normal. So the bullet hits the body, the pain is absolutely uncomfortable. And not being afraid of bullets is just relative, like the special bullets of some people in the Red Ribbon Legion in Dragon Ball. It is a masterpiece of Dr. Gro. Shooting steel plates is like shooting tofu. Sun Wukong can't hold it. Sun Wu was not sure he could too. Carry it hard. The next day, the martial arts meeting was crowded with people. No. Bauma. Well, where is the bottom? I saw two little boys who were not as tall as an adult, yelling and screaming through the crowd. Although the crowd was very dense, most people could not squeeze in, but the two children drilled from the east to the west. The drill is like a slippery loach, squeezing to and fro in the crowd, free to come and go, without even a drop of sweat on his forehead. Look, that person is so weird. Holding a light bulb-like head, Clin pulled Monkey King, who was pulling the head of a tree leaf, and pointed at a person close to him. It was a man wearing big sunglasses and a big mask that almost covered half of his face. At this time, the man was also looking at Monkey King and Clin, with a smile on his face. Is this the Sun Wukong and Clin, the sons of Dragon Ball's fate? Sun Wuben's eyes behind the sunglasses were also looking at the two children. The two little kids are wearing the orange-red martial arts suit that Monkey King has seen on TV, and a large bowl of traditional Chinese character turtle is embroidered on their chests and backs. Except for the two disciples of Gaixianren, it is impossible for anyone to dress like this. And Clin's figure is similar to Dumpling's, and he is also a bald head, but Clin's head is bigger than Dumpling's, especially his forehead is high, but overall it looks more likable than on TV. Had it not been for a hint of cunning in his eyes from time to time, making people unable to treat him as a naive kid, he would definitely be more like it. As for Monkey King, although he has clumps of black hair rising up into the sky, it makes him look different compared to other children, but that innocent and cute childish appearance can definitely make all girls maternally prosperous. Wukong's combat power is at least 48 at this time, while Clin has 32. After just a little observation, Sun Wuben found that the two little kids were really powerful. They didn't use any strength at all in the crowd, but as long as they moved, whether it was a giant mountain-like man or a muscular man who got in the way after being rubbed by the two of them, all moved away like unstressed grass. At least 32 combat power is completely disdainful of the heroes. Sun Wuben was very emotional. The top level of the Earth's martial arts masters is generally 8 points. At 8 o'clock, they are the heroes of the party, who can open a martial arts gym and become a master. In the fighting and boxing arena, it is possible to hold the gold belt of the Boxing King and the Fighting King. The combat power of Monkey King and Clin reached 48 and 32, which is another level completely. How do those martial artists in this martial arts conference contend with them? Really? Monkey King looked at Monkey King with a childlike voice. Hello, kids. Monkey King smiled at Clin and Monkey King. Monkey King and Clin were taken aback. They came to this martial arts conference for 2 days. It was the first time that they met an adult who took the initiative to say hello to them, and they were a little confused about how to respond. Seeing you look like you are looking for someone? Would you like me to help? Sun Wuben said. Clin was taken aback again. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Sun Wukong has spoken in an innocent childish tone. Yes, we are looking for Bauma, big brother, do you know where Bauma is? Oh, by the way, you don't know Bauma, goodbye. After speaking, turn around and leave. Wait a minute, you are looking for someone, it is very difficult to find someone like this. Sun Wuben said. Then what can you do? Clin buzzed. Climb high and look into the distance, as long as you stand on the adult's head, can't you see far away? At that time, whether you are a cloth horse or a paper horse, you can find it. Sun Wuben reminded with a smile. Monkey King and Klin immediately became excited. By the way, why didn't we expect it? Monkey King said, thanking Monkey King, and then grabbing Monkey King's pants as if he was about to climb up. I'm short. Sun Wuben held him back. If you want to stand, choose a tall man to stand. That's more effective. As he glanced around, he saw that the old man with his left hand was tall, and he pointed to it. The old man with white beard, he is the best. The old man's mouth twitched twice, and he glared at Sun Wuben. You, a young man, don't know how to respect the old and the long. Besides, I'm less than an inch taller than you. Grandpa, just let me stand. Sun Wukong pulled the old man's trouser legs, showing innocent eyes. The child's tone made Sun Wuben listen softly. Okay, don't pull it. Where did the old man stand? The look and tone of Monkey King's eyes, and pointed his shoulder. Come on. Thank you, old man. Monkey King grabbed the old man's thigh and climbed onto the old man in twos. He stood on his head and looked around with his feet. He quickly screamed, I found Buma and Yamcha. Said, crawling down the old man's body, twisting his body a few times, and then disappearing in one direction. Chapter 18, Sundara Miss. In the crowd, two children were walking around like a mouse. They didn't find that Sun Wu was following them unhurriedly not far behind them. Bauma has an incredible high IQ. Although she is in the key class of the West Capital, she is by no means a good student. Instead, she skips class and plays outside. She does not need to study hard, but her grades are superior to all her peers. Creative talent and hands-on ability. In addition to biotechnology, he has amazing insights and creativity in all other scientific fields. In the Dragon Ball world, future Trunks, Boomer, who was about 50 years old, actually invented an incredible space-time machine, which shocked the gods. Sun Wu was thinking of the information room of Dragon Ball No. 1 by Fumi Bauma. Unknowingly, Sun Wukong and Klin had already met with a blue-haired girl, and Sun Wu squeezed forward. Hi. She is the Bauma you are looking for? Bauma, hello. The first sentence was addressed to Monkey King, and the latter was naturally addressed to Bauma. At the moment he saw Bauma, Sun Wuben felt his heart trembled. For a moment. Like on TV, Bauma has beautiful light blue hair, but the real person is more beautiful than on TV. Especially, my skin is not only as white and clean as the fine ceramics, but also tender enough to squeeze out water. The short blue hair is as smooth as the finest silk, and my big bright eyes can speak. Moreover, she was dressed in a decent body and leisure outfit at this time, dressing up in short-sleeved shirt on the upper body, denim shorts on the lower body, exposing large white arms and thighs. The youthful breath is full of expression, and when people look at it, there is a vigorous vigor and spring breath. Who are you? Buma looked at Sun Wuben suspiciously, her big eyes lit up slightly. Sun Wuben's face is hidden by big sunglasses and masks, so he can't see clearly, but his height is no less than Yamcha. He has a uniquely toned body trained by a martial artist, plus a decent dress-up. Such a figure and temperament, should he be a handsome guy? Buma's thoughts flashed, but her mouth said, Wukong, is this the elder in your family? Buma's eyes fell on Sun Wuben's dress, a silver strip. Casual pants are paired with a simple t-shirt. The t-shirt is white all over, with a large black script enlightenment on the chest. The elders in my family. Sun Wukong stared, shook his head, and pointed at Sun Wuben. I don't know this brother, but he is a good person. He pointed us to Buma Yu. Isn't your elder? But why is there a word Wu written on the chest of his clothes? Bauma said, suddenly woke up. What? He pointed you to find me. Buma's Haimao slammed and stared. Pointing at Sun Wuben and shouting loudly, who are you? Why are you following Miss Ben? Buma, you are mistaken. Klin put his hands on his head and smiled. This brother just pointed Wukong to stand on other people's heads, climbing high and looking into the distance. Only then did Wukong find you. He may be following. We are here. Snapped. Buma slapped Klin's bare head fiercely. Why didn't you say it earlier? That made this girl gaff? By the way, who are you? Why come here to fawn on this girl? Hee hee. There was laughter from the side. Sun Muben looked over and saw a pig that was about the same size as Klin. That's right, it was a fat pig, of course a pig in clothes and no tail. It should be Oolong. Oolong, Pig Tribe, and Yamachas and Puer have all gone to the transformation kindergarten, but Puer has finished learning, and Oolong was expelled for stealing the female teacher's underwear, so the Oolong transformation can only last 5 years. Minute. But the last time Buma collected the whole Dragon Ball and summoned the dragon to make a wish, this wish was wasted by Oolong, because Oolong made a wish to give him a pair of girls' underwear. Sun Wu's eyes flashed from Oolong, and then fell on Bauma. I wonder if Miss Bauma is the daughter of Dr. Bruff's family of Universal Capsule Company. Sun Wu wrote this article in a gentle manner. That's right. Bauma stared at Monkey King, with an aggressive appearance. I visited Dr. Bruff last year and asked him to make a radar for me. I heard the doctor say that it was Miss Bauma that you stole the Dragon Ball at home. When Sun Muben said this, Bauma suddenly screamed. Ah! I remember, it was you. You are the one who can sing very well in the old man's mouth, called Sun Wu. She said that. Sun Muben appeared in front of Bauma, and immediately took Bauma. She hugged her and covered her mouth. Miss Bauma, please don't say my name. Sun Muben said, seeing Bauma blushing and struggling desperately, he said, I wink when I agree. Bauma blinked desperately, her white face flushed like cooked shrimps, although she and Yamacha were a bit ambiguous, but she was still a pure dreaming girl who was suddenly held by a strange adult man like this. How can I stand it? Sun Muben even released his hand, and then jumped to 10 feet away, ready to escape, but Bauma did not go into a thunderous madness as usual. Instead, he blushed and stared at Sun Muben. All the people called Sun Wu there is no good thing, Monkey King is like this, so are you. I. Sun Wukong, who was lying on the gun, blinked with an inexplicable expression. Last year, he stripped off the pants that Bauma wore while Bauma was sleeping. This mattered to the Monkey King who had never understood anything since he was a child and lived in the mountains. For instance, there was nothing to care about, he had forgotten about it a long time ago. Klin reacted, and smirked to Monkey King's ear, Wukong, have you taken advantage of Bauma before? Cheap. Monkey King said blankly, what is cheap? Is it delicious? Klin opened his mouth, completely speechless to Monkey King's ignorance and innocence. The surnamed Sunday. Bauma shouted with her arms folded, take off the sunglasses and mask for this girl. Take it down. Sun Muben hesitated. Why, I don't dare to see people. Bauma roared, but she coldly snorted in her heart, this guy is just a young singer who just made his debut, pretending to be like a big star out of the house, tightly covered. I'm afraid of being recognized by the paparazzi. If she is handsome, this girl will suffer. If she is hugged by him, she will be hugged. If she is ugly, don't blame this girl for her slap in the face. Happy Boys is a TV station in the Northern Capital Area. It is influential in the Northern Capital Area, and it is difficult to spread to the Western Capital. After Sun Wu became famous, it was only the Northern Capital that was very famous. Like the world's richest man, Buma's father, Dr. Bruff, he is a music enthusiast himself, but he only knows that Sun Wu originally sings, thanks to the self-innovation songs that Sun Wu sings. Each capital is a super classic, which makes him influence. The power is far beyond the Northern Capital, reaching a level far less than the previous happy male voice players. But after all, the time is short, and Sun Muben only released one album, and then disappeared and never appeared in public, which also limited his influence. A young lady like Bauma naturally heard Sun Wuben's songs, and the album by Sun Wuben is still her favorite, but that's all. She is not a star chaser at all. Even if she is a star chaser, she may not be chasing after it. It is Monkey King. So Bauma didn't even know that his favorite record was released by Monkey King. Knowing that Sun Wu originally sang, or that Sun Wuben left Dr. Briff's house last year. After Bummer returned home from collecting Dragon Balls, Dr. Briff mentioned that Sun Wuben asked him to make Dragon Ball radar. Bauma, who is this? At this moment, a young man walked over holding 2 ice creams. It should be Yamcha. Sun Wuben turned his head and looked at him. He was really handsome. No matter he is handsome, he still has a sunny smile on his face anytime, anywhere, plus his innocence that seems to be shy from time to time. The whole girl killer. And Monkey King also found out that he came with the boy. Many girls, young women, and even some middle-aged women around had their eyes lit up, staring straight at the young boy's eyes and staring at the stars. Yamuti is here, then Puer. Sun Wuben looked behind Yamcha. Sure enough. Not far behind his left shoulder was a cute little animal with 2 pointed ears and denim blue hair. It was Yamcha's hardcore partner Puer. An unknown 3rd or 4th line singing. Buma said lightly. Seeing Yamcha came over, she was not interested in seeing the true face of Sun Wuben. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is more handsome than Yamu. Oh. Yamcha curled his lips and stopped paying attention to Monkey King. Miss Bauma, can you make a Dragon Ball radar for me? Monkey King asked. Buma frowned. Although making a Dragon Ball radar was just a small effort for her, when she changed to Monkey King, Klin would naturally agree without blinking, but the person in front of her. Don't do it. Bauma replied very simply. She had no affection for the familiar little singer in front of her, who was covered in head and face. Boy, what do you want Dragon Ball radar for? Yamcha said coldly. Oolong, Puer, and even Monkey King stared at Monkey King vigilantly. The last time they collected Dragon Balls, they met King Pilaf, who was also collecting Dragon Balls. They almost robbed him of the Dragon Balls to achieve his evil desire to rule the world. This kind of anti-cheater must not fall into the hands of bad guys like Pilaf. Wukong, what is Dragon Ball radar? On the side, Klin was confused. He only met Buma with Monkey King yesterday. As for Monkey King, he didn't know anything about finding Dragon Ball with Buma before. Naturally, it is a wish. Sun Wuben lowered his voice, and said in a voice that only Bauma and others could hear, it does not matter if the radar is not available. Can Miss Bauma please collect Dragon for me and make a wish for me? Hey! Bauma raised her nose. Is it to rule the world, to live forever, or the world to be invincible? This is a good idea. Sun Wuben touched his chin and smiled when everyone looked ugly. But these wishes are still in the future. The top priority is to ask Miss Bauma to ask Shenlong to help my mother get better. Mother's disease. Buma, Yamcha, and others were stunned. Chapter 19, Song God Sun Wuben. Bauma, you can help him. Monkey King asked in a low voice. Bauma frowned and snorted, my lady has no such idle time, don't do it. Forget it. Sun Wuben looked regretful, since Miss Bauma is unwilling to help, I can only do it myself. Although it is troublesome, the most important thing is that I can't find the Dragon Ball for a while, but it can only be done like this. Sun Wuben, it's not a big talk, after all, he is a student in the key class of the northern capital, and Bauma's education is at the same level. Bauma can invent the Dragon Ball radar, and even Pilaf can do it. Sun Wuben is willing to work hard. It's not impossible to do it. Goodbye by chance. Monkey King nodded to Monkey King and Klin, then turned to the registration office. Who can't brag? Boomer snorted. Although Dragon Ball radar looks inconspicuous, it is never easy to make such a thing, that is, a genius like Balma can do it. By the way, the Dragon Ball radar you just said, and what is the wish? Clin asked Monkey King. Just to collect. Monkey King was heartless and about to confess everything. Boomer slapped her hand on Sun Wukong's head. Stupid, how can I say this here? Okay, Clin, I'll talk about this later. By the way, that kid was also named Sun just now, and also called Sun Wukong. What? I'm afraid it has something to do with Wukong in your family. At this moment. What? You are Monkey King, screamed. You must be the Monkey King, wow. So handsome. The song Sun Wuben, my girl has always admired you, and I also like you very much. Please sign me. The person who spoke was obviously a super loud voice, coupled with the constant excitement, the voice was even louder, and the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Almost half of the scene heard these words, and then. The song Sun Wu has come. The of song is also here to participate in the martial arts club, this is rare. The whole scene began to riots, and some girls rushed out around at some point. Song God! Where is the of song? The Monkey King, the Monkey King! I love you! Screaming sounded, and a large wave of reporters around the registration desk grabbed the long cannon and short cannons and frantically rushed up. They immediately surrounded the Sun Wuben at the registration office, and then all the microphones reached the Sun Wuben. On the lips, questions sounded one by one. Balma is stupefied. Looking at this scene, Yamcha, Oolong, Puer, and Kellen were also dumbfounded. As for Monkey King, he watched this scene curiously. For people like him, he naturally didn't know that there were star chasers and paparazzi in this world. Balma, is this the little famous singer of the third or fourth line? Clin opened his mouth and murmured in the direction of Monkey King. Booma blinked, and wondered, could it be that this singer named Monkey King is a big-name star? Although she doesn't chase stars, she is also well informed, knowing that only real big-name stars can cause such scenes. Go back and check, what is the sacred Sun Wuben? Balma made up her mind, then snorted, akimbo, and screamed at Clin, Clin, you idiot little bald head, doubt Ben Mrs. IQ? What qualifications do you have to question me? I ask you, what is the same as 193,436 plus 88,880,000? Sister. Monkey King now grabbed a girl who was about to rush over. What is Sun Wu, the of song? Sun Wukong asked with his innocent face up. Go away, this lady has no time, hey? What a cute little brother. The girl was going to throw away Sun Wukong, but when she tried hard, she found that the legs held by Sun Wukong were like being tied by steel, she couldn't move at all. In the slightest, I saw that he was holding him again with such a cute little boy who made his heart soft, and he looked at you pitifully with a pair of big watery eyes, and his anger disappeared more than half of the time. Little brother, you don't even know the song Sun Wuben? Haven't you heard his songs? The song Sun Wu has such a long name. Sun Wukong looked naive. Haha, what a funny little brother, his name is not so long. Sun Wu is his name. God of Songs is just a nickname given to him by everyone, because every capital of his music can move the soul and make people from the soul to the body. A kind of enjoyment, the most important thing is that each of these songs is created by himself, written by himself, and sung by himself. The girl said with an excited expression. What? Balma screamed, each capital creates its own songs and sings lyrics. Although she does not chase stars and has no research on music, she is the best in the world. Bai Fu Mei and her friends are not only those who pursue martial arts such as Yamcha and Monkey King, but also the same Bai Fu Mei. Many of them have deep penetration into the music and entertainment industries. Isn't this an evildoer? Boomer screamed. The girl immediately found her bosom friend. Yes, it's an evildoer, this classmate, when you see you are also in high school, tell you that Sun Wu was originally a top student in the key class of the northern capital, and the northern capital is the 4 universities in the world. You should be the amount. Northern capital. Boomer's eyes widened, once again dumbfounded. The North Capital and the West Capital School where she is located are both the top 4 key schools in the world. Although the West Capital where she is located ranks first, while the North Capital is only ranked 4th, they are at the same level. The key classes in the 2 schools are among the elite. Although Bauma often skips class during class, she can get high scores even if she doesn't study much, but she also knows how rare it is to get into such a class. Suddenly Bauma thought of Sun Wuben asking her to help make Dragon Ball radar. After she refused, Sun Wuben didn't care very much and said, "Forget it, I'll do it myself, although it's a little troublesome." At that time, Bauma still felt that the other party was boasting. How easy was it to invent the Dragon Ball radar, but Bauma doesn't think so now. I'm in the same level of class. I only need to find a real Dragon Ball. I am afraid that it will be difficult for him to make a Dragon Ball radar. Moreover, he is so rich, and the tools and equipment are not impossible to buy. Bauma thought. The thought flashed, and he grabbed the girl's shoulder and shouted, "How old is he in the northern capital? By the way, if such a person is handsome and kind-hearted, wouldn't it be?" Booma's eyes flashed a girl's unique longing light. Handsome, of course handsome. She's so handsome. The girl was also full of stars and blushed with her heart in her hands. The Monkey King on TV is very handsome, sunny, and cheerful, and has a kind heart. Mother suffers. Sheing's viral congenital myocardial weakness, a disease that cannot be cured by existing technology, costs a lot of money every year to treat her mother. In order not to drag her home, she prefers to drop out of school. Therefore, he became a happy boy to participate in the draft and create his first song is Mother. Wow, what a perfect man. I love him to death. If we can date him, said Labuma, this classmate, let's go find him together. Sign your signature? And this little brother, don't hold my leg, you won't be able to sign any more slowly. Booma squinted. It turns out that his mother is suffering from myocardial weakness that can't be cured, so it's no wonder that she asked me for Dragon Ball radar. A thought flashed through Bauma's heart, and then he patted Monkey King's head. Wukong, let this sister go over. Yet. Monkey King let go. This classmate, go together. The girl sincerely invited Bauma. Go by yourself, it's not easy for me to get that kind of signature. Bauma snorted proudly. She is not a star chaser, so she won't be crazy for a signature, and she doesn't need to get her identity. An autograph is easy, just because Sun Wuben begged her to make a Dragon Ball, so she could hold it. No way. The girl obviously didn't believe it, but she didn't have time to think about it now, and as soon as she turned around, she rushed into the large army swarming towards Monkey King. Unexpectedly, there is such an excellent man in this world, and he is so young, about the same age as my Bauma. I just don't know if it is really handsome. How about it then, Yamcha? Ma glanced at Sun Wuben's direction. It had long been surrounded by water. Even if Sun Wuben took off his glasses and mask, he couldn't see his true face. Bauma. Yamcha's complexion is a bit ugly. When I look at Bauma's nymphomaniac, I know that he has moved his mind to the song Sun Wuben, but he Yamcha is Bauma's sweetheart. I'm just a nerd with a little musical talent. Is the North Capital Key class very good? Bauma, ask why so much, I'll go to the Budo Club qualifiers. Yamcha said. Nerd. Bauma furiously, what do you people with brain cells growing on muscles know? This lady is also a nerd. Why, do you look down on this lady? No no. Yamcha cautiously coaxed, how dare I look down on Bauma? At this time, a voice came in, Bauma, my eldest brother may have come to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club. Impossible. He will participate in the martial arts conference? Gaku, are you mistaken? Yamcha laughed. Wukong is still so mindless. He is a student in the northern capital, and he also engages in music. How can he have time to practice? Buma hummed, and Kellen, Oolong, and Puer also laughed. But Monkey King looked serious. I feel he is very strong. You must be mistaken, Wukong. If he can practice, wouldn't this young lady also practice? This young lady is the #1 genius and beautiful girl in the world. The only drawback is that she is too beautiful to find a good match. Bauma hummed twice, with her arms akimbo. Stop talking about it, let's go to the qualifiers. Okay. Monkey King also suspected that he was wrong, and the group quickly left here. Chapter 20, Your level is different. The world's #1 Budo tournament has a domineering name, but the actual impact is not great. The tournament is also extremely simple. The first thing to do is the qualifiers. The qualifiers began soon. Sun Wuben, Sun Wukong and other players all entered the competition hall. This conference is to decide who is the best player in the world. The host monk in the competition hall is making a pre-match speech. All areas with windows outside the competition hall are occupied by reporters. Because of the rules, only contestants can enter the competition hall. Here, I found the god of song. There was a sudden excitement scream. What the is that? Bauma turned and screamed at the reporter who was not far away. Suddenly he was taken aback. God of song? He said that he found the of song, could it be? Buma was stepping on the shoulders of Oolong, leaning on the window and looking in, wanting to watch the game of Yamcha, but at this time, there was a battle between heaven and man in his mind. I heard that the reporter said that I found the god of songs. Could it be that Sun Wu actually participated in the martial arts competition? That guy should be a good student who studied obediently. He actually practiced martial arts. Oh my god, what kind of person is this? Better than this young lady. Is this young lady too beautiful? So the genius made my genius appear small flaws, and was suppressed by this kid a little bit. But Buma, do I watch the game of Yamcha or Sun Wuben? Yamcha is the most handsome in the world, and Sun Wuben is so strange and troublesome. Well, it is so decided. Look at both. If that Sun Wuben not as handsome as the legend, just watch the game of Yamcha. Once Bauma made a decision, but his eyes were searched in the arena but he couldn't find the shadow of Sun Wuben. Oops, this competition hall is the prince. If Sun Wuben is in it, it should be there, not Yamcha and Monkey King. Buma became embarrassed again. The draw soon began in the competition hall. Is that you on the 12th? Why, you are my opponent number 11. It depends on whether you are thin or not. I'm afraid I won't be able to take a punch from Lao Tzu. It's better to surrender early when you come to power. Just say this to you, I must beat your mother without even knowing it. The whole atmosphere began to become fierce. At Station 1, Klin also drew his own number, and he collapsed at the first sight of his face. It's an arena with Wukong. I'm most afraid of fighting with Wukong. What should I do? Klin shrank and frightened. Sun Wukong looked like nothing had happened, and said to Klin, Klin, you must be gentle when you wait for the competition, and don't use too much force. Hey! Klin was almost dumbfounded, he was wondering whether he could win the first game, and Monkey King actually let him start to relax. I feel that these people are all so weak, not as strong as the Monkey King. Monkey King also said with some doubts, they are so weak, if you are too heavy, it's not good. Are you afraid that I might hurt someone by mistake? Klin almost jumped up. Gaku, when would you tell a joke? Anyway, you must hit lightly. Wukong still said, just at this moment. Snapped. A big hand slammed Klin's bald head fiercely. It was a tall and thin monk with a sly smile on his face. Isn't this Klin? The tall and thin monk slapped Klin on the head with a wicked smile. Master, master, brother. Klin's body trembled. Klin was born in the Duolin Temple, which is famous for martial arts. When he was in the temple, he was often bullied by those brothers. There was already a shadow. Seeing this brother, I was frightened like a conditioned reflex. Who is he? Sun Wukong curiously asked, and frowned again. Klin, what are you afraid of? Although Sun Wukong didn't know Klin's current skills, he could defeat this tall and thin monk with just one finger. I also felt that the opponent was far from Kelin Chiang, and naturally didn't understand what Kelin was afraid of. The teacher I used to live in Duolin Temple, senior brother, very strong. Klin said, shivering. The tall and thin monk laughed and patted Klin. Klin, you have escaped from Duolin Temple for more than 7 months. It turns out that you are hiding outside to practice martial arts secretly, and you dare to participate in the martial arts conference. He has gained a lot of courage. Yet, what's the number, hey? Number 121, great, brother, I'm number 122, and we were on the first scene. Let brother see how much you have grown over the past 7 months. The tall and thin monk is so excited. This of Klin is actually his opponent in the first game, isn't that giving him points? The monks from Duolin Temple nearby also looked at this tall and thin monk enviously. The tall and thin monk slapped Klin's bald head a few more times, and then left Klin grinning in pain. Damn it! Monkey King muttered, Klin, don't keep your hands in a while and give this man a severe lesson. What are you talking about? That person is the number 1 master of Duolin Temple. Klin jumped up violently, and then looked frustrated. Oh, I will be beaten badly this time. I was so unlucky, I thought that I wouldn't have to be bullied by them after I escaped from Duolin Temple, but I did not expect to meet them. Klin, right? A gentle voice sounded. You are. Klin raised his head and looked at the young man who came walking in the courtyard. This young man was very sunny and handsome, and made people feel good at first sight. It was just that Klin didn't know him, but Klin saw him soon. The big character enlightenment written on the chest of the white t-shirt. Sunday. Sun Wuben, singing God. Klin wondered. It's you, big brother. Monkey King shouted, my name is Monkey King, Klin, look. I said big brother is here to participate in the martial arts conference. Sun Wukong, you are much better than Klin, so I am called Wuben. Sun Wuben smiled and looked at Klin. Klin, you are not only inferior to Wukong, your vision and courage are also far behind, that the monk of Duolin Temple, you don't need to be afraid of him. But he is the number 1 master of Duolin Temple, you haven't seen him terrible. Klin said in disbelief. I said that your vision is not as good as that of Wukong. So what if the monk is the number 1 master of Duolin Temple? You still have to be afraid of him with your current skills? Klin, you have to believe in yourself. Now you, tie your hands and use your tongue. That guy can be tortured to death. Sun Wuben said, shook his head, turned and walked away. An elephant is actually afraid of an ant, which is really speechless. Haha. A loud laughter sounded, and a sturdy black-haired man in his 30s and 40s pointed at Sun Wuben and laughed wildly. You kid said that the little kid can torture the top master of Duolin Temple with his tongue, laugh. It's dead, so funny. It's the first time I heard such a funny joke. I am worthy of being a of song. The jokes I said can also become gods, of jokes, haha. Sun Wuben frowned. This Ma Xian laughed so loudly that everyone around heard it, and many people started to laugh at it. The monks in Duolin Temple even leaned forward with laughter and hugged. Speaking of the pain in the stomach. After all, these martial artists could not feel the anger of others like the later Z fighters. Naturally. They didn't know that Klin's martial arts level was far beyond the reach of people like them. Xiaochong can't speak Bing yet. Sun Wuben snorted to the ring where he was in the distance. Hey, singer, you'd better sing. You can sing well, but martial arts is not something you can play. Ma Xian shouted. Sun Wuben ignored it at all. At this time, a white beard and white hair. The old man stood in front of Sun Wu himself. Good guy. Old man, what's the matter? Sun Wuben suddenly became vigilant. According to the original plot of this martial arts conference, Gaixian Ren Yirong disguised as Jackie Chan to participate in the martial arts conference, while Turtle Immortal Yirong Cheng was a white-haired, white-bearded man in Chinese costume old man. The old man in front of him looks and dresses similar to the plot. How do you know that these two little ghosts are so strong that they can defeat the top master of Duolin Temple with their tongues? Gaixian asked with a smile on his back and his hands. Monkey King and Kellen are his disciples. The god of martial arts naturally understood how strong these two disciples were, strong enough to easily sweep the entire martial arts conference, but how could anyone else know? And he is also very interested in the sunny and handsome boy in front of him, because from the people around him, it seems that this boy is a super big singer, and he has also attended a key class in the northern capital. These small two dolls, without the ability to shock the sky, dare you come to this martial arts conference of Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger? Monkey King smiled and blinked at Immortal Turtle. If you dare to come to this martial arts conference and have such confidence, I am afraid that you are also a master of masters, and the people of Duolin Temple who have a good reputation, I am afraid that they will not be able to stop the elderly with 3 punches. Gaixian's lips jumped. His level had already reached an incredible level, not to mention the top master of Duolin Temple. Even the entire Duolin Temple combined would not be enough for him to bombard him with a qigong. The look on Immortal Turtle's face did not change. Young man, what do you want to say? My old man is naturally strong. Young man, can I make it into the top 8? It depends on what the old man thinks. If you are willing, it will naturally be easy. Monkey King said with a smile. Just at this moment. Number 100, contestant number 101, please come on stage. Old man, it's me, my number 100. Monkey King said even, and walked away from Gaixianren to the far ring. This kid really sees that I and Wukong and Klin have reached another level, but this is impossible. It is impossible for the gods and the Karin immortals to see the strength of a person without fighting. Is it really as he said? That reason? Immortal Turtle looked at Sun Wuben's back with doubts. I don't know how this kid is in martial arts. Gaixianren suddenly became interested. Chapter 21, Ma Xian's Ambition. Number 5 ring, a figure jumped up, turned a beautiful somersault in the air, and landed steadily on it. God of Song, you are number 100, what a coincidence, ha ha ha. What luck! Ma Xian, my opponent is you. Sun Wuben walked to the number 5 ring in a leisurely manner, looking at the stage full of energy, as if the middle-aged strong man who had won the grand prize couldn't help but show a smile, and then walked around. Yizong easily jumped onto the ring. Sun Wuben, I really admire you. Ma Xian laughed, with a very happy expression. A good student in the key class of the northern capital, but dropped out of school. I don't know if you are silly in reading and reading. You have some luck. I actually have some talent in music, so I have the current results, but martial arts is not music, it is not played by talent, not to mention, you are just a yellow-skinned monkey, this kind of physical condition. Your blood is not stronger than mine. Monkey King smiled faintly. Ma Xian's face suddenly sank, and his expression was a little gloomy and sad. After a slight silence, he said in a deep voice, yes, you and I are both yellow races. We yellow races have good brains and strong coordination. The endurance and explosive power are the worst among the authentic human races, and in terms of martial arts qualifications, our authentic humans are far less than the outliers. In a trance, Ma Xian recalled the scene of his apprenticeship. Ma Xian, you shouldn't practice martial arts, your bloodline is destined that no matter how hard you practice in this life, you will not be able to get ahead in martial arts, I advise you to go. No, Master, I like martial arts, I don't like reading, I ask Master to teach me to practice. I believe that as long as I work hard, even if my blood is not good, I will definitely be able to get to the forefront of everyone. Ma Xian roared. In that case, I must charge you twice the apprenticeship fee. Do you still want to apprentice? Yes. Ma Xian answered decisively. Since then, Ma Xian has started a arduous martial arts practice under the guidance of his master. What makes Ma Xian painful is that he worships his master at the same time, and even those disciples who started later than his Ma Xian have achieved the same results. Is far beyond his horse spin. Ma Suingzhen was bleeding every time he saw the juniors surpass himself. If it is not a belief, you have to prove your belief in Ma Xian's love for martial arts. There are many times when Ma Xian collapses and gives up. Finally Ma Xian has left the teacher, and can leave the teacher to practice alone. At this time, Ma Xian was not like other peers, because without the supervision of the master, he started to lazy, fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2 days, but worked harder. Even though the progress is getting slower and slower later, the effect of practice is not as good as a year, and it has even stopped, but Ma Xian still does not give up. The physical stamina has reached the limit of the human body stamina, and it can hardly grow in a big stride, so use martial arts to improve. Nearly 30 years of hard training, and nearly 20 years of intensive research in martial arts, this time the world's largest martial arts conference with a horse spinning. Perhaps, I may not be the best in the world in terms of physical fitness, but relying on my newly developed Xian martial skill Cyclone 52 stance, I will definitely be able to win the championship. At that time, I will take these bonuses. Meet the master and let him see that even the purest yellow race can win the championship of the world's #1 martial arts tournament and become the world's #1 master. Ma Xian's eyes became firmer and firmer. Sun Wuben, I am different from you. You are just for fun, and you really regard yourself as a genius. You are just to show off what you call the capable or omnipotent, and to be the first in any field, it means that you are a genius for this purpose. Ma Xian said solemnly. Sun Wu's face twitched. My purpose is not at all, okay. Sun Wuben, I know you want to deny it, but this is not important. The important thing is that the reason why Ma Xian came to the martial arts conference this time is to prove that I want to show the world martial arts experts, even the purest yellow blood. Even if our strength is not as good as them, we can still beat them to cry and call their mothers and become the best martial arts gods in the world. Sun Wuben's heart trembled, and the smile on his face disappeared. Natural selection of things, survival of the fittest, race is the greatest unfairness in the world, and in the Dragon Ball world, because there are too many intelligent races on the earth competing with normal humans, this unfairness has expanded to the extreme. Budo is an example. A pure-blooded earth person, who has cultivated to the extreme, may not be able to compare with the power that some races never practice. In the original Dragon Ball world, Klin, Yamcha, and even the last Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, and Piccolo, these junior boss level Z fighters, why all of them gave up the goal of defeating Monkey King in the end? Isn't it because the bloodline gap is too big, so people have to despair? The bloodline of these Z warriors is thousands of times stronger than normal humans, but it is comparable to Monkey King and others. Name Buster, Monkey King in just 10 days, from tens of thousands of combat power to 150 million in one fell swoop. How do you compare? How can I catch up? This is where the Scion lineage is so powerful, and only Vegeta, who is also of Scion lineage, can catch up. Back then, when Sun Wu originally watched Dragon Ball, he always wondered why every time Sun Wukong and other Scions saved the Earth, those Earthlings would clearly see them, but in a blink of an eye they forgot about these things and pushed a Satan whose power was around 8 o'clock. Come out to be the hero who saved the world. The boss who destroys the Earth has the power of a nuclear bomb, which can destroy a city, and can easily destroy a mountain with a casual stare. Obviously everything happened, and everyone saw it. Satan stacks 16 tiles together, and can only split 15 tiles with a full blow, and there is one person who can't split. Can he really defeat this person who can destroy a city by spitting? In a civilized society that has developed technology to be able to build and transform spaceships, is the intelligent race really stupid to such a position? Now that Sun Wuben understands, it's not that he doesn't understand. Ordinary people may not understand, but the elites and martial arts experts would not understand. But he didn't want to understand, or because the pedigree was too different, the dimension was too different, and he chose to forget. The experience and feelings of the Earth martial deist in the original Dragon Ball world, will I also encounter it in the future? Sun Wuben was a little confused. How weak his own body is. Sun Wuben has deeply felt the practice of these years, especially with Yuan. The comparison between the Z-warrior Tianjin rice and dumplings in Dragon Ball makes this feeling even more unforgettable. Sun Wuben, with unparalleled musical talents in the world, should follow the way of music, and push the purebred yellow people to the first place in the world in music, which is eye-catching. Other races are crazy about it, admire it, and shouldn't come. This martial arts conference, this is a waste of your talents. And I am in the martial arts, and I will be a man of the yellow race. Ma Xian talked. Cough. A cough sounded, and the referee was staring at Ma Xian with sweat. I said contestant number 101, please immediately start the competition. This is the arena of the martial arts conference, not a short tea party for the parents. The host referee yelled. Ma Xian's face flushed, and then his martyrdom-like majesty appeared on his face. Sun Wuben, in order to make you sober www.novel.com in order to get you back to the right way of music, and also to let you see what the strong martial arts of the yellow race is like, I decided to use this blow the strongest boxing method. I created the 52 whirlwind style. Of course I will only use the weakest first style, because I'm afraid you will die because of it. Well, let's get started. Xian Fist. Monkey King whispered. Although I don't like you very much, but your goal of not bowing to fate and fighting for the honor of the yellow race is the same as mine, so. Sun Wuben's eyes suddenly shot blazing light, so I will use my strongest blow will defeat you. Boom. As if thunder broke out on the ground, the horse Xian's body moved, and he simply bent his waist, kicked his feet, rushed forward. Then turned into a lunge, and shot out with a punch. With this punch blasted towards Monkey King, it even caused a gust of wind to shoot. The wind is swirling. So strong. Sun Wu could instinctively feel the faint pain on the skin from the blow of the fist. The wind is like a drill, so what is the strength of that fist, but it's useless. After a flash of thought, Sun Wu himself fell low, and then turned into a lunge and punch. It seemed that there was a flash of electricity, and I couldn't even see Sun Wuben punching. Canopy. The horse spun upside down in the eyes of everyone, hitting the wall of the competition hall hard, and then the whole person seemed to be stuck to the wall before slipping off after a while. Beating people is like hanging a picture. Niajiaquan has 3 realms, Ming Jin, Dark Jin, Hua Jin, and Hua Jin. Hitting people is like hanging a picture. Although Sun Wuben has never learned real Niajiaquan, he might as well combine his family's Sun Wuliu practice method with the theory of previous generations of Niajiaquan when he is practicing martial arts in this life to create his own Niajiaquan. Chapter 22, Powerful in the Martial Arts Conference. Sun Wuben punched out very quickly. Many people did not see him clearly. They saw Ma Xian flying out, and then sticking to the wall for a while before slipping off. Seeing this strange scene, some people stared blankly, especially the reporters lying outside the windows of the competition hall. They were all dedicated to shooting the battle scenes of God of Songs. What happened? Is his body stuck on the wall? Did Gishin make a move just now? Did you see it? Use this blow. Sun Wuben turned and walked under the ring, although it will hit you a little bit harder, but let you see what level of martial arts can reach, and what level of pure yellow people can cultivate. The horse slammed heavily on the ground, and then the whole person was dumbfounded. "What are you doing?" Ma Xian whispered. "Illusion? Illusion, it must be an illusion." After a few words, he roared, "What the hell, I want to compete." Did not hurt him seriously. At this time, number 100 wins, number 101 eliminated. The host referee's surprised voice sounded. Crack! As if a bolt of lightning hit the horse spin, his running motion suddenly stopped. In fact, many people did not see clearly when Sun Wuben punched, but Ma Xian still saw a little bit, but Sun Wuben punched too fast. This speed made him feel unreality. "I lost. I just lost like this. I was eliminated like this, defeated by a pure yellow novice who had dropped out of school and practiced for a year or two." Ma Xian looked blankly at the back not far away. Next, number 102, number 103 will come on stage. Hurry up, time is running out." The referee roared, and the next game was going on. Many people were still talking about Sun Wuben's previous game. At the number 1 ring, Monkey King confronted a giant man whose fist was bigger than Monkey King's entire person. Just when all the viewers around were marveling at the giant's good luck, the giant punched out. Although he hit it with all his strength, it was Monkey King's eyes were slow like a turtle crawling. Monkey King flashed lightly, and he reached behind the giant. He stretched out his finger and tapped the giant's body lightly, and shouted listlessly, "I am here." Monkey King is really useless. He really jabs lightly to remind the giant that he has flashed behind him, but he doesn't know how terrifying his current power is. So the giant felt a huge force coming from behind, and he fell off the ring completely uncontrollably. What happened? The onlookers around were sweating profusely, completely unaware of what happened. The giant was clumsy, didn't have a good balance, and fell by himself. The kid is really lucky. Some people muttered. Monkey King watched his fingers step off the stage with a sense of enlightenment, then he said to Clin when he got off the stage, "Clin, when you get off the stage, you should do it lightly, try to do it lightly." Of course this is useless to Clin. Soon Clin came to power, facing the tall and thin monk who was the top master of Duolin Temple. Clin was so frightened that he was a little unsteady. But when the master punched, Clin found that it was too slow. He was full of doubts and trembling to avoid the first blow of the tall and thin monk, and then tremblingly threw a punch. This punch was fundamentally nervous. He didn't exert much strength, but the tall and thin monk was like being hit by a locomotive. Not only did he fly out of the ring, but he also smashed through the walls of the competition hall and some obstacles outside. There was a sudden silence all around, and everyone stared at the little one on the ring, and then at the wall that was blasted through. The game is proceeding in an orderly manner. 100 wins. Number 1 wins. Number 121 wins. Sun Wuben, Clin, and Monkey King defeated their opponents one by one, and no one said that God of Song is luck anymore. Some people began to stand out and showed strong strength, especially one of them, Jackie Chan, a white-haired and white-bearded old man. His performance may not be weaker than Monkey King and Kling. The qualifiers soon ended. "It's so easy, these people are so weak." Weak as the Monkey King said, "I can torture them with my tongue. I said that Grandpa Gaixianren would not lie to us. You see, no one is our enemy. But Yamuti is also very strong. Haha, Yamcha has been practicing alone in the mountains for a long time." Sun Wukong and Clin walked out. In this qualifier, Monkey and Clin won't be too easy to win. At this time, the two also felt their own strength, which was far beyond most of these so-called martial arts masters. Clin completely swept away the previous decadence and nervousness. "As long as the opponent is not Wukong, I can always win. Wukong will win the championship, and I will get second place." Clin is happy in his heart. For another strong opponent Yamcha, Clin also noticed, although Yamcha it's also very strong, but Klin doesn't pay much attention to it. Okay. As soon as they walked to the gate, both Klin and Monkey King's eyes widened. I saw a young man in casual clothes walking out from the side, with a big enlightenment on his chest. This young man was about to say hello to Monkey King and Klin, but he hadn't waited for him to speak. Song God! Song God Sun Wuben! Song God Sun Wuben, I like you! I can't sleep at night without you! A large group of girls screamed and rushed forward. Among them, the most fierce one, the blue hair that ran in front, had a starry face and a shy face, but it was not Bauma who moved as fast as lightning. In addition to the young girls, a large number of reporters and photographers also rely on the power of the group to take the lead and surround the Sun Wuben to the Tuan Tuan. As for Monkey King and Klin, these people squeezed directly out of the crowd and stuck in the corner. Klin blinked, and Monkey King also stared wide-eyed and touched his head suspiciously. Mr. Sun Wuben, we haven't seen this qualifier clearly. Now that the quarterfinals have come out, can you give us a comment or predict the outcome of the final? Teacher Sun Wuben, I read the list of finalists. As far as I know, Yamcha player has been picking up the haul and has never been defeated. Is he the strongest? The strongest player in it is Jilin, I don't know. Can he win the championship? Teacher Sun Wuben, this time decided to make 3 big upsets. I think you should know who I am talking about. What do you think of these 3? Facing the reporters' bombarding questions, Monkey King was very calm, smiling, and answered one by one in a personable manner. The Monkey King, Klin, and Jackie Chan players, the so-called first and second juniors, are not unpopular in my eyes. They all have that strength. I knew this from the moment I saw them in the competition hall. You asked me to comment on the 8 finalists, Barbarian and Lan Fang. I do not comment. Yamcha is indeed very strong. His level has far exceeded the normal martial arts master, reaching a realm that you can't imagine. But he is not strong enough. In my opinion, Jackie Chan. Monkey King can beat him with the wind alone. Carefully declare that I am not envious that the Yamcha player is handsome enough to say that. Can he be as handsome as me? The Kirang player is indeed very strong. His physical talent is too good, so he is very powerful, but he is the strongest. It's the rubber ring spitting out of his mouth. Of course, I don't think that Jilong is the strongest, because in my opinion, even if he uses the power of feeding, he can only get 3rd place. Yes, there are at least 2 who can win him. That is, one old and one young. The old is Jackie Chan and the younger is Monkey King. I don't know whether Klin can get out of the rubber ring of killing, but Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan can definitely beat killing. Klin and Monkey King squeezed towards the other side of the crowd, listening to Monkey King's comment in their ears. That's amazing, this Monkey King is really amazing. Monkey King said to Klin, if those people ask me those questions, I can't answer them. By the way, listen to him, that Qilong and Jackie Chan are amazing. Gaku, you don't understand this. Stars are like this. Sun Wu is a of singers, so he naturally has to learn how to face reporters. What he says, especially his predictions of events, don't take it seriously. Stars always tell reporters. It's the same in the entertainment industry. Klin explained that he didn't have much knowledge, but he was much better than Monkey King. You have to talk nonsense if you mean the star. Sun Wukong looked innocent, and then frowned. It's strange to say that Sun Wuben is pretty good. Why didn't he make it to the quarterfinals? Perhaps you feel wrong. Klin said crisply. At this time the reporter also asked about this, and he and Monkey King pricked up their ears. Why didn't I pass the preliminaries? It's actually very simple. Just listen to Sun Wuben saying loudly, at that time, my opponent, the barbarian, climbed onto the ring, stood opposite me and pursed his mouth. The cheeks stirred, a vague grunt sounded. You can see that he is brewing a big mouthful of thick phlegm. Once the competition begins, this mouth full of thick phlegm will surely spit at me unscrupulously. If it is another opponent, I must avoid it calmly, but the opponent is he. I made a decisive decision that still makes me feel wise, and abstained. Monkey King blinked. Barbarian? Spit, this is how Sun Wu gave up? Clin, do you know what's going on? Monkey King asked. Clin shook his head, still confused. He smiled slightly. Wukong, let's leave later, listen first. Monkey King answered. You ask me why? Sun Wuben's voice sounded. I can't explain it, but you see that person up close and you will know why I made such a wise decision. I think there are only 3 or 5 contestants in this competition. In addition, anyone who encounters such an opponent will almost abstain directly. Teacher Sun Wuben, is the opponent so powerful that it makes you desperate? No, no. The opponent's martial arts cultivation is not worth mentioning. To say that his martial arts cultivation is strong is an insult to martial arts. In short, if you have to figure it out, it is best to personally interview the barbarian who made me abstain. The opponent that Sun Wuben met that made him abstain and admit defeat was naturally the barbarians of the original Dragon Ball. In the original Dragon Ball world, Clin met the barbarian in the final of the world's #1 martial arts tournament, and then he was completely unable to shoot. It was not because the opponent was strong, but because the barbarian was too dirty, and his whole body was as dirty as if like the garbage in the garbage dump. It exudes a dizzying stench, attracting thousands of flies around him. The stench from the barbarians even made the host wear a gas mask, and all the audience pinched their noses. Of course, Clin won in the end. Reading www.youkansha.com. The reason is because Monkey King reminded Clin that he did not have a nose, so he actually couldn't smell the smell of the barbarian. All the sensation of the smell was Clin because he saw the filthy body of the barbarian and the reaction of everyone. Imagined later. So Clin won the game with one last kick. Clin didn't have a nose, so he dared to touch each other. Even if Sun Wu had a nose, he wouldn't dare to touch the barbarian's body. After all, he is a public figure and there are so many teenage fans, so he can't regret his image. A sudden heavy rain interrupted the upcoming final. For this reason, Sun Wuben's prediction of the final result appeared on TV, the internet, newspapers, and other entertainment media on the same day. Many people are waiting with curiosity about this strange and ridiculous prediction of the song. Also on this day, Monkey King left after dealing with the reporter. The next day, the first game started. As soon as Clin vs Barbarians started, Clin understood why Sun Wu would abstain from voting. Each reporter and audience also understood why Song Shen did not pass the qualifiers. Almost everything in the subsequent events was as expected by Monkey King, especially the battle between the champion Yamcha player and the super dark horse unpopular Jackie Chan. Jackie Chan only said one word, "I'll give you a cool breeze." Then, with a wave of his palm, he knocked Yamcha out of the field with the wind alone, which made the whole scene crazy. Since the start of this game, the more you fight back, the crazier you will be. Especially in the battle between Monkey King and Jackie Chan, not only the whole ring was completely broken, even the Monkey King players turned into terrifying gorillas. Jackie Chan, in order to prevent Monkey King players from becoming gorillas, was a Qigong gunner who sent Qigong to the moon is gone, and it makes people totally unable to believe that this is what human power can do. Chapter 23, Sister's Arrival. The world's #1 martial arts tournament is over. The total number of players does not exceed 150. They completed the so-called big competition in 2 days, because the arrival of the song Sun Wuben was completely popular. The charged click-through rate of online videos has been less than 10,000 in the previous year, and now it has rushed to 1 million in just 1 week. S influence has expanded at least 100-fold in 1 week. At this time, some people paid attention to the fact that such incredible martial artists such as Monkey King, Jackie Chan, and Clin appeared in the rural grass tie team like the world's #1 martial arts conference. Especially the scene where Monkey King transformed into a gorilla and a turtle fairy blasting off the moon. Many people who saw this scene didn't believe it was the truth. And a large number of experts in sports, Olympic events, track and field, football and other events, doctors, biology and medical experts stood up and issued a statement, saying that everything in the martial arts conference cannot be true, because it completely violates science and violates the scientific laws of human body, physiology, medicine, and biology. It is impossible for human beings to have such great power. So the final fact is that it was completely filmed by the organizers of the Budo contest in order to promote the event. What? You asked what happened to the moon? That was the reason for the missile. It was bombed by the missile, not by Jackie Chan's Turtle School Qigong, that's all, and the moon just changed its trajectory and did not disappear. That's right, Gaixianren's blow to the Turtle School Qigong wave did not destroy the moon, but pushed it away from the original orbit. The orbit changed, and the time when the moon appeared naturally changed, and it had the effect at that time. The expert's conclusion broke the public's superstition, but there are audiences who have actually been to the martial arts conference to watch it, but they are not happy, but no one believes them at all. So these reporters who have been to the martial arts conference are looking for someone the song Sun Wuben, and want Sun Wuben to show up and explain. But Sun Wuben is just like the world has disappeared. Even if a large number of paparazzi stayed at the home where Sun Wuben's mother lived, it would be difficult to catch him. Sun Wuben did not go home, but every time he went home, he could always avoid the paparazzi. I don't know what technique he used. Number 3825 Primeval Forest, a young man jumped among the primeval trees holding long vines. Squeak! A group of long-armed monkeys in the bushes made a shrill sound, leaping on the tree canopy and fleeing in one direction frantically. From time to time, some monkeys looked back at Sun Wuben timidly. It is true that Monkey King, the human being, walks and jumps between the trees too fast and too sensitively, stronger than them, so that monkeys who live on trees will doubt who is the king of the tree. As soon as he returned from the martial arts conference, Sun Wuben returned to the forest to continue his practice. These days of practice, if you observe with a combat power detector, you will find that Sun Wuben's combat power is always increasing at a regular value, and there is no sign of stopping or slowing down. If you continue to practice like this, Sun Wuben will not need Wu Taidu at all. The cultivation time of Immortal Turtle, Immortal Crane can reach their level. Compared with Wu Taidu, Turtle Immortal, Crane Immortal, Sun Wuben's cultivation speed is at least 3 times faster. Boom! Sun Wuben landed on the edge of an open mountain stream. He threw the badger on his back, and then pressed the watch button on his hand. Mom, I am Gamato. There has just been another sun and rain here. In a distant place, in an elegant room behind the Sun Wuliu dojo, there is a large nutrition cabin against the inner wall. In the cabin lies a middle-aged woman who is Sun Wuben's mother Mir. At this time, there is also a middle-aged woman in the room. The women were playing music and dancing. It was the servant that Sun Wu had invited Mia after he became rich. At this time, a voice in the room sounded, Mom, I am Gamato, there has just been another sun and rain here. Because practice must be in the primeval forest, Sun Wuben does not go home to accompany his mother every day. Fortunately, he has high technology, and the money for records is also sufficient. Therefore, Sun Wuben replaced an old phone that had been used at home for an unknown number of years and installed a new one. Phone. It was Sun Wuben talking to his mother over the phone at this time. After Sun Wuben and his mother in the forest talked through the conversation, they contacted his brokerage company by phone and asked for a few words. After finding that it didn't matter, he turned off the call button of the watch, and then dealt with the badger in his hand. Although my current practice speed is good, it is not enough. After the badger was peeled and cleaned, Sun Wuben took out a small box from his arms and opened it. There are 8 things like earplugs in the box. Naturally, it is the most valuable technology product in the Dragon Ball world and is used by the rich. The universal capsule has the same function as a space ring. Sun Wuben picked up the capsule with the number 1 in it, and threw it at the open space not far away. Boom! There was a sound, and a small round house like a yurt appeared on the open space. Is it stewed or fried? Or is it the easiest way to put it in the oven? Headache. Sun Wuben carried the badger into the house, and the door was a 15 square meter living room. Sun Wuben walked through the living room into a 10 square meter living room. Kitchen. This house is also a product of the Universal Capsule Company, so the yurt house is only 10 square meters from the outside, but if you go inside, if you walk around all the rooms, you will definitely find that the whole house is at least 200 square meters. This house alone is worth about 10 million yuan, and Sun Wuben can't bear to buy it now. It happens that Bauma is a who gets mad when he sees a handsome guy, so Sun Wuben asks her for it, but the daughter said nothing. He threw his own capsule directly to Sun Wuben, wiped the badger with some salt and threw it directly into the microwave. Monkey King had just left the house. Boom! The voice sounded, and I saw the personal airplane commonly used in a Dragon Ball high in the sky slowly flying over. It seems to be my sister's personal plane. Sun Wuben raised his head and waved to the plane, and the plane landed. The cabin opened, and a tall and beautiful girl with long hair jumped out. Sister Mia, why are you here? Sun Wuben exclaimed. Since Tianjin Fan and Dumplings left, after Sun Wuben has practiced hard, she rarely meets Mia every time she goes home to accompany her mother. Mia is the same as Sun Wuben, mainly talking with her mother over the phone, and even contacting Sun Wuben by telephone. Mia told Sun Wuben that she was practicing seriously, but Sun Wuben always felt that she was not really practicing, but doing a mysterious thing. Come and see you, why, you are not welcome. Mia flicked her long hair with a grin, walked towards Sun Wuben, suddenly sniffed and frowned slightly. You kid, how can you get dirty and sweaty? God, isn't there a villa? That is the villa you said that the nymphomaniac daughter Bauma gave you. It looks like a big bun and doesn't look great. I said, sister, I have to take a bath every day, this is already clean. Hey, there is still a villa, but I said, is your villa too small? Go in and take a look. Monkey King led Mia into the living room and turned on the TV. However, Mia went back to the living room and nodded. It was given by the daughter of the capsule company. It looks nothing outside, very low-key, but the inside is extremely luxurious. This villa is not more than tens of millions and cannot be taken down. Gamato, the expensive villa of the other lady is so expensive. I'll give it to you without saying anything, it seems very interesting to you. Sister, don't be kidding me, Bauma is a nymphomaniac. As long as she is handsome, she is always generous. So what, are you afraid of being handsome than others? Mia chuckled, and the two joked for a while, and she took out a capsule from her body. Brother, I went home and found that the courier company had delivered this. I signed it for you. If you want to use it in a hurry, I delivered it to you. What is it? Sun Wuben was a little puzzled. At this time, Mia had already thrown out the capsule, and only heard a bang when a large cabinet appeared on the open space in the living room. This is, oh, it's the nutrition medical cabin. It's the nutrition medical cabin, I said Goban, why do you want this? Do you need it? Mia's face was strange. You read the book www.yuyuganshu.com. Fist to the highest only health. Sun Wuliu's martial arts practice is not missing the body, that is, the whole body, including the muscles and internal organs, will not have any injuries or hidden injuries. No matter how arduous practice exercises, there are very few injuries. Even if they are injured, they have their own practice methods of Sun Wuliu, and there is no need for a medical cabin. The medical cabin is mainly used to accelerate the recovery from fatigue, so that the body can withstand more practice. Sun Wuben explained that the medical cabin has never appeared in the original Dragon Ball World and Earth chapter, but when it comes to the Universe chapter, the medical cabin has shown its skills. Vegeta was injured twice and entered the medical cabin. After the first time he came out, his combat power increased by 6,000, and the second time by 8,000. This is probably going to violate the concept of fighting to the supremacy, but health preservation. Mia shook her head, and then smiled. Forget it, you have your own practice philosophy, I won't say much. In short, don't be too eager to do things, you have to know that you are now a world-class musician, there is no need to fight like that in martial arts, besides, your martial arts should almost reach the level of my sister, right? Or, let's try. Sun Wuben smiled, maybe not Mia's opponent a year ago, but now Sun Wuben has the confidence to surprise Mia. Mia looked at Sun Wuben weirdly, it seems that my younger brother has grown a lot this year. I am actually confident that I tried hands with my sister. Why, the wings are hard and I want to crush my sister. Are you scared? I'm afraid of your size and fight. Your sister has never been afraid of anyone. But today, my sister has something to do, so I won't play with you. Gamato, my sister will leave first. Mia said, a flash of sadness in her eyes. Sun Wu frowned, don't you want to stay? Our sisters and brothers haven't been together for a long time. No. It didn't take long for Mia to board the plane. Boom. The off-white personal plane ejected a fire gas from the tail and disappeared. Chapter 24, The Efficacy of the Recuperation Cabin. Sister Mia always feels weird this time, maybe I was worrying too much. Sun Wuben walked into the villa, looked at the nutrition medical cabin in the hall, and his heart was full of enthusiasm. There is no nutrition medical cabin for martial arts practitioners on the earth. There is only one kind of medical cabin specially prepared for the severely ill patients who cannot eat, are excessively injured, and are extremely weak. Obviously, this kind of medical cabin is not completely suitable for Sun Wuben. Therefore, in order to make a recuperation cabin suitable for his martial arts practice, Sun Wuben personally set up the functions, and it took a lot of money to find a company willing to take this matter. At this time, the recuperation cabin not only has the function of a normal medical cabin, but also has other advanced functions. I am in good physical condition, so I don't need to use it. There is a concentric circle pattern on this recuperation cabin. Monkey King lightly presses the small button under this pattern, the tent. The convalescent cabin turned into a small capsule. Putting away the capsules, Sun Wuben took out the badger meat that had been baked in the microwave, had a big meal, and then started practicing again. In the mountains and forests, Monkey King hopped around the trees, chasing after the slippery monkeys. Although they only grabbed and released them, they were still scared to escape by screaming and screaming. After catching the monkeys, Monkey King jumped out of the tree and found a group of wild horses looking for grass. Carrying tree poles, running on the hillside. Jumped into the river, dived into the bottom of the river to catch fish. This time, Sun Wuben nearly doubled the amount of his original practice, and because of this, at noon, Sun Wuben felt like he was falling apart. This was even more exhausting than normal practice for a whole day. Canopy. Sun Wuben waved his hand, and the number 1 capsule was thrown out. A bun-shaped villa appeared on the open space. Sun Wuben walked into the villa and released the recuperation cabin in the hall. I'll make lunch before nap, but the convalescent cabin can convert the ingredients into amino acids and other basic nutrients directly into the body, saving the digestion time of the stomach and intestines, and it can also adjust the output of nutrients according to the state of the body. I need to cook lunch, but the food in the recovery cabin is. Sun Wuben watched the use of the recovery cabin, and quickly threw a wild boar that had just been hit into the food preparation entrance of the recuperation cabin, and then took off his clothes and stepped into the recovery cabin. Start the recovery cabin. When music sounds, a special hypnotic wave is produced. Sun Wuben fell asleep in a daze. Just after he fell asleep, the mechanical devices in the cabin stretched out like tentacles, some buckled Sun Wuben's mouth and nose, and some stuck needles into Sun Wuben's blood vessels. Some connect Sun Wuben's brain nerves. A comprehensive medical examination is launched. Body data analysis is in progress. The analysis is complete. The recovery medical program is launched. Nutrition delivery started. Amino acid input. Vitamin input. Mineral input. Antioxidant input. Free radical scavenging starts. Even part of the DNA damage in Sun Wu's body is being repaired. Today, the Earth's technology far exceeds that of Sun Wu's previous life. Naturally, medicine is also extremely advanced. It may not be able to do anything about congenital viral diseases like MIR, but others. But most of them can be solved. Time is passing slowly. As various nutrients and medical substances directly enter the blood vessels, and with various high-tech sound waves, magnetic waves, microwaves, rays, and other oscillations, a drastic change is taking place in Sun Wu's body. The tired and hungry cells restore their spirits and health. Perfect. Damaged muscle cells and even blood vessels begin to recover, free radicals are eliminated, and the part of DNA that can be cultivated is repaired. Suddenly, Monkey King woke up. A feeling surged in my heart. It was an extremely comfortable and relaxed feeling. It was like being pressed by a heavy mountain for 10 years. Suddenly, the heavy mountain disappeared. The whole body was brisk and refreshing. It was like drinking water and washing in the dog days. Took a refreshing bath. Even Sun Wuben could feel the vitality and strength of the body from the inside out. I feel that I can kill 10 elephants now. Sun Wuben's heart exploded with joy. The current feeling Sun Wuben felt it for the first time in his life. Naturally, Sun Wuben didn't think it was a mental drug or delusion. Mr. Monkey King, Mr. Monkey King. Then the electronic synthesis sound rang. It's unbelievable. There is such a strong body as you in this world, and there are so few injuries. You must be the strongest athlete in the world. By the way, you have woken up earlier, and your mental will is better than his body is incredibly strengthened. Sun Wuben curled his lips and couldn't laugh or cry about the robot program in the recovery cabin. Okay, don't flatter you, tell me what's the matter. Sun Wuben shouted. Strongly declare that I am not flattering. Robots are not like you humans. They will not flatter. The strength of your mental will is indeed ranked first in my database, and the value is 58 times the second. It's incredibly powerful. The electronically synthesized voice rang. That's it, Mr. Sun Wuben, your physical fatigue recovery has been completed 78%, and the overall recovery from the injury state is 45%. If you continue to recover, the efficiency will be reduced to the extreme. It can't be done in a short time. How long is it roughly? It only takes 3 hours to recover from fatigue to complete the progress 100%, but the damage recovery is extremely troublesome. The first stage is 48 hours, the recovery rate is about 51%, and the second stage is 480 hours. The degree is about 54%, and the third stage is. In other words, 1 or 2 hours of recovery is useless at all, right? That's the case, and even if there is enough time, it can only recover to 66.736% in the end. The remaining 32.264% are mainly irreversible damage and DNA damage that cannot be repaired by the technological level. Please choose whether to continue the recovery or stop the recovery. 32%, my body actually has so many irreparable damage. Sun Wu was surprised. He didn't think that he really practiced the Sun Wu Lu martial arts, which focuses on health preservation, and he really became a perfect body. I thought that the damage was bigger than I thought. I've been very careful here. The damage is still so great. Those martial artists may suffer more strain. No wonder they can't break through the human body. Sun Wu's mind turned, and then he said lightly to the recovery cabin, No need, I am now. Just leave. By the way, how long did I sleep? About 48 minutes. The electronically synthesized voice said. It's only 48 minutes? Yes, I originally planned to wake up for an hour, it seems completely unnecessary. Sun Wuben stepped out of the recovery capsule, very excited. In addition, your body's absorption of energy is really amazing. It is difficult to determine whether this phenomenon is good or bad for your body in my database. According to the biological article. The electronic voice is still talking. Sun Wuben, I reach out. Press on the close button, and then press the universal capsule retracting button again to turn the convalescent cabin into a capsule and retract it. Okay, start practicing now. After putting away the villa, Sun Wuben threw himself into the mountains and forests vigorously. Hey! The fast-running figure curled up the leaves and grass on both sides of the leaves, and the leaves swayed wildly, and even scraped off some of the flowers and fruits on the leaves. How can it be so fast? Sun Wu had excitement in his eyes. He hadn't expected it to reach this speed so quickly. After all, he had only taken a 48-minute nap. Soon a group of monkeys appeared in front of him. This group of monkeys suddenly discovered the arrival of Monkey King www.novel.com and then screamed and hurried away, but Monkey King was too fast, and before some monkeys had time to jump, Monkey King had already jumped beside him. Grab it by the neck. Haha! Sun Wuben threw away this hairy monkey and then rushed to another hairy monkey, and caught this hairy monkey in a few vertical jumps. This group of woolly monkeys ran wildly, and the lack of intelligence in their minds was a little bewildered. In the morning, it took a long time for this human to catch them. Why didn't they see them for a short time? It was like drinking water. As simple as that? My combat power is just a short nap, I'm afraid it's worth half a year on weekdays. Sun Wuben was also a little dazed by his sudden increase in combat power. This increase is too exaggerated. But Sun Wuben also wanted to understand soon, this should be the first time the recovery capsule was used. Although Sun Wuliu's martial arts emphasizes fisting to the supreme only health preservation, Sun Wu originally thought he had repaired all the dark wounds in his body, but the fact is not that the body is perfect, reaching the state of no leakage. Even because of the high intensity, life and death at all times, the battle between them caused a lot of physical strain. And this time, using the recovery capsule, some scientific and technological methods have cured a lot of hidden wounds that are hard to detect. This has made Sun Wuben suddenly jump in strength. If the recuperation cabin has a higher technological content, and the degree of repair of dark wounds in Sun Wu's body is higher, Sun Wu's strength can be greatly improved. Of course, Sun Wu originally customized the recuperation cabin to speed up the body's fatigue recovery speed and the speed of nutrient energy replenishment, in order to speed up the rhythm of practice. Repairing injuries is only a side function. With this thing, I don't know how fast my martial arts practice will increase. In the primeval forest, Sun Wuben started a new training frenzy. Chapter 25, Body Without Leakage. Roar. In a canyon, 3 huge sword-eared tigers looked angrily at the human teenagers who fled along the cliff. As the top king of the food chain, the sword-eared tiger could not imagine that one day he would let the prey escape, especially the 3 most powerful sword-eared tigers of the same kind join hands. Sun Wu bent his body, came to the safe area at the bottom of the gorge, threw out the villa capsule, dragged his tired body into the villa, and lay in the recuperation cabin. There is a sword-eared tiger in this area. This is a name on the beast tree. I can't deal with one of them. If it hadn't been sent to the recuperation cabin by Sister Mia today, the strength has soared, and this life will be sent today. Up! Sword-eared tiger, a terrifying beast, alone can slaughter a group of lions. If it weren't for the extremely low fertility of this tiger, and it is extremely difficult to grow up, I am afraid that there would be no room for other carnivores to survive. Sun Wuben had to practice for at least 4 or 5 months at the original speed before he could barely go around the territory of the sword-eared tiger. The information does not say that there is a sword-eared tiger here. It should be a newcomer. With this sword-eared tiger, my practice is not between life and death, but a struggle on the line of death. The probability of death is 70%. And at my normal training speed, I want to be able to ignore the sword-eared tiger, and I can't do it in half a year. Should I move the nest? Sun Wuben closed his eyes, and various nutrients and medical substances in the recuperation cabin were quickly entering his body. He could even feel his extremely exhausted body recovering its spirit step by step. The sword-eared tiger settled in the primeval forest number 3825, and Sun Wu was also consumed with these sword-eared tigers through the recuperation cabin and some modern armors. At the beginning, he met the sword-eared tiger, and Sun Wu had escaped to a safe place with the help of high-tech armor. Only a week later, when Sun Wuben met the sword-eared tiger, he was surprised to find that the sword-eared tiger could not keep up with his running speed. This time, Sun Wuben was even more determined. Then for another week, Sun Wu could have easily avoided every sword-eared tiger's sneak attack. Another week, Sun Wuben met the sword-eared tiger and did not escape at all. Instead, he drew out the metal stick on his back and fought the sword-eared tiger. 1 week later, as soon as Sun Wuben pulled out the metal stick from his back, the sword-eared tiger turned his head and ran. In another week, Sun Wu dared to attack the sword-eared tiger empty-handed. Another week, the sword-eared tiger buried his head on the ground when he saw Monkey King, showing a docile and obedient posture. The effect of the recuperation cabin is amazing, and because of the recuperation cabin, the way of practice of Sun Wuben has also been greatly changed. There is no longer room for the same as before, for fear that it will be too exhausted to affect the next practice, but every time. I didn't stop until I couldn't move my fingers. But, no matter how tired or even injured, you just need to lie down in the nutrition cabin, take a short rest, and walk out in just 20 minutes and live again, as if you have slept all night. Sun Wuben's cultivation base grew like spring bamboo shoots unearthed steadily, and the speed was much faster than before. 45 days passed in a blink of an eye. The night is deep. In a bun building in the forest of number 3825, Sun Wuben is lying quietly in the recuperation cabin. On the panel of the recuperation cabin, there are rows of values. Fatigue repair degree is 100%. Illness and injury repair rate is 65.628%. After 1.5 months of recuperation in the convalescent cabin, Sun Wu's body's reparable damage has been repaired, and now only the unrepairable parts remain. This month entangled with the sword-eared tiger, coupled with crazy training, the Sun Wu's original cultivation base skyrocketed, at the same time the irreparable damage was also increasing. The fifth line of the fluorescent value on the panel is irreparable damage rate 34.372%. This is a value whose irreversible change is small, but becomes larger from time to time. Every time Sun Wuben sees this value, it is a toothache. Suddenly, a wolf howl faintly sounded outside the villa. The number in the fifth line has changed a bit, 34.371%, then 34.370%, 34.369%. The number changes every few breaths. Obviously, this line is impossible to reverse the change, and the value is steadily decreasing. At this time, Sun Wu's body was undergoing tremendous changes as if it had broken a shell. Almost every cell was extremely full of energy. The wounds and diseases that could not be repaired in the convalescent cabin all over the body also slowly recovered, and the muscles became stronger, the skin becomes more supple, the internal organs become stronger. A strong chi rose in Sun Wu himself. The night passed quietly. When the sky showed the first white fish belly, the fifth line of the panel displayed a line, the rate of irreparable damage is 3.8%. The eyelashes moved slowly. Monkey King woke up, just as soon as he woke up. Unbelievable. Mr. Monkey King, Unbelievable. The sharp electronic sound sounded, which was different from the tone of the previous electronic sound. This time, the electronic sound appeared extremely rapid, as if seeing an incredible thing. God, guess what I saw? The irreversible damage to your body disappeared. I remember that the value when you entered the cabin yesterday was still 34.371%, now you see how much it is. Excited and surprised electron the sound rang. Sun Muben blinked and suddenly woke up. You said, what did you say? Is the irreversible damage rate smaller? How could it be? Sun Wu reflexively looked at the panel, then froze. He closed his eyes for a moment and opened it again. The irreparable damage rate is 3.8%. The fifth line of characters on the panel is particularly eye-catching. Obviously it is not a mistake that I read. 3.8. Sun Muben exclaimed. He has always had a headache about the increasing number of irreparable rates. Sun Muben has a hunch that once the irreparable rate exceeds the golden ratio of 38.2%, his martial arts practice is about to come to an end, and it will never be possible to break the door of the human body. And the martial arts masters in the martial arts world, one by one cannot break the human body gate. It is probably because the irreparable damage rate is greater than 38.2%. This month, Sun Muben practiced desperately, and his cultivation base surged. At the same time, this number also increased sharply, from 32% to 34% in just 1 month. Sun Muben was thinking about whether he should slow down in the next practice. Now suddenly, just like a pie smashed from the world when he was hungry, Sun Muben wondered if he hadn't waked up yet and was dreaming. Mr. Sun Muben, in view of the irreversible rate of irreversibility, now that this situation occurs, it must be a problem with my body. I strongly recommend that you send me back to the factory for repair, and I strongly recommend that you send me back to the factory for repair. The electronic synthesis sound rang again and again. Is the machine in the convalescent cabin broken? Sun Muben stepped out of the convalescent cabin and was also suspicious, but when he raised his head and looked forward, his pupils suddenly widened. I didn't think it was in the convalescent cabin before, but now when I leave the convalescent cabin, the whole world is different. The world in front of me is so gorgeous and bright. It's like watching a long-term yellowish 100,000 level low-rate old-fashioned videotape, and suddenly I see a high-color. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com new style videotape with a resolution of 80 million. All the colors in the villa suddenly become bright, and all the details are suddenly clear and bright. Even in this villa room that was originally extremely clean in Sun Muben's eyes, at this moment, Sun Muben actually found some bugs, which had never been seen before. My eyesight, it's like... Sun Muben recalled the feeling that the eyesight of his eyes had reached the peak of his eyesight as a child at this moment. And Sun Muben walked out of the villa, and the sounds of insects and birds rang out in the mountains and forests. The sound was so clear that even the very low frequency and very high frequency sounds that are difficult for adults to hear are clearly heard. In the same way, this mountainous world is brighter than ever, and Monkey King even saw the hair on the thighs of crickets in the grass. Not an illusion. It's not that the machine is broken. Sun Muben's whole brain suddenly woke up, and then he became excited. There is only one reason for this situation, which is that my body has undergone tremendous changes, and those irreparable injuries have really been repaired. The completion rate stated in the recuperation cabin was 96.2%, with only 3.8% damage. The body of no leakage, haha, this is the real body of no leakage. As long as it continues like this, maybe I can have a gate that breaks Xiao Yuan like the turtle immortal and crane immortal. It is not a problem to live for hundreds of years. Squeezed a fist slightly. A powerful momentum rose in Sun Wu himself. This momentum is so amazing, even Sun Muben himself feels very powerful. Vitality and strength are terribly powerful. Once again, Sun Wuben felt the powerful strength and vitality brought about by the transformation of the body, and that feeling was 100 times stronger than when he first used the convalescent cabin. Chapter 26, Break Open the Door. Hey! The monk flashed by, the big tree fell, and the Monkey King shot out from the mountains and shot into the sky fiercely, making all kinds of difficult movements that only divers can make in the air. Flip forward and backward, go up and down. No matter what the action is, Sun Wu originally had no trouble responding to it, and it worked like one. The body has never been so light and free, up and down as it is now. Boundary Gate. This is really opening the door. Sun Wuben was very excited. The limited information in the recuperation cabin did not understand why Sun Wu's body had such changes, but Sun Wuben understood it himself, or he had been waiting for this moment to come. I got stuck at the figure of 11.3 seconds after running 100 meters. Mia thought that it was reaching the limit of the human body, but Sun Wuben understood that it was not the real limit, just because the cultivation of other parts of her body could not keep up. In Sun Wuben's martial arts, the human body, like any complex things in the world, is a whole, and all aspects of evolution are needed. It's stuck in 11.3 seconds for a few months. No matter how much you practice, you may get discouraged if you change another person, but Sun Wuben is still practicing, and his main practice is not the lowering of the hand, but the whole body, even some in the eyes of normal martial artists. Muscles that do not need to be satin finished at all, such as those that have never been used by no one. Human beings are close to degeneration, and can't even feel the back of the ears, the muscles in certain parts of the abdomen, the muscles that are not used under the buttocks. And this is the concept of Niajiaquan in previous national martial arts. Everyone has a Tai Chi. The body is a universe. An ecosystem can form a virtuous circle only when all the joints are opened up. Although Sun Wu had never learned Niajiaquan, he eventually developed his own internal practice methods based on his philosophy and martial arts practice in this world, and then experimented with practice one by one. Sure enough, when all Sun Wuben's body parts were trained, coupled with the tempering and upgrading of the spirit and will in the oppression, after the body was trained to a passing value, Sun Wuben's entire physical fitness changed, and the 11.3 seconds that had been stuck were also loosened up. Then started a new round of growth, although the speed is not fast enough, but fortunately it is stable and has not stopped. So even though Sun Wuben's formal full-scale practice time is very short, he still beats the heroes in the martial arts conference. If it weren't for encountering savages, he could go further. You must know that those who fought against Monkey King like Ma Xian and others, except for the barbarians, are all martial arts masters who have practiced martial arts for at least 10 years. 3 punches and 2 kicks. Of course, Sun Wuben gave up playing against the barbarians at the time and also considered another point. Although he could win the barbarian, compared with the masters such as Sun Wuben, Klin, Jackie Chan, and even Nan Wu, Ji Lang, it is like a fly. Yu Qingting, the level is too different. Most of the martial arts in the martial arts conference should be around 7 points, and some of the strong ones have reached 10 points. I was about 13 points at the time. It was almost twice as strong as some people. So I made hand gestures with them like breaking bamboo, but I met Monkey King. For these people, Monkey King reached 48 points. Although Klin was not as good as him, he also reached 32 points, 2 or 3 times mine. The martial arts school pays attention to facing difficulties, not afraid of fighting, but purely looking for abuse is definitely not required by the normal martial arts heart. Sun Wukong and Klin just arrived at Gaixian Island, but their combat power was 10 points and the other 8 points. This is the result of their practice since childhood and practiced for several years, but only 7 months after the guidance of the Gaixian people, they gained combat power. Turned 4 or 5 times, the reason why it is so fast is the super intensity training of the Turtle Immortals, which is a completely different practice method from the previous fighting to the highest and only health preservation. I couldn't do their kind of practice before, because my body's self-repair is far from keeping up with the speed of the injury, and it may take a day or two to get rid of it. If you practice again, you will die. But it's different now. Breaking the boundaries of my body, now the energy contained in my body can feed back to myself, and the repair of my body may not be as good as Monkey King and Klin. At that time, it was already turned upside down compared to the original, so it is also completely capable of carrying out their superpowers. Intensive practice. The most important thing is that when martial arts practice reaches a level, the body is already second, and chi is the fundamental. When the door is opened, the role of the body as a stepping stone has been basically completed, and then its role is only to assist the spirit and chi. So as long as my body has enough chi, the physical damage is already second, as long as it is not physical damage to me. If you die, you can quickly repair your body with chi. So. Sun Wuben's eyes flashed brightly. Now let's start to realize the chi. Monkey King flew up to a huge rock next to him and sat down cross-legged, just about to feel chi. The watch sounded. I forgot, it's time to talk to my mother. A smile appeared on Sun Wuben's face. He pressed the button on his watch and talked to his mother. After speaking, Sun Wuben's heart moved. By the way, Sister Mia has never believed in my martial arts. Now that I have truly opened the door, I should also confess to her. By the way, I should give her advice on her practice. Believe that she has seen my current results and believes me. Sun Wubenlian dialed Mia's phone again. A remote small village in the area of number 7744 stands a white castle. White Fort is a base of the Red Ribbon Army. Twee, twee, twee. The sound of gunfire sounded from time to time when the muffler was installed. Damn it, where's the woman? At this time, the base was actually broken into, and a tall girl carrying a large number of modern light weapons broke in single-handedly. I saw the girl carrying a gun with a muffler and sweeping forward from time to time. The gunshots were clear, but I could only listen. When it came to the sound of tweeting, it was obvious that the girl did not miss a shot, otherwise it would be a bang on the wall, doors, and windows. Damn the Red Ribbon Legion, I must destroy you. Mia flicked her gun, and the magazine flew down. Her other hand quickly filled the magazine. Father, Mother, Mia will definitely not let you die in vain. Mia's eyes were firm. She didn't know the strength of the Red Ribbon Legion, but no matter how strong she was, she had to take revenge. She still remembered the afternoon of that year. A fierce soldier broke into his home and took his mother away. His father stepped forward to resist and was shot and collapsed. Grandma took her when she was young and hid in the basement and escaped safely. After many years, Mia was looking for the location of those soldiers, but they could not be found in the past 10 years. Even Mia gave up hope, just in time for her grandfather Sun Wuxian to take her as a granddaughter. Returned to Sun Wu's home to take over the Sun Wu's dojo. But who would have thought that after returning to the dojo, Mia saw a military cap from a special channel www.novel.com. This military cap has a red label with the English letter R written in 2 large letters. Seeing this hat, the memory of Mia that was about to disappear came to mind. That's right, the soldiers who broke into his house back then were wearing military caps with double R letters like this. But what kind of army wears such a hat? Mia couldn't find any information, but once tentatively asked her cheap brother who was studying in the key class of the northern capital. She learned from the righteous brother, it turned out that it was the cap of the Red Ribbon Legion. Although the Red Ribbon Legion in Sun Wuben's mouth is extremely terrifying, and even the power of the country cannot be wiped out, how can the enmity of the parents not be reported? Although the mother-in-law Meyer treated Mia very well, even though she already had a home, Mia still wanted to find her true biological mother and rescue her mother. So Mia started to find the way of the Red Ribbon Legion alone, as a trained thief to steal money. It was also because Mia wanted to arrange the family affairs earlier so that she could take revenge with peace of mind, and whether she was looking for the Red Ribbon Legion, or revenge, the more money the better. But I didn't expect that I ran into the hands of Sun Wuben without robbing the train a few times, and then Mia took a lot of caution in the robbery. It was not until Sun Wuben released a record to make a lot of money that Mia really had a lot of money to use at will. Then Mia told Monkey King that she was going to practice in the mountains and forests, but in fact she had been looking for the Red Ribbon Legion outside, and her practice was barely maintained. After all, Mia has already cultivated to the limit of the human body, and no matter how hard she cultivates, she won't make much progress. Instead of using this time to hit the impossible hope of breaking the human body, it is better to use it to find enemies. Under the influence of a large amount of money, Mia finally found the base of the Red Ribbon Legion, so she had her action this time. Chapter 27, Monkey King is here to kill. Boom 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 boom. Sparks flickered, and the bullet hit the wall in front of Mia. Mia frowned. Until the continuous gunshots were slightly imperceptible, she slid her body, shot out like a leopard, and flew upwards. He kicked the ceiling with his back foot, and he flew in the air. The gun with the muffler in his hand had exploded a series of bullets. Twee, twee, twee. The guns did not miss, and in an instant, the banging of the guns was expected to fall. Report to the captain that the woman is too strong and we can't hold it. We request the use of cannonballs. In one corner, a soldier wearing a corporal logo shouted at the phone. Asshole, who allowed you to use cannonballs? The phone roared loudly. No need for shells? Captain, you mean? The corporal confirmed tremblingly. Are you deaf? How many times do I want to say it? In an attic, a strange human with a pair of pointed ears is screaming at the figure in the display, listen to Lao Tzu. You must not use cannonballs. No matter what means you use, you must not destroy the castle. This white castle is his favorite style that Colonel Liar has worked so hard to create. Whoever pays if you break it, can you afford it? You can't afford it even if you chop 10 of your heads. The captain roared and wrinkled. He frowned, muttered in a low voice, from where did a mad woman burst out? This is bad. The walls of the White Castle are afraid that there are more bullet holes. I hope it can be repaired, otherwise Colonel Liar will start to rush. Thinking of Colonel Leal's horror, I shuddered all over. Yes, I know, no cannonballs are needed. The voice rang again, but Captain, everyone can't hold it at all. If this continues, the loss will be too great. Assholes, a group of men let a lady down. Are you still vicious soldiers with red ribbons? Why don't you go home for milk? If you can't hold it, you have to carry it. Also, you lead the woman to the machine. Go to Hall A and use mechas to deal with her, you know. You don't understand such simple tactics, rice buckets. It's all a bunch of rice buckets, the captain shouted. Yes. The corporal didn't dare to question Shangguan's words. The Red Ribbon Legion officer crushed people to death, and Shangguan killed the people below without much reason. Soon Mia's journey became easier. Not long after, Mia kicked a door open, and then she rolled in, looking at the whole room at the same time. This is... Mia was stunned. The tall steel city wall in front of her was obviously not quite right. It's not good, it's a mecha. Mia's face changed. At this moment, 2 cylinders of steel fists smashed at her sideways. Mia stood up, kicked her feet on the ground, and jumped out vertically. At the same time, the gun in her hand was aimed at the joints of the mecha and a series of shots were made. I saw a string of sparks burst out where the mecha was shot, but the mecha's movements did not slow down at all. This bullet attack was like itching to it, and the mecha's 2 fists continued to hit Mia. At the same time a steel cable also shot at Mia. This thing is not afraid of bullets at all, it seems that it needs to be replaced with a rocket launcher, Mia suddenly felt an unprecedented danger, her body exploded beyond the limit, and the speed of the figure shot forward increased again. Boom! It was the sound of 2 steel fists hitting together. If Mia hadn't just exploded in a supernormal burst, then it might have been solidified. Mia didn't dare to let her body get such a heavy iron fist. Too fast. How can this thing move so fast? Mia's face was ugly. 2 iron fists and a magical steel rope chased her and hit her. She could even catch her breath, let alone put on a rocket launcher. She could only escape. Desperate to escape. Boom boom boom. There was a loud noise in the entire mecha hall. Suddenly all the loud noise disappeared. I saw Mia lying on the ground at the feet of the steel mecha. Are you dead? This woman has been hit by the scorpion so many punches, I am afraid that she will be dead. The people watching in the dark all around stared at Mia at the feet of the mecha, with horror in their eyes. The scorpion mecha can smash through the steel plate with one punch, but the offending woman was hit by the scorpion again and again. It took more than 10 seconds to fall down. That's not right. A soldier in the corner of the wall has eyes rounded. The woman is still alive, and her chest is still rising and falling. The soldier raised his gun and pointed the trigger at the woman's chest on the floor in the hall. Boom! A canopy sparks. It was a huge steel hand that appeared in front of Mia, grabbing Mia's body in his hand, and at the same time a steel chain was shot out to tie Mia's body firmly, and then this machine strode towards the gate. Report to the sergeant, that woman is not dead. The soldier in the corner closed his gun and reported to the sergeant walking nearby. Just your sharp eyes. The sergeant snorted coldly, looking at the mecha that took the woman away, with doubts in his eyes. At this time, in a room full of screens, the captain was full of excitement. This lady's body is made of steel. She has been hit by so many punches from the scorpion, and she is not dead. That's good. Dr. Gro is developing a secret weapon that needs a powerful human body. Give her to the doctor. I will definitely get a big reward, maybe I can be promoted to the 3rd level in a row, then Colonel Lyre will not dare to punish me for failing to protect the White Castle, haha, maybe I can still be promoted higher than Colonel Lyre, The captain looked at one of the display screens and saw the building exploded. What's going on again? The captain yelled. Report to Captain, Sunday. Sunday. A quick voice sounded, the Monkey King on the wanted list is here. The Monkey King. Captain's eyes stared like light bulbs, and his body trembled. As an army composed of a group of wicked and evil men, the Red Ribbon Legion has always acted unscrupulously. This time, in order to find the Dragon Ball to achieve the purpose of conquering the world, it is even more unscrupulous. Murder and arson are completely common. It should be good. Who knows, one of them a Dragon Ball is in the hands of a cute little boy who looks like an angel. No matter how innocent and cute the little boy looks, it is useless for the Red Ribbon Army. He still grabs him and kills you with a single shot. But with this shot, I realized that this cute little angel turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. In order to obtain the Dragon Ball in the hands of Monkey King, the Red Ribbon Legion can be said to be all the elites these days, but Monkey King is too powerful. The captain's position is fairly high, and he naturally knows a lot of secret information. He knows better than the soldiers outside how terrible the Monkey King, who won the runner-up in the world's #1 martial arts conference. It's really Monkey King? You didn't get it. The captain said, and suddenly a figure appeared on the camera. It was a little kid with a leaf head, a red martial arts suit, and a tail behind him. Saw this figure? It's the evil star. The last trace of luck in Captain also disappeared. Quick! Use artillery, rocket launcher, no, use missiles, don't use the shoulder-mounted type, use the most powerful one. Take out all the artillery fire, don't think about saving ammunition. The captain yelled again and again. Captain! This will damage the White Fort. Didn't you say that? Idiot! The captain roared, is fate or White Castle important? That woman can compare with this evil star? Don't drag me, take out the best weapons, the most advanced weapons, I'll fire on that Monkey King, don't be afraid of destroying the White Castle. By the way, the mecha team is also all ready, ready to support at any time. Yes. Another place on the earth. This is an extremely rudimentary, even a little broken old house. The room is very small and can only accommodate a small bed and a desk. Sun Yueben stood in front of the desk and looked at the red brick-like regular message telephone on the desk. The phone call to Mia was not answered at all, not even once, but one after another, for 2 consecutive days. No one answered and no answer. Sun Wu felt something was wrong. Sun Yueben even went back to his hometown and asked the servant who took care of his mother. Only then did he know that Mia would still call her mother at a fixed time, but Sun Yueben waited for Mia to call and directly replied, only to find that it was Mia's morning call. Just set the message. At this time, no matter how stupid she was, she knew that what Mia was doing must be extremely dangerous. With the help of the police, Sun Yueben found this place. A note was pressed on the timed message call machine, and Sun Yueben picked it up and read it. My brother Sun Yueben, when you read this letter, maybe I'm still alive, or maybe I've left this world. Looking at this letter, Sun Yueben's heart trembled, and he barely read the entire message, and Sun Yueben slumped on the bedside. What to do? Mia didn't write about where she went, who did she seek revenge, and she has been there for so many days, so far there is no news. The brain that Sun Wu has always been easy to use was a bit late for a while, and I just felt confused. Sun Wu had no other brothers and sisters. Mia was his sister in his heart, and she was a real family member. Mr. Monkey King. The middle-aged policeman with a big cap next to him spoke. He could see that the famous singer is now a little bit arrogant. As a policeman, he is naturally willing to help. Do you need my help? Mr. Sun. My sister may have gone to a very dangerous place. I am afraid there will be life danger. Sun Yueben said. Where did she go? If I knew I wouldn't lose square inch like this. Monkey King throated hoarsely. I don't know where she went. It's very troublesome. Finding someone's whereabouts is not an easy task, especially since your sister seems to be a powerful martial artist. The police also showed embarrassment. It also needs to find someone. Time. What should I do? Sun Yueben touched his chest, his heart tightening. Could it be that after I lost my father and my mother fell ill, even my sister will be lost forever? The thought of Sun Yueben felt even more uncomfortable in his chest. By the way, others may be in trouble, but Mr. Sun Yueben, based on your wealth, you should still have a bit of money. As long as you can afford to pay, you can. The police reminded, there is a way that money can make ghosts persevere. If there is a 70 to 80 million, you can find Ling Ji within 1 or 2 days. Really? Monkey King grabbed the hand of the middle-aged policeman. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I pay, I'm willing to pay as much as I can. If my sister can be rescued, let alone 7 to 8 billion, it is 7 to 8 billion, so I am willing. Although Sun Yueben does not have 70 to 80 million in deposits, it does not matter. It's not easy to save people, said the middle-aged policeman. But it should be possible to know where people are now. I know a man who has a friend who is good at divination, but divination requires one time. Tens of millions, so. Divination. A flash of light flashed through Sun Yueben's mind. Are you talking about the divination mother? The divination mother in the desert? It turned out to be her, that's right. Sun Yueben screamed. You know. The middle-aged policeman was very surprised. The divination mother-in-law is not known to everyone. Even if he has heard of it, he just regards it as a legend. Moreover, because of his position, he accidentally learned of such a legend. The great is real and alive. I know it naturally. Sun Yueben strode out of the house, slid his body, and landed on the roof of a house in the distance. When he slid again, his figure disappeared. The middle-aged policeman only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and he lost his trace of Monkey King. This. The middle-aged policemen were all dumbfounded. This is the real skill of the martial arts. The middle-aged policeman stared in his eyes and felt that he couldn't hit such a person even with a machine gun. He recovered for a long time. No, I have seen a lot of top martial arts masters, but due to their position, the middle-aged policeman knew a lot of top martial arts masters. The world of genius is really hard to understand. The middle-aged policeman shook his head and walked to his police plane. Chapter 28, The Shock of That Scene. Mia woke up in an armored car leisurely, and then she saw a picture that will last her life, even death. Boom. 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 The artillery fire shook the sky. 10,000 cannons were fired in Bibao. Countless machine guns spit out long tongues of flame, and the airplanes spewed fiery sparks. A figure was traversing in the thousands of artillery fires, and the shells were knocked into the air by his fist, or directly flashed by him, or even kicked back. The ordinary shells are followed by huge missiles, and the small missiles are followed by large missiles. But in the endless fireworks, you can always see that figure flashes from time to time. The artillery fire is useless. Rockets are useless. Missiles, large missiles, and even larger ones are useless. Machine gun bullets hit him like they hit a steel ingot, only the bullets flew around. And the entire White Fortress was unharmed when she attacked. The White Fortress, which had never been destroyed except for a few more bullet holes, was already in ruins. Obviously, these were caused by the Red Ribbon Army fighting with this figure. Is this real? Suddenly Mia remembered the bull that her brother Sun Wuben, who likes to brag, had blown to her. About 300 years ago, our world produced a super evil, terrifying demon Bic. Bic is extremely powerful. No matter how many troops, no matter how powerful weapons, he cannot be defeated. As long as the combat power reaches a certain level, all the hot weapons on this planet, artillery shells, rockets, and missiles can be ignored or kicked back. The strength of martial arts is far beyond your imagination, Sister Mia, don't believe it. Our martial arts did not even pass the first stage, so it is very weak. As long as we cross that gate, the ocean will be wide and leap. Ren Hufei in the sky. The improvement of cultivation level has increased exponentially. The truly qualified martial arts masters can destroy the stars and destroy the world with their gestures. It is not difficult to achieve the combat power capable of kicking the missiles from flying. With my guidance, 3 years should be enough. Every sentence that Mia used to be fun in the past came to her mind at this time. What Gamato said, although he is bragging, there are people who reach that level in this world, at least this kid. Mia looked at the figure fighting in the gunfire, with leaves and black hair. An orange-red dress, a stick, and a child sitting on a yellow flying machine that looks like a cloud. Who is this kid? Mia asked in her heart. Suddenly her pupils shrank, and she saw a large black and heavy steel giant rising from the corner of the White Castle. It's a mecha unit. These mecha units are all going to attack the kid. Mia's heart suddenly mentioned that this kind of mecha was the kind that was used to deal with her before. She couldn't deal with even one, and almost died. Now a troop is attacking the child, can this child hold it? Run! Mia shouted hoarsely, but not long after, her eyes widened again. I saw the child break into the mecha group. Bang 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 bang. One punch, one kick, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No, these steel mechas are nothing to the kid, not even sheep, they are simply papery. With a wave of a small fist, the steel mecha was punched through. A kick, if you use explosive power, it's just that a kicked mecha explodes, and thrust is available, and you can see that mecha flies out sharply, hitting the plane for 10 times all the way. A hit all 10 mechas and crashed them. In just a short time, the entire mecha unit lost nearly 100 mechas. Escape! I have to run away. The voice sounded, and the big man next to Mia trembled, as if he had seen a ghost, muttering to himself, "No wonder the people above went crazy when they saw this child. I took out all the armed forces to attack. Is this still a human? Run away, run away. Fortunately, the order I accepted is to send this woman away." This big man started the armored car and fled away under the cover of the war, and soon disappeared into the distance. The yellow sand is rolling. There is an oasis in this desert. At this time, the largest and luxurious palace in the oasis is like a king's mansion. A sunny and handsome boy is smiling at an old woman. "Thank you for fortune-telling for me. Where is my sister Mia now?" Sun Wuben said respectfully. Divination mother-in-law. As the sister of the tortoise fairy, she is an old woman who wears a tall, pointed black wizard hat with a wide brim all year round. Although she looks ugly, she has a fortune-telling future and freedom to travel through yin and yang. Ability between time. In the original Dragon Ball world, the reason why the Z-Warrior was able to grow to such a degree, the Earth survived several times. This old woman played a role that others could not replace. Monkey King didn't dare to despise such a person at all. And the black-clothed and pink-haired old woman in front of her is not much different from the divination mother-in-law seen by Monkey King on TV, but she has a very mysterious and strange aura that makes people feel uncomfortable for some reason. "Okay." The divination mother-in-law looked at Sun Wuben and her expression suddenly moved, her eyes were surprised. "Boy, look at your age, the sky eye should have disappeared long ago. How can you still feel the yin qi on my body? Do you have my qualifications for cultivation?" The divining mother looked at her wrinkled eyes brightly. Looking at Sun Wuben, it was like a long-time hungry woman seeing a handsome guy. Sun Wu trembled and laughed, "My mother-in-law said and laughed. I have achieved perfection in martial arts practice. The body without leakage." The divination mother sneered at the corner of her mouth, "The world cultivator of martial arts, who wouldn't say that you are the body without leakage? Are you really? Impossible, impossible. My impervious body is the true impervious body. I have opened the door of the human body and reached the level of being a baby." Sun Wuben said with a smile, "Children can see what adults can't. The world, such as the ghosts of the underworld, Sun Wuben has truly opened the door of his cultivation until now, and he has reached a true impervious body. In fact, his body health is no less than that of a normal child, so he is extremely sensitive to the yin qi of the mother-in-law." Sun Wuben understood it after a second thought. "Is that the case?" The divination mother obviously didn't believe it. She squinted and looked at Sun Wuben as if thinking about something. "Mother-in-law, please help me fortune-telling my sister Mia's current situation. She may be in danger and I must save her in time." Sun Wuben begged. "Oh." The divination mother nodded, and then her face was serious, with a hoarse voice with a hint of excitement, "Is there enough money? Remember, 10 million, 10 million, no less. Bring it." Sun Wu even took out the card containing 10 million and handed it over. The divination mother-in-law's consumption of money was clear to Sun Wu. "Good, very good." As soon as the divination mother-in-law's eyes fell on the card, her eyes lit up like stars in the night sky. "This is indeed 10 million calories. Your kid is very understanding. The mother-in-law likes you more and more. By the way, you really don't consider being my disciple? I can live forever with my mother-in-law, and I can travel to the underworld at will. In the yang, take the dead to the yang, and the living to the underworld." The divination mother-in-law was nagging. Sun Wuben was anxious. The most powerful in the world of Dragon Ball is the top martial artist, and the others are all clouds. The same is true for the divination mother-in-law. Sun Wu didn't want to waste time on this. "My ambition is martial arts in my life, and I don't want to learn anything else. I also asked my mother-in-law to help me fortune-telling. It's too late, I'm afraid I won't have time to save my sister." Sun Wubenlian said. "I don't know what's good or bad, forget it, I'll fortune-telling for you." The divination mother said with a hoarse throat, and then she spoke to the huge crystal ball in front of her with her hands like her chicken feet. The spell. Number at % UN at. A headache sounded, and an image was displayed on the crystal ball. It was a house full of glass jars, intubation tubes, and machinery. There was a table a bit like a convalescent cabin in one place on the table. With a tall girl. The girl was firmly handcuffed by many metal robotic arms from hand to toe. She even wore a strange red helmet covering half of her face on her head, making it difficult to see her appearance. Sister Mia! Sun Wuben screamed. Mia's figure and temperament, even if only half of her shoulders were exposed, Sun Wuben could recognize it. It's Sister Mia! Sister Mia, this is... Sun Wuben's tears almost came out. Mia on the stage seemed to be dead, without a trace of movement, and there were even some pipes stuck in her body. As for the surrounding scenes, how could Sun Wuben, a high-achieving student in the northern capital, fail to recognize it? This is the laboratory of a top scientist. Obviously somebody used Mia as a guinea pig for experiments. Boy, Howl, this girl is not dead. The divination mother snorted. She seemed to be thinking about something while holding her chin. Mother-in-law, where is she? Let's see, and at, UN number and UN at UN %. Hey, this female doll was taken away by the Red Ribbon Legion. She is now in Dr. Gro's laboratory. Inside, it can be seen by Dr. Gro. This girl doll is not easy, boy, I will show you the map. I don't care if you can save her to see yourself. The divining mother said a few spells. Suddenly the picture in the crystal ball began to change. www.novel.com Monkey King remembered the picture in the crystal ball for a short time. Mother-in-law, it's okay. Sun Wuben said. Boy, let me tell you the good news for free. A powerful martial artist named Monkey King may find your sister. Sun Wukong. Sun Wuben was overjoyed and worried. Okay, I'm done with your business, don't hurry up. The divination mother made a hoarse voice, her tone extremely impatient. Mother-in-law, thank you for your help. After saving my sister, I would like to divination about my mother's illness. The first time for divination is 10 million, and the second time I have to beat the 5 masters I hired. The divination mother's tone was cold. I am willing to pay. Sun Wuben said. The 5 masters employed by the divination mother are not only outrageously skilled, but the most terrifying thing is that some people have special abilities and are extremely weird, especially the devil. Sun Wuben has no current skills. Confidence took over his demon light. Others can, you, impossible. The divining mother rolled her eyes. Why? Sun Wuben stared. It's not why, I just like you. The divination mother grinned, her mouth full of big yellow teeth and a hoarse and weird laugh. Her apprentice had very high requirements for qualifications. Sun Wu was originally a rare sight for her. There are enough people, so the divination mother rarely moved her mind to accept disciples, but Sun Wu didn't seem to be on the way. Fancy me. Sun Wuben got goosebumps all over his body turned into a plume of smoke and disappeared into the distance. So fast. The divination mother's eyes rounded, looking at the direction where Sun Wuben was disappearing, she grinned for a long time. Good boy, martial arts training is really good. The old lady looked down on him. Chapter 29, The Anger of the Black Marshal. Ice and snow, cold and windy. Area number 8784 is a place where humans rarely live because the temperature is below zero all year round. This is the most secret base camp of the Red Ribbon Legion, and Dr. Gro's research base is also here. Arrived. Sun Wuben stood behind a huge boulder, looking at the continuous fortress in the gorge ahead. This place is really hidden. It's no wonder that the Red Ribbon Legion can still live so moisturized under the encirclement of the regular army. It's time to start, Sister Mia, I hope you can hold on. Sun Wuben mentioned the mountain-like package behind him. Dive quickly towards the fortress. Monkey King was originally to save people, so it is naturally impossible to attack directly like Monkey King against the Red Ribbon Legion. Under the cover of the night, I saw Sun Wu's own shadow disappear after a few leaps. In a blink of an eye, the fortress in the canyon has been very calm until... Boom! Suddenly there was a loud noise, the firelight illuminated the entire sky, and a huge mushroom cloud surged. Then... Boom! Boom! The mountain shakes every once in a while. Beep! In the sky dozens of miles south of the canyon, a yellow cloud was flying sharply with a beeping sound. On the cloud was sitting cross-legged a little boy wrapped in a cotton-padded coat. The little boy was taking a pergola and looking into the distance. The Red Ribbon Legion is too hateful, I must not let them go, and they also snatched the other 2 Dragon Balls, hey, that is. Monkey King turned his head and looked to the far left and front, where there was a huge mushroom cloud. Is slowly dispersing. How can Monkey King, who has been fighting for a long time, fail to recognize this situation? It's a big bang, is that the base of the Red Ribbon Legion? Monkey King's eyes lit up, but he had been looking for the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters for a long time. Somersault Cloud, set off with all your strength. Monkey King pointed to the direction of the mushroom cloud. The flying speed of the yellow somersault cloud under him immediately increased sharply, shooting towards the direction of the firelight and the mushroom cloud. A room full of screens in the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Corps. This is the highest level headquarters control room of the Red Ribbon Legion. There are no more than 10 people who can enter this room. At this time, there are only 2 people in the room. One is a strong black man who is as tall as an iron tower. The brawny man's eyes flashed cold and bloody, but his eyes instantly looked respectful when he swept across the other person in the room. That was a middle-aged, one-eyed man with red hair and a very short stature. Damn it! The one-eyed man held a cigar between one finger, and slapped the other hand on the table in front of him, and said coldly, "Who can tell me who is attacking the headquarters?" "Martial Rider, will it be Monkey King?" the tall black said respectfully. Martial Rider, also known as Martial Black, is the founder of the entire Red Ribbon Legion, the highest commander of the entire Red Ribbon Legion, and the object of Brack's allegiance and imitation. Impossible, Dragon Ball radar shows that Monkey King is still 10 miles away, and now the enemy has entered the inside of the castle. The one-eyed Martial Ruder's voice was like ice, and his eye flashed fiercely. "The man just destroyed base station number 86, I must be at station number 87 now, shoot me, fire at all, and use our missiles to directly razor base station number 87 to the ground." What? Brack's face was surprised. Martial Ritter wanted to destroy the enemy, and he planned to not even blast his own people together. Immediately Brock reacted. The inexplicable enemy destroyed more than 20 base stations without even showing his face, which was more terrifying than an enemy like Monkey King who only knew how to run amok. Marshall has a good idea. Brack's eyes flashed a bit of killing. These grandchildren, one by one, are useless. Since you can't guard the enemy, it's better to die. The two gave orders, and then... boom! The missile was launched. Base station number 87 burst into a mushroom cloud. After a while, the mushroom cloud dissipated. Only one huge pit was left at base station number 87, which originally had a complex of buildings. The Red Ribbon soldiers and buildings inside were all turned into dust. No matter where you are sacred, you have to turn into dust under this gun. Ryder grinned at base 87 where there was only one big hole left on the screen. Marshall Ritter is still good. Brock also laughed. This person is also an individual talent. If it weren't for the Monkey King, the magic star is coming, we can't make it, hey. Root snorted coldly, and his heart became angry. Even the enemy was ruined for 20 or so base station. By the way, Monkey King is flying towards here, so that everyone is ready to fight, be sure to kill with one blow. Marshal Root calmly issued an order, just at this moment. Boom! The mountain shook for a while. What happened? Ruit and Brock both had bad feelings in their hearts, and then they saw a pitting flicker on the screen, and all the images disappeared. How can the screen disappear? This is a surveillance system made by Dr. Gro. Wright had an ugly face. He grabbed the telephone receiver on the side and was about to speak. Canopy. There was another loud noise, and the entire castle shook again, and then the whole world turned into pitch black. This time all the lights in the entire control room disappeared. Ryder and Brock both froze for a while. At this time, boom, 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 boom. The voice kept ringing. Asshole! Ritter was surprised and angry. What's the matter? Outer base at this time. Number 88 base exploded, number 89 base exploded, number 90 base exploded. In a corridor in the central area, a figure appeared silently, only to see this person with beautiful black hair, walking in the corridor like a giant mountain wrapped in his back. It is the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion. Sun Wuben sighed in his heart, but the spirit mentioned the extreme. The Red Ribbon Legion's base stations exploded one by one, and the communication line was abnormal, and even the final circuit was destroyed. Naturally, everything was Sun Wuben's handwriting. As the Red Ribbon Legion that makes the regular army fearful, its strength is not strong, and because it has recruited genius scientists like Dr. Gro, it seems to have good scientific and technological strength, but the time to create the army is too short, and the foundation and accumulation are all too short. Far from enough. No matter how capable Dr. Gru is, there are too many things for him to study, such as humanoids, robots, mecha man, top guns, missiles, and armored machines. This time looking for Dragon Ball and Monkey King, the Destiny son of the Dragon Ball world, met against the son of Destiny. That's not a joke, it's so terrible. The tongue can kill Monkey King, but the result is that if he planted himself, he became Monkey King. Therefore, the top masters of the Red Ribbon Legion have endless levels. Obviously, every time they win, they are still overturned by Sun Wukong again and again. The family is also consumed again and again. When Sun Wuben sneaked into the headquarters, the protective power here is no longer enough for the Red Ribbon Legion's heyday 50%. Of course, this is enough. With such power, almost no one in the world can sneak in quietly, including Monkey King. But don't forget that Sun Wu was originally a high-achieving student in the northern capital, standing at the same level as Bauma. It is conceivable that Bauma is powerful in science. Dr. Gru may have the upper hand against her now, but it is hard to say against her in the future. Although Sun Wuben is inferior to Bauma, he did not directly engage in scientific and technological battles with Dr. Gro. In addition, Sun Wuben's martial arts skills are now in the ranks of the entire Earth. Except for the few people who can count with their fingers, almost nothing he is the strongest. Therefore, the surveillance technology of the Red Ribbon Legion, which dominates the world, was broken into a pile of broken copper and iron by Sun Wuben's skillful hands. It did not play its role at all, and the army soldiers who prevented mosquitoes from flying in Sun Wuben's under the methods of this martial artist, he became blind and deaf. Of course, the fort's scientific and technological facilities and army are not completely furnished, so Sun Wuben has only cut off the main power and communication facilities of the entire fort. According to the crystal picture of the Divination Mother, I passed through this row of buildings and arrived at Dr. Gro's laboratory. This should be the most tightly guarded place in the entire fortress. Sun Wuben moved more cautiously, landing like a feather without a trace of sound. It was also silent, and there was no sound. That's right, Sun Wu's instinct was to quietly dissolve the powerful defense of the Red Ribbon Legion, and one more thing was extremely important, that is, the crystal picture of the Divination Mother. Although the Divination Mother-in-law loves money, as long as the money is enough, things can be done beautifully. When Mia's location was shown to Monkey King, various angles, perspectives, close UPS, 360 degrees in the crystal were taken from all aspects this fortress, especially the place where Dr. Gro was located, was revealed. When Sun Wuben dived to Dr. Gro's laboratory, the yellow somersault cloud finally flew over the canyon where the fortress was located. What? Somersault on the cloud, Monkey King stared at the wolf below with dumbfounded eyes. Chapter 30, Disappeared. At this time, densely packed military planes floated above the Red Ribbon Fortress, and underneath was a ruined wall. Obviously you could see huge pits. Based on Sun Wukong's current experience, it is natural to know that these pits were caused by missiles. When Monkey King stared at it, boom! The blazing white light flickered in the earth, shattering, and a huge mushroom cloud surged in a good place in the fortress. What's the matter with the Red Ribbon Legion? Monkey King stared. It was obvious that the Red Ribbon Legion was attacked, but who was attacking the Red Ribbon Legion? Who has this ability? The damage caused by this is no worse than that of Sun Wukong. If it is a large unit, it is impossible to even see the figure. Boom! Boom! The overwhelming artillery fired at Monkey King at this time, and at the same time, it was mixed with the sky full of machine gun bullets. The command to prepare for the war to meet Monkey King was issued before the communication was cut off. Even without this command, the obvious outsider, Monkey King, would also be attacked when he came to the fortress of the Red Ribbon Legion. It's still so annoying. Monkey King drew out the wishful stick on his back to fight against him. In the corridor leading to Dr. Gro. This sound, 10,000 cannons are all fired. What is the Red Ribbon Legion doing? Sun Wu himself approached the window, his eyes just swept up to the sky, and his eyes widened. Cannon fired in all directions, what are they attacking? Sun Wu didn't have any. Continue to walk down, he is not Monkey King, he does not have somersault clouds and wishful sticks, and exposing his true body is not good for saving people. This kind of attack seems to have no target, is it crazy, or? This sudden and random attack by the Red Ribbon Legion disrupted Sun Wuben's plan. Without thinking about the purpose of the Red Ribbon Legion, Sun Wuben always felt uneasy. At this moment, a red figure flashed in the sky, and then a yellow cloud. So that's the case, it was Monkey King who came and made me worry for nothing. Sun Wuben left the window and quickly walked towards Dr. Gro's residence. The Monkey King is here too. Dr. Gro is afraid that he will move the location, I hope it will be too late. The Monkey King in the original Dragon Ball seems to have destroyed the Red Ribbon Legion, but in fact it may not be true. Dr. Gro escaped and made use of the remaining resources of the Red Ribbon Legion to make robots. In the Universe chapter, Sun Wukong and other Z warriors were belted. There was a lot of trouble, and Monkey King himself died in battle due to the man-made things. Sun Wuben was most afraid because of the arrival of Monkey King. Dr. Gro was so scared that he wanted to escape, killing Mia or taking Mia away. No, I have to speed up. Thinking of the result that Dr. Gro was scared to escape by Monkey King didn't care about it anymore. He didn't want to rush into the defense. He kicked his foot on the ground and shot out like a cannonball. Boom 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 boom. There was a huge noise in the aisle, and soon he reached a door. Sun Wuben took out the sword in his hand, and after opening the door slightly, his whole body shot through the gap of the opened door. The crystal screen shows that there should be 8 top masters guarding here, and their positions are. The body shot at an angle while the gun in Sun Wuben's hand shot towards the position in his mind. Choo choo choo. The gunshot sounded, and Sun Wuben's eyes swept around, and then the action of pulling the gun button in his hand stopped. There was no one in the empty surroundings, where there should have been people. Could it be that people have left because of changes outside, but this is where Dr. Gru's experiments are done? Sun Wu's original thought turned sharply, but his body rushed forward without any pause. At this time, even if it was in front of him, he could rush through at the fastest speed. Boom 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 boom. Sun Wuben rushed all the way. Even when he encountered the key defense area shown in the crystal screen, he broke in without a trace, but the first key defense area was empty, the second was still, and the third was still empty. Gradually Sun Wuben's heart became extremely bad. There is only one possibility in such a situation, the possibility that Sun Wuben is least willing to think about. Boom! Sun Wuben kicked open the last protective door and rolled into it. With his eyes swept away, his heart became colder, and this last place was still unprotected. We have reached the door of Dr. Gru's laboratory and there is still no protection. Monkey King sullenly faced the front door with a sword, then kicked it open, his eyes shot into the door, and his pupils shrank even more. Empty. This is an empty house. Except for the four walls, there are no chairs in it, not to mention the various complicated experimental machinery and equipment in the original crystal picture. The worst has happened. Sun Wuben's head stopped thinking for almost an instant. At this time, if someone from the Red Ribbon Legion found Sun Wuben, even the most trash inferior soldier would have it if he had a gun in his hand that was made by Dr. Gru enough to damage Sun Wuben. Sun Wu's life. Boom! A missile fell and exploded not far away, and the strong air wave threw Sun Wuben out and hit the wall. Damn it! Monkey King wakes up. Mia may not be dead yet. Dr. Gro might take her away. As long as you find Dr. Gro's new hiding place, you will surely be able to save your sister. Sun Wuben rushed out of the building. I remember that direction is the place where important figures in this fort live. Dr. Gro's whereabouts, ordinary Red Ribbon soldiers can't know, only the real high level can know. One by one bombs exploded next to Monkey King. It was the cannonballs that Monkey King kicked back in the air. Any of these bombs exploded and killed Monkey King when he went to the martial arts conference. But at this time, Monkey King only needs to avoid the central area of the explosion. But because this road leads to the senior level of the Red Ribbon Legion, and Sun Wuben no longer hides his figure, so along the way, he encountered the Red Ribbon Army who fired at him from time to time. Boom! A huge scorpion mecha waved an iron fist towards Monkey King. Go! Sun Wu himself flew out, and the scorpion mecha that easily tortured Mia half to death could not keep up with the speed of Sun Wuben. It was chopped by a sword at the joints, and it was cut in two like paper, a huge arm. Falling to the ground, Sun Wuben's figure had already rushed through the mecha and disappeared into another building. What kind of master is this? The operator who fell half dead in the mecha stared at him. He looked around and couldn't find the person who attacked him before. Looking to the sky, only a touch of red and yellow appeared occasionally. That was fighting the Legion. Monkey King and his somersault cloud. That Monkey King is simply a devil. The one that just appeared is also a devil. No, the Red Ribbon Legion is too dangerous. I'll go back to my hometown. The mecha man tremblingly manipulated the mecha that could go away and sneaked away. Not only him, but many clever Red Ribbon Legions also had a feeling that the Red Ribbon Legion was probably going to die, so everyone from the low-level soldiers to the high-level began to flee. Defeated like a mountain. Almost after a few clicks, the sound of shells and machine guns faded away, and then disappeared. Over the entire canyon, the few military planes that can fly all flee madly in all directions. There are not many cars, motorcycles, and armors on the ground. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Even the mecha flees into the distance. However, Monkey King didn't stop fighting. A super mecha that was several times larger than the mecha he had seen before approached Monkey King. At this time, Sun Wuben also kicked open the door of the headquarters. In the general control room, a red-haired, pudgy middle-aged man wearing a black cloth blindfold was lying on the ground with a one-eyed eye. Sun Wuben, who has seen Dragon Ball, naturally knows who this red-haired one-eyed dragon is. Marshal Ritter is dead. The supreme leader of the Red Ribbon Legion, the true creator of the Legion, is dead. Sun Wuben looked at this empty control room except for the corpse of Ritter. His face turned black like a dark cloud. Undoubtedly, the Red Ribbon Legion, like in the original book, had infighting at the last moment. The first person of Marshal Ritter and the most loyal running dog, Deputy Marshal Brock, learned that Ritter was not looking for Dragon Ball to conquer the world, but to make Marshal Ritter's pudgy body tall and tall like Brock. Being humiliated, Marshal Ritter was knocked out. Looking at this situation, Ritter died not long after, so to speak. The super mecha fighting Monkey King outside was driven by Deputy Marshal Brock. No, Burek is not Monkey King's opponent at all, he will be killed soon, I have to hurry up. Sun Wuben rushed out of the main control room, a few vertical leaps to the roof, and then saw this scene. Koabo Kigong. In the air, Sun Wuben put his hands on his waist and roared 4 words from his mouth. A blazing white light shot out from between his hands, and he instantly smashed the super mecha that was bigger than any mecha, and it was the only one that still stayed. The mecha that was fighting against Monkey King here was pierced. Canopy. A beautiful firework exploded in the sky. Chapter 31, Passionate Gaku. Brack is also dead. Sun Wuben stretched out his hand and took the orange light from the center of the explosion. The light disappeared. Sun Wuben looked at the palm of his hand blankly. It was a glass bead with a red 5-pointed star in the center of the orange bead. Right is dead, and Burek is also dead. The 2 highest commanders of the Red Ribbon Legion are dead. Who else knows where Dr. Grow is hiding? Monkey King slapped the Dragon Ball into his pocket and jumped off. The roof rushed towards a small soldier who had not had time to leave. Say, where did Dr. Grow go? No. I don't know. Canopy. The soldier's head burst open, and Sun Wuben rushed to the next person he was staring at. Where is Dr. Gro? Master, the little one doesn't know. Please master. Then go to hell. The remaining Red Ribbon soldiers died in Sun Wuben's hands one after another. Until the end there were no other people here, or even hiding in a place where Sun Wuben couldn't find them, but Dr. Gro's hiding place was still not asked. Hey! The voice sounded. I saw a yellow cloud flying from the sky and stopping in front of Sun Wu himself. It turned out to be you, Monkey King. Monkey King was very happy, but in the next second he became vigilant and pulled out the wishful stick on his back. Sun Wuben, why are you in the Red Ribbon Legion? Are you also a Red Ribbon? People from the Legion. Sun Wuben has an ugly face. If there was no Monkey King, Dr. Gro would not run away in fright, but can you blame Monkey King for this? What's more, Monkey King was his favorite person in his previous life when he watched Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong, it's you. Sun Wuben showed an ugly smile. I am not the one with the red ribbon, but my sister has disappeared. I learned from the Divining Mother that she was taken away by Dr. Gro from the Red Ribbon Legion. I came here to save people. It's just that Dr. Gro has disappeared. Sun Wukong collapsed tightly and relaxed. He knew the evil of the Red Ribbon Legion very well, and Sun Wukong didn't doubt what Sun Wukong said. Sun Wuben, if you find Dr. Gro's location, I can help you save your sister. Sun Wukong still has a good impression of Sun Wuben. Since Sun Wuben is not a member of the Red Ribbon Legion, Sun Wukong is happy again. After all, he is here. It's rare to meet people you know in this place. I'm afraid it's not easy. The divination mother-in-law can fortune to Dr. Gro's location, but she has already done divination for me once, and she seems to make things difficult for me deliberately, asking her to help divination unless she has beaten 5 of her warriors, but the warriors under my team have some strange abilities that I can't deal with. Sun Wuben said. Are those warriors strong? Monkey King, the fighting mad's eyes brightened. He squeezed the wishful stick in his hand and said excitedly, well, I'll help you defeat those warriors. You? Sun Wuben hesitated. According to the original Dragon Ball plot, after Sun Wukong got the 6th Dragon Ball, he could not show the location of the last Dragon Ball with the radar, so he suspected that the radar was broken and went to Bulma. But Bulma was also flying a plane at the time, carrying Gaixianren, Klin, Yamcha, Oolong, and Puer. He wanted to dissuade or rescue Monkey King, who had broken through the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, so Monkey King just took a somersault. When Yun flew out of the canyon, he ran into Bauma and others. After Bauma went to the turtle house to find tools and repaired the radar, he found that the radar still could not show the last Dragon Ball, so the turtle fairy proposed to find the divination mother-in-law for the location of the Dragon Ball. Naturally, Sun Wukong did not have it. 10 million, so in the end it was a battle with the 5 warriors of the divination, and the divination was helped. Sun Wuben. Sun Wukong thought that Sun Wu was afraid that he was too weak to help, so he patted his chest and shouted, "I am very strong now. I am more than twice as strong as in the martial arts conference. Sun Wushan, you don't have to worry about me." The corner of Sun Wuben's mouth twitched. No one in this world understands the power of Monkey King. It was only 48 o'clock in the martial arts meeting, but just a few days ago, after escaping from Tao Bibai's hand, he climbed up to Karan Tower. The sky jumped from 50 to 60 to nearly 140. In addition, Sun Wukong is not like Sun Wu's complicated mind. He has an innocent and selfless innocence, just to restrain the power of the demon warrior of the divination mother, so others don't have 500 or 600. Fighting power can't beat the warriors under the divination mother-in-law, but Monkey King can do it. I'm not worried about you, just watching you destroy the fortress of the Red Ribbon Legion like this, even if Palak is driving the super mecha in your hands, you know that your current level has reached an incredible level. Sun Wuben said. It's not all I destroyed here. Monkey King smiled shyly when he said here, with doubts in his eyes, I don't know who it is. The fortress almost collapsed before I came. Strange, who is that person? Is it Grandpa Jackie Chan? He touched his head and showed a thoughtful look. When he was fighting with the Red Ribbon Legion, the shells flew around, and the bullets kept hitting Monkey King. Later it was a mecha. Monkey King didn't even bother to pay attention. After the battle was over, he was eager to find the Dragon Ball that flew out after the super mech exploded. It wasn't until he found a Dragon Ball just now that he found Sun Wuben standing here in a daze, and then flew over with excitement on the somersault cloud. Although Sun Wukong discovered Sun Wuben's every move and his skills seemed to be very good, he was not yet surprised by Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong remembered what the Turtle Fairy said that night in the qualifiers. The Monkey King is different from you. You have great potential, while Monkey King is a pure earth yellow race, and has no potential. Compared with Wukong and Klin, such a pure earth person is like an ant, no matter how you practice it. It's just a powerful ant. Although Monkey King is naive, his memorability is good, especially when it comes to martial arts. The Monkey King is still very convinced in the martial arts, otherwise he would not have the achievements he has now. In fact, this is also true. In the long history of the earth, I have never seen a pure yellow person who has crossed that hurdle. Sun Wuben, do you really want me to help? Monkey King asked. I'm afraid you can't help, by the way. Sun Wuben's eyes lit up suddenly. Sun Wukong, you can indeed help me, but instead of helping with the warriors of the Divination Mother, you can go to the Divination Mother for divination and divination in your own name. Normally, mother-in-law divination costs 10 million yuan at a time. I have a card of 10 million in here. You can take this card to the mother-in-law for divination. Don't ask her to help find my sister, just to find the grid. Dr. Luo's hiding place wiped out the last power of the Red Ribbon Army. He said, handing over a bank card. Can't you fight those warriors? I think it's better to fight them. There was a trace of regret on Sun Wukong's face, and he immediately took the card, and looked at the pattern on it curiously. Sun Wukong never carried any money on him, and there was absolutely no trace of the exaggeration of Sun Wuben throwing away 10 million. Concept, that card was thrown into the baggage after he glanced twice, obviously he didn't care too much. Why can't you say that you are looking for your sister? Sun Wukong thought of Sun Wuben's words just now, and couldn't help but wonder. The divination mother-in-law is very shrewd. She doesn't want to help me easily and knows that I'm looking for my sister. If you let her know that you are looking for someone for me, she will definitely not help, and my sister should be in the hands of Dr. Gru. Here, finding Dr. Gro is equivalent to finding my sister. Sun Wuben explained. It's really hard to understand. Monkey King touched his head, then took out a pie from his chest. Monkey King, you wait, I have to collect Chi Dragon Ball first. This is the Dragon Ball radar made by Boomer. Sun Wuben looked at the pie and smiled. You don't need to find it. The other Dragon Ball of the Red Ribbon Legion is here with me. You defeated the last Super Mecha before. It flew out of the fire when it exploded, so I took it down. As he took out the Dragon Ball in his arms, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up and he looked at Sun Wuben. Sun Wuben, can you give this Dragon Ball to me? Monkey King, if you don't need this Dragon Ball in a hurry, I want to use it to make a Dragon Ball radar first, and then give it to you after it is used up. It may take a long time. Ah, this can't work. Monkey King is anxious. www.ltnovel.com. Monkey King, Dragon Ball radar, I will ask Bauma to make one for you, or I can lend you the radar after I use it up. Do you use this Dragon Ball in such a hurry? Sun Wuben frowned. He naturally understood what Sun Wukong wanted to do to collect Dragon Balls. It was nothing more than summoning the dragon to resurrect Karanta's guardian Upa's father. This matter Sun Wu didn't believe he could persuade him. Got to move Monkey King. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. Sun Wuben, Dragon Ball radar, I will definitely help you find Bauma, don't worry. Okay. Sun Wuben reluctantly handed the Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong, then took out a pen and paper, and wrote a phone number. Monkey Wukong, this is my mobile phone number. You can just call this when you ask about Dr. Gro's hiding place. You can find me. Phone. Monkey King touched his head with a dazed expression. Monkey King was very speechless. The phone is used for long-distance communication. Just like this watch in my hand, it is the most advanced phone, like this I can. Monkey King explained to Monkey King, when Monkey King finally showed a completely clear look. Sun Wuben threw out his own capsule plane. Sun Wukong, I'm leaving first, I'm going to trouble you. Sun Wuben boarded the plane, and the silver-white plane quickly rose into the sky. Big brother Sun Wuben seems to be stronger than last time. Sun Wukong's eyes flickered as he watched Sun Wuben's departure. What a strange big brother. Monkey murmured again, took out the Dragon Ball radar, and pressed the button on it with his fingers. Only the last Dragon Ball radar is left. Hey, there is no display. Is the Dragon Ball radar broken again? It's really troublesome. Isn't Bauma's craftsmanship not good? The radar is always broken, forget it, let's go to Bauma repair. Monkey King muttered and jumped on the somersault cloud and flew into the sky. Chapter 32, Turn the Mortal into an Immortal, with the control of Qi. Sun Wu's dojo, a tall and sunny boy walks into the inner courtyard. Master Gamato, you are back. Aunt Lin, how is my mother? Is there a special phone call? If it's okay, go and rest. Sun Wuben walked into his mother's room, turned off the music in the room, and walked to the mother's nutrition cabin. Mother, you will never believe that I actually got a 7-star Dragon Ball today. Sun Wuben was talking to his mother and gave her a massage before throwing out the capsule, releasing his own recuperation cabin, and lying down. Went in. Sun Wukong should be going to divination with her mother-in-law in just 1 or 2 days. Dr. Gro's final invisibility is by no means easy. I can't overturn the boat in the gutter. I should take advantage of these 2 days to raise my strength to another level. Sun Wuben thinking, relax your body and mind, and then put your hands on your chest. In just 2 days, the best way to get a big improvement is to practice Qi. Qi, vulgar is energy. But after the Monkey King mastered the Dragon Ball plot, he realized that the so-called chi is more than just energy. Mastering, or knowing whether to be angry or not, is a true separation ridge in the Dragon Ball world. It can even be said that it is the difference between the fairy and the ordinary, the dragon and the ant. Every strong person in the Dragon Ball world has mastered chi and can be proficient in manipulating chi. The true power of the Z-warrior is also mastered, manipulated, and possessed a large number of after getting angry. In addition to the Z-warriors, there is another example that most clearly proves the strength of chi is Vidalai. Vidalai, the most beautiful girl in the Dragon Ball world in the eyes of Sun Wuben, first practiced martial arts with Satan, and then she practiced alone. It can be said that she doesn't understand chi at all, and she has never even heard the word chi. After Sun Wukong's son, Sun Wufan, learned how to manipulate chi, his strength changed greatly in just a few days. So Sun Wu always wanted to master chi. But the conditions are immature. Now that Sun Wuben has truly opened the boundaries of the physical body through cultivation, that is, he has reached the level of fullness and self-exhaustion, full of chi and blood, that is, the physical body is perfect, and the body energy can feed back to himself. This energy is chi, and so is the overflowing spirit. Gas. Although the amount of this kind of chi is pitiful, it's even less than half of what it was before Monkey King did not come out of the mountain, but it was finally able to cultivate. A few days ago, because Mia's phone couldn't get through, Sun Wuben couldn't feel at ease, and his chi cultivation never made progress. Although Mia was still not saved this time, but for some reason, Sun Wuben was lying next to his mother and felt very easy and calmed down. Come down. The world is quiet. Occasionally a few bird calls came from outside the window, and Sun Wuben could even hear his mother's breathing and heartbeat clearly. Listening to the mother's heartbeat, he lay in the recuperation cabin again. The nutrient solution in the recuperation cabin was warm and gentle, just like the amniotic fluid wrapped in the baby's placenta. Gradually, Sun Wuben seemed to have returned to his mother again, so relieved, peaceful and comfortable. While he was ignorant, he felt an extremely powerful energy in his body. Is this anger? I feel it now. The existence of Qi is the true essence of Hexian Liu and Gaixian Liu. Sun Wuzhao is only a registered disciple of Hexian Ren, so naturally he can't learn knowledge about Qi, so Sun Wuliu will not have Qi control and cultivation methods. But Monkey King had seen Dragon Ball. He clearly remembered how Sun Wufan in Dragon Ball guided Vidalai to cultivate Qi. Coupled with these years of pondering, Sun Wuben had already had some spectrum of how to control Qi. In fact, the most rare thing in the cultivation of Qi is not how to manipulate it, but how to sense it. Sensed that even a little kid who didn't understand anything could manipulate this energy. At this time, Sun Wuben had overcome the biggest difficulty. I saw circles of light flickering between Sun Wuben's hands, and gradually the light became more and more stable, and then a white ball of light appeared in the center of the palms of both hands. Success! Sun Wuben was full of joy, and carefully controlled this light ball. The light ball was a bit unstable, but it still took 3 breaths before it slowly dissipated. Dissipated with this breath. Sun Wuben's whole body softened, as if part of his body had been pulled away, and a feeling of extreme weakness came. Mr. Sun Wuben, Mr. Sun Wuben, there is something abnormal in your body. The electronically synthesized voice of the recuperation cabin rang quickly. I know, this is normal. Sun Wuben said, snapping off the electronic voice reminder. Simply speaking, Qi is the energy in the body. I just guided the Qi out of the body and spread it outside, and the body lost a lot of energy. Therefore, the body felt extremely tired and weak, but there should still be something in my body. Less gas. Sun Wu originally remembered the phrase Sun Gohan said when he taught Vidalai in Dragon Ball, there is Qi in any person. In other words, it can be said that as long as it is alive, there is Qi, but the vitality of the weak is too weak, so the Qi is also extremely weak. The weaker the Qi, the harder it is to sense it and the harder it is to lead it out. This is why it took so much work for Sun Wu to find his breath. The qi in my body should be completely enough, try again. Sun Wuben calmed down and guided the qi in the body again, but this time, Sun Wuben did not guide the qi out of the body, but controlled it in the body. Time flies. What Sun Wuben didn't realize was that with his continuous practice, although he only practiced the control of qi, but with his mastery of qi manipulation, his strength was also increasing proportionally, and this improvement far exceeded Sun Wuben's usual days. Normal practice. And if you can see his body, you will find that a little bit of qi in his physical body is drawn away. Some of these drawn qi are drawn from various cells in his body, and some are drawn from the meridians and acupuncture points. It even appeared inexplicably, as if he could produce qi from nothing. And with the withdrawal of these qi, the cells have changed from fullness and mental health to languor and exhausted, just as the Sun Wuben was exhausted after a few days and nights of cultivation, and then Sun Wuben could not extract a trace of qi. But soon, the recuperation cabin input sufficient nutrients, these cells absorb nutrients and quickly become energetic, and because of Sun Wuben's practice, a large amount of qi is drawn away from it. Repeatedly like this, Sun Wu didn't realize that the qi manipulated by him in his body was like a trickling stream from the beginning, and then like the Yangtze River in the back, and it was still growing. It happened that Sun Wuben only manipulated the qi inside his body, rather than spreading out, which means that there is not much wastage at all, and eventually it still exists in Sun Wuben's body. So when Sun Wuben was awakened by the sunlight shining on his face the next morning, he found that his body seemed to have undergone an incredible change again. Powerful. Feeling surging. Is full of vigorous vitality and infinite power, as if moving at will, it can mobilize the qi in the body. This. Sun Wuben was almost a little dumbfounded by his surprise. Although he knew that his cultivation qi would increase by a large amount, he never thought that there would be such a big increase. This feeling is the same as the feeling of using the recuperation cabin for the first time and opening the door a few days ago to achieve a perfect body, and it is extremely strong. Could it be said that when you feel qi, the growth will be so great? Sun Wuben recalled the story of Dragon Ball. He thought he had missed something, but soon he shook his head. Qi is indeed an important separation ridge between the warrior and immortal world, but for the first time he felt that qi could never be as huge as Sun Wuben. Growth of. Hey! Sun Wu's eyes fell on the convalescent cabin. The red light flashes quickly on the panel of the convalescence cabin, and a line of nutrient solution storage is 0% is displayed beside it. 0%. Sun Wuben stared. This time I practiced in the recuperation cabin actually absorbed all the nutrients in the recuperation cabin, and there is not a drop left. Is this the amount of my cultivation for half a month? The nutrition in the convalescence cabin is all converted from ingredients. Once you fill up the ingredients, Sun Wu can use it for a month under normal circumstances, but this time, the nutrition cabin is completely empty. That's it. Sun Wuben's eyes flashed. According to the Dragon Ball martial art I summarized before, qi is extracted from the body, which is the so-called refined qi. Before, I could not sense qi. This refinement was passive and naturally slow, but now, I can sense qi. In this way, the qi in the cells is actively pumped out again and again, so that when I control the qi, I can feel physical fatigue. The more I control the qi, the greater the cell consumption. If such consumption is placed in a normal state, it must be recovered by extracting nutrients from the food. But because food is digested by the intestines and stomach, it takes time for nutrients that can be easily absorbed by the body's cells, and the nutrients that can be easily absorbed by the body's cells require time, and the efficiency is extremely low. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it must be half of the physical exhaustion caused by these manipulation qi. Month. Now there is a recuperation cabin. The recuperation cabin can input the most basic nutrients according to my body at any time. As long as the cells are tired or damaged, UU reading www.uugonshu.com will automatically input the most basic nutrients for cell recovery. Therefore, I practice Qi control. At this time, the body cells are always in the process of being pumped out of air, absorbing nutrients, and then being pumped out. In addition, the Qi that I extracted was not consumed at all, and it still exists in my body, so when I stop the Qi control exercises and the Qi returns to my body again, I have the current feeling and combat power. At this moment, Monkey King became excited. The reason why Scions are strong in Dragon Ball world is that they have two talents. One is that their combat power has risen sharply after the resumption of frequent fighting. The second is to be able to eat. Dragon Ball often sees Monkey King before the war, or eating a meal during the war, and then the battle power soars wildly. Just like the last martial arts conference, in the end, the impersonated turtle Jackie Chan won the championship, and then he invited Monkey King to a meal. Monkey King had almost all the prize money for the championship in the martial arts conference, and he was not completely full. That was a full 500,000 bonus, and 480,000 was eaten. Sun Wuben has always been envious of Scion's ability to convert a large amount of food into physical strength in a short period of time, but the digestive ability of the Earth's stomach is too poor. Even Sun Wuben customized this convalescent cabin to directly input the most basic nutrients into the body, but sadly found that the absorption capacity of his body cells was too poor. And now, although I can absorb food for half a month at a time, it is still far less than Monkey King's super stomach, but it's not bad. At least I have grown. And, maybe, this absorption capacity can be improved with my practice. Monkey King walked out of the room excitedly, scrubbed and refined his body a little, and returned to the room. After talking with his mother, he filled the convalescent cabin with ingredients, and once again entered the crazy Qi control practice. In Chapter 33, Wukong's Phone. Sun Wuben was almost fascinated. Apart from regularly reminding him to talk to his mother, and the urgent need to add ingredients to the nutritional inventory of the recuperation cabin, he was immersed in practice all the time. Everything is a Sun Wu's speculation. The more proficient the control of Qi, the more frequent the practice, the greater the consumption of nutrients in the recuperation cabin, and the faster the growth of Qi in the body. In just 2 days, Sun Wuben's strength has risen again. This kind of training the speed made Sun Wuben also have to talk at once. This is the night of the third day. Sun Wuben walked to the desk after returning from the practice field of the Sun Wu's dojo. This kind of Qi control practice increases the cultivation base too fast, but this is also normal. Sun Wuben was relieved with joy. In Dragon Ball world, Sun Wukong, Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Dumplings, Piccolo, and other Z warriors, the growth of the early cultivation base can increase to more than 100 points in a few years, and then to 3 or 4 in the next few years. Hundreds of combat power, an average increase of tens of points a year, and an ever-ending speed of improvement is crazy and unbelievable for the martial arts masters who are permanently stuck at 10 or 20 in the Earth's other combat power. Compared to the Z fighters themselves, they can increase their combat power by tens of thousands in a few days. What is it to improve by dozens of points in the early year? I have broken the door of the human body now. As long as I practice the Fa, I should have ushered in a period of skyrocketing strength. In the original plan, if the boundary was broken, Sun Wu would abandon Sun Wuliu's practice method of fisting to the supremacy only to maintain health and adopt a crazy practice method that is completely the opposite. This is similar to the turtle fairy training Sun Wukong. Klin's similar high-difficulty practice methods. In Monkey King's plan, this was the real start of martial arts. At this stage, Monkey King would really jump through the Dragon Gate and become immortal. It's just that this time I practiced a bit of energy first, but I was surprised. It can't be regarded as an unexpected joy. Mastering Qi means that you have crossed the watershed between martial arts and immortals. The rapid progress is also normal, but the growth efficiency of this kind of cultivation is better than I imagined. No wonder the Dragon Ball in Piccolo. In the later stage of the cultivation, the so-called physical training is not done very much, but the chi is directly improved. The martial art of Dragon Ball world was almost dominated by science in the later period because of bloodliness. The powerful bosses of the early Z warriors, Tianjin Fan, Kellen, Dumplings, Yamcha, etc. could not keep up with the training of science. The speed, only one person can barely keep up with the pace, although it is a little unable to hold it back, but it is also very good. That is Pic, the name X-Star. Piccolo was the son that Piccolo vomited from his mouth before he died. Piccolo originally intended him to seek revenge from Monkey King and at the same time accomplish Piccolo's goal of conquering the world, but Piccolo was not Piccolo himself. Is very different from the great demon king Piccolo, and due to various reasons, Piccolo finally became friends with the Monkey King and other Z warriors, becoming one of the Z warriors who protect the earth. Z warriors later practice. Vegeta likes to stay in the gravity room and do squats, push UPS, punches, etc. Monkey King likes to go to the King of the North Realm to perform weight-bearing punches, push UPS, jumps, and runs. Other people also suffered various physical tortures in the same way as Monkey King and Vegeta. The only difference is Piccolo. Piccolo just sat cross-legged quietly under the sun to control the rising of chi. And this kind of cultivation method, when Sun Wu originally watched Dragon Ball, he didn't quite understand what was going on. But now, Sun Wu Ben understands. Pic directly cultivates chi and polishes the flesh, while other Z fighters such as Monkey King and Vegeta polish the flesh. It seems that these two methods of cultivation are not high or low, only personal preference, and suitability. And Piccolo's body is really suitable for raising chi. Monkey King understands this. Pic is a Namek, and Namek has a strange physique. There are almost no races in the Dragon Ball world that do not rely on food to replenish their physical strength. Among the Z fighters, whether it is Tianjin Fan, Klin, or Sion, this is the case. Only the Namekians rely on photosynthesis, so Piccolo has the same physique as plants, and can replenish physical strength by basking in the sun and absorbing water in the air, or drinking water directly. Therefore, Dragon Ball fans will see that the practice of other people in Dragon Ball is punching and kicking, causing sweat to pinch their backs. Vicky just stands quietly in the sun or leaning against a wall, or sits cross-legged and controls his breath vigorously. Controlling chi will consume cell energy, but Piccolo can replenish cell consumption whenever there is photosynthesis, which is the same as Sun Wu Ben replenishing cell consumption in the convalescent cabin. Relying on this recuperation cabin, I can also perform the same practice as Piccolo, but I don't know which kind of direct chi is faster than polishing the body. Sun Wu Ben thought and took out a white booklet. Practice notes. The cover of is for beautiful Chinese calligraphy. These are the handwritings of Sun Wu Ben. After opening the booklet, Sun Wu Ben grabbed a neutral electronic pen with a 0.28 mm needle and wrote on the blank page of the booklet. Turning his daily practice process, feelings, soft and hard indicators, and various hard tests into intuition, the data that can be statistically calculated and analyzed is what Sun Wu Ben must do every day. Qualitative, quantitative, and conditional test records. Qualitative and quantitative statistics, analysis records. There are diagrams, text, equations, calculations, notes on one page. If Bauma saw this record of Sun Wu Ben, she would be very interested, because this is an orthodox academic research note. Although Sun Wu Ben's Northern Capital faction, including research methods, tools, and analysis rules, is somewhat different from the Western Capital school that Boomer learned, but the essence is the same. Bauma can understand at a glance that Sun Wu was researching martial arts as science, and the experimental mouse was Sun Wu Ben himself. Of course, Tianjin Fan and Dumplings also have practice data. With this record, if Bauma has the heart, she can even glimpse many truths of martial arts practice by watching this record and create a school of practice that belongs to her Bauma. Yes, Sun Wu originally used the scientific research methods he learned in the northern capital to study his own martial arts, and this record did not start with Sun Wu Ben teaching Tianjin rice and dumplings, but started a long time ago. It's just that the content is enriched after the arrival of Tianjin rice and dumplings, but it was not the climax at that time. The climax was when Sun Wu's first record made a lot of money, and then he bought back a lot of scientific research tools and equipped himself with these scientific research tools. A lot of data is rigorous at once. The room was quiet, with only the slight rustling sound of the pen tip. Sun Wu originally recorded today's training data, mainly qi control data, and was about to proceed with the next step of data analysis and the next stage of thinking. There was a strong vibration from his wrist, and Monkey King looked at the watch on his wrist, and there was an unfamiliar call. Hope it is Monkey King's phone call. Sun Wu Ben even put away his notes and pens, and walked out of the room. After all, this is the mother's bedroom. Sun Wu didn't want his mother to know about Mia's accident. As soon as he left the door, Monkey King flew up like a bird, and after a few jumped, he disappeared into the distance. In a dense forest in the back mountain. Hey, may I ask? Sun Wu Ben connected to the phone on the watch. There is really a voice, this phone can really talk to Monkey King. An innocent whisper came from the watch, and then the voice became louder, are you Monkey King? It is the unique and nice sound of Monkey King. The crisp childish voice. Is it Monkey King? I am Monkey King. Monkey King's voice was a little nervous, and he kept asking, Monkey King, what happened to that? Is there Dr. Gro's hiding place? My mother-in-law is very good at divination. As soon as she heard that I was looking for Dr. Gro, she was reluctant to help. She also asked me to convey to you that if she wanted to find the position of Dr. Gro, she would go to her personally. The voice sounded. Listening to this voice, Sun Wu Ben felt only a moment of depression in his heart, and he was at a loss and didn't even know when Sun Wukong had hung up. Dr. Gro, as the top genius scientist in Dragon Ball, if he wants to hide, the possibility of finding him is extremely low. Without the divination of the divination mother, it would never be possible to find him in a short time. But Monkey King knew that he couldn't beat the 5 warriors of the divination mother at all. The most threatening to me from those 5 warriors is the demon ray of the demon man Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The demon light of the demon man is the devil man's unique trick. As long as there is a trace of evil in his heart, he will be hit, and once he is hit, he will die. In Dragon Ball, the reason why Monkey King was able to defeat the devil was because Monkey King was a person with pure 6 roots, a pure heart, and no private thoughts. Although Sun Wu Ben thought he was a very kind person, he was not arrogant enough to think that he was like Monkey King, without a trace of private thoughts, and was immune to the devil's light. The demon ray should not be invincible. If my strength is several times that of the demon man, with absolute strength, I should be able to defeat him before he makes a move. To achieve this kind of strength. Although Sun Wu Ben's cultivation base has soared recently, especially after breaking the boundary, his chi has improved by a blast. If he says that he will definitely make all Earth martial artists insane except the Z warriors, but Sun Wu Ben will not blindly think that he can be very good. In a short time, it can easily defeat the demon man. It's easy to handle only the devil. What Sun Wu Ben worries most is that the divination mother deliberately embarrassed herself, and the warriors who will come to fight against Sun Wu Ben are far more powerful than the demon. This is not unreasonable worries, divining the mother-in-law in and out of the underworld all the time. Dragon Ball World, there are no other masters in the underworld, there are many masters, and there are many martial arts masters who have cultivated tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of years in the underworld, so you can find almost any master, at any level, and ability. And divination grandma hires masters are not fixed, just like Monkey King's time, divination grandma hired Sun Wukong's grandfather, Sun Wufan, who had grown up with Sun Wukong, and played against Sun Wukong. When I arrived at Sun Wuben, with her grandmother's personality, she would definitely ask a desperate master for Sun Wuben. Chapter 34, Fighting Skill Dojo Number 18. In the dense forest, Sun Wu was weakly leaning against the tree, and for a long time, he gave a wry smile. Damn divination mother-in-law, I don't believe that without Zhang Butcher, I will eat piggy. Gradually, Sun Wuben's eyes became firm. After leaving the dense forest, Sun Wuben returned to his mother's room and looked at his mother's peaceful sleeping position. The chaos gradually calmed down. On the other side of the earth, here is the city of Satan, which is famous for fighting. Naturally, the martial arts atmosphere here is very strong. A small city has 18 fighting martial arts centers. There are only 15 apprentices in the martial arts dojo number 18, which is the least among all the dojos. At this time, there was a boy in red in the dojo, wearing headphones and playing sandbags frantically. After a while, he opened his mouth wide, spit out a big tongue, and panted like a dog. If Sun Wu had seen the appearance of this young man here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this is the son of Luck in Dragon Ball. Yes, he is the son of Luck, a person who has bad luck in martial arts, but other people who are extremely powerful Satan, but his name is Mark at this time. Snapped. A slap was slapped on the boy's head. Lazy again. I saw a white-haired old man dressed in a white tunic with a clean-shaved head and staring at the young man with a stern face and hatred of iron and steel. Oh, master! I'm not lazy, I'm not lazy. Mark took off the earphones and opened his mouth with a haha, and then said cautiously, Master, I've been practicing seriously just now, don't believe me. You ask the juniors, I just took a breath, haha, take a breath. Master, Brother Mark is indeed practicing seriously, said a young man next to him. Hey! The white-haired old man snorted coldly, his eyes just staring at Mark. I didn't mean to say that Sun Wuliu's martial arts practice is extensive and profound, and every action is less and more accomplished. You have to keep your heart at all times to cultivate home. You practice while listening song, how is the efficiency so good? Master, you have wronged me. The song I listen to is not an ordinary song. Mark retorted with a grin, if you listen to this song, you won't be angry, but you will praise me for having insight. Not an ordinary song. The white-haired old man was angrily laughed, wow, then why are you not ordinary? Master, this song is not ordinary, but the person who sings is even more extraordinary. Do you know who he is? If you know his identity, you will be drunk for 3 days and 3 nights with joy. Mark haha laughed, but his eyes flickered. Mark had the longest practice time with his master, so he naturally knew that his master Sun Wuxian had a grandson named Sun Wuben. The singer of this album is called Sun Wuben, and the song, lyrics, and singing are all the same person. This song Sun Wuben can never be the grandson of the old man, but who made them have the same name? Mark's thoughts turned at this time. It's the most important thing to try to fool the master away. As for whether you lied to master, can you blame him? It's normal for someone to make the two of them share the same name. Wow, then you have to talk about it. I am curious about how sacred can make me drunk for 3 days. The white-haired old man's face became more ugly, and his voice became cold. Mark got cold all over, knowing that the master was really angry, he even put away his smiling face. Master, this album was released by your grandson Sun Wuben. Mark said with a serious face, by the way, your grandson is now named the of song. Sun Wuben. Sun Wuxian was taken aback for a moment, his expression was a little dazed, and a face appeared in his mind in a daze, that was the original face of Sun Wu 4 years ago. Sun Wuxian just froze for a while, then came back to his senses and glanced at Mark. Master, I didn't lie to you, really. Mark said cautiously. Forget it this time. You are not allowed to listen to songs when practicing in the future. The duel between Lu Feng and you in Fighting Hall number 1 is about to begin. This battle is related to whether our martial arts dojo can become the best dojo in Satan. You must not fail, you know. Sun Wuxian said in a low voice, turned his hand back, and walked out. After 3 steps, he stopped again. By the way, give me a copy of that copy of Sun Wu's record. Oh, master, wait. Mark said repeatedly. He turned and rushed to a house next to him. There was a package on the shelf. Markla opened the package and saw a large stack of records, the top one. On the cover of the record is the profile of a teenager, which is Sun Wuben. Mark grabbed the record as soon as he stretched out his hand. His eyes fell on the young man's face, and a weirdness flashed in his eyes. Speaking of which, the eyebrows of this Monkey King really resemble the master. Mark muttered, then grabbed the record and rushed out of the room. Master, this is the record released by your grandson. Mark carefully handed over the record. Yet, Sun Wuxian took the record casually, and glanced at the album cover on the record casually. When he saw the boy's profile face, the hands holding the record froze. Master, what's the matter? Mark wondered. Oh, nothing. Sun Wuxian took the record back into his arms, turned and walked out of the training hall, and then walked into his room. Then he took out the record, and his eyes fell on the side of the young man's face, and he sighed, still it's really like. Undoubtedly, the first time I saw the profile image on this record, Sun Wuxian felt that this was the profile image of Sun Wuben, but Sun Wuxian soon woke up. It's time for the kid Goben to go to high school in the North Capital Key class. This kid is promising, but it's a pity that I'm not qualified as a grandfather. Sun Wuxian walked to the side of the cabinet, opened the cabinet, and took out a photo from a Zhongshan suit hanging inside. This is a family portrait. Monkey King's eyes fell on the face of Monkey King in the photo. This child is also 17 years old this year. Sun Wuxian put the photo and the record together. The record and the Sun Wuben on the photo looked a bit like, but Sun Wuben just smiled wryly. It's really old-fashioned, I thought it was the same person. He looked at him. It fell on the girl doll in the family portrait again. That girl Mia is holding the dojo alone, and I don't know how she is now. Compared with Monkey King, Sun Wuxian's feelings for Mia are deeper and she misses Mia more. After all, Sun Wuxian is away all year round and rarely goes home. I took Mia with me when I was outside. This area has been around for nearly 10 years. I have taken it for 10 years. I haven't seen Mia for 4 years after a farewell. It is conceivable that Sun Wuxian missed Mia. I could restrain it in the past, but today, I was so excited by Sun Wuben's record that suddenly, an impulse in my heart could not be restrained at all. Sat there for a while, the Monkey King raised his eyebrows. By the way, Mia's current cultivation base is more profound. Now my fighting arena is facing a battle of life and death. If you succeed, you will rise to heaven, and if you lose, you will leave. But Mark's kid is very playful and not enterprising enough. It's better to call Mia over, because Mia's cultivation level will definitely stimulate him severely. Sun Wu knew very well that his disciple named Mark, although he was young, had strong self-esteem, and he was a big man and was extremely lustful. He had strong self-esteem in front of women and would never admit defeat. At this point, Sun Wuxian grabbed the phone and dialed the number that hadn't been dialed for 4 years. Ginkgo Village. Sun Wu's dojo, Mia's room. Sun Wu is talking to his mother. Beep bell rang. Hey, you are. Sun Wuben even grabbed the phone, and a voice came from the receiver. Hey, Mia or Mir? The voice was a bit old, but full of breath. Upon hearing this sound, Sun Wuben's eyes lit up. Grandpa! Sun Wuben exclaimed happily, I'm Goben, Grandpa. You are afraid of 3 or 4 years when you go out. www.novel.com. Where are you now? Are you still healthy? Haha, you are very good, Gamato. I haven't heard Grandpa's voice for 3 years and I can hear it. Sun Wuxian said happily in the martial arts dojo on the 18th. It's been 4 years, okay? Grandpa, you rarely call today. Could it be that you are going home? Where are you? Do you want me to pick you up? 4 years. Monkey King was in a daze. Gamato, how is everything at home? Where is your sister Mia? Sun Wuxian asked. Sister Mia is not here now, and there is nothing else at home, it's my mother's illness. Sun Wuben said. Is there a shortage of money for medical treatment? Don't worry. Grandpa has opened a martial art dojo on the 18th in Satan City. I believe he will make a lot of money soon. Sun Wuxian said, by the way, isn't Mia here? What is she? Time to come back. There is no shortage of money, Grandpa, are you looking for Sister Mia? Tell me, I can't tell when she will come back. That's it, forget it, let her call me when she comes back. There was a hint of disappointment in Sun Wuxian's voice. Grandpa, do I need Sister Mia's help? Monkey King asked Benlian. It's something. I want her to come over for a while, but she's not here. Okay, Gamato, you study hard and don't care about other things. Our Sun family has been rude martial artists for generations, and now it's hard to get out of you as a scientist. Sun's family has to rely on you to shine. Well, long-distance calls are expensive, so Grandpa won't tell you more. Sun Wuxian hung up the phone as he said, his eyes fell on the family photo. Mia, this girl is not there. Did she go outside to practice? Strange, Gamato should be at school at this time, why is she at home? Chapter 35, What's Missing? Hanging on Maglev Street, a bread-colored, bread-shaped taxi ran into the traffic. The taxi driver who drove was a beautiful girl with satin orange hair. Wow, it looks like it. The girl looked at the handsome boy's face in the rear-view mirror, her eyes were staring, and she finally couldn't help saying, you looks just like the GS, Godolph songs, Wataminis. You look like a of song, I mean. I know. There was just a black-haired teenager with sunglasses sitting in the back row. People say that I am like Sun Wuben, the of singing. I sometimes think it is. Fortunately, I am not. Sun Wuben smiled. His fluent English is very pleasant. This place is on the other side of the earth, very far away from the northern capital. The mainstream language is English. As a high-achieving student in the northern capital, although Sun Wuben does not have the ability to master a language in a few days like Bauma, he can also fully master the 5 common languages in the world and can learn a language in a relatively short time. Furthermore, Sun Wu was originally a king-level singer in the Asian-speaking world. His main activity was in the northern capital. I heard that he disappeared after only releasing an album. How could he be here? Sun Wuben said. That's right. When the girl heard that the other party knew about Sun Wuben, she suddenly became interested. This is an English-speaking world. Few foreign stars can break into this area. The song Sun Wuben is only known to a few people here. The girl said with emotion. She is a super music enthusiast and only knew the song Sun Wuben, and she only recently learned about it. I didn't expect that the guests who pulled this time also knew the song God. But sir, yours is very similar to Monkey King. I know. Sun Wuben smiled again, pointing to the glasses on his face. No, in order to reduce the trouble, I always wear sunglasses when I go out, but it's still very troublesome. It's okay in this Satan city. Go in the northern capital, it will be troublesome. There are always some people coming up to ask for autographs. I wonder if it should be the whole body. Plastic surgery? You really don't know the blessing when you are in the blessing. I don't know how many boys in this world want to look like Monkey King. It's good for you, and how handsome is the singer. If I can make an appointment with someone who is as handsome as the singer meeting. A beautiful lady like you, as long as it's a normal man, she won't refuse a date. I think even if the of song really sees the lady, he can't bear to refuse her dating request. The girl smiled. Mr. is really humorous. By the way, sir, what is your phone number? Are you free for us to have a meal? I really want to have dinner with the young lady, but the tigress at home is very strict and pinches my schedule to death. You can have a good way. Sun Yuben flirted with the orange-haired girl while holding back. Slowly flipping through a booklet, it was the one with practice notes on the cover. Suddenly, "Sir, there are 5 minutes to reach the martial arts dojo on the 18th." The girl reminded. 5 minutes. Sun Yuben turned the booklet in his hand to the first page, and saw that this first page showed a screen similar to Sun Yuben's smartphone in his previous life. Sun Yuben skillfully clicked on the icon with the word browser written underneath. This piece of paper is like a smartphone. The screen changes and a new page is opened. Search for. Sun Yuben clicked on a button again, and the picture on this page changed again, and a page similar to the Baidu homepage of the previous life appeared. Sun Yuben clicked on the text box on the page, and then directly wrote down with his finger, "Number 18 Fighting Skills Dojo," and then clicked the button that said Go, Slap. The page switched again, only this page appeared full. The pattern and text of the article are all related to the martial arts dojo on the 18th. This is a booklet. A book, or a notebook, is just a booklet that looks similar to a book. Every piece of paper in it is the crystallization of high-tech, which is equivalent to the touch screen of a computer. This is the computer technology of this world. Computer books. Previously, when the Monkey King was flipped through, each page displayed the practice notes of the Monkey King. When flipping through this time, each page was related to the martial arts dojo number 18, but it was really disappointing that the Monkey King was really about 10. The introduction of the number 8 fighting technique dojo is pitifully scarce, with only a few sentences. It turns out that Grandpa came to this Satan city not long after he left home last time, and then he founded this 18th fighting skill dojo. In order to gain a reputation for the martial arts dojo on the 18th, the tuition fee for each apprenticeship is only 1/10 of that of the normal martial arts dojo, almost operating at a loss. This dojo didn't start to gain some reputation until recently because of a genius mark in the dojo, and it recruited a lot of new apprentices. After reading the information, Sun Yuben flipped through the information on the fighting world. Mr. Suddenly the van stopped. "We have reached the martial arts dojo on the 18th. The orange-haired girl called. "Thank you." Monkey Ben handed a few notes to the girl. This world is where high technology and low technology coexist. The girl's taxi is the very old one, and there is no automatic toll system or check-in system. "Sir, this is my business card. You have to keep it. I don't give someone a business card easily. By the way, if you invite me to dinner, I would be very happy. Are you free now?" The girl smiled. They all squinted, and after receiving the money, they handed out a business card, but got out of the car and said with a smile to Sun Yuben, obviously not wanting to leave. Sun Yuben took the business card and nodded, "Definitely." He frowned slightly when he got out of the car. This is a very dirty, very narrow laneway. Streets like this are actually slums in the city in Sun Wu's original impression. They are dirty, chaotic, and poor places with extremely serious crimes. That's right, Grandpa doesn't have much money. Only in this kind of place can I barely afford a martial arts dojo, but I always feel that there is something missing in this street. Sun Yuben looked around and suddenly his eyes lit up. There was a faint sound of warning in my ears. In the distance of the street, 2 high-grade mile-ahead cars were driving fast and shot towards Monkey King. The wind from the fast-moving cars even swept some pedestrians on the side of the road. "Make way! Leave me away for anyone who doesn't want to die." I saw a middle-aged man sticking out of the window of the car, holding a machine gun, and shooting frantically forward. Most of these bullets hit the ground, but some shrapnel splashed out and hit pedestrians. UU reading www.uuganshu.com or cars, glass, door walls. Run! Damn, why do you encounter such a thing again? Everyone who saw the drag racing ran around the whole street. Some of the hapless people who couldn't escape were injured by shrapnel from the missiles. Some cars were hit by bullets and crashed into the sidewalk. Miles away from the back of the car, there were waves of alarms. It was a high-level police car. Damn TK party! The young skinny policeman in the police car roared again and again, and while leaning out the window, he shot at the lily car in front, but it was obviously futile. No way, as soon as the TK party enters this 4499 area, the fish enters the sea. The fat middle-aged policeman next to the youth side, his face was not worried. It was not the first time the TK party escaped from the police chase, he was numb. Xiao Ming, get ready to call it a day. When we get to this area, even if we catch up, we may not be able to catch these wicked people. Moreover, the TK party's ability to fly cars is well known far and wide, let alone here, it's a normal street. It's hard for us to catch up with them. Do you just let them go like this? The thin young policeman said angrily. So how can it be? This slum is crowded and the streets are narrow, and the TK party can run wild regardless of human life. Do we dare to drive like this? Not to mention that our drag racing skills are inferior to the other side's 3 streets. The TK party can rampage in Satan's market. They haven't been caught once in 3 years. This is their ability, Xiao Hu, we try our best to do our best to fail to catch the TK party. It is normal, and it is abnormal if we catch it. Damn it! The thin young man slammed the car seat, and was a little discouraged. He also knew that their abilities were too far apart from the TK party. Don't look at them now that they can chase the 2 cars in front of them. That's the TK party. I am teasing them to play, otherwise they would have thrown their police car hundreds of miles away. Chapter 36, Borrow Coins for One Use. Shoot! A sharp whistle-like voice sounded. What's that? The thin policeman couldn't help but look back, his eyes suddenly rounded, a black spot appeared in the distance, and then quickly enlarged. Skida, the super top-level Skida. Gosh, why do you drive so fast? It was a blue scooter with a price of $1 million. It was chasing from behind the police car. The driver was wearing a blue robe and a helmet, but he was obviously a woman, because no one else had such a bumpy fire. Spicy figure. Skida's speed increased again, and he drew beautiful arcs on the small alleys that were not straight, like a twisted light hitting the police car. The driver turned his head and looked at the thin policeman. They were blue eyes that were unforgettable at first sight. Leave it to me from the previous TK party. A cold and hoarse voice sounded. Too fast. The thin policeman stared, hesitating. How could it be possible that our police car almost drove 130 horsepower, and she actually caught up to us from so far? At least it drove 200 horsepower, on such a roadway, and it was a motorcycle, so why? Turning. The fat policeman only thought his head was a little confused. It was really that this car racing man was too crazy. Compared with her, the TK party's racing technology can only be said to be a kid's play. Have you heard? The scooter frowned, and a cold breath burst out, which immediately awakened the dazed policeman. Be bold, dare to speed in such a street, or motorcycle. The thin policeman shouted angrily. At this moment, the driver raised his hand and reached out to the thin policeman. A snow-white card was sandwiched between his slender fingers. There was a Chinese character god on the card. Ah, please, leave it to you. The thin policeman's face changed sharply, and a flower-like smile appeared on his face. How come back? Hey, it's a group. The fat policeman also had a smile on his face, his eyes were as if the fan saw his favorite idol. Scooter speeded up, past the police car, and chased it towards the mile in front of the car. It was an adult from the gods group who appeared, and the TK party is unlucky this time. Well, I admire the group the most. The adults of the group go out. Not to mention the little TK party, even the gangsters who are 10 times more powerful have to obediently bind their hands. This time it must be the TK party going out without watching the day. All the policemen in this car were relaxing. The thin policeman even drove a can of beer. If it weren't for the police car's own camera, he would like to turn on the camera and record the heroic posture of the adults of the God group catching the TK party. The second mile left the car. Haha, it's already in the 488th paragraph, and the poor policeman might give up again. It's natural, these scumbags are useless, and they just acted like this to our TK party. Which one is not like this? It's really silly. I cut the speed by half. These idiots are actually... Hey, Lao Chi, what are you doing? Suddenly accelerate, this is a step on the accelerator to the end. Asshole, look for yourself, look in the rear-view mirror. Ah, who is this, driving the Sudak to run so fast, it's not good. The TK party of this car changed their expressions, and the driver of the car was sweating on his forehead. Amazing. Damn it, this is too fast, isn't it a human? It's a robot, it's impossible to drive so fast. Damn it, it's against science. It's better than our TK party. If this person is accepted, he will be the boss. Lao Tzu is also willing, the 7th, and drive fast. Point, compare with him. Shut up, I have done my best. The old Chi who was driving the car roared profusely. The TK party is composed of a group of extremely vicious racers. On Sudak, the blue-robed woman had cold eyes. According to rumors, the TK party's racing skills can reach the professional 10-stage level, but this is really unbelievable. The corner of the woman's mouth curled slightly, revealing a sneer, and then the speed of the unbelievable Sudak in her hand soared again, and in almost a blink of an eye, the Sudak caught up with the car behind. Then there appeared the unforgettable events of all the people who saw this scene. I saw the figure of the woman on the Sudak suddenly jumped up, and saw a blue robe flying like a flag in the sky. The dance was so beautiful, like the most beautiful scenery in the world, but at the same time, the Sudak under the woman disappeared. Yes, it just disappeared. Not only did Sudak disappear, but the figure of the woman also disappeared. To be correct, it should be the woman who jumped from the Sudak to miles away from the car. At the moment of the jump, she stretched out a hand and pressed the retract button of the Sudak's universal capsule, turning the Sudak into capsule, and then put it in the arms. Immediately afterwards, the woman's body flying in the air got into the mile-away car at an extremely fast speed, but all these movements were too fast, so fast that ordinary people could not see clearly, and it was too late to think about it before they formed a woman's harmony. Signs of the disappearance of Sudak. Just when the blue-robed woman caught up and got out of the car. Ahead, Monkey King was talking to the orange-haired girl. You really don't go for coffee with me, then I'm leaving. By the way, this is a famous slum in Satan City, also known as the Land of Sin. You have to be careful. A handsome guy like you, hey. Orange the hair girl turned her head and looked behind her face suddenly changed. Beep toot. The sound of bullet shooting sounded. Haha, the one in front doesn't give way to Lao Tzu quickly. A mile-away car rushed frantically. It seems unfortunate that I encountered this again, TK party. The orange-haired girl mumbled and went into her car. Sure enough, I said it felt wrong. How could there be no violent crimes in the Satan City of Dragon Ball world, especially in this slum area? That's right. The corner of Sun Wuben's mouth was slightly tilted, revealing a sunny smile, as a justice. The martial arts masters, how can they stand idly by when encountering this kind of good thing about scoring points? Sun Wuben stretched out his hand to stop the orange-haired girl. Well, do you have any coins? Coins. The orange-haired girl was taken aback, and then she took out 3 small coins from her body, all of which are rarely used in life, and the value is so low that no one picks them up on the road. The girl's face is reddish, there are exactly 3 cents. I know that it is not easy for anyone to make a living. The penny is also money, one is enough. Sun Wuben said that he took a penny from her white and tender palm, and then squeezed his fist, placing the coin between his index finger and before the thumb nail. What are you going to do? The orange-haired girl got into the car and started the car, but didn't immediately drive away. Instead, she turned her head and looked at Monkey King curiously. She saw that Monkey King's hand holding the coin stretched straight and pointed at the back. Miles away from the car from drag racing. Then Sun Wuben's thumb moved, and the coin between his fingers disappeared. Boom! An explosion sounded. A few hundred meters away, the galloping Mile Li car suddenly flew up, turning somersaults in the air, turning over 5 or 6 somersaults, and flew 10 feet away before hitting a private house and stopped. This! The orange-haired girl stared like a light bulb. Everyone around who saw this scene was staring, and they didn't know what happened. With the technology of the TK party, it was impossible to make such a low-level leak at the speed just now. I often walk by the river. How can I not wet my shoes? Sometimes the TK party misses and stepped on the brake while driving. It should be a mistake when you are in a hurry. When you step on the gas and brake, the car drives so fast. It suddenly slams on the brakes. It's only if you don't roll over. www.novel.com. Horses stumble, people stumble, but they do. The time for a car rollover is wrong. The people on the side of the road talked about it. They didn't run away when they were scattered to avoid and flee. The car turned so badly, it is hard to say whether the TK party in the car will survive. No way. The orange-haired girl looked at Sun Wuben's coin-holding hand, and the penny placed between her index finger and thumb had disappeared. Just now, you wouldn't use coins too. The orange-haired girl hesitated, although she didn't see how the coins flew out, but she has a good brain and understands that Sun Wu wouldn't be unreasonable. If you borrow coins from her, you won't make the kind of move that turns your hand toward the TK party for no reason. I forgot to tell you, I am actually a martial artist. Monkey King smiled at the girl. The move just now was made by Monkey King. He remembered a very favorite female character, Canon Sister Misaka Mikoto, because of her fighting power. So the shots are all playing coins like Monkey King just did. Sister Pow's coins can fly out at 3 times the speed of sound. I'm still not as good as that. Sun Wuben stood up and disappeared in front of the orange-haired girl. When chatting with the girl just now, Sun Wuben had already seen a line of white powder written on the dirty wall in an inconspicuous place in this alley. Fighting skills number 18. The dojo enters here, and a big white-pink arrow is drawn behind the words, pointing to a narrower lane. Budo Master. The orange-haired girl muttered to herself, looking at the car that turned over, which was hundreds of meters away from her. Several hundred meters, a coin flicked between fingers. But she remembered that the car just flew up suddenly, tumbling and flying out of the sky. What kind of power is this? Does the martial arts school have such power? Chapter 37, Yamai's Analysis. When Sun Wuben overturned the mile-away car with a coin, the owner of the scooter rushed into another mile-away car and quickly subdued the TK party members of this car. Next is the one in front. The owner of the scooter pulled the driver of this car away and threw it aside. He landed on the driver's parking space at a very fast speed, and took control of the car that was out of control. About to increase the accelerator, chase the mile ahead of the car, and then his eyes widened. I actually turned it over. The owner of the scooter stared, and then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. No, that's not the case. The owner of the scooter parked the mile away from the car before it turned over for a mile, pushed the door and walked out of the car, walked to the overturned mile away from the car, and didn't care about crying in the car. Dad called Niang some TK party members who were still alive, and just kept looking at the car. The car rolled on the ground after flying out of the ground. At this time, it was already full of damage marks. The owner of the scooter only checked it back and forth, and then focused on the very small one in front of the car. There was only one. Coin-sized holes are everywhere. Woo! The police car stopped in front of the owner of the scooter, and all the police officers in the car got out of the car. My lord, the rest is left to us. Master of the God Group, you deserve to be the God Group, it's really like a human being. I didn't see what was going on. The 2 carts of TK party were taken down. By the way, I don't know who you are from the God Group. All the police officers showed a look of worship in their eyes, and the spectators who watched around also looked at the owners of the scooter like monsters. The owner of the scooter turned to look at the police officers. She reached out and grabbed the blue and white streamlined helmet on her head, took it off, and shook her head again. The curly chestnut hair spread all over her head, almost covering her entire back. The hair fluttering reveals a beautiful and perfect face like Snow White. Especially those delicate, bright eyes on the face are even more beautiful and intoxicating. This is a woman who is breathtakingly beautiful. Ah, it turned out to be Yame. Master Yame deserves to be the eldest sister of the Gods Group, thank you this time, I don't know what you have to order. The police asked excitedly. It is already a kind of honor to see the adults of the Gods Group, and this time it is still a god. The person with the highest position in the group, the leader of the God Group, the eldest sister of the vulgar God Group, is also the most beautiful Banhua Yame in the God Group. Help me ask who made the shot just now. Ami said coldly. Everyone around was taken aback. Master Yame, do you mean? The thin policeman asked everyone's doubts. This car was not turned over by itself, but a powerful person shot it. Ami said coldly and turned over and left the car. No way. The thin policeman stared and muttered, I thought this one was also made by Yame. It turned out that the car overturned by itself, oh no. The person who shot is very powerful. This may be the car that was knocked over with a coin. Ami walked to the front of the car and pointed to the crack the size of the broken coin. Everyone looked weird. Master Yame, because of such a small crash, you have determined that someone made an attack, not that these people pulled the rear brake by mistake when they stepped on the gas while driving, the fat policeman asked cautiously. You can't believe me in Yame's judgment. Ami's snow-white jade hand grabbed the front car cover and violently lifted it, tearing all the car cover off. Suddenly, the onlookers gasped for a while, and the steel was torn apart. How powerful is this? Especially when I saw Yame's hands, the skin was white and delicate, so tender that they could pinch water. Look! Ami pointed, the damage just now is not only the outer skin. The coin holes in this car are also very clear. Ami said, flipping his hands and taking out a strange shape from his thigh. She slashed the knife with one knife, and then slashed again, violently splitting the steel power inside the car. See it for yourself. Yame turned over her hand, and the strange knife searched her long and toned long leg tied bag. Even here and here, there are coin holes, and what is this here? Yame pointed to a place, everyone looked at it, and saw a mass of something deformed, stuck in one place, although this mass the thing has been deformed, but everyone can tell it at a glance. This is really a coin, and it is still the cheapest. It is a penny that children rarely pick up when thrown on the road. Hey, I was really hit by a coin, how much power is this? Everyone was stunned. The power is really terrible. Ami said coldly, this kind of power has reached the limit of the real human body. You don't understand it. With my full strength, I can only do this. There was such a master just now. However, compared to the terrible power, what is even more powerful is the position this person hits. Location. If I'm not wrong. Ami's beautiful eyes shot sharply, and she pointed to the coin. This place is the key position of the brake system. This coin hit the card machine of the brake system. The brakes are turned on automatically, and the rear brake of a car driving at high speed is suddenly turned on, but it is not just drifting, it will roll over and fly out if it is not good, which causes the current situation. Ami-sama is so amazing, it should be like that. This guy is very lucky and hit the brakes in one fell swoop. Everyone sighed with emotion. Luck. Yame gave a cold glance at everyone. Where is there so much luck in this world? As far as I can see, the person with the hand must be a master who knows the internal structure of the car very well, maybe a mechanic. You, go immediately ask, who made the move just now, and the person who made the move must not be far away. He can penetrate the body of the car with a coin and reach that position. It can only be done within 20 meters of the car. Yes, Lord Yame. The police dispersed. One blow penetrates the car body, this power is already comparable to me. A cold light shot into Yame's eyes. There are not many martial arts masters like this in the world. Who would it be? Why do they appear here? The team is the highest level organization responsible for national security. Therefore, whenever a powerful martial arts expert appears, the team must check to have a certain understanding. If you are a righteous expert, you can naturally ignore it. Just pay attention to it from time to time. But if it is an evil master, it will be troublesome. Even if it can't be eliminated, it must be monitored at all times, and corresponding arrangements should be made for the opponent's whereabouts and behavior, so as to avoid unnecessary huge losses. Sun Muben entered the secluded laneway and went straight all the way until the end of the laneway. Arrived. This is a very old red brick house that has long been outdated. The whole house is dilapidated and old, and there are still traces of repairs. Obviously it is an old house thousands of years ago. On the top of the door, there is a piece of red paint that says the black-lettered plaque reads Number 18 Fighting Technique Dojo in English. Sun Muben's heart is sour. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can imagine how sad Grandpa is in order to support this 18th fighting skill dojo. Squeak. Sun Muben pushed open the half-covered door, which was obviously decayed, but painted with fresh red paint, and heard waves of applause from inside. I swept his gaze and saw that there was a group of young people in a hall not far away. Some were tall and short, and some looked not personal. Most of them were shirtless and seemed to be playing something. In the lobby. Drink. I saw a boy with a big waist and big bladder shouting, and his right hand raised, his head severely slammed down. In front of him was a pile of thick tiles. Canopy. The young man's right hand slashed heavily on the tiles. And the tiles broke apart. How? How much? The young man retracted his hand triumphantly, and then placed it behind him. You could see sweat on his forehead at this time, and his hand was trembling. Obviously, he was very uncomfortable with the blow just now. 4 yuan. Brother Yang is so amazing, he actually split 4 pieces. The surrounding teenagers shouted. Haha, I just split 1 more piece than last time, and the progress is too slow. The young man grinned and laughed. Compared to Brother Mark, I'm too far behind, but senior Brother Mark can split in 1 breath. 10 tiles. How can we compare with senior Brother Mark? He has been practicing with Master for much longer than us. I heard that he has been practicing for 5 years. If Brother Yang also practiced for 5 years, he would definitely be able to split 10 tiles in 1 breath. Haha, Brother Yu, don't say that. How can I compare with senior Brother Mark? But sooner or later I will split 10 tiles. The young apprentices touted each other, but they didn't find a handsome boy wearing sunglasses appeared at the door. Chapter 38, Not Satan. Split the tiles? Can you split the 4 stacked tiles in 1 breath? Sun Muben watched this familiar scene soaring, and in a trance, he seemed to see the performances of the folk martial arts masters and special soldiers from the previous life. But the special forces often perform bricks and wood kicks, and here, they are splitting tiles. A smile appeared on Sun Muben's face unknowingly. Hey! Suddenly, the young man with tiles noticed this scene. His face was a little ugly. Sun Wu even put away his smile. Hello everyone, is this the number 18 fighting technique dojo? Sun Yuben said, and the other boys noticed the boy with sunglasses at the door. That's right, this is the martial arts dojo on the 18th, who are you, did you come to learn art from your teacher? Junior brother Yu turned his head to look at Monkey King, and said with a smile. I'm not here to learn art. Sun Yuben stepped into the hall. In the hall were some extremely primitive weapon training materials such as stone mills and stone locks. These things were far inferior to the weapon training materials in the early Sun Wu dojo. Not a student of art. The faces of all the teenagers all changed. The number 18 fighting skill dojo has been here for several years. At first, because there was no business, it did not attract the attention of colleagues, but recently because of the rise of Mark, the reputation of the number 18 fighting technique dojo, coupled with the fact that the fees charged by the number 18 fighting technique dojo are lower than those of other countries, naturally aroused public outrage in the fighting circles of Satan City. During this period of time, strangers came to kick the hall every other day. And Sun Yuben looks like a boy of about 17 years old. A boy of this age can be seen as an elite figure in other fighting skills dojos. Since I'm not here to learn art, is it still here to make friends? That's right, may I ask? Sun Wu also felt the hostility of the teenagers, and he no longer thought about it for some reason, saying, the owner of your dojo is Sun and Wushan. Bold, you can call our master's name. An angry shout rang out, but the other teenagers hadn't answered yet, and the teenager Pawa had already yelled, since this kid is not here to apprentice, he must be here to kick the club. Junior brother Yu, go call someone. Kick the hall. Sun Yuben was taken aback, and waved his hand. You have misunderstood, I am not. Still quibble. The young man shouting loudly, boy, when I was chopping the tiles earlier, you were there with a mocking face, don't think I can't see. Around. Are you kicking the hall again? This kid seems to have a good skill. We are afraid that no one is the opponent, so we should call Brother Mark to come. There was a humming noise, and some people rushed into the side door and screamed, kick the hall. It's kicking in the gym. Brother Mark, come. Someone is kicking the gym again and again, Brother Mark. In the hall, Sun Yuben looked weird and was about to explain. Suddenly he moved in his heart and looked at the teenagers with a smile, yes, I'm here to kick the gym. Why, are you going together or one by one? Warn you, but it's very strong, you can't hold me 3 punches and kicks together. Who can speak big words? Boy, you are so courageous, do you want to provoke us to take action? All the teenagers talked about each other. Sun Yuben smiled again, his mouth was full of hunger, yes, it just arouses you, why, dare you? Actually, when you go together, I still have some trouble. Why don't you even dare to go together? Boy, you are too crazy. Let me come first. Some teenagers were so excited that they blushed and couldn't help but step forward. Don't be fooled. The young man stopped repeatedly, this kid is obviously irritating us. Since he dares to play in the gym alone, he must be a veteran in a fighting arena. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, and he is afraid that he has already practiced. It's been 10 years or so, maybe even we have reached the threshold of mankind. How long have we just practiced with Master? It's self-inflicted to go up there, everyone is patient, etc. Brother Mark went to the toilet, and he will come soon. Mark. Sun Yuben flicked his black hair on the front of his forehead, is that the sign of your dojo? Only Mark in your dojo can handle it. Well, I'll wait, I hope I won't be disappointed. At this time, I will definitely not let you down. Ha 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 ha. With the sound of a burst of laughter, I saw a bare-chested, horse-faced teenager in red pants walking out of the side door. Brother Mark is here. Brother Mark, you are finally here, this kid is very rampant, you must beat him so that he can't even recognize his mother." All the teenagers rushed to the horse-faced teenager as if they had found the backbone. "Satan!" Sun Wuben turned his head, and as soon as his eyes touched the boy's face, a person's name Satan flashed in his mind. Satan is a satirical character in the Dragon Ball world. In the eyes of the early Z fighters, he was a shameless and funny character. No Z fighter would put such a person in the eyes. But later, because of his powerful appeal, robbing the Z warrior, he was considered by the Earthlings to be the hero who saved the Earth. When Monkey King and the evil Bu fought to collect vitality, he called on the Earthlings to give up the vitality, so being praised by Monkey King may really be the savior. In fact, even at the peak of Satan's combat power, it did not exceed the limit of human physical ability, that is, more than 10 points. But his luck, or he brags, and then the luck of being able to lie, is something that people have to admire. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Therefore, he is obviously very low in strength, but he has become the world's #1 master in the eyes of the people of the earth. The hero who saved the world. Mark in front of him is a black-haired teenager with Mr. Satan's iconic curly hair explosion head, his iconic chin length and the length of his face above the upper lip, as well as his eyes and eyebrows. The whole appearance is very similar to the Satan in the memory of Monkey King. "Your name is Mark." Sun Wuben's voice was a little strange. "Do you have another name called Satan?" "Satan." Mark was taken aback, and then he said, "Haha, boy, what kind of inexplicable nonsense are you talking about? I don't change my name or my surname. I've been called Mark since I was a child. Where is another Satan's name? In Satan City, I can also call the name Satan, but it is not, ha ha ha." Mark. Sun Wuben frowned. Satan's original name was Mark. Because of his great strength and various surprises, such as food poisoning by competitors, misconceptions of referees, and other luck, he soon became a world champion, and because of Satan in the dojo. The city was called Mr. Satan, but these Monkey Kings didn't even know it. It doesn't seem to be Satan. That's right. There are too many people in the world who look alike. Sun Wuben breathed a sigh of relief, but he clearly remembered that Mr. Satan in Dragon Ball used to compete with his master in a distant place when he was young. The tavern laughed vaguely at the hairstyle of a person named Tao Bibai. Master was killed for this. Satan was also seriously injured, especially his heart was hurt badly. Since then, Mr. Satan has firmly vowed that he will never lose his true identity. Recognized and battled with strong outrageous opponents. Mark is not Satan, then Grandpa can't be the master of Satan who was killed in vain. Sun Wuben whispered in his heart. Chapter 39, See Monkey King. "Hey, boy, report your name and the name of the dojo of practice." Satan was stunned when he put his hand on his hips and pointed his finger at Monkey King. "Boy, you look like you, where I seem to have seen it." Mark said, thinking, and patted his head after a moment. "Oh, I remember, hey, where did I see it?" He touched, turning his head into contemplation again. Everyone was sweating coldly. "Hey, can you still fight?" Monkey King yelled, just at this moment. "Young man, which gym are you from? How come you come to kick the gym alone?" A familiar voice rang in Sun Wuben's ears, but it was an old man dressed in a white tunic suit with a neatly shaved flat head. Slowly walked in at the door. Sun Wushan's eyes fell on Sun Wu's own face, his movements became a little stiff. "Don't care which gymnasium I belong to, you can fight if you want." Sun Wuben said, turning his head and looking at the door, his eyes widened. "Grandpa!" Sun Wuben yelled out of surprise, which naturally restored his habitual mother tongue, Asian with a Ginkgo village accent. "You are?" Sun Wushan's eyes widened, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. "Grandpa, this is Goben." Sun Wuben took off his sunglasses and greeted him with a smile. "Grandpa, didn't you talk to me on the phone yesterday? It's really you, Gamato." Sun Wuxian was excited. Child, how did you get there? Grandpa really didn't expect it, you are giving Grandpa a surprise. Master, this is... Mark stepped forward and asked. He walked with Sun Wuxian for a while, barely able to listen to some Asian languages. Mark, this one is my grandson, Sun Wuben, haha. Sun Wuxian said excitedly. Sun Wuben. Mark stared, and Sun Wuben was admitted to the North Capital Key class. This incident has always been the pride of the Sun family. Sun Wuxian has always been proud of having such a grandson. Therefore, when he is with Mark, he often talks about Sun Wuben. It can be said that the name Sun Wuben, Mark can hear the calluses in his ears. Is he really Monkey King? Mark screamed. Brother Mark. An apprentice next to him pulled Law Mark and asked in a low voice, this is Master's grandson. He is very famous. Brother Mark, you don't look right. Famous, of course it's famous. Mark became excited, grinned his hippo-like mouth and let out a big laugh, then said, you know, he is a high-achieving student in the key class of the Northern Capital. You know the Northern Capital, what level of institution is it? It is the top 4 universities in the entire world. You may not understand the top 4, but as long as you graduate from this institution. Mark brags for a while, and the eyes of the apprentices all around shine brightly. The eyes of Monkey King were different. In fact, most of these apprentices are children from the slums in this area. They have very limited knowledge. They don't know any higher education institutions at all, let alone what the Northern Capital Key class means. But what does it matter? Anyway, Mark, a well-informed big brother, is so admired, that's definitely not wrong. Gamato, this is the disciple I accepted back then, and your sister Mia has also seen him. Sun Wuxian did not stop Mark's bragging, and smiled at Mark. He is Mark. He is very talented in martial arts. Your sister is hard-working. Hello Mark, please take care of me. Sun Wuben stretched out his hand. Mark even stopped bragging, looked at Sun Wuben's outstretched hand, a sly flash in his eyes, and smiled and stretched out his hand. Sun Wuben, I've been admiring your name for a long time, please take care of you, et. Mark's brows suddenly slightly wrinkled. What's the matter? Brother Mark. The younger brother next to him asked repeatedly. Haha, it's okay, it's okay. Mark retracted his hand and laughed for a while, but doubts flashed in his eyes. This Mark. Sun Wuben smiled secretly in his heart, and the two shook hands. As soon as Mark grabbed Sun Wuben's hand, he made a strong effort to pinch Sun Wuben to make a joke, but his little power, in the eyes of Sun Wuben, is like a baby. How could it be possible to pinch Sun Wuben in pain? So Sun Wuben just shook his hand, and Mark's forceful hand loosened involuntarily. Fortunately, Sun Wuben did not fight back, otherwise Mark would not be as simple as frowning slightly. These are my new disciples. Sun Wuxian introduced the other apprentices again, and then took Sun Wuben into the side room. As soon as the two left, Mark slapped his head sharply. Oh, I remember, get up, really remember, isn't he just the song Sun Wuben? Song God Sun Wuben. The apprentices around were taken aback. Remember the disc that Master asked me last time? That was the record released by Sun Wuben. This Sun Wuben was originally the music genius of the North City, and was called the God of Song by the North City entertainment industry. Mark Lian again bragging about dancing and dancing. Inner house living room. The tea smells faintly, and Sun Wuxian looks at Sun Wuben who is blowing tea foam. I didn't expect you to come. Oh, this is only crude tea. Coffee is popular here, but Grandpa still likes to drink tea. Unfortunately, the refined tea here is too expensive, so I had to buy some of the worst crude tea and barely overwhelmed it. Addiction, Goban, why are you here? Sun Wuxian frowned slightly when he said this. Why did come? Sun Wuben smiled bitterly in his heart. In the past few years, there have been accidents in the family. First, his father died of excessive practice, and then his mother became a vegetable. Then Mia's sister was also taken away by the Red Ribbon Army. No one has been found yet. Then yesterday, Sun Wuxian called again, and it seemed that he was seeking help depending on the situation. How could Sun Wuben not worry in his heart, fearing that his grandfather might also have an accident, especially when he thought that his grandfather's location was Satan City. In the original Dragon Ball world, Sun Wufen went to study in Satan City, and encountered various crimes every day. Sometimes he encountered several incidents a day. It is precisely for this reason that the Sun Wufen who was so troubled against injustice was able to protect justice. Vitalai knows and loves each other and enters marriage. In addition, Sun Wuben remembered that Satan was from the city of Satan. When he was young, Satan met with Master Tao Bibai. Master was killed and he was seriously injured. Naturally, Sun Wu moved his mind to take a look. "Grandpa, you called yesterday and wanted Sister Mia to come over. I'm afraid that you have something to help. Besides, I miss Grandpa, so I just come and have a look. As for Sister Mia, because I still have some money at home, nothing else, Sister Mia wanted to make further breakthroughs, so that Sun Wuliu's fame could go even further. She went out to practice, and I don't know the specific whereabouts. Only when she called." Sun Wuben said with a smile. "You are really 1,000 miles to come here, less than a day, you ran from home to this Satan city. I am afraid that the cost is not small, no matter how rich the family is, you can't spend that way." Sun Wuxian snorted. In this world, high-tech transportation and low-tech transportation coexist, but even if you take the cheapest transportation, from Ginkgo village to Satan city, the toll is a lot. Sun Wuxian travels around all the year round. He is very clear about this. He used to walk on his feet for most of his travels, but he was reluctant to spend money. "Grandpa, in fact, the family is not short of money now," Sun Wubenlian said. "Humph." Sun Wuxian waved his hand. "It's easy to prosper a family. Forget it, I won't talk about you, you are also kind, but what's the matter with Mia? After practicing martial arts to her level, how easy is it to talk about it further? I don't know how many can break through the door. Next time I ask her to call me, I'll have to talk about her well." Sun Wu Sheng nagging, making Sun Wu feel a little bit confused and can only smile wryly. Sun Wu finally took a rest. "By the way, Grandpa, what are you looking for Sister Mia?" Sun Wubenlian asked. Sun Wuxian smiled and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just trivial. It doesn't matter whether she comes or not, so I won't say anything." "Is it a matter of fighting skills?" Monkey King said. "That's right." Sun Wu Sheng paused, and said, "It's okay to say it, but my dojo is on the right track now, and I have begun to make a name in this famous fighting holy place. It's just the last step. If Mark can defeat Yi Lu Feng from the fighting technique dojo, that's perfect. It's just..." "Grandpa, you have no faith in Mark. How is it possible to have confidence?" Sun Wuxian showed a bit of bitterness on his face. "Then Lu Feng, I have seen him make a shot. Mark is still a little short of his realm. It is very difficult to win. But the boy Mark is playing hard again and wasted. His talent is not surprising, and he is afraid that it will be difficult for him to make great progress in a short time. Grandpa, you let Sister Mia come over, don't you want Sister Mia to play instead of Mark?" "That's not true. Although Mia is also my disciple, others don't know. Outsiders only know that Mark is the disciple of the martial arts dojo on the 18th. If I go to Mia, people will think that I am looking for foreign aid, and I won. It is equal to defeat, and you know that martial arts school is most important to fame." "I see, Grandpa, you asked Sister Mia to come here to practice hand skills with Mark and to teach Mark to practice." You want to use actual combat to push out Mark's potential in a short period of time, right? Sun Wuben smiled. You kid is smart. You also know that although actual combat is dangerous www.novel.com, it can also improve the fighting ability of martial artists. The other apprentices in my martial arts gym are all novices. It will take a few years to grow up. And I, Mark are too familiar, so I asked Mia to come. In addition to what you said, there is also to stimulate Mark. Mark, this monkey, even if I defeated 100 times, he still smiled. Shamelessness can be defeated in the hands of someone like your sister. That's different. Sun Wusheng laughed and winked at Sun Wuben. You have grown up now, Wuben, you should understand the truth. It's not just the poor self-esteem of men, who don't want to be ugly in front of beautiful women, and Sister Mia is extremely beautiful, which man doesn't look green? Sun Wuben curled his mouth and said. Oh, does Wuben have green eyes too? That girl is actually a wife for you, if you are fancy, take care of it and chase after it. Sun Wusheng haha laughed, his eyes were a little dazed. He closed Mia for her granddaughter, she really wanted to match her with Sun Wuben. After all, she was a good girl who couldn't fault her, regardless of her talents or virtues. Sun Wuben smiled, leaving the topic aside. Grandpa, I'm afraid Sister Mia won't be able to come in a short time, so don't think too much, let me beat Mark for you. You? Sun Wusheng was stunned. Although he went home few, he also knew about Sun Wuben, except when he was instructed by his father to practice for a period of time when he was 5 or 6 years old. His family was completely trained as a scholar in the northern capital. How easy is it to get in? Sun Wu doesn't have enough time to study in this culture, let alone time to practice. And Sun Wusheng hasn't recognized his grandson as the release singer of the record that Mark gave him yesterday. Even if I knew it, Sun Wusheng didn't know that the song Sun Wu was a top student who dropped out of school in the northern capital. Chapter 40, Qin split a few tiles. Sun Wusheng was taken aback and laughed. You kid, you just love to joke. Sun Wusheng sighed. I remember that you are a good seedling in writing and martial arts. When you were 5 or 6 years old, your father taught you in Hushan. Just talk about martial arts principles. Understand, you can draw inferences about one another. If your father is stunned, his physical potential is low. Mark has a lot of physical capital, but, if he has your spirituality, there is no need for me to worry about it. Sun Wusheng was very emotional. Sun Wuxian taught Sun Wuben, and Sun Wuben was only 5 or 6 years old at the time, but Sun Wuben understood those principles as soon as he understood them, and the same truth, Sun Wusheng repeats with Mark now, and Mark is confused. Two people can throw each other 100,000 miles with one brain, and one physical potential can throw each other 100,000 miles. Grandpa, I'm not kidding. Sun Wuben said. He could see that Sun Wusheng valued the number 18 fighting technique dojo very seriously, and Sun Wuben could also understand that Sun Wusheng has been running around for his entire life to break through the door of the human body and pursue the highest martial arts. Working hard, in his later years, I was finally willing to calm down and set up a martial arts dojo to organize and pass on the martial arts of a lifetime. If there is an accident, it will be a huge blow to the elderly at the age of Sun Wusheng, and it is likely to be devastated from then on. I really don't have much time right now, but it is worth squeezing some time to let Grandpa fulfill his wish. Sun Wuben's eyes were firm. Grandpa, with my current strength, I can do it with a single finger. Mark is not my opponent at all. Haha. Sun Wusheng smiled more happily. Gamato, didn't you just want to say that you can pinch Mark to death with just one finger? The corner of Sun Wuben's eyes twitched. He was actually prepared to say that just now, but then he thought, although he was telling the truth, his grandfather had never seen him take action after all, so he might think he was boasting, so he changed it to the back. If Grandpa, or let's make a bet. How to bet? Monkey King came to be interested. I'm sitting here, Grandpa, you come to push me, as long as you push me back half an inch, I will never mention the matter just now, otherwise, let me beat Mark for you instead of Sister Mia, how about? Sun Wuben said. You sit there and let me push. Sun Wuxian's face was weird, and the smile on his face was distorted. It took a long time to come back to his senses, and he said with a weird face, Wumoto, you don't think your grandfather is old, and you have regressed back to your natal family, right? How could it be possible that our son Wuliu practice emphasizes fisting to the supremacy only to maintain health? The so-called Zhang is old and spicy. It is not because the practice is too irritating and the body is broken. It will only become stronger with the old. This common-sense grandson still remembers, yes. Sun Wuben said. Yes, you still remember, but why? I heard that some people are stupid in reading, could it be? Sun Wuxian looked at Sun Wuben with a weird expression and asked, Goben, I ask you, you can split a few pieces now tiles stacked together. How many tiles can be broken in one blow? Sun Wuben blinked, his face muscles twitched, and under his own blow, if his strength was concentrated enough, a car of tiles could be easily split, unexpectedly asked how many tiles could be split. Sun Wuben glanced across the room. There are no tiles in the house. Except for a wooden table, a few wooden chairs, and a wooden cabinet, there are no steel knives, shot puts, etc. that can be used to show strength. You can't break the red brick wall open. Grandpa, if I say that I can destroy a truckload of tiles with a single blow, you will definitely say that I am bragging not to pay taxes. Then, it's the previous bet. You child. Sun Wuxian was speechless. What? Sun Wuben looked at Sun Wuxian defiantly, Grandpa dare not be afraid of embarrassment in front of me. Never mind, Grandpa will try you. Sun Wusheng laughed, stood up and walked towards Sun Wuben. Wuben, let me tell you a little bit, I am not like your father, but I have already broken the gate. What? Sun Wuben was taken aback, Grandpa has broken the gate? Haha, frighten it. Sun Wusheng laughed loudly. A warrior like his bloodline would stop growing at a certain level, but Sun Wusheng has never slackened his practice since he entered the limit of the human body. There has been growth over the years, and the growth over the past 60 years, even if it only grows a little bit each year, the accumulated skill is not trivial. According to Sun Wuxian's wish, this should be breaking the boundary. It was really scared. Sun Wu was excited after he came back to his senses. Grandpa was able to break the gate. This is a great happy event. Sun Wu would have known the benefits of breaking the gate. Just be scared. Sun Wuxian smiled and looked at Sun Wuben. Goben, are you still insisting on betting with Grandpa now? Or, another bet? No. Sun Wu raised his eyebrows, it's still the previous bet, just let it go. Oh. Sun Wuxian was stunned. He looked at Sun Wuben strangely, his expression was full of excitement, without a trace of worry. By the way, this kid was joking from the beginning. A smile appeared on Sun Wuxian's face, I am also really confused. He is a high-achieving student who has no time to practice, and with his physical potential, even if I don't study and practice with all my strength, just like that, how could he really win Mark? Betting with me is just a joke, so no matter how good my skill is, he doesn't care, because he loses anyway. In my heart, Sun Wuxian's smile is brighter. Goben, Grandpa is here, this is Grandpa's 10% strength, see if you can bear it. Sun Wuxian also played hard, although he was afraid of breaking his grandson, 10% strength should be fine. He stretched out a finger, pointed it on the heart of Sun Wuben's forehead, and suddenly used force. A huge force gushes out. How powerful is a martial artist who has practiced for more than 70 years, even if it is 10% of the strength, it is not something that 7 or 8 strong men can hold. But Sun Wuben's body didn't move a bit, and his expression was extremely leisurely, as if Sun Wushan's press was only gentle, like a spring breeze. Okay. Sun Wusheng made a sound, and then laughed again. It's not bad, you have been reading for so many years, and you still have such a strength. Be careful, Grandpa will add 20% of the strength. Sun Wushan said suddenly and exerted another force, this time the strength was close to twice the previous time. Sun Wuben's head still didn't move, but he blinked and looked at Sun Wushan with a smile. Grandpa, stop testing, you broke the gate, and I also broke the gate. I didn't try my best to push me. Dreaming is not like this. Maid. It's getting more outrageous. I'll increase it to 50% this time. Sun Wushan is not in a hurry. He is not exactly a nerd when he reads in school. After all, he has also read and knows that the school not only has physical education, but also extracurricular activities, football, baseball, basketball. These sports activities can exercise human strength, as long as Monkey King is not a real nerd, with his spirituality, taking time to practice martial arts, it is not completely unbelievable to have such power. Be careful. Sun Wushan tried hard again. Grandpa. Sun Wuben laughed, where is the 50% power, I'm afraid it can't even a CD, don't you be bluffing. Sun Wushan's face became a little serious. 5% of the power, no response, this kid is not easy. After a little hesitation, Sun Wushan retracted his fingers and put more force. It would not be appropriate to use one finger. Sun Wushan stretched out a hand and pressed his palm on Sun Wuben's shoulder. Gamato, I'm going to use 60% of my strength. He said hard. This is not 60%, at most 30%. Sun Wuben said with a smile. Sun Wushan frowned. Wuben, can it be said that you never gave up on practice when you were studying? Monkey King was surprised, and he was able to block his 70% strength. Moreover, Monkey King was sitting and being pushed by the Monkey King. This is even more difficult. Monkey King also felt wrong. Well, the specific situation is that when I was studying, I never sat before, and I used to stand instead of sitting. Therefore, although I was studying, my work has not fallen. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is actually very strong. Sun Wuben said. Is there anything else? But Sun Wusheng narrowed his eyes and could sit and block him by 60%. His grandson is not only good at playing the game. A genius, a true genius, the strength of this kid now is comparable to Mark, no wonder. Sun Wushan was delighted for a while, regretted for a while, and distressed for a while. With such a qualification as his own grandson, if he does not take the path of a scholar. Full-hearted martial arts, accomplishment is not low, with hard work, he may be able to reach the height of his son Wushan in the future. I don't know what state this kid has reached. Sun Wusheng's eyebrows eased, 7%, start. With a harder effort. It's okay. Monkey King smiled. This. Sun Wushan stared, almost a little dumbfounded. He took a breath and pressed his palm again, 80%. At last I feel a little bit, but it's too little, too small. Sun Wu's madly desperate voice sounded again. Sun Wushan's face was extremely serious, he stared at Sun Wuben in a daze. Wuben, how did you cultivate this strange power? Monkey King slowly said. Grandpa, leave this alone, let me see how much power you have under your full strength. Sun Wuben said. Sun Wushan said that he had broken the gate, but Sun Wuben felt that this was still 1,000 miles away from breaking the gate. Unless Sun Wushan said that the 70%, 80% true power is only 40 to 50%. Full force. Sun Wushan shook his head, no need, I promise you, let you go and point Mark. With 80% of his strength, he can't push Sun Wuben to move even a bit. Sun Wushan understands that Sun Wuben's strength is far above Mark. Up. As for myself, using 90% should be able to promote Sun Wuben, and 10% is also a promotion, which is meaningless. Chapter 41, I think about it, is it a dream? Grandpa. Sun Wuben said with a serious face, if you did use 80% of your power just now, with all due respect, you are still far from the so-called breaking the gate. Smelly boy. Sun Wuxian couldn't help but laugh and scolded, your boy is really a little sunny and shining. Well, you can tell me, why do you think I didn't break the door? Do you know what broke the door? I walked around. In the world, you visit famous martial arts masters, and the bridge you have walked is longer than the road you have walked. Although your kid is smart, you can't talk nonsense. Grandpa, you must have never seen anyone who really broke through the gate before. Sun Wuben had a heavy face. After he had planned to break through the gate, he instructed Mia to practice, but on August 9, when things were unsatisfactory, Mia disappeared. When it comes to Grandpa, Sun Wu will naturally not hide and tease, prepare to have a showdown with Sun Wusheng. You know a fart, young age, full of lies. Sun Wuxian scolded with a smile. Sun Wuben blinked, which sentence did I lie? You. Sun Wuxian said for a moment. Sun Wuben did say big talk before, maybe it was big talk in Sun Wuxian's eyes, but after that, Sun Wuxian used 80% of his power, and he didn't move Sun Wuben half a thread. Look, you don't believe me. If you can't let me move with all your strength, it proves that I haven't lied. Sun Wuben looked at Sun Wuxian with contempt, and said aggressively, Grandpa, you are running away. If you are afraid of losing to your grandson, you will practice for a lifetime, but you will not be able to compare with others while studying while practicing. Sun Wuxian frowned, his face was a little ugly, and he suddenly smiled, ha ha ha, brat, don't think about being agitated, your method, when Grandpa walks in the rivers and lakes, he has not used it 1,000 times or used it 100 times, but... He squeezed his eyes at Sun Wuben, Grandpa decided to accompany you to finish the game, this time it is 90%. He put a hand on Sun Wuben's shoulder again. Attention! Different from the previous one, Sun Wuxian suddenly surged into his body, and his face suddenly became cold. Go with! With a sudden shout, a huge force came from Sun Wuxian's hand. It's still the same. A deep disappointment surged in Sun Wuben's heart, and he frowned. Does Grandpa really use 90% of it, or is it, an old kid, or is he just playing? Sun Wu thought this way, but didn't see Sun Wuxian's suddenly changing face. How can it be? Sun Wuxian was breathing fast, and then he burst out with a stronger aura again, his eyes became colder, and his strength increased crazily again. Go with! Go with! Go with! Sun Wuxian yelled again and again, desperately with all his strength and frenzied force, even because of too much force, the whole body was violent, and his forehead was sweat. But it is useless, Sun Wuxian feels that no matter how much power he uses, he feels like he is pushing on a huge stone mountain. Suddenly Sun Wuxian was discouraged. Could it be? Sun Wuxian looked back at his hand, and looked at his hand. Of course he would not think that he was old and his strength had flinched. Tap! 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 Sun Wuxian took a few steps back and sat down against the chair behind him, his eyes blank. The room fell into silence. Grandpa! Sun Wuben's voice sounded, you should, didn't you kidding me? Sun Wuben asked cautiously. Are you kidding? Sun Wuxian's eyes became more angry. He looked at Sun Wuben, child, what's the matter, you are studying in school, how can you have such power? Grandpa, you may not know, I have earned more than 50 million in the past few years. Sun Wuben shocked Sun Wuxian when he opened his mouth. 5. More than 50 million. It was about a year or so after you left last time. I thought about reducing the burden on my family, so I dropped out of school. Then I went to Happy Boys to participate in the TV audition. Since then, my fame has become huge, and I released a record later. And this record has made me more than 50 million yuan. I did not completely give up martial arts back then. After dropping out of school, in addition to participating in the audition and issuing records, I devoted myself to martial arts practice, so I am now achievements. Sun Wu finished in 2 sentences. 50 million, happy male voice draft, release records. Monkey King blinked and murmured, so, you have cultivated martial arts in just 2 years. It is only 2 or 3 years to practice wholeheartedly. By the way, I also accepted 2 disciples with amazing potential during this period, but they were later abducted by the Crane Immortal. Sun Wu said. I also accepted 2 disciples, Crane Immortal abducted, Crane Immortal, Crane Immortal. Sun Wuxian said, looking at Monkey King blankly, Crane Immortal is the one in the legend, the teacher of my ancestor of the Sun Wuliu school, that one, he is still alive. Sun Wuben said. Still alive, Crane Immortal is still alive. Monkey King muttered to himself. By the way, a few days ago, I went to the world's #1 martial arts conference and met Gaixianren. Gaixianren also accepted 2 disciples with amazing potential, especially the long-tailed child. His name is Monkey King. In my opinion, this Monkey King has potential like the stars in the universe. Monkey King said. Turtle Immortal? Monkey King? Which Turtle Immortal is related to Crane Immortal? That's it, he is also alive, and his strength is so desperate. In the last martial arts conference, the qigong he issued made the moon disappear. It is said that it was pushed away from its original orbit. Sun Wu said. Turtle Fairy, give the moon. Sun Wuxian murmured, his face was blank. Also, the Sun Wukong of the immortal turtle put the red ribbon alone. When Sun Wuben said this, Sun Wu Shenglian waved his hand. Wuben, don't you need to say, how do I feel like I'm dreaming? Stop, I'll talk about it later, I think about it. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, let's go outside and have a good meal. All right. Monkey King also knew that the news was too shocking. Grandpa, you are afraid that there is not much money here. This card is for you to spend. A bank card appeared in Sun Wuben's hand. Card. Sun Wuxian's eyes fell on the bank card that Sun Wuben handed over. It was a 10 million card, and Sun Wuben had the honor to have seen it once. This is 10 million calories. Well, there are 10 million in it. When Grandpa you go to the bank and put your name on this card, you will lose the card in the future, or you will not lose if it is stolen. Sun Wuben said, but he was a little weird in his heart. It wasn't that he was distressed by 10 million, but he started spending lavishly after his record revenue, replacing all the old things at home, and buying a lot of all-purpose capsules for him and Mia. Sun Wu didn't think about how to save, and Mia did the same. Anyway, her younger brother is an evildoer and it is easy to get money. With such a spend, tens of millions were spent, and there are still many things that should be added. Then, the grandmother spent 10 million for divination and another 10 million for Monkey King. www.novel.com. This can be regarded as hollowing out the last surplus of the Monkey King. Now this 1,000 for Monkey King is still the contract signed by Monkey King. Borrowed by the brokerage company. After all, at the price of Sun Wu, let alone borrowing 10 million, it is 100 million, and some people are willing to give it. I have to find a time to go back to the company, and then go on a TV run show, show my face, and release a new record. By the way, it's just a headache. It is easy to make money, but it takes a lot of time to do all kinds of publicity for new albums, whether you run to show your face in the entertainment country, hold a press conference, or record a record. Sun Wuben broke through the gates, and he is indeed at the forefront of the martial arts of the earth. If you change to a normal martial arts school, you may be leisurely, just like the Turtle Immortal, Crane Immortal, and Wu Taidu. After hundreds of years, he can only fight. Raised to 100, but still conceded. You can break through the gate, and in Sun Wuben's eyes, it is the real start of martial arts. At this time, it is the critical moment of rapid progress and transformation into immortality. Sun Wuben can't wait to break 1 minute into 60 minutes, hoping not to be used by the Z warriors with amazing potential. We pull down too much. Okay. Sun Wushan didn't say more, and he reached out and took the card. Since his grandson said that he made more than 50 million from the release of records, it would not be a big deal to take out 10 million. His son Wushan also happened to hold this. Go out with the card for consumption and see if it is a real card and if you are dreaming. Sun Wushan put the card in his arms, and he slapped his head as if he suddenly remembered something. Look at me, I almost forgot. You just said that you made a record of more than 50 million yuan. You wouldn't be the one who sang Mother. The Monkey King of Father and Father Villagers. Grandpa, have you heard of me here too? It's Mark yesterday. Sun Wushan said, walking outside the door. Let's go, let's talk while walking. Okay. Chapter 42, The Tricks Are All Tricks. Satan City. Cafes, restaurants, large shopping malls, even parks and children's playgrounds all showed up on this day, one old and one young, the old man dressed in white tunic suits, and the young man covered his face with sunglasses. For the rest of the day, Sun Wushan never asked Sun Wuben to speak up. Instead, he took Sun Wuben to play in Satan City as a landlord, and did not even return to the dojo at night, but booked a room in a 5-star hotel. For Sun Wuben, practice is very urgent, but compared to family affection, especially thinking of playing with grandpa is rare. Naturally, it can't be disappointed. Early the next morning. Fighting technique on the 18th. Hey! What? A dozen teenagers, and Mark was practicing spiritually in sweat, walking side by side with an old and a young person outside the door. It's Monkey King. Sun Wuben is back. When the apprentices and Mark saw the boy, their eyes lit up, but when they saw the flat-headed old man next to the boy, his expression was a bit bitter, and he didn't dare to be lazy in his practice. Okay, stop it. Yes, master. The apprentices were overjoyed and stopped their practice. Master, early, by the way, Mr. Sun Wuben, I heard that you are a singer? North is a famous singer. Sun Wuben, listen to Mark, you may be the singer of the North capital. Sun Wuben, right? Some apprentices couldn't wait to ask. Mark jumped to the Sun Wu himself. Ha ha ha, I forgot yesterday, you are the of song, ha ha, I really like listening to your songs, but the record was taken away by the master. By the way, Sun Wuben, don't say that you are not that singer, I think you look very much like him. Humph. Sun Wushan snorted coldly, and the buzzing noise suddenly fell silent. Mark, you fought with Goban. Monkey King said lightly. What? Mark was taken aback, looked at Monkey King, then at Monkey King, and pointed at Monkey King. Master, you mean I will fight against him? Yes, I told you a long time ago that Goban's understanding of practice can throw you 100 blocks away. Go and fight with him. As long as you can survive 10 moves in Goban's hands, your practice will be in the future. I don't care if you want to listen to or sing. Sun Wushan said lightly. Mark blinked, only then did he understand that it seemed that the master was not joking. Master, would you let Brother Mark and Mr. Sun Wuben? I heard that Mr. Sun Wuben is the capital of the north. The waking boy asked in a low voice yesterday. Sun Wusheng smiled, and faintly glanced at the disciple with the highest potential besides Mark. Do you still want to be more knowledgeable with him? Where? I'm just curious. Mr. Sun Wuben is studying in school, he should be very busy, and there is no time for spiritual practice. The boy Pawa smiled. This is indeed true. Wuben does not have much time to practice, but he does not practice like you, and he is a fool. Sun Wushan said lightly and glanced at Mark. Mark, what are you still doing? Master. Mark recovered now. The disciple is very happy. It's just that the disciple has a strong boxing force and is not at home in practice. But a scholar like Mr. Sun Wuben is thin and weak at first sight. The disciple is afraid of a miss, and if he is hardened, it will not be good to hurt him. Now, Mark said. Monkey King lowered his eyelids. If you can hurt, then you will be a teacher. As a teacher, you can also let you be the owner of this venue. Go ahead, stop talking nonsense, Gamato, you also stand in the middle. Okay, Grandpa. Sun Wuben walked to the center of the hall, and stood there loosely covered in flaws. Mark smiled at first sight, and the apprentices all around also smiled. Master, you can see that he has no 190 flaws all over his body. I don't think he is busy competing with each other. Let's take a test first. Mark haha laughed. Test. Sun Wuxian raised his eyelids. Never mind, how do you want to test? I want to try Mr. Sun Wuben's skill level. Mark haha laughed, and pointed to the pile of tiles piled up in the corner of the hall. Mr. Sun Wuben, I can split 10 stacked tiles with one blow, you don't be surprised. There are not many that can do this step in this world. The test I am asking for now is also to split tiles. See if you can split a few pieces, I hope it won't be less than 6. It's tile splitting again? Sun Wuben blinked his eyelids, feeling the blue veins in the corners of his eyes twitching badly. Grandpa, do you all use split tiles for testing here? Monkey King asked. Sun Wuxian smiled bitterly, you think it's easy for anyone to get money like you? I can't afford a boxing machine here. I don't have a boxing machine as a tool for power calculation. I have to make some broken tiles to make up the number. Anyway, this thing is easy to get. I underestimated these tiles. Although they look thin, they are very hard. They are much harder to split than wooden boards of the same thickness. I still know the hardness of the tiles. Monkey King laughed. The tiles that everyone used for the test were glazed tiles with a high thickness, and it wasn't that anyone could split a piece. Mr. Monkey King, I'm going to move tiles, how about taking 10 yuan first? An apprentice shouted. Ska, there is no need to move. I will go outside and come by myself. Also, you guys will come out too. I will chop outside to save trouble. Sun Wuben smiled at Ska and walked out of the hall. Everyone followed. Come out. There is a pile of tiles piled up in the corner of the eaves outside the hall. It is a full meter high and nearly 2 meters long. Mr. Monkey King, do you want me to help you build the tiles? No, you all stand up a bit. Sun Wuben walked to the pile of tiles and raised his hand. Put your eyes on the bright spots, I'm going to chop. What? Everyone was shocked, and even Saint Sun Wu was stunned. The pile of tiles was close to 200 yuan, stacked in 6 stacks, and each stack had more than 30 tiles. Could it be that Sun Wu originally smashed the 30-odd tiles directly? Under? Gamato, you just chop like this. Is this not enough? It's okay. Sun Wusheng frowned, so he split at 100 tiles. It's not impossible, but because the tiles are stacked against the wall, there is no space for the hand-splitting movement and it is not easy to exert force. It's just that you are like this, I'm afraid that you won't be able to use 80% of your power. Sun Wuxian said. Enough. 80% is completely enough. Monkey King said, his hand suddenly dropped. Bang! With a loud noise, I saw that the edge of Sun Wuben's palm was like a sharp steel knife, and everything went straight down, opening the whole tile from top to bottom. Wow! This pile of tiles fell to the sides, and every piece of tile that was split can be seen, and the fracture is clean and neat. Split? All, is it all split? From the top, at least, the whole is split, no. No one is missing. A pair of eyes rounded around, including Mark, and even Sun Wuxian. This shingle is nearly 30 pieces, and it's still placed against the wall. The arm that splits the tile can't be stretched, and the force used is even smaller, but from top to bottom, it splits all in one blow, and there is no one. It's so easy. If there are $2 below the dozen, can you split it at once, right? While the martial arts school often talks about the limits of human body stamina, and that you can have power beyond the limits of the human body by breaking through the door, it still belongs to the power of humans, but what Sun Wu has shown at this moment is no longer the power that humans can have. I haven't woken up from the dream I had yesterday. Sun Wuxian lowered his eyelids, his hands behind his back, and seemed calm, but the hands in the sleeves trembled slightly. Ha 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 ha. There was a sudden burst of laughter, and Mark opened his hippo-like mouth and laughed. Brother Mark, this Mr. Sun Wu Ben, well, so amazing. The tile-cutting boy next to him hesitated. Brother Mark, what are you laughing at? Nazca murmured. Juggling. Mark laughed loudly, it's all juggling, this is juggling. Juggling, do you understand it? The apprentices are stunned. Trick? Is it a trick? The pile of tiles was really cut open. Several apprentices walked forward in a daze and looked at the broken tiles. Obviously it was not a blind trick. These tiles were really disconnected. Sun Wuben was also dumbfounded, and then his face turned weird. In the Dragon Ball world, facing the Z Warriors' power beyond humans, Mr. Satan said every time it was a trick, and the entire Earth world, except for a few, also recognized that those were tricks. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, almost every time. It seems absurd. It is not absurd to think about it carefully. After all, that kind of ability is against the laws of science and against the mainstream values, and there is really that kind of ability. There are only a few people on the whole Earth, the Z Warriors. In addition, the humans on the Earth have been killed again and again, and the Z Warriors have gathered the dragon again and again, summoning the dragon to make a wish and let them come alive. These inexplicable things also numb the entire human race on Earth. Moreover, the potential of the main body of the Earth's martial arts school, compared with the Z Warriors, is like a mouse and an elephant, and the heart is jealous, even if the heart understands that it cannot be a trick. After all, if a trick is so powerful, it should be a fairy. And magic can also say that it is a trick. In a twinkling of an eye, I also got the same treatment. Monkey King was amused when he watched Dragon Ball. How could those people be so stupid? But this time he couldn't help feeling that he also had the ability to be considered a trick. Whether it is a trick or not, Wu Ben has already demonstrated his power. Sun Wuxian said in a deep voice at this time, Mark, it's your turn to fight with Wu Ben, or the previous sentence, if you can be in his hands. After 10 strokes, Master will ignore you. If you can win, this dojo is yours. Ha 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 ha. Mark grinned and let out a laugh that could shake the roof tiles. He turned around and strode towards the hall. Come on, let's all enter the house. Fellow students, all of you are recruiting bright spots, take a closer look, see how Mark breaks his tricks, ha 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 ha. The tricks are all tricks. Ha ha ha. In the room, everyone stood up, and all of them looked at the 2 people standing in the middle of the hall with their eyes wide open. The tricks are fake, Brother Mark will definitely win. Is it a trick? It's just a pretense. It's nothing more than bluffing people at ordinary times. Really fight, hey. Chapter 43, Please guide me to practice. Mr. Sun Wu Ben. Mark patted his hugely developed pectoral muscles, squeezed his fists with both hands, and made a gesture to show the strength of the biceps. Have you seen it? My muscles are all real. The real power is not like you are a trick. I believe that no matter what kind of trick, it will be shattered when it encounters real guns and live ammunition. Sun Wu Ben stood loosely, hooked a finger towards Mark, and said lazily, let's start. Very good. Mark became excited. Just when Sun Wu thought he would make a move, he saw him as a boxer greeted the media and the audience before the match, holding up his fists and turning his body to demonstrate until the whole action was completed. Then he put his arms around his chest and looked at Monkey King. "Okay, I'm ready. Is your trick ready? Don't worry, you can prepare, I can wait. Anyway, I believe that no matter how clever your blindfolds are, you will be crushed under my true strength." Monkey King was speechless. "I'm not a trick. I know you won't admit it, but this is not the point. The point is whether you are ready. Don't lose and say you are not ready." "I don't need to prepare, well, I'm ready a long time ago, just waiting for you." Sun Wuben said lazily, "Facing this mark, there is a way like facing Satan in Dragon Ball." "Very good." Mark stepped on the boxing step, jumped to the Sun Wu himself, and then blasted Sun Wuben with a straight fist. One finger. I saw Sun Wu move his own hand and stretched out a finger to block him in front of him. Mark's straight fist hit the fingertips of the finger, and he stopped immediately. Mark's punch only hit 3/4, the remaining distance was completely blocked by his fingers, and he couldn't make any progress. Mark's eyes stared like a light bulb, and then he retracted his fist, and the other fist slammed past. Is still the same hand, but Sun Wuben did not use his fingers this time, but opened his palm and grabbed Mark's fist in the palm of his hand. "What?" Mark suddenly let out a scream of earth-shattering. "What happened?" Senior Mark's fist was caught by him, but he didn't need to make such a scream if he was caught. Could it be said that Mr. Sun Wuben's grasping power was too great, and it was very painful to catch Senior Mark's fist? Sun Wuben's 5 fingers loosened, Mark pulled back his fist, withdrew 3 steps in succession, shook his fist and shouted pain repeatedly. Only after a while he put down his fist and looked at Sun Wuben with horror. Sure enough. Mark grinned his hippo-like mouth and yelled, "It's really a trick. What hidden weapon is hidden in your palm? It's hateful, it hurts me. My hand, there is no hidden weapon, it is because your strength is too small and you can't practice at home." Sun Wuben said lightly. The hand held in the air did not withdraw, but opened his palm. "It seems, there really is nothing." He didn't hide anything in the palm of his hand. The apprentices all around started talking. "Hey! Don't think I'm going to make a mistake, Mark!" Mark shouted, "Since it is a trick, how can you see it? Oh, it's really painful, Monkey King, you can't use the trick just now, it's too insidious. Come on, I won't squeeze your fist anymore." Sun Wu was listless. If he didn't want to help his grandfather, he would have thrown himself away when he met such a person. "Okay, you must not use it anymore, or I'll let Mark admit defeat." Mark took a rest for a while before jumping in a boxing pace and slowly approaching Sun Wuben, but this time he was obviously more careful and surrounded him. Sun Wuben turned 2 rounds without punching. When he turned behind Sun Wuben on the 3rd lap, he slammed his fist and blasted Sun Wuben's back. "Don't think you are behind me, I can't see it." A hand appeared in front of Mark's fist again. At some point, Sun Wuben had already turned around, and his palm caught Mark's fist again. "You said that you can't use that trick anymore." Mark yelled in horror. "I'm not working hard, your fist shouldn't hurt too much." Sun Wuben said lightly. "Hey!" Mark reacted. This time he was grabbed by the opponent's fist. There was no pain. He laughed, and then he froze his fist. The laughter froze again, and his fist seemed to be unable to come out. "Let's do this, Mark, if you can pull out your fist, or move my body half a point, even if I lose." Sun Wuben smiled. "Asshole!" Mark roared, "Too humiliating." He yelled and pulled out his fists again and again, but his fist was like rooting in the palm of Sun Wuben's palm. What was even more terrifying was his crazy force. Sun Wuben's body was really real. There was not a trace of shaking. Once, twice, 3 times. Mark screamed again and again with crazy force, useless, all useless, and in the end he didn't pull out Sun Wu's duty for half a minute. Asshole, you used a trick again, it's horrible. Mark roared wildly. Juggling is a blinding technique. In the face of real strength, all tricks are clouds. Sun Wuben's voice became cold. It seems that you are not smart at all, but you think you are smart. No matter, in order to make you sober and sober, I will take you. Have fun with a windmill. As soon as he raised his arm, Sun Wuben grabbed Mark's fist and threw him up directly, and then shook his head like a fan. Not only was Mark so scared that he let out a terrible cry of horror. The apprentices stared, and Sun Wuxian was dumbfounded. He soon reacted, Wumoto, be merciful. Don't throw it away. He swung the circle and threw it out. As you can imagine, Mark was half gone without death. Fate. It's okay, Grandpa, this is just a trick in Mark's eyes, and I want to try it. How can a master Mark crack my trick? I give up, give up. Mark let out a horrified roar, Mr. Monkey King, Mark gave up, don't throw me out. Why give up? It's just a trick, a blind eye. Sun Wuben's voice gradually became cold. If it weren't for considering that the martial art dojo on the 18th had to rely on this Mark to support, he really wanted this foolish boy to lie down in the hospital. Let him wake up, is it a trick? It's not a trick, I surrender, I surrender. Mark shouted anxiously, his life was lost, and his mouth was stiff. Isn't that a brain cramp? www.novel.com. It's so boring. The speed of Sun Wu's movement quickly slowed down, and finally slowed down, and finally he gently threw Mark out. I saw Mark got up, but he staggered like drunk. After walking for half a step, he fell to the ground again. This time he was much smarter. After lying on the ground for a long time, his head was dizzy and dizzy. The pain in his body almost disappeared before he got up. Good trick, good trick. Mark yelled with a grin. This kind of magic designed by Mr. Sun Wuben is too powerful. It already has real combat power. It is worthy of being a top student in the northern capital, and only the top elites of the 4 universities can use high-tech to invent such a powerful trick. Shining, Mr. Sun Wuben, I wonder if you can teach us this trick. Sun Wuben only felt the blue veins jumping on his temples. Although this Mark is not Mr. Satan in Dragon Ball, except for the different names, the rest is almost printed by a mold. This is martial art. When martial art has reached the threshold of breakthrough, I have the strength like me, not high-tech. Sun Wuben said coldly. No matter how he wanted to help Sun Wuxian support the number 18 fighting technique dojo, this moment was full of interest. Disappear. Mr. Monkey King, please teach me martial arts. Okay. Sun Wuben looked around, and saw the tile-cutting boy bending over, bowing at a 90-degree bow. Mr. Sun Wuben, please guide me to practice. The boy Pawa pleaded. After being excited by this boy, one by one young people around immediately walked up to Sun Wu himself and bowed. Mr. Monkey King, please guide me in my practice too. Please guide me in spiritual practice. You. Mark's face suddenly became hard to look. Chapter 44, Little Girl Lure. Interesting. Sun Wuben glanced at the apprentices except Mark. Are you not afraid that this is really a blinding trick? The Pawa boy laughed suddenly, and the other boys also laughed. Is it the blind eye method? We still have this vision. The tile is really split. The blind eye method can only cover up for a while, but not forever. Now that the tile is split there, Brother Mark is really being split. You have been defeated. We have all seen it with our own eyes. May I ask if there is such a clever way to blind eyes in this world? Brother Yang. Mark coldly looked at the teenager, then glanced at the apprentices. You mean Mark is an idiot? Brother Yang shrinks his head. Brother Mark, don't fool us. If you can use the blindness of actual combat, it is not a trick, but a martial art, a move and a martial art. Ska sneered. We have all seen that Mr. Sun Wuben has no device at all, and it is impossible to hide any clever things. Even if there is, he can play tricks in front of our eyes, but we can't see it. The important thing is to be able to catch Brother Mark's every punch. Is this a trick? The trick is so fast. Junior brother, you also said with a smile. Ignorance, how can you see the high-tech methods? Mark sneered, don't forget that he is a top student in the northern capital. Mr. Mark, high-tech is very powerful, and we really read less, but don't forget the God team. God group. Sun Wuben's eyes lit up. He naturally heard of the name of the God team, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, Sun Wuben was so busy that he was too busy to use 1 second for 2 seconds, whether he was in school or dropping out. You all know that the God team is a superb martial arts master. Junior brother Yang sneered, if there is really a trick like Mr. Sun Wuben, no one in the world can know it, and the members of the God team can't practice so hard. As one of the strongest military units of the United Nations in charge of the entire world, the God Group has the world's top scientific and technological talents and resources. None of them have the tricks of Mr. Monkey King. They practice real martial arts. Hey, Brother Mark. We read little, but we haven't gotten to the point where we were sold and counted the money. As soon as Junior brother Yang said this, the apprentices all around looked at Mark with weird eyes. Mark first looked so ugly as a donkey, and then he laughed. Joke, joke, ha 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 ha, let you see through, this is a joke. Ha 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 ha. Mark ha ha laughed. This Mark is really as thick as the Satan in Dragon Ball, so thick as to block bullets. Hey. Sun Wuben suddenly looked outside. Gamato, what's the matter? A visitor is here. In the small alley leading to the martial arts dojo on the 18th, a little girl who was only about 12 years old walked out of a house with a cold face. I just got out of the fish that slipped through the net after the suppression of the Red Ribbon Army in the Qing dynasty, and I was yelled by my elder sister to come here. It really doesn't make people idle for a while. Strange, in the martial arts dojo on the 18th, the strongest is the master, Sun Wuxian, followed by his disciple Mark, and no other masters have visited the martial arts dojo on the 18th recently. Coin stopped the TK party's master of Lily Che, who disappeared near here. Who would this person be? A coin can be smashed into the car body. This girl can also do it, but it is not easy to get stuck in a key position. I hope such a master is not an old man, if he is a handsome guy. Someone had an appointment. The little girl was idiot for a while, then she remembered the business. It's better to go to the martial arts dojo on the 18th to find out the news. After all, they are also martial artists, maybe they can give some clues. The little girl murmured and came to the martial arts dojo on the 18th, and then curled her lips. This dojo is really shabby, there shouldn't be any experts, headache. Then she walked to the newly painted red paint. In front of the gate, lifted his foot and kicked it over. Canopy. The door opened sharply, and there was a large line of people standing inside, staring at the little girl who kicked the door open. It was quiet all around. The little girl opened her big eyes and looked at the large line of people behind the door looking at her. She couldn't react to her brain. It took a full 3 seconds before the two sides reacted. Why are you standing in line behind the door? Why are you kicking the door? Inquiry sounded at the same time, and then both stopped. The apprentices on the 18th Fighting Technique Dojo all looked at Monkey King. Gamato, your ears are not cat ears, right? You really said that, we are here as a guest. Sun Wuxian smiled. When a stranger came to visit a restaurant, he or she was apprenticed to learn art, no matter what it was. Purpose, now that Sun Wu is present, he is not worried. Sun Wuxian looked at the little girl. This is a very beautiful little girl, her black hair flutters in the wind, her fair and delicate face has delicate features, and her clear eyes look at you as if it's a hero's clear water. Just looking at her appearance, no one would have imagined that this little girl kicked the wooden door so violently just now. Whose little sister are you? Did you come to our dojo to apprentice? Mark rushed out first, raised his hand at the little girl, and pointed his thumb to his nose. My name is Mark, and I am the chief of this dojo. Big disciple, don't look at our dojo house, but the kung fu is real, especially the eldest brother. I have no rivals in the other 17 dojos in Satan City. Oh, forgot to tell you. There are 18 Taoist temples in the entire Satan City. Sun Wuben was speechless. What kind of expression did Mark look in? Did he knock on the door of his apprenticeship? The little girl's eyes swept across everyone, and it seemed to light up when it fell on Sun Wu himself. Then she moved away in a panic, and finally fell on Mark. So, you are very skilled. The little girl smiled shyly and blinked her innocent eyes. Luer admires the skillful fighters the most, but she is fooled too much, every time she sees it. They are all boasting, vain people, the more they boast that they are strong, the more they are. On the contrary, there are some people who don't boast so much and have real abilities. I wonder if you are also such a person. Mark gave a startled smile, then burst into laughter. Your name is Luer, good name, Luer, I must not be that kind of person. If you don't believe me, ask, and mention me Mark, which dojo do not know. To be honest with you, all those who come to our dojo to play I ran away with Mark. Really? You don't look very good. Luer shook her head obviously in disbelief. Mark is in a hurry. Luer, how do you believe it? He took off his shirt and pointed at his developed pectoral muscles. You know how strong I look. The muscles are really strong, but I don't know if they are fake or not. I have seen too many fake muscles that grew out of clenbuterol. Luer looked at Mark's breast muscles and even poked her fingers. Bash! There was laughter all around, and Mark's smile was a little stiff. Clenbuterol was feed for pigs. Grandpa, Mark is going to be unlucky. Monkey King said in a low voice. Sun Wuxian answered, but his eyes fell on Luer's outstretched jade finger, and saw the delicate little white finger gently poking on Mark's chest muscle. After brushing, Mark's face changed, and he saw his whole body step back 3 steps, his face floating blue and white. Hey, it doesn't seem to be too hard. This muscle doesn't really grow from eating clenbuterol. Luer retracted her fingers and tilted her head to think, as if the scene just didn't happen on purpose. Mark's face quickly returned to his normal look. He looked at Luer, then at his chest, and whispered, strange, did I not stand firm just now? I must not have a good balance, yes, that's it. After that, he took the first 3 steps and stood in front of Luer. Luer, I know you won't believe it unless you show a few hands, or I will show you the tiles. Split tiles. Luer's eyes seemed to light up. Does this really prove that you are great? I don't want to be fooled anymore. No, my Mark can split 10 tiles at once. I know that you won't believe it. Brother Yang, go and move 11 tiles. Today, senior brother is going to punch 11 tiles. Mark ordered. Okay. Junior brother Yang rushed back. In fact, there are many apprentices who see that Luer is not good, but they don't care. Anyway, there is someone like Sun Wuben who can easily play with Mark today. What's so terrible? Although Sun Wu did not belong to the dojo on the 18th, he is also the grandson of the master of the museum, and belongs to the disciple of Sun Wuliu. 11 tiles? There was an imperceptible smile at the corner of Luer's mouth, which disappeared in a flash. Wow, splitting 10 pieces at once, it seems to be terrific. Luer showed a joyful expression, and then frowned again. This tile is also divided into good and bad. Wouldn't you be the kind of kid who splits it? Tiles that can be split, right? How come? Mark even wanted to blow. Luer has interrupted him, or we make a bet. What to bet? Mark was confident. If you are really good, I will worship in your dojo and practice. If your 10 tiles are broken at the touch of a touch, even a little girl like me can easily split them. Then you have to help me find a martial arts master who is better than you, okay? Looking for a martial artist. Sun Wuxian and Sun Wuben looked at each other. Isn't this girl here to kick the pavilion? The two were puzzled, but they didn't say anything, leaving Mark to mess around. Help you find someone stronger than me? I am already the strongest in the world, but there should still be 1 or 2 stronger than me. This is not impossible. Mark said. Haha, his eyes turned, Luer, although I am not afraid of losing, I am not that stupid. If you have practiced, you can still do it by splitting a tile. Did you not understand? I mean your 10 tiles are broken at the touch of a touch, even I can split them, not a piece. Luer looked down on Mark. Mark's rare old face blushed, and the next one haha, joke, okay, this bet, brother took it. Brother Mark, the tiles are here. Junior brother Yang put 11 tiles in front of Mark at the door. Mark stepped back and pointed to the 11 tiles stacked in front of him, and said, Luer, have you seen it? This kind of tiles are not those low-quality tiles, they are very hard, not to mention children, they are adults, and they have no practice. I won't be able to split a piece. Oh, isn't it? Luer smiled and took a step forward, I'll try it. I saw her stretch out her small snow-white arm and pointed it into a knife. She did not raise her head high like Mark usually splits tiles. Instead, she lazily lifted it halfway, and then gently waved it down. Canopy. The sound exploded, and I saw that the snow-white palm was like an extremely sharp steel knife, directly down everything, a whole 11 tiles, all cut open like puffed biscuits. Chapter 45, Mark's Crisis. Senseless. The apprentices in the room were all dumbfounded. According to their daily experience, Mark was already a human being who could split 10 tiles with one blow. They practiced for so long on their own, and from time to time there was a tile-splitting competition, which is one of them. There are not many games, but the best is that Brother Yang splits 4 pieces. That is to say, today I saw Sun Wuben with a single knife, and it was 30 yuan to break. And then this little girl looks as pure as the cute little sister next door, is also an understatement, so. Some people were stunned, their eyes turned between Sun Wuben and Luer. Strictly speaking, Sun Wuben split 30 yuan and Luer lightly split 11 yuan, not long after each other. Mark also fell to the ground with his mouth open and his chin. Damn! Mark sweated down his forehead, his eyes rolled, his throat made a grunt, his eyes turned to Monkey King. There was only one thought in his mind, what's the in this world? Sun Wuben and Sun Wuxian were also a little surprised. Although they expected that Luer was not easy, but Luer's understatement, she split 11 tiles is not her limit. Of course, what makes Sun Wuxian the most emboldened is the presence of Sun Wu, and Luer's performance is nothing. Besides, like Luer, Monkey King himself can do it. Hee hee. Luer laughed, kicked the broken tiles on the ground with a small foot, with a disappointed look on her face, and looked at Mark contemptuously. Hey, I said the big one. This is what you said is high quality, good quality. What? The drama, is all tricks. Mark whispered. Juggling. Luer was stunned, but she didn't respond. She was stunned and then recovered, looking at Mark with a weird look. Mark's face was flushed violently. Even with the thickness of his face, talking about juggling at this time is not as straightforward as in the previous performances to Monkey King. It is not always possible that Mark splitting 10 tiles is a real skill. It was a trick when others split $11. But after all, Mark got home, and soon adapted to the discomfort. Ha 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 ha. At first there was a loud ha ha, and then a big hand pointed out, "Little girl, if you are under 11 years old, even if you start practicing in the mother's womb, it will only take a few years. How could it be possible to have my skills? What is this, not a trick? Ha 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 ha." Luer's face was a little ugly, and she suddenly smiled. "You lost. Originally I wanted you to find me a martial arts master who had been here. However, this girl thought your mouth was very stinky and irritated, so I decided to beat your mother without knowing it." As soon as the voice fell, she saw her shrugging and she was in front of Mark. "Drink." Although Mark is a bit unreliable in his words and actions, he has been practicing under Sun Wuxian for several years and his kung fu is still very solid. When he saw Luer, he was not panicked, and even the whole person became excited. He shouted. The left straight fist blasted towards Luer, of course, in order not to spoil the perfect, extremely pure and pretty face of little girl Luer. The place where Mark hit was Luer's shoulder. This little girl must have a special practice in tile splitting. As far as true strength is concerned, I am strong and physically strong, with arms thicker than her thighs, so she can definitely beat her to find north. This punch is for Mark to find face in front of the younger brothers and the beautiful girl. The strength he has demonstrated is even faster and stronger than the previous punch against Monkey King. Dare to fight back. Luer flashed a cold spell in her eyes, and she took a step forward at a faster speed than before, flashed past Mark's fist, and slapped Mark's big face with a fierce slap. Snapped. The voice is clear and loud. Mark turned around 3 times in the same place before standing still. At this moment, Miss Luer showed a pure smile again, but this smile fell into Mark's eyes and turned into a devil's smile. "This sound is so good, it's like playing a drum kit. How about a few slaps? How about I play a United Nations song?" Luer raised her hand again. Who? Mark's power came from nowhere, and suddenly he rushed out. This speed was almost close to the limit of the human body, and he hid behind Sun Wuben. Only half of his face was exposed, and he looked at Luer with a frightened look. "What?" Luer's gaze fell on Sun Wu himself, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Why is this big man hiding behind you? Could it be, you are very powerful and can protect him? Or you are the owner of this Taoist temple, not right?" Luer muttered, looking at the Monkey King who was on the side. "I remember, is the owner of this martial arts dojo on the 18th an old man?" Luer. Sun Wuben grinned with a sunny smile. "Mark, this guy is a bastard, and it has nothing to do with me if you want to entangle him, but I think you have something to come here. I wonder if we can help." Luer was in a daze with his sunny smile. "Tnd conscience, she looks like a 12-year-old girl, but she is actually a 20-year-old girl. Who are you? Are you an apprentice in this dojo?" Luer asked. "My name is Luhan, and I am also a practitioner. Although I am not an apprentice in this dojo, the owner of the pavilion is my grandfather." Sun Wuben pointed to Sun Wuxian. Luhan was his English name. After all, the name Sun Wuben is easy to cause trouble. "Rohan, I see, this stinky boy, I don't care about your face." Luer smiled shyly, and then looked at Sun Wuxian. "Master Sun, you are the local snake here, I want to find you to help me find someone." "Looking for someone?" Sun Wuxian frowned slightly, and Mark already yelled, "Why, let us find it for you? The bet just now was a joke. If you want to use this to coerce us to do something for you, there is no way. Miss Luer, the affairs in the dojo are busy, and everyone doesn't have enough time to practice. If it's just a small effort, but if it's..." Sun Wuxian asked me. "Master Sun, can you take a step to speak?" Luer said. "Yes, Miss Luer, come with me." Sun Wuxian took Luer into the inner room, and it didn't take long for Sun Wuxian to walk out of the room, his face a little ugly. "Master, who did she ask you to find?" everyone asked. Sun Wuxian's eyes fell on Mark, his face was very embarrassed, and he hesitated a little before he said, "Mark, wait for you to go with little girl Luer." "Master, where are you going?" Mark said with a bitter face. If he didn't know Luer's skill, he would be happy to walk with such a beautiful little girl, even if he went up the knife and the fire, but now. God group. Sun Wuxian spit out 2 words coldly. God group. Everyone changed their colors, and Mark's face was like dust. "What's the matter?" Sun Wuben stopped junior brother Yang and asked. "Mr. Sun Wuben, this is bad, but fortunately, brother Mark is going to be out of luck, not us." Brother Yang patted his chest, and then introduced, "Our world is said to have 200 countries, and every country has having its own army is not the point. The point is that these countries have a supreme authority, which is the United Nations, which is above all countries. A competition is held every 3 years among the armies of more than 200 countries, and the winners and elites are selected to form the United Nations Army. The United Nations Army has 9 military regions. Each military region produces 10 special forces. They are called the Super Elite Team, which is commonly known as the Super 1 Team. Each member of the Super 1 Team is an elite of the military. Stunning skills. Then a more powerful special force was selected from the 10 Super First Teams, called the Military District Level All Officer Special Forces. www.novel.com Military Level Full Officer Special Forces, each of which can easily defeat the 10A Super Elite Team. This is the well-known Super Second World Team. Elect elites from the Super Second Team to form a higher level team. This is the world-famous Super 3 Team. There are Army Super 3 Teams, Air Force Super 3 Teams, Navy Super 3 Teams, Air Force and Navy Super 3 Teams. The selection method is the same as that of the Army. The God group is composed of elites selected from these 3 Super 3 Teams. Do you know these? Sun Wuben nodded. So, every member of the gods is an elite selected from 10 million people. In fact, the reputation of the gods, Sun Wuben, has also heard of it, but he knows very little. Now I heard from junior brother Yang that he knew that he wanted to enter the gods. How hard it is! Since the group is the elite of the elite, brother Mark goes to the group. This is a great thing, even if you don't do anything, it is extremely glorious to be able to see that kind of person. Monkey King said strangely. Normal situation is like this. Brother Yang said, and then he sighed, going to the team is not a sightseeing tour. It is said that the team often looks for martial arts dojos and fighting dojos in various places, and summons the masters in these dojos into the team. By the way, they only call for young, handsome men, old, ugly, or crooked men. Just handsome guys. Sun Wuben stared, why is this again? Who knows? But every martial arts master who came back from the gods group was as if sucked by a fairy, listless, tired, skinny. In short, some of them were lost, and some of them were even extinct. On the road of martial arts, changed to do other things. When junior brother Yang said this, his body was shaking a little, and he looked at Mark with pity. It's so terrible. Sun Wu was speechless, unable to imagine what the martial arts master experienced after going to the group. Chapter 46, You know Monkey King. Mr. Sun Wuben, in fact, the reason is not that no one knows it, but he is not willing to say it. Junior brother Yang said this, with a very low voice, and approached Sun Wuben's ear and said, do you know that there are many beautiful members of the God group? Woman. Yet. Sun Wuben nodded. The normal army is dominated by men, but because of the development of science and technology, the changes in the form of war, the melee and physical strength of primitive wars naturally gave way to mastering high-tech modern weapons. At this time, some of the advantages of women, such as being careful and patient, being able to multitask, etc., stand out, and they are very popular in the military. Of course, at the grassroots level, those coolies running around with guns and those in Kanglan, street fighting, and so on, are still dominated by men. It is said that the women in the group are not only 1 in a million in ability, but also 1 in a million in appearance. They are all beautiful and charming, and they are very attractive to men. Unfortunately, they are too mysterious and very mysterious. It's hard to be known by outsiders. However, I was lucky enough to get a photo of a beautiful member of the gods. Junior brother Yang took out a photo carefully and hopefully from his pocket. Look, this is it. Sun Muben looked over and his eyes lit up. This is an image cut from a magazine. It was obviously remodeled by junior brother Yang, and there are some scratches on the cover of the past model. Although there are scratches, it can't stop the stunning portrait of the above. It was a beautiful woman wearing a green military uniform and a green military cap. The skin of the woman was as delicate as that of a little girl. Her pale blue eyes were like gems, and her silver-haired military cap was draped like silk under her body. It's so hot that people spit nosebleeds. Beautiful and perfect, it's so fascinating. Junior brother Yang's eyes were bright like stars in the starry sky, and several junior brothers around also gathered around, cheering and applauding. It's a pity it's a thorny rose. When junior brother Yang said this, he sighed and said, it is said that all these beautiful women of the group are cannibal tigers. I'm talking about eating men, and the martial arts school was invited into the group. During the day you have to fight and communicate with the male members of the gods, and at night you have to feed the beauties of the gods, if it's other women, but the fairies of the gods, which man can stand it? So, you know. Sun Wu's face has a strange appearance, is that true? Looking at the silver-haired woman in the photo, there is no doubt that this woman is very seductive. If you take the initiative to seduce a man, no man can bear it, unless it is a special race like the Nameks, but has gone through many trials and entered the group. Are women so unbearable? Sun Wu didn't believe it. Master! Mark yelled, I won't go, I will never go to the group. Master, you also know that I am the pillar of the number 18 dojo, and I'm about to fight Lu Feng from the number 1 dojo, why? Can you go to the group? I know, but what can I do? Sun Wuxian sighed, his expression seems to be more than 10 years old, the 18th dojo is his hope, but now. Master, why can't you refuse? Who is that little girl? You can't just ask us to go to the gods group. We will go. Mark said, and suddenly there was a ha-ha, yes, that little girl is very bad, maybe she was playing a prank. Impossible. Sun Wuxian shook his head and sighed, she is a member of the gods, and you think anyone can slap you like playing? How can it be? Mark shouted repeatedly, how could she, a 12-year-old girl, belong to the gods? Horse-faced man, keep your mouth clean, who is 12 years old, grandma is 20 this year, okay. A crisp voice sounded, and Luer came out coldly from the back room. Grandma Luer. When Mark saw Luer, he suddenly smiled sweeter than a flower. Don't play, please, I really can't go to the gods. It's up to you to decide whether to go or not. This young lady is the one who has the final say. I really don't know whether to go or not. Such a cute girl asks you to push everything. Luer snorted, rubbed her hand on her waist, and banged, only to see her. A handcuff appeared in her hand, and Luer shook the iron handcuffs in her hand and looked at Mark with a smile, donkey-faced big man, do you go by yourself or let me handcuff him? Oh! Mark suddenly yelled, bending down to hug his belly, oh! My stomach hurts, it hurts me to death, it must be food poisoning, by the way, the potato I ate in the morning was green skin sprouting. Oops, I won't make it, it hurts. I saw him rolling on the floor holding his belly and yelling. Sun Wuxian's face was a little hot, his disciple is really Tai Chi, but Sun Wuxian did not speak. Of course, he also hoped that this trick would make the aunt of the group change her mind. The apprentices all around also turned red. Brother Mark is really embarrassed and hopes it will work. Miss Luer. Sun Yueben asked with a change of expression, your group is one of the highest military organizations in the world. Is there any way to find Dr. Gro from the Red Ribbon Army? Red Ribbon Dr. Gro? Luer widened her eyes and looked at Monkey King in surprise. The Red Ribbon Legion is composed of a group of wicked people. Ordinary people don't know that they exist. How did you know that, and why do you ask this? The Red Ribbon Army has been basically wiped out, and most of the escaping are some trash fish, which is not enough to be afraid. Sun Yueben said. What? Luer screamed. She didn't know that the Red Ribbon Legion was destroyed. The headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion was destroyed a few days ago. How did you know about this extremely secretive thing? Could it be? Sudden Luer looked sharp as a knife, and the air in the room seemed a bit cold. With the heavy pressure on everyone's hearts, Mark stopped howling, looking at Luer solemnly. No one thought that she looked so innocent, and the little girl who was like a little sister next door suddenly changed color, with such a strong murderous aura and aura. Don't get me wrong, I am not from the Red Ribbon Legion. I know this because I know a few friends. Sun Wubenlian explained. Luer still had sharp eyes. Who is your friend? Luer said coldly. I am a man in martial arts, and my strong friends are naturally martial artists. I was strong in the world's first martial arts conference. Their names are Monkey King, and Buma, and Klin. Sun Yueben said with a smile. The Monkey King? You actually know the Monkey King? Luer exclaimed, then her eyes softened. As a member of the Gods group, monitoring the strangers in the world, Monkey King and Klin, who have achieved outstanding results in the world's #1 martial arts conference, have naturally entered the eyes of the Gods group. It's just that Monkey King himself is too strong and potential is too strong. The most troublesome thing is that Monkey King has a somersault cloud, and he is not afraid of the sky and the earth, and he just leaves. He was still in the western capital the day before, and it didn't take long to arrive. In the far north, the behavior is like the sky in June, which makes people unable to monitor effectively. But they still knew about the battle between Monkey King and the Red Ribbon Army. Of course, they didn't know it from Monkey King, but because of the monitoring of the Red Ribbon Army. It's just that the battle between Monkey King and the Red Ribbon Army was too quick. After a while, they were helpless. They often rushed away, only to find that the opponent was already thousands of miles away. Nature. They also knew that Sun Yueben and Sun Wukong destroyed the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters, or when Sun Yueben activated the first bomb to explode a base station at the Red Ribbon Legion headquarters, they got the news, and then the Red Ribbon headquarters base station was exploded one after another. It shocked them even more. At that time, Luer was still in the group asking if the attacker was Monkey King, but he was denied by the handsome guy Gagel, the think tank of the Gods group. Gagel thought that if Monkey King made the move, it would be straightforward and simple, instead of not even showing up. After the analysis, Luer's IQ was extremely despised, and Luer was so angry that she was furious at the time. But no doubt, infiltrating directly into the Red Ribbon headquarters and sabotage, although it is very pleasant, it is also a reckless behavior. Luer still remembers that their eldest sister was furious when they heard that someone attacked the Red Ribbon Corps headquarters. www.novel.com. A few idiots just rushed into the Red Ribbon Legion like this. But in any case, dare to hand a knife to the Red Ribbon Legion, and it has produced good results. These people are also personal talents. Therefore, the God team was dispatched. And the United Nations also mobilized the Air Force and Army to rush to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Corps. The purpose was naturally to see if they could find a chance to rescue the idiots who attacked the Red Ribbon headquarters without authorization. As soon as I set off, I heard the news again. Monkey King also took the somersault cloud into the Red Ribbon headquarters, and fought with the Red Ribbon Legion. This time everyone was even more anxious. Monkey King is a good seed with amazing potential. Those idiots cannot be saved, but Monkey King must be saved, so the above command has changed from acting by chance, saving if you can save, attacking if you can attack, to you must save Monkey King, even if it is worth paying for your life. But before they were halfway there, another news came. The Red Ribbon headquarters suffered heavy casualties, and the base was basically destroyed. The other survivors fled madly, panicking, and completely lost their fighting spirit. So the above order was changed again. This time it was no matter what Sun Wukong was. All the personnel directly encircled and suppressed the broken troops of the Red Ribbon Army. Because of this order, the members of the Gods group have been so busy that they smoked their butts these days, and they didn't have time until yesterday. After all, their identities are mainly to deal with the scum of the Red Ribbon Legion, but the Red Ribbon is really powerful. The hard scum was almost wiped out by Monkey King. Of course, their group is idle, but the UN Army and the army of more than 200 countries around the world are not idle. At this time, they are still chasing after the Red Ribbon armies slip through fish and finding the ones that first attacked the Red Ribbon. The mysterious person who led the team and never showed up was devastated. Chapter 47, Instead of Mark. The people of the Red Ribbon Legion also know Monkey King and Bauma. Clin, how do you prove that you are not a bandit of the Red Ribbon Legion? Luer snorted coldly, naturally not someone who really believed that Sun Wu was originally the Red Ribbon Legion. Knowing the Monkey King and the destruction of the Red Ribbon Legion, who is this handsome guy? Luer Shuilingling's big eyes stared at Monkey King. Sun Wuben touched his forehead, unless he reveals his true identity to the other party, otherwise he really can't clarify himself. Miss Luer, have you ever seen such a young, 16 or 17-year-old, and such handsome Red Ribbon gangster? With my youth and handsomeness, will I get mixed up to that point? Sun Wuben told Luer there was a smile with 8 snow-white front teeth. Everyone looks weird all around, especially Mark. Cut, as shameless as a big donkey face. Luer snorted, still staring at Sun Wuben with big eyes. Don't talk nonsense, Grandma is still 12 years old, who knows if you are 30 or 40 years old? Uncle Weird? Bring your ID card, I now suspect that you are from the Red Ribbon Legion. The Monkey King smiled bitterly and looked at the Monkey King. Miss Luer, he is my grandson. I can guarantee that he is definitely not a gangster with a red ribbon. All of us present can prove this. Sun Wu Shendao. I can also testify. If he were the bandit with the red ribbon, there would be no good people in the world. The apprentices naturally saw that Sun Wu didn't want to reveal his identity, so they didn't directly say the name of Sun Wuben. As for whether Sun Wuben was from the red ribbon, everyone this is still certain. Luer just sneered. Lady Luer, even if you are a member of the gods, you don't have the right to check other people's ID cards, right? Sun Wuben said, however, if Miss Luer really wants to know my identity, you can answer me a question. Is there any way for your team to find the hiding place of Dr. Gro? The frog at the bottom of the well, how powerful is the power of the gods than you can imagine? Luer said coldly, and then a playful smile appeared on her face. You want to find the hiding place of Dr. Gru so much. It seems that there is a secret. You can say it. Say, what is it for? It's not that I can't tell you, but I have to know first, can you find Dr. Gro's stealth place? This. Luer lowered her eyelids, tapped her forefinger on her arm, and suddenly smiled. This is a secret of the gods, please forgive this girl for no comment. Of course, if you tell your secret first, the girl might make an exception to tell you. Sun Wuben frowned, he didn't really believe that the gods could find Dr. Gro. Wuben. Sun Wuxian looked at Sun Wuben with doubts in his eyes, what did you do with Dr. Gro? Grandpa, what else can it be? Sun Wuben sighed and whispered, it's not my mother's disease. Since normal methods are invalid, I want to try other methods. I browsed and found the geniuses in this world. I personally found Dr. Bruff, Dr. Hatton, Dr. Dixie and other top scientists in the world, and even found Dr. Wan Chaibai from Penguin Village, but there is no way, and I know that the Red Ribbon Legion has a super genius. The doctor, named Dr. Gro, is at the top of the world in terms of ideas and technology in artificial humans. Maybe there is a way to treat my mother's disease, so, it's just your mother's disease. Sun Wuxian shook his head, unaware of how strange it was for Sun Wuben to say the names of those doctors in one breath. On the contrary, Luer's pupils shrank slightly and looked at Sun Wuben in surprise. This handsome guy reads the information and knows that Breve and Dr. Hatton, how can even Dixie and Nurimachai Bei know? As a member of the gods, Luer knows Niljuan Chinbei and Dr. Dixie. What a mystery. Miss Luer, I have already told my secret, it is your turn to tell. Monkey King looked at Luer. You are somewhat filial. Luer cast aside her lips, and then sneered, but even if you find Dr. Gro, he may not be willing to treat your mother. Even if he does, he may not have the ability. Miss Luer is not worried about this, you just need to tell me whether the gods can find Dr. Gro. But... Luer chuckled, why can the team help you find it? Not helping me, but destroying the Red Ribbon Army is your responsibility. When the Red Ribbon headquarters was destroyed, Dr. Gro was not there. Therefore, he must be alive. Once he creates a terrifying weapon, it is a huge threat to this world. Even I can say that a Dr. Gru is more harmful than the entire Red Ribbon Legion. Luer's eyebrows jumped, and what Sun Wu was saying was indeed the truth, and she couldn't refute it. Hey! That's our god team's business, even if you find Dr. Gro, it's none of your business. Luer said coldly. Well, I'll go to your group instead of Mark. Sun Wuben said in a deep voice, the price is, how can you provide me with the location of Dr. Gru? Everyone's expressions changed as soon as these words were spoken. Goban, what nonsense are you talking about? Monkey King continued to shout. Mr. Sun, you are. Junior brother Yang also stared in surprise. Grandpa, I'm not talking nonsense. Miss Luer, what do you think? Sun Wuben said. He even dared to break through the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, which was helpless even for regular troops. He had rushed through strong winds and waves. He was afraid of a small stream. Moreover, coming back from the Red Ribbon headquarters, his strength has taken a leap again. The so-called art masters are bold, and there is really not much where this earth can stop Sun Wuben. Not to mention. Sun Wuben looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. Miss Luer's innocence and playfulness give people a feeling of first love. Such a person would be the rumored kind of woman who seduce men for pleasure, and Sun Wu didn't believe it at all. Since the group is the strongest force in the army, they must invite martial arts masters all over the world to go there. It must be for martial arts. This Sun Wuben is still confident. You want to replace Mark? Luer laughed. She copied her hands and looked at Sun Wuben carefully. Well, he is more handsome than that donkey-faced man. He should not look old, but it's useless. You know, our team doesn't invite vases. And how do you think it is a silver like wax gun tip? Are you talking about martial arts? Yes, the most important thing to go to the group is the martial arts cultivation base. The martial arts cultivation base of the big donkey face is also reluctant. If you are lower than him, I am afraid you can't do it. Luer looked sad. At this time, Miss Luer, don't be fooled. The shaking roar sounded, and Mark barely climbed up from the ground holding his stomach and shouted, he is better than me, he is my master's grandson. Think about it, how can the martial arts cultivation base be lower than me? Didn't you say that you are the most powerful person in the world? Luer looked at Mark with a smile. Mark flushed. Joke, I was joking with you earlier. Didn't I say that there are still 1 or 2 people who are better than me in this world? Mr. Rohan is worse than me. Mark haha said, if he usually admits it, I'm not as good as Sun Wu's Kung Fu, I can't kill him, but now, I dare to do it even if I pretend to have a stomachache, let alone roll around. let alone anything else. And it's not that Mark framed Sun Wuben. It was Sun Wuben who jumped out to go. Mark hadn't put Sun Wuben into the water before pretending that his stomach hurts. This is enough to speak of conscience. You said, don't you? Mark shouted at the other juniors again. The juniors looked a little embarrassed, Mark on one side and Monkey King on the other. No one should offend. At this time, Sun Wu himself moved, but he squatted slightly and jumped out. When he reached the end, he kicked the wall and shot back. It is good. Luer's eyes lit up. As soon as you squat, you can leap so far without seeing any gestures. It's fierce than a leopard. You have a very good setback. It seems that your skills should be a little bigger and taller than the face of a donkey, and should be enough for us to play for a while. Since you've thrown yourself into the trap, follow me. As for the donkey face, it's too ugly. If there is no one next time, let him go. Luer said, her face glowed red. This scene caused the apprentices and Mark to whistle coldly. Let's go. Luer turned and walked outside the door. After walking a few steps, she saw that Sun Wuben hadn't followed at all, so she turned around and looked at Sun Wuben suspiciously. I said before. Monkey King said. Humph, you play with our team will treat you badly. Luer snorted and waved faintly, rest assured, as long as you have the credit, Dr. Gro's affairs will naturally not be hidden from you. Now I haven't done anything yet, and I want to get the goods out of my mouth and dream. Well, I'll go with you. Sun Wuben stepped out and walked out. Wuben, you are like this. Sun Wuxian grabbed Sun Wuben, his face was embarrassed, he couldn't think that others were afraid of entering the group, but his grandson would take the initiative to jump into the fire pit. Grandpa, don't worry, I cherish myself more than anyone else. Sun Wuben comforted. Master Sun, please come back. This thing is not something you can stop. Luer said lightly, with a hint of indifference in her eyes. Saint Sun Wu's body trembled and let go of his hand, his face was lonely for a while, at this moment he felt that he was so weak. Grandpa, I will never be okay, don't worry. Monkey King said a word and strode out of the dojo. Rohan, this is the first time I have seen someone like you. Luer sighed with emotion. With a flick of her thumb, a universal capsule flew out, banging into a three-seater Speedy, and Luer jumped onto it. Sudak, then shouted to Monkey King, come on, handsome guy. It's normal. A handsome guy like me has only appeared in 500 years. You are lucky to see it once. Monkey King smiled and jumped onto Sudak. Cut. You have a thick-skinned skin. I don't mean you are handsome. I mean you dare to ask to enter the gods group. This is the first time, ah. Bastard. It was Sun Wuben who reached out. She hugged Luer's waistline, and the whole person came up from behind. The two of them pressed on, Luer's body trembled, and she felt fire all over, and she jumped up all over. Go away, who told you to sit here? Back, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is sitting at the back. So comfortable. It's comfortable, right? And the sound of the rear canopy was a heavy elbow. Luer, are you tickling me? Asshole. It was another elbow, and then one after another. Because of the need for fighting, Luer hadn't touched a man, but this time was different. Being hugged by Sun Wuben was like being entangled by a big python. I don't know why the strength of the whole body, 100% can't use 70%, can't break away at all, let Luer cry out evil in her heart. More than a dozen elbows hit Sun Wu's ribs without any effect. Let go of me. Luer was almost crying. Being hugged by such a handsome guy, no one else would be envious of. Monkey King muttered, seeing that Luer was really about to cry, and then let go, then flew off Sukta and fled away. As soon as he let go, Luer went crazy. After a while, Luer stepped onto the Sudak again, glared at Monkey King and sat in the third seat, and then started the car. If you dare to hold me again, I'm not welcome. She exasperated. As soon as the accelerator was turned on, Sudak flew out with a rub, and it was out of this lane in the blink of an eye. Sun Wuben's eyes came out. Hey, this seems too fast, right? Unhappy? No, I remember that it is illegal for a street of this level to exceed 30 horsepower. You show that it has reached 260 horsepower. This is a drag racing, which is illegal. God, drag racing is all legal. Is it true? Fuzz. Lure, looking at your small body, holding it is quite predictable. Asshole, don't mention this. Chapter 48, Molesting and Anti-Molesting. Barracks number 1788, here is the dining hall dedicated to the gods. In the dining hall, there are about 30 male soldiers. Each of these soldiers is so handsome that people are jealous. Except for the soldiers, the front row is near the entrance, which is the entire dining hall. The only woman. Handsome guy. The woman was staring at the handsome black-haired boy who was gorging on the opposite side with azure blue eyes. Hey! Sun Wuben swallowed a bite of the food, and looked up at the companion in front of him suspiciously. That's right. The short girl with a pair of cat-like ears and sharp fingernails in front of her eyes is his companion, who was also invited by members of the team from the Fighting Technique Dojo. Of course, in addition to the cat-eared girl, there are two other companions, sitting around Sun Wuben, with a frown, like a man who is bereavement. I really convinced you. Lisa glared at Sun Wuben, as if seeing a monster. Have you never heard of being invited to the gods? The guy will be the one, the female will be the one, and you are still in the mood to eat. Women will that. The corners of Sun Wuben's mouth twitched, and he naturally saw that Lisa's face was pale, and she looked very nervous and afraid. It's just that the man will get dried blood, that's the one who is exhausted. I saw the man on the left of Sun Wuben who was thicker than Sun Wu's waist and trembled. His eyes looked at the food in Sun Wu's plate, so big. The portion was almost finished by Sun Wuben. Men's women are prostrated by playing, why are we so unlucky? The thin man on the right has a bitter expression. He has been eating like Sun Wuben, just by looking at his expression, he is I don't know the taste. Actually, I have heard this rumor. Sun Wuben swallowed a piece of meat in his mouth. Since it comes, let's settle down. Why do we think so much, can we still resist it? Besides, even if we are knocked on the bones, with our capital, you can also resist it, Brother Veru, Brother Hank, your body and temperament don't look bad, it won't be a silver wax gun head, hey. Sun Wuben looked outside. Outside the canteen, outside the forest. Ying ying yan yan, those are dozens of young women, although everyone wears green military uniforms, they still can't hide their attractive appearance, hot body, walking in the shade of the forest like a flower the sea unfolded slowly with the spring breeze. Of course, there are some special cases in this sea of flowers, such as the woman in the form of a complete dinosaur among the girls, the dog man in the middle left, and the lion man at the back, which at least does not meet the requirements of a human-like monkey aesthetics. Although the one named Luer is pure and lovely, but the figure is not so hot. Luer, the Luhan you caught is really handsome. Leal, you take Luer's words seriously, don't she always say handsome every time she arrests people? Don't believe this Nizai's words. Humph, I didn't lie to you, it's really handsome, at least it's my dish. Oh, Luer, you don't like other people, right? Hey, blushing, Luer blushing, it seems that this Nizai is really in love. Stop making trouble, maybe Luer's man can't be seen playing with it. It's softened after 3 or 2 clicks. I won't tell you any more. A group of goddess group members just talked and laughed and walked into the cafeteria, their eyes swept down on the table of the 4 Sun Wuben, and then... Wow! Awesome! Hey, this is my favorite category. That big man, I love it the most. I saw some of these women staring at Sun Wuben, and then the earth shook a few times. The dinosaur girl in the front was the main one, and a group of women slammed them. He rushed over and surrounded the four of them. Haha! The male group members all around had smiles on their faces, all showing the appearance of watching the show. Canopy! A huge slap came over again. It was the hand of the dinosaur girl. This hand was pressed heavily on the shoulder of the big Hanvaru on the left side of Monkey King, whose waist is thicker than Monkey King. Handsome guy, you're so stout, so stout? My kawaii favorite is a stout man like you. Wow, I decided, today your first time will be my kawaii. The dinosaur girl is almost holding Varu, his huge head was close to Varu's face. You. Varu was almost dizzy. He doesn't engage in racial discrimination, but the dinosaur Terran is really not his food. Don't look at me, don't look at it. The lean man Hank sitting on the right of Sun Wuben was trembling, lowering his head and talking to himself. Suddenly a slender jade finger hooked over and raised his chin. Little handsome guy, my name is Fifei, today your first time is mine. Hank looked at it tremblingly, his pupils suddenly swelled, and he felt as if his whole body was on fire. The red-haired woman with a pair of fascinating eyes and a hot body that could make people squirt a nosebleed was the one holding his chin. If the dinosaur girl is not Varu's dish, then this Fifi girl is absolutely, 100% Hank's dream lover, even better than the dream lover. At this moment, Hank fell, and everything disappeared. Beautiful, my name is Hank. Today, I am unmarried this year. Hank's eyes glowed and he tried to pretend to be a gentleman. Hey! A snow-white slap slapped on the table in front of Sun Wu himself. You are the one who fascinated our lure, 5 obsessed, 1 obsessed and 2 drunk, can't find east and west, north and south. The handsome Luhan man. With a trace of mature women's unique hoarseness, a voice that sounded like a silver bell rang. Sun Wuben swallowed the bacon slices in his mouth and looked up, his eyes lit up suddenly. The woman in military uniform in front of me is absolutely a perfect beauty, her hot figure, sapphire-like eyes and skin that is tenderer than that of a little girl. Needless to say, what makes Sun Wuben unable to catch his eyes the most is the satin-like shiny head silver hair. The silver-haired race Sun Wuben has seen it in the media. This is the first time I have seen a real person, but this woman is different from any silver-haired woman in that her silver hair actually hangs to the ground exaggeratedly. That's right, her hair is so long that it almost falls to the ground. It stands to reason that this kind of long hair, the hair quality must be bad, but the scene before him completely broke this law. Under Sun Wu's abnormal eyesight, every woman's hair was so soft and shiny from start to end, as clean as washed. Similarly, there is even a hint of translucency in the sun. This woman is the member of the silver-haired gods group in the photo of junior brother Yang, but the real person is more shocking than the picture. All of a sudden, Sun Wu felt a little dumbfounded. Chuck, maybe, handsome Luhan is fascinated by you. The laughter sounded. Maybe, don't scare Luhan. Luer rushed over in a huff and pushed Mayvi away. Mayvi giggled and put her arm around Luer. Why, my eldest lady Luer is jealous, afraid that her sister will take your man. With a brush, Luer's face flushed. She angrily pushed Mayvi to the Monkey King. Whoever is jealous, go and go. Hey, one by one, as if they have never seen a man. Luo Han was brought by this young lady. First it should be mine this time. Mai Wasi took advantage of the trend and leaned against Sun Wuben, and a tender finger touched Sun Wuben's cheek. It's so handsome, it's no wonder that it can fascinate our eldest lady Luer. Look at these eyes, this nose. Especially this lips. The finger touched Sun Wuben's mouth. Suddenly, Sun Wu's face turned, and he opened his mouth to hold Mayvi's stroking finger. Mayvi seemed to have been shocked by an electric shock. Although she molested a man, she was also measured. It's not that I've never met a man like today who molested her in turn, but she was very fast, and she dodges away with a single move, but this method has no effect today. I don't know why she didn't avoid the opponent just now. Of this inclusion, the surrounding voices were also much quieter, and a pair of eyes fell on the finger that Maeve was holding. Haha, Maeve has stumbled. When I walked a lot at night, I finally met a ghost, and Maeve didn't escape it. All the male soldiers laughed. Luer's eyes widened, and suddenly she screamed, "You!" When Maeve froze www.novel.com, she pulled out her fingers as if it was on fire, and groaned, "I hate it, the nails I just painted." "Oh, what did you eat?" "Fingers are covered with oil." "Nothing is more delicious than Sister Maeve's green fingers." Sun Wuben smiled, his eyes fell on Luer again. "Sister Luer, should I also let this handsome guy include it?" "It's free." "Bastard. Rohan, you big bastard. Who is so hard to be caught by you?" Luer went crazy, and dragged Maeve's hand. Go, what to do, this is more beautiful than you, yes, do you play with him or he plays with you?" He dragged Maeve out. "Hey, hello, Luer, don't delay, can't my sister go with you?" Maeve yelled, and in her busy schedule, she turned her head and winked at Sun Wuben. "Handsome Lohan, today it's my sisters for the first time? Remember, after dinner, go to room 521, room 521, you must remember." After Maeve left, the remaining girls still teased Sun Wuben for a while, especially the two men Varu and Hank, making the two men panicked for a while, then confused, and then again horrified. It's Sun Wuben, the one who is comfortable and even contentedly flirting with this group of nymphs. As long as it's not a special race like dinosaur girl, leopard girl, dog girl, Sun Wuben is completely you taking advantage of me, and I'm taking advantage of you. Touch my face, I will touch your thigh. It's not that the women have encountered this kind of thing, but this time is different. Once Sun Wuben started, they were surprised to find that they couldn't avoid it. Can't avoid it at all. It doesn't matter once or twice, but it didn't escape 3 or 4 times. This is a wicked way. All the women in this group were surprised and suspicious, but they didn't have fun as usual, and left early. Chapter 49, Fucking Rules. 521, Isn't it just I love you? Sun Wuben pushed open the door of room 521, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Sure enough. After Sun Wu himself turned his head to look at the situation in room 521, his face was ugly. It was a large empty room. The whole room except for a water supply machine in the corner. Nothing else, but the ground. Sun Wuben stepped on it, limply, and jumped vigorously. When he fell, his body bounced up. The floor of this whole room is spring mattress. It seems that this bed is a place for joy and love. Lohan, we are really bad now. With such a big bed, it seems that in the future there may be an open meeting and a rhythm of sex. Lu's face was bitter, especially when he thought that the dinosaur girl who fancied him the most, his face was even more bitter. Boom! A door in room 521 opened, and a figure walked in. Seeing this man, Sun Wuben, Varu, and Hank all felt a fire rushing from under them, and the tall and fierce Maeve came by, but the difference from the meal is that Maeve has already taken off at this time. After the green military uniform, she only wore the simplest upper and lower underwear. That's right. At this time, Maeve's whole body is covered with black against white, a black sports underwear on her chest, and a pair of black shorts underneath. Apart from that, there is nothing more, exposing large areas of white skin, especially the pair that is beyond. Normal length toned thighs and a piece of snow white, with 6 light abdominal muscles, and a delicate belly button, it can almost remove the soul of a man. Fuck, don't you really play that? Sun Wuben stared at the approaching Maeve, feeling a fire rushing from below, and there was a breathless feeling in the air. Sun Wu had always thought that the gods invited them here for martial arts, and had nothing to do with those dirty things, so he was not in a hurry at all. But now, you guys, it's in another room. Mei glanced at Hank and Vera, who followed Sun Wuben into the room, and said coldly, "Hurry up, do you want me to invite it? Or do you want to watch the show?" "Hey!" Hank was a little awake, barely removed his eyes, and exited the door. Vera was still a little bit reluctant to take his eyes and steps away. At this time, Mei flicked her head slightly, and a white horse shot towards Vera. That was actually her silver hair. At this moment, the silver hair seemed to turn into a snake, shooting towards Vera, and then he saw Vera stretch out his hand, intending to block the silver hair from coming, but a jaw-dropping scene happened. The end of the silver hair actually bends automatically, only one roll, and it entangles Vera's big hand, and then Vera's body is thrown out, flying directly out of the door, and falling heavily into the corridor. Boom! The door of room 521 is closed. Mei turned her head and looked at Monkey King with a smile. "Handsome guy, haven't you recovered?" "Ah!" Sun Wuben retracted his mind. His hair was like an animal's tail and tongue, and he was able to make arbitrary movements such as twisting and twisting. It was really incredible. But when you think about what kind of world this is, there are even more exotic races than this. I feel weird. "Miss Mei, you are so cool, especially just now." The white hair was rolled 3,000 meters, and then she threw the person out. "It was so cool. I found out that I seem to be in love with you a little bit." Greasy mouth and tongue. Mei smiled, her silver hair slowly fluttering behind her. "Handsome man, do you want to try it too?" "Oh, please." Sun Wuben made a pose often used in Dragon Ball World Monkey King contests. I am ready, please feel free to please." "Okay." Mei raised her eyebrows, "Are you really here?" "Of course." Sun Wuben grinned, "Isn't this here for this?" "What do you mean? Isn't you here for a fight?" Sun Wuben swallowed his mouth, his eyes were a little wondering where to look at the other party. He really wanted to see wherever he was, and every place was tempting. Mei's eyes lit up, and a flush of excitement appeared on her face. "Why are you fighting? Everyone knows that our god group invited you for that and that. Why would you think it was a fight? Don't make fun of it." Sun Wuben put away his fists. Since the opponent didn't have the idea of doing it right away, Sun Wuben naturally had to cooperate and glanced at the opponent's body. "Who is the group?" "That's the middle-level elite of the whole world. They are selected after trial after trial. The people inside, no matter which one of the men or women is not as strong as steel, will be the world's elites who will indulge in mere sensuality. Are you the IQ who insults me? Not bad." Mei's eyes were brighter, and her eyes were soft when she looked at Monkey King. Although this principle is very simple, few people can understand it, especially martial arts practitioners with brain cells growing on muscles. You can't see that you handsome guy is not only good at martial arts, but his brains are not like other people. Growing on the muscles, it's no wonder that our sister Luer would like you, even me, but, there is still a flaw in your words. How can the resources of our team lack a few martial artists who practice hands? Take yourself too high. Actually, it's very easy to understand. Sun Wuben smiled slightly, you are selected from the army level by level. Every further step, you will fight against a large number of military masters until you become a member of the gods. At this time, you can be your opponent. There are no military masters for you to level up. If you want to go further, you can only fight against each other. But after a long time, you will lose the effect. After all, you are too familiar with each other, so this time you need outside martial arts. Master. The martial arts outside may be inferior to yours, but they are fresh. Perhaps they have some martial arts and martial arts methods that you have never contacted or thought of. Of course, all methods are unified. There is nothing new under the sun. It is the same to the end. Martial arts, especially at your level, can completely make your eyes shine. There are very few people who have not been in contact, or they don't exist anymore, but it's better to fight against new opponents. Fighting against people who are too familiar, so looking for a martial arts expert outside, after all, it will be profitable but not harmful. As for looking for young and handsome, it is actually more important to find young and high potential. Handsome is not in your consideration, and the reason is very simple. Older people can't survive your toss. Slap. 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 The applause sounded. I can only persuade you. Although there are still some reasons you haven't mentioned, but that is no longer important. The reasons you mentioned are enough. Yes, it is because of these, so we invite you to come here. Maeve said, her face straightened and she became cold. Stop the gossip, let's officially start. You must listen carefully to the following words. First of all, you must remember that what you have seen, heard, and experienced in the God group are not allowed to speak outside after you leave the God group. This is the first one, you know. Sun Wuben nodded, and he also understood why the outside world was so terrible about the martial arts school going to the gods. At least this first rule played a very important role. Secondly, as you think, we invite you to the God team for martial arts, so from today onwards, members of the God team will fight with you every day, and one of the rules of fighting is that you cannot hit vital and sensitive parts. Sensitive parts. Men are the lifeblood, are we? We can't touch wherever we have cloth, understand? Maeve said coldly. That's the place where you wore underwear and shorts. Sun Wuben blinked. What would happen if it was not too small? You know, men are often careless, and they have no eyes in fights and can't hit the chest. A martial arts school is like tying your hands, and you are so angry that men sometimes can't control the lower body. Once they are stupid, they may. What you said may make sense, but we don't care. Maeve sneered, of course, it won't matter if you encounter it, that is, don't think about going out alive, specifically if you touch a woman's top, then the following maybe can't keep it, maybe it's broken. As for whether we're not careful, are we blind? What's more, this house has more than just my eyes and electronic testing equipment. Don't try to get through. I understand, it seems that it is difficult to wipe the oil. Sun Wuben nodded. The next question is that when we fight, we can't work hard, or pretend to be dead or sick, so what if we are too tired to move? This has nothing to do with us. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Maeve smiled wickedly, specifically, whether you are dead or alive, we will never stop or have a hand during the fighting anyway. Be merciful, we will try our best to use every bit of strength in our body. I think with your mind, you should be able to understand. Understood. Sun Wuben smiled bitterly. Under such rules, not only can't pretend to be dead, but you must do your best. Even if the skill is slightly inferior to people, you will be beaten and pretended to be dead if your hands and feet are slow. At this time, Sun Wuben also understood why each of the martial arts masters who were invited into the gods came out. They were completely killed, and even some of the martial arts foundation was lost. Under such a rule, it is already good luck for you not to die. The only moment we are merciful is when the machine detects that you only have one last breath. Maeve continued to talk about the rules, and soon. The rules are like this. If you don't remember, you can only admit that you are unlucky. Maeve said lightly, well, let's fight officially, and pray that your martial arts cultivation can hold my attack, said, before Sun Wuben could react, a snowy jade-like fist magnified in front of Sun Wuben's eyes. This punch came too suddenly, it can even be said to have a smell of sneak attack. The masters of the group are completely at the top of the earth's martial arts. Although they have not broken the gate, each of them has amazing potential. Therefore, each one is better than the Sun Wuxian who has practiced for a lifetime and thinks that he has broken the human body gate. It can be said that if they shoot with all their strength and don't sneak attack, Sun Wuxian can hardly catch it. Such a master still plays a sneak attack, and any normal fighting hall master will have to be recruited here. It's a pity that Sun Wu was not another normal martial artist, and he almost reacted immediately. Chapter 50, The Power of Martial Arts. With 5 fingers spread out, and in an understatement, Sun Wuben greeted him with one hand. Snapped. A crisp voice sounded, that icy jade fist hit the palm of Sun Wuben's palm, and then before Sun Wuben's 5 fingers closed and grabbed his fist, Mei Vi slammed back and stood 2 meters away from Sun Wuben, surprised. Uncertainly looking at Monkey King. Hey, miss, no one told you this is a sneak attack. Sun Wuben exclaimed. Mei Vi gave a blank look. What kind of sneak attack? When encountering an enemy, who would stand up with you, open the knife and open the gun. But you are also powerful enough to catch the sneak attack of the gods, and you can already be proud of it. Now, it seems that you are not simple, and you are not honest. Are you always on guard against my sneak attacks? If I say no, do you believe it? I don't believe it. Although I didn't use my full strength, I might be able to catch this blow. It is absolutely impossible for you to do it without preparing in advance. Mei Vi was confident and raised her eyebrows. Rohan, although you just hit me, but I always think you are a bit weird. Strange? Monkey King was taken aback. What a weird way. It just feels that your martial arts are very superficial and unsightly. It is reasonable to say that you shouldn't be able to catch my sneak attack, but it happened to be caught. Has your strength broken the gate? Mei Vi revealed thinking expression. Rough and shallow. Sun Wuben stared, almost wanting to roar. He thoroughly studied Sun Wuliu's martial arts, and the tempered martial arts obtained by fighting all kinds of beasts in the mountains, in this girl's mouth, was unexpectedly superficial. But Sun Wuben also understood that he was able to catch Mei Vi's blow just now, and indeed he used more power than Mei Vi. Don't be convinced. Don't think that we invite you to the gods group. It means that your fighting skills are very good. In the eyes of the gods group, the martial arts that can be called advanced are not extinct, at least not so easy to see. It's just that you just saw it. Mei Vi said, falling into thought again. Looking at your moves, it seems to be from the uninfluenced school Sun Wuliu under Hexian Liaoman. Such superficial martial arts can still catch my blow. Strange, strange. Monkey King trembled. Yet, who is the group? That is the integration of the resources of the entire world. The martial arts that I have learned are just a genre of Sun Wuliu. Even if you have a genius, if you thoroughly study these martial arts, you will eventually hoard insights. Moreover, Sun Wu never thought that his IQ was good. How high? And there are so many smart people in the world. Many of these smart people will serve the state agencies, and even without the help of other genius martial artists, as far as the members of the gods group themselves are, which one is not the best in all aspects? Sun Wu originally could only study one family, but the members of the group could study 10,000 families. And you can also find masters of every martial arts school for actual combat. This is 100 times stronger than Monkey King, who can only fight with monkeys and tigers in the mountains. Perhaps, I should change my strategy. Sun Wuben was excited. This trip to the God group was originally just to inquire about the invisibility of Dr. Gro. For other things, Sun Wuben didn't expect much at all. No matter how high the martial arts of the God group members are. Higher than oneself? But now, standing on the highest point of martial arts, pure life level promotion, maybe they have nothing to teach me, but martial arts. Monkey King clearly remembers that in the original Dragon Ball world, after the advent of the universe, the opponents that Monkey King met, such as Raditz, Vegeta, and Frieza, were far stronger than Monkey King. The enemy's power is several times stronger than his own, and it can easily reach hundreds, thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. In this case, Monkey King can entangle the opponent. Especially when playing against Frisia, if it weren't for Monkey King's brilliant martial arts, who could be entangled with Frisia, who was far stronger than himself, where would we wait for the moment when the Super Saiyan was transformed? Already dead. Monkey Wukong has an endless stream of bigwigs giving pointers. He has time to find various masters to compete and hone his martial skills, but I don't have time at all. It's not that Sun Wu didn't understand that his martial arts realm was too low. It's just that compared to martial arts, the most efficient way for Sun Wu to increase his strength was to raise the level of life first, how to make himself, an ant, grow quickly, and even become an elephant. The elephant tramples the ant to death without skill, no matter how skillful an ant has. It can't resist an elephant's casual kick. Does not mean that martial arts are not important. Now there is a group. Damn, this is a great opportunity. If I seize it, my martial arts might be able to make a huge change in a short time. Sun Wu couldn't wait. Miss Meivi, should we start? Monkey King exclaimed. Oh. Meivi raised her head. Well, I want to see what is going on with your martial arts. Look at the trick. Hey! Come with a punch. Sun Wu instinctively punches to meet. No, I have to lower my strength. Sun Wu originally understood that watching on the sidelines is not as impressive as experiencing the pain in person. Sun Wu did not have time to spend long in the gods, so he must make the best use of every minute and every second here. Therefore, it is best to memorize every move and every style with the body, not with the eyes and mind. Suppressed his own power forcibly, and Sun Wuben tried his best to put his punches at the same speed as the opponent. Not good. That ice crystal-like beautiful fist hit Sun Wuben's shoulder with a heavy blow, and it hit Sun Wuben high and flew out. A heartache came out of his shoulder, making Sun Wuben unable to lift any strength for a while and did something else. Reaction. Canopy. Monkey King fell heavily to the ground. What's the matter? Meivi stared, looked at her fist, and then at Sun Wuben, who fell to the ground and hugged her shoulders in pain. You were able to catch my sneak attack just now. Why did you suddenly become so weak? Fortunately, I took this attack with skill and only sent you out. Meivi said, frowned slightly, thinking about it. By the way, your shot just now was also Sun Wuliu, but this is the power that Sun Wuliu should have. Although this kind of Sun Wuliu's moves have been pushed out by you and reached a very high level, it is useless. Sun Wuliu's moves are a bit astray. Even if you make up for many shortcomings, it is wrong to be wrong. If you push it to a higher level, it still belongs to the Zodao martial arts. It's just strange, what happened to you before? Sun Wuben was lying on the ground. Although his shoulder pain was severe, his mind was just the punch. What's the matter? Just now I obviously. Although Sun Wu wanted to try his best to lower his strength and use the same speed and strength as Meivi to fight, but just in a hurry, the force and speed used were much higher than Meivi's, but in this case, Sun Wu had lost inexplicably, a terrible defeat. Sun Wuben didn't even hit half of the fists he resisted. www.novel.com, he was already hit. Suddenly a burst of ecstatic excitement erupted from the bottom of Sun Wu's heart like a volcanic eruption. Yes, this is the power of advanced martial arts, and this is the beauty of how Sun Wukong in the original Dragon Ball can still persevere, and even turn defeat into victory. The ants can't resist the elephants, but the ants that were stepped on by the elephant but didn't die are gone. Canopy. Sun Wuben stood up with a carp. Although his shoulders were still painful, his heart was even more hot and excited. If such martial arts can learn a CD to greatly improve his combat power, he will be eligible to compete with Monkey King, Tianjin Fan, and others in the future. Fighting. Come again. Oh. Meivi looked at Sun Wuben. Yes, you jumped up so quickly, your shoulder should still hurt, and the willpower is very good. Okay, I'll give you another punch. Canopy. This punch, Sun Wuben did not use the super speed that was the first time, but he still caught it inexplicably. Even after catching it, Sun Wuben himself didn't understand how he used this move or how to catch it. This made Sun Wuben very excited. In martial arts practice, most of the time he practiced the instinct of the body, not the brain. The learning ability of the body is far stronger than the brain here. So you see that the super fighters in Dragon Ball are many stupid. Monkey and Big can't get a driver's license when they learn to drive, but their creativity and ingenuity in martial arts is too strong to be scientific. Canopy. Sun Wuben caught it and followed his physical instinct to counterattack, and this magical stroke made Mei V stumble. Very good. Mei V sighed coldly, and fought with Monkey King again. Chapter 51, Who is more resistant? In room 521. Mei V shot out with both fists, blasting towards Sun Wuben one after another. Sun Wuben propped left and right, faltering just to hold on. Suddenly, a ray of white light flashed. It was a bunch of flying silver hair. The silver shot out and curled up Sun Wuben's left foot. Suddenly, Sun Wuben's body movements became stiff, and the whole person was shaken up. At the same time, a fist hit Sun Wuben's head heavily. On. Canopy. Sun Wu's body hit the wall, and the whole house seemed to shake, only to see Sun Wu's body falling. It was obvious that a huge green bag was formed on the back of Sun Wu's head that was hit. Mei V didn't show any mercy just now. Hey! Hey! Mei V put her hands on her knees, panting heavily, her eyes staring at Sun Wuben on the ground in excitement and surprise. Rohan, I didn't expect you to have a thin white face, more durable than those giant races. A girl's house, why do you speak words? You can't bear it. And how can a man who be Miss Mei V not be strong? Monkey King grinned. He got up and rushed towards Mei Wei. Wire. If you want to be the man who wants to be my Mei V, you have to beat me first. You are still far away. Mei V kicked her legs and hit Sun Wuben with her fists like rain. After beating for so long, she also discovered that Sun Wuben the strength is not very good, but occasionally there will be a touch of magic. Boom! Sun Wuben hit the punch again, but he couldn't help it. He was hit his head just now, the pain was unbearable, and he was still a little confused. Haha, Rohan, you are too soft, just like that, you can't be hard, and you still say you're me a man? Yet. It kicked Sun Wu himself again, and then stepped on and kicked it one after another. Although Sun Wuben suffered terrible pain everywhere in his body still rolled and bounced without passing through the brain, avoiding the series. In the end, he reached out and hugged one of Mei V's kicked foot, and pulled Mei V out. Haha, how about this trick? It's hard enough, Mei V, I must you. Monkey King laughed and rushed forward like a mad tiger. Who is the fuck? Mei V snorted coldly, with surprise in her eyes. She was very powerful in her martial arts, and the other party was like a child fighting around, but like Xiaoqiang who could not be beaten, the more she was beaten. Occasionally, there will be two magical strokes. One who is careless will get the trick. Although the opponent's fist is not very heavy on the body, it will not be hurt, but it is still very painful. The two have been fighting for a long time, and they both have a real fire. Of course, Sun Wuben has no vulgar swear words, but Mei V is also a soldier. She has never seen a soldier, and where can she pretend to be a lady? She is more vigorous than Sun Wuben when she scolds swear words. She scolds fiercely, and even more under her hands. Without showing any weakness, they all wanted to crush the opponent severely. Of course, even so, Sun Wuben always retained a trace of reason, and tried his best to fight with no more power and speed than Mei V. After all, Sun Wuben's inner heart, using powerful force to suppress people is cheating. Moreover, when Sun Wuben hits Mei V, he would subconsciously rein in his hands, only hurting, not hurting. At this point, Mei V could not feel the kindness of Sun Wuben, but it was very important. Mei V did not understand, but Sun Wuben knew very well in his heart that the main reason why people like Mei Vi have such amazing physical strength is mainly because of their good blood and potential. It's amazing, but Sun Wu didn't understand how much potential it was. If Mei Vi had the potential of Monkey King, there would be no taboo. But if it is only 1 or 2 levels stronger than the Monkey King, then the body has been injured too much and caused too many irreparable injuries, and it will never be possible to break the human body. The two punched each other 10 more punches at once. Mei Vi didn't notice. What Sun Wuben didn't notice was that he was hit hard by Mei Vi just now, and a bruised and swollen head was placed on his head. The big bag was fast disappeared, and by then it was gone. Not only is the big bag on the head, Sun Wuben has fought with Mei Vi for so long, loses more and wins less. He has been hit by many punches and feet, and there are many places where he is swollen when he is hit, but at this time also disappeared. This is a huge boxing room. Canopy. 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 Go to die. 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 The sound of boxing on the sandbag sounded like a dense explosion of firecrackers. In a corner in the east, the innocent Luer, who was about 12 years old, gritted his teeth and furiously hit the tall doll tumbler sandbag in front of him. Oh, who is it that made our Miss Luer angry again? Brittany, who else do you think it could be? Didn't Zhang He's punishing ball just come? The woman not far from Luer answered. Zhang He's is coming to Luer again. Brittany frowned. Zhang He's real name is Zhang Heizhu. People in their group don't like this person, but this guy can't help but this guy is their head. Luer was entangled by him, and it was really mold for 8 lifetimes, no wonder. Brittany gave Luer a pitying look. Luer, why are you angry with that bastard? Anyway, as long as you don't agree, ignore him, don't date him, don't talk to him, just treat him as air. Brittany persuaded, although Luer has a bad temper, but her cute appearance makes the whole group very precious to her. Luer is in a bad mood, and Brittany feels distressed. Brittany, you're so easy to say. Luer kicked out and knocked the tumbler in front of him into the air. A fly buzzing around your ear all the time, can it be regarded as air? That black ball? Worse than flies, damn, if my strength is greater than him. Luer is very angry. If you don't get angry with anything else, you will be angry with yourself. Martial arts Luer is not afraid of anyone, but the strength is not as good as people, and he can't beat Zhang Heizhu. She remembers that in the early years Zhang Heizhu was frantically pursuing and pestering Ami, and even killed people for the pursuit of Ami, but later Ami's power surpassed Zhang Heizhu, not only became the eldest sister of the gods, but also Zhang Heizhu pestered her again. I saw one fight at a time, and Zhang Heizhu had a psychological shadow, and I was afraid when I saw Yamei. Now everyone in the high-level military knows that Zhang Heizhu is hiding from Ami. Ami is at the base of the group. He will never be there. When Ami leaves, he returns to the base. When Ami passes by, he avoids 10 miles. Thinking of Yamei's domineering, don't mention the envy in Luer's heart, wishing that one day she could also let Zhang Heizhu change her appearance. Brittany, Ami really can't use black briquettes as air. You don't know. Doesn't Luer like that handsome guy named Luhan? Everyone can't help but make jokes occasionally. Who knows that Zhang Heizhu actually returned today? He got to the base, let him hear the rumors, and then ran over. This is terrible. Brittany frowned, sighed, and shook her head. Luer likes people, how can I let Zhang Heizhu's stubborn ball know? Isn't this harmful? Yet, Zhang Heizhu is the scum in our group. Other things are okay. When it comes to the woman he likes, he loses his mind. No handsome guy he likes has a good ending, alas. The woman let out a long sigh. It was not that Sun Wuben's destiny was bad, and that Sun Wuben was an outsider no matter how handsome he was, but that the woman who was distressed by Luer and was entangled by Zhang Hezhu was treason to the death penalty and could not have a normal relationship at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Luer turned around and yelled at the two women, who likes Luhan? I just have a good impression of him, a little bit of goodness, and it's a moon's distance from liking him. At the end, he suddenly sat down on the ground frustrated. Luhan is also a bastard, a lascivious bastard, even if he was beaten to death by Zhang Hezhu, I won't care, and he is in Mei Wei right now. In Xi's hand, it's hard to get through if afraid. Luer looked worried. Don't worry, Mei Vi seems to like that handsome guy too, she will be merciful. Ah! Luer screamed, how can she? Hehe, someone is jealous, jealous. Who is jealous? I mean how can she let out the water? Luer flushed and stared at Brittany fiercely. You reading www.youkansha.com. Then Luer wants her to release the water, or does she not want her to release the water? I remember that next time it's my turn to fight against the handsome guy Luhan. Luer, do you think I should beat him into a sarcoma or a meaty person? Is it because his mother can recognize it, but his father can't, or his parents can't recognize it? Brittany laughed lightly. Luer stared, and slammed her fist on the ground. It's up to you, what does it matter to me? Well, I will beat him into a sarcoma man. There are swollen sarcomas all over his body. The blue, purple, and red are like huge ripe grapes. I think his eyes at that time, the nose and mouth will all disappear, his face is swollen bigger than a pig's head, the pain is unconscious, and the heart is full of hatred. The pain will last for 2 or 3 days. When his pain is a little lighter, he will definitely hate it. The one who brought him into the gods. Brittany described. Ah! Luer screamed. Really? Does he really hate the people who brought him into the gods? Luer asked timidly. That's natural. Anyone who suffers from this kind of unwarranted disaster will be filled with hatred in that kind of continuous pain. The harder he is beaten, the hatred will surely be, and not hate will bring him into the gods. Yes, don't you still hate others? Brittany said. Actually. A weak voice sounded, and Luer blushed and whispered, although that is hateful, he helped. Help me, Brittany, you just teach him a little bit. There is no need to fight so badly, after all, after all, after all. After all, she had been blushing for a long time, but she couldn't find a reason. Immediately, there was a roar of women's laughter in the boxing room. Why are you laughing? Luer roared. The women laughed louder. Luer buried her face directly in her knees. Chapter 52, Different Circumstances. In room 521. Sun Wuben and Mei Vi fell again and again climbed up and rushed towards each other. Of course, Sun Wuben's 99 times out of 100 falls. Clang! A loud bell rang. The time is up, stop, Miss Mei Vi, Mr. Luhan, please stop, please stop. The mechanical electronic synthesis sound resounded in the room. Stop it. Mei Vi puts one hand on her knees, and the other hand spreads 5 points towards Monkey King to stop her. Today our fight is here. Mei Vi panted heavily, soaking her body as if she was fished out of the water. Is it time? Sun Wuben stroked the face clip that had just been beaten, grinning and gasping, and said with difficulty, couldn't it be delayed, and fight for a while? Today's fight, Sun Wu instinctively clearly felt the rapid progress of his martial arts. Especially just now, Sun Wuben felt that he seemed to have some signs of breakthrough. If he fights for a while, his martial arts skills may rise to a higher level. Are you a monster? Mei Vi yelled, and the two of them fought against each other. She had the upper hand. Out of 100 punches, the other had 99 punches. Only one punch was made by herself. At this time, Mei Vi was too tired, and the other party actually returned. Said to delay. Miss Mei Vi, I think, you seem to be able to for a while, or we will. No. Get out. This is the rule. Maeve roared, turned around and kicked the door, entered the side door, and snapped the door back. This side door was actually her temporary recuperation room, and Maeve leaned against the wall. Panting, feeling the hot humiliation on his face. This Lohan, he said he was strong, his martial arts was so superficial, he was weak, he was unpredictable, and he was so good that you had to be convinced, and he was clearly beaten to grin, and the pain was unbearable. He kept rushing forward. Maeve whispered for a moment, and when she pulled her clothes, she took off in 2s and 3s, kicked directly away from the bathroom next to her, and walked in. Outside, Sun Wuben blended his breath and opened room 521. This girl is really heavy. Monkey King walked out of the room grinning, and then his eyes widened like copper bells. There were 3 stretchers in the corridor. I want to go home, I want to go home. The crying voice sounded. I saw the door to the door opened, 2 robot nurses lifted one whole body and bulged up each bag, as if they were covered with green and red potatoes. The same person walked out and put the person on the stretcher. You are. Sun Wuben watched carefully, only to recognize for a long time, this is his companion of the thin man named Hanka. Hank, why are you doing this? Monkey King exclaimed in surprise. I'm not playing anymore, I'm going home, I'm not playing anymore. The thin man murmured, apparently he was delirious and couldn't hear what Sun Wuben said. Sun Wu's face was weird. He remembered that when Hank knew that his first time was given to Fifei, the goddess of dream, he swept away his frown before eating, and yelled happily even if he was worth it. Ouch ouch groaning sounded, but the door of another room opened. This time, the robot nurse lifted out a huge mountain of meat. Weru, why are you? Oh Veru couldn't answer Sun Wuben's words either. Snapped. The door of the 3rd room opened. This time I was lifted out to see the cat's ears that had been set up and were no longer energetic. It was Lisa. Lisa was also inhuman. Obviously, her opponent did not just because she was a woman. Be merciful. Lisa, this is Rohan, can you hear it? Rohan. Lisa's ears moved, her face was still intact, and it was obvious that the opponent was still pitying her in the end, at least not hitting her in the face, so Lisa opened her eyes, and then her eyes became round. Lo, Han, how do you? Lisa stared at Sun Wuben with incredulous eyes. Although half of Sun Wuben's face was swollen, his body was still intact. At least I didn't see the swelling up like a hill. Even if the time was not too short, the swelling on Sun Wuben's face would disappear. Of course, these conditions Sun Wuben didn't notice, he just thought that he was fighting back too strongly, and Maeve was merciful because of his Sun Wuben, and only hurt her without hurting her. It's just how Sun Wuben knew. Maeve had paid attention to the separation before, but was later irritated by Sun Wuben's arrogance and bad attitude. In particular, Sun Wuben's constant swear words made Maeve angry. He wanted to suppress the arrogance of the servant. Later, he had forgotten to show mercy when he hit the opponent. After all, he wanted to be merciful and couldn't keep it. After all, her physical strength is actually not as good as Monkey King. Lisa, you're not bad, you can talk. You haven't seen Hank and Veru have become silly. I told them to not open their eyes. The whole person seems to be covered with blue. The same as the red sarcoma. Sun Wubenlian comforted. That's indeed better for me. An ugly smile appeared on Lisa's face, tears fell from the corners of her eyes, and Sun Wuben turned her head and couldn't bear to look again. Take a good rest, the road of martial arts is like this, it is cruel, just exercise your consciousness, you don't know, the road of martial arts, the lower one cultivates the body, the upper one cultivates the mind. Sun Wuben strode away, walked out of the building and did not take a short walk in the sun. The swelling on his face disappeared, and then Sun Wuben went straight back to his assigned residence here. The fragrance of medicine permeates. There was a faint groaning sound from a building in the 1788 barracks. There were 4 side-by-side rooms. 3 of them were covered with white bandages on the beds. The patients were hanging from the water. In the other room, although there were also hanging water and there are various commonly used medicines for traumatic injuries, but there is no one on the bed. In the center stands a bun-shaped building. I thought that my son Wuliu's martial arts, although not so brilliant, can't be weak. In the Bayazai villa, Sun Wuben was lying in the center of the recuperation cabin with emotion. Sun Wuliu's martial arts has been passed on for 200 years, and it was inherited from his ancestors. Xian Liu. Even if it was not so good. But for 200 years, the Sun Wu family has practiced martial arts from generation to generation, and there are still many masters like Sun Wuxian who have practiced and studied martial arts throughout their lives. Such a generation of improved martial arts, in the original imagination of Sun Wuben, even if it is not strong, it is not weak, but this once. Only for a while, my growth in martial arts is worth 30 years of painstaking practice alone. Just a fight with Mei not only found out how trash and flawed his son Wuliu's martial arts were, but also saw what a truly powerful martial arts was like. If he left here, Sun Wu would have the confidence to create it in a short time. A brand new set of martial arts far surpassing the previous Sun Wuliu's martial arts. But if you leave now, even if you create stronger new martial arts, your realm is very limited. The Z warriors in the original Dragon Ball have been practicing for many years under the guidance of a famous teacher. Sun Wu was not so arrogant that he could understand how powerful martial arts he could only rely on a day of battle with the gods. Moreover, Sun Wuben's biggest gain today is physically. In the battle, Sun Wuben occasionally used magic tricks. Although these moves are wonderful, they can't be used at all if Sun Wuben uses them now, and even forgot how he used them at the time. What kind of trick was used? But this team is also stingy enough. Sun Wuben sighed. He originally thought that the team would help members of the team practice martial arts. After being injured, they would have powerful recuperation equipment. But Sun Wuben was wrong. It was very wrong, no matter it was. Sun Wu was so intact, or Hank and Varu injured almost no part of his whole body. After he came back, he only had simple recuperation. That is hanging water, applying bruises, bandages, and nothing more. Although this hanging water contains all kinds of nutrients and drugs that are necessary for the body and can be directly absorbed by the cells, the special nutrients and repair substances contained in it are mixed with too much water, and the amount is too small. The types are too rare, and the effect is only Sun Wu is 30% of his own recuperation cabin. Coupled with various special treatment methods without convalescent cabin, the effect is even worse. Sun Wuben gave up completely speechlessly after experiencing it for a while, took out the capsule villa directly, and used his own recuperation cabin in the villa. The military elites themselves should use no worse than mine. www.novel.com. Images of Maves, Luer, Leal, Fifei and other godlike beauties appeared in Sun Wu's mind. The whole team, handsome men and beautiful women, looks unbelievably perfect. As a soldier, he has a lot of physical training. It is commonplace for soldiers to deal with fists and knives every day and get injured. There is only one possibility of having such an appearance. Is to enjoy the recuperation like the Sun Wuben recuperation cabin every day, let the recuperation cabin automatically repair any damaged parts of their body every day. So ordinary people may be injured by accidents, with scars and knife marks on their faces that affect their appearance. Instead, they have no flaws all over their bodies, and even appear to return to babies like the Monkey King. They naturally become handsome boys and girls. According to the goal, today's Qi exploration should be. Sun Wuben flipped through his own practice notes, then put away the booklet, closed his eyes in the recuperation cabin and began formal practice. Sun Wuben has been quiet in the recuperation cabin. From time to time, he heard huge breathtaking breaths from him. These breaths were sometimes vast, sometimes weird, and sometimes like spring breeze. This was naturally the result of Sun Wuben's exploration and research on Qi. In Sun Wuben's martial arts, Qi is the real superior martial arts. It not only possesses the ability to transform the mortal into an immortal, but also has incredible other abilities. Therefore, doing everything possible to explore the potential of Qi and how to use it has become the focus of Sun Wu's martial arts. Of course, as a high-achieving student in the Qi class of the northern capital, Sun Wuben does not do things like other martial arts masters. If someone can see the control and operation of Qi in Sun Wu's body, and Sun Wu's practice notes, they will find that Sun Wu's exploration of Qi has a whole set of systematic methods and understandings. Chapter 53, Sun Wuben's Sky Dance. Sun Wuben practiced Qi. In the boxing hall of the women's group members, all the beauties, plus the dinosaur girl, the leopard girl, and the lion girl, surrounded Mei. Not long ago, 3 stretchers were carried out of the fighting building. This is normal. The so-called martial arts masters outside, no matter how famous they were before, have even beaten the world without fail, and have won gold belts such as fighting, boxing, sanshou, and judo. But once you entered the group, after fighting with the group members, there was no one who didn't get carried out. Only this time there was an exception. When the girls saw Sun Wuben walking leisurely on the clean stone road in the courtyard, their eyes were almost staring. Especially Sun Wuben, who was walking under the sun, did not swell up all over his body. The mentality is also very good, and it doesn't even seem to be ravaged by a member of the gods, but has a pleasant date with the beauties you like. When did the frightening beauties of the god group become like this? Therefore, as soon as Mei returned to this boxing hall, she was besieged by the women. Frankly, did you guys fight? Are you dating? Maves, even if you are fancy, you can't change the god's sacred martial arts exploration into flirting and cultivating feelings. You are so embarrassed, you are really embarrassed by our god group. Is this kind of thing tolerating mercy? Asked sternly one by one, especially Luer stared at Mei in anger. Yes, I'm dating, what's the matter, jealous? Oops, you don't know, the little handsome Luhan is so gentle, so considerate, so smart, he is the perfect incarnation. Mei was also afire in her heart. Let an outsider walk out of the fighting room unscathed, this kind of thing actually set a precedent for her. Maves, you're not saved, Rohan is the one Luer likes. What about Luer likes? Don't you allow others to like it? Didn't we say a long time ago that there are handsome guys and everyone is playing fair? I think this Luhan is good, smart, good at skill, and good at fighting. Very humorous, and not a member of the gods. Mei sneered again and again. Who likes it? Who likes that pervert? Luer roared, and glared at Mei again. Maves, you are too bastard. Even if you are merciful, you don't need to be so big, at least he has to be taught a little bit. Even if you have 1 or 2 bags on your body, you are like this. You obviously want to win his favor, so you don't want to do it. It's damned. Yeah, I'm afraid that I will get heavy hands. Handsome guy Luhan is unhappy and hates me to death. Where can I dare to make heavy hands? Mei flicked her silver hair and held her head up. You have the ability, so do you guys too. Miss Luer, if you like people, just go after them, don't want to face and suffer, and you too. I'm so angry, I don't like that bastard, at most a little bit of goodwill. Luer roared loudly. Be quiet. A voice suddenly sounded coldly. Luer, and Mei, if you really like that person, don't say these things here. The dinosaur girl said in a low voice, you don't like others, don't make this kind of joke, don't forget today Zhang Hezi is back. Zhang Hezi is back. Mei was taken aback, her brows frowned. Zhang Hezi is back. If he hears your jokes, no matter what you think, if he takes it seriously, especially maybe, you actually. The dinosaur girl shook her head, you actually let Luojan walk out the door unscathed. You are not helping him, you are harming him. Kawi, what do you mean? Mayvi asked in confusion. It's nothing, but Zhang Heisa thought lure was interesting to Luhan. Really? Mayvi frowned, and at this moment she still didn't understand the reason. If Luhan is beaten badly by you, Zhang Heisa will only treat him as rubbish, even if he is hostile, he will not do it himself, but now, he walks out the door unscathed. The dinosaur girl shook her huge head. Zhang Heisa must have noticed him, what can we do? Lure leaned on the sister behind her, muttering to herself. Nothing will happen. Mayvi was also worried, Rohan, this guy is, something, but I don't, how be merciful. Mayvi whispered in a low voice. Weak, after all, she had personally experienced Zhang Heisa's terrifying power. Don't worry, Zhang Heisa may not notice Luhan. Lure, what kind of person Luhan is really worthy of love or not, it's hard to say, don't think too much. One by one comforted, a dull atmosphere enveloped the boxing hall. The sky gradually dimmed, and night fell. Inside the capsule villa, Sun Yuben floats quietly in the nutrient solution in the center of the recuperation cabin, methodically controlling the qi in the body and doing various explorations. Abruptly, the nutrient liquid in this cabin rippled violently. I saw Sun Yuben's still body floating to the left like a balloon in the air being blown by the wind. Boom! Sun Yuben's left shoulder hit the bulkhead of the recuperation cabin. With a move of his eyelids, Monkey King opened his eyes. Why got here? Sun Yuben whispered and moved his body back to the center of the recuperation cabin. He was about to close his eyes and continue the previous qi exploration, suddenly his body trembled. No. As a high-achieving student in the northern capital, Sun Yuben's martial arts research has always followed scientific methods for research, so every experiment has to eliminate variables and variables as much as possible, so that the conditions for generating variables are as few as possible. Normally, I can't hit the port side of this recuperation cabin, so I should be careful. Rehabilitation cabin, start the playback for me. Time goes back 40 seconds. Monkey King yelled. Yes, Mr. Monkey King. The electronic voice sounded, and there was obviously an animated image on the display of the recuperation cabin. It was the picture of Monkey King just floating and moving in the recuperation cabin. Go back 10 seconds. Go back 20 seconds, that's it. Sun Yuben looked at the screen on the screen and saw that Sun Yuben was floating quietly in the recuperation cabin, but after 5 seconds, his body moved. My limbs and body did not make any movements, and there were no other changes around. Abruptly, Sun Yuben's heart beat violently. There is no external force, and the body moves to the left for no reason. What does this mean? It's qi. Since the influence of external factors is excluded, there are only internal factors, and the body can move on its own. Doesn't that mean? A noun jumped into Sun Wu's mind. Wukongshu. Dancing from the sky is the flying technique in Dragon Ball. In the Dragon Ball world, this is an extremely popular move. In the early days of Dragon Ball, there were only Hexianren, and the two disciples he taught Tianjin Fan and Dumpling Club. No one even saw him use dance by Tao Bibai, the younger brother of Hexianren. Empty technique. Even in the late stage of Dragon Ball, there are only Z warriors and Vitalai who can dance air skills on the earth beads. Other martial artists can still only feel mysterious and unbelievable about air dance. As for the turtle immortals, they don't know how to dance air skills. The immortal will not, but because this is the signature technique of the crane immortal, he is unwilling to learn it, and will never use it if he can. Just now, the control of qi made my body move to the left. Since I can move to the left, I must be able to move to the right, even up, and down. Isn't this a dance technique? Sun Yuben was very excited. When I watched Dragon Ball back then, whenever I saw the Z warriors flying freely in the air, that kind of pulling wind made Sun Wuben infinitely envious, and I wish I could do the same. My previous control of Qi was reluctantly suppressed the excitement in his heart. Sun Wuben repeated the previous Qi control, his body moved again, and banged against the left side rail of the recuperation cabin. Yes. That's true. I just moved to the left, then I just want to. Sun Wuben's body drifted again, but this time it drifted to the right, bumping into the right column of the recuperation cabin. Sure enough, then. Sun Wuben is a little nervous, and it's okay to turn left and right, but what Wu Kongshu wants is to escape gravity and fly upwards. Can this work? There is no problem in theory, but it is not the case in reality. Monkey King was also worried. Take a deep breath, calming the tension in my heart. Sun Wu originally controlled the Qi. He couldn't calm the tension in his heart at first, but gradually began to find the feeling, and as the control of the Qi became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Sun Wuben's body slowly floated upwards like a ball filled with hydrogen, and gradually escaped from the nutrient solution in the recuperation cabin. It seems like this is floating up. Sun Wuben stared and floated for 3 full seconds before the whole body sank down, and then Sun Wuben burst into his heart with explosive ecstasy. www.novel.com. It was done. Haha, it worked. Without Crane Immortal's guidance, I haven't seen anyone use the air dance. I actually succeeded. Sun Wuben was so excited that he almost wanted to roar up to the sky. Regardless of the mid to late stage of Dragon Ball world, everyone knows how to dance in the air, but there is a rule in Dragon Ball world. Before seeing a precedent, a move is just like a scientific invention. Seeing precedents, people who have personally participated in this technique have had close contact, and even understood the power of this technique, and it is easy to imitate it. This is why Dragon Ball Z fighters are all geniuses among martial arts geniuses. They still visit famous teachers everywhere, learning from immortals, gods, realm kings, and even a fisherman. And Scion Prince Vegeta rushed to the universe. More than 10 years of fighting, control of Qi and many skills came to the earth to learn. Encountering a famous teacher can make a big leap. When you meet a good opponent, you can learn clever moves from the opponent. These are the iron rules of the Dragon Ball world. Now that Sun Wu has learned the art of dancing in the sky, it is also luck. Canopy. Sun Wuben stepped out of the convalescent cabin and came to an empty room in the villa. Try again. I saw Sun Wuben standing quietly. Suddenly, his body was lifted from gravity and floated upward. Then the height of the float became higher and higher. Finally, Sun Wuben's head touched the ceiling. Haha, come again. After Sun Wuben landed, he floated up and floated back and forth in the empty indoor air, sometimes with his head up and down, sometimes like a backstroke, sometimes still in the air. Time and time again, that night, Sun Wuben completely abandoned the mystery of normal Qi. Explore and be completely immersed in the practice of Wukong. Chapter 54, Invite. The next day, a hint of pale fish belly appears in the eastern sky. The bright bugle sounded. Who are you? For whom? The 1788 barracks trumpet played a beautiful song. This first song was actually the song For Whom from Sun Wu's Mother album. Inspirational song of energy. In an empty house, Monkey King floated around like a ghost in the air and had a great time playing. The song came into his ears. Sure enough, military camps all over the world are the same. Early in the morning, it is not a bugle or singing, which does not allow people to sleep well. Sun Wuben floated out of the villa without his feet on the ground. After putting away the villa capsule, he floated out of this room, came to the door of the opposite room. Boom, boom, boom. Knuckles knocked on the door. Little lazy cat, the sun is basking, get up, get up. Sun Wuben exclaimed. What's your name, handsome guy? I'm not you, I'm not okay today. Lisa's weak voice came from inside, I am injured, I am afraid I can't go today, go by yourself. I have never seen someone like you. I seem to be addicted to being abused, and I get up so early just like rushing to reincarnate. Cannot go. Sun Yuben didn't think too much. He floated forward in the corridor with the music from the loudspeaker and hummed for who. He walked in the hallway anytime and anywhere. This is also a kind of practice. At least now, Sun Yuben feels like he only needs with a move of mind, you can use the air dance technique to fly, instead of being unable to control a little nervousness as you did at the beginning. Outside this building, on the green field, a large group of people are galloping like horses on the runway. Maves, what happened yesterday? When the guy named Luhan came out, he didn't have a trace of bruises all over his body. He was walking and humming, like you just had a pleasant date. You are not very strong. Hey? Why can't even an outsider be suppressed? Nice, do you doubt the strength of my old lady? Believe it or not that my old lady beat you up so that you can't recognize him. One of the dozens of male group members on the inner track, with a red-haired young man, looked at Mavi among the women on the outer track with a mocking face, and Mavi was flushed and thunderous. I didn't doubt your ability. Who in our men's team would doubt Mavi's ability? Red-haired Nice said with a wretched smile, we all doubted whether your relative came yesterday, so it became soft-footed shrimp. 3,000 silver silks instantly changed from king cobra to cauliflower snake, don't you think? All of the men's soldiers burst into laughter. The women's team was angry one by one. Nice, don't you believe me, even if the old lady comes, you will still be beaten into a big pie. The dinosaur girl screamed, and you are too, do you want to try? Try it, Kawi, if you want to fight, we will accompany you at any time. The men and women of the team were fighting, and suddenly the coxcomb head glanced at the building in front of him, his eyes brightened, good boy, I woke up so early, this Luhan, not bad. When he said that, everyone even looked around, and through the window they could see half of Sun Yuben's upper body moving. This seems to have grown taller. Luer whispered with a trace of doubt in her pure eyes. Longer? That's not the case. I think he walks a bit strange. Kawi, a dinosaur girl, roared, normal walking should be one up and down, with a little ups and downs, but he. This bastard, I'm afraid he's skateboarding in the corridor. Early in the morning, he was in a good mood. Mavi snorted. Yesterday, he didn't beat Sun Yuben on a stretcher, but was taken by the other party instead. The madness was exhausted, but it made her very shameless. By this early morning, the men's team ridiculed her, so she was naturally in a bad mood. Hey, handsome Luhan! He shouted. Oh? Fi Fei, you call me? Upstairs, Sun Yuben looked up, do you want to ask me to have morning tea? He floated to the window and looked at the people downstairs. Come here, come here. Fi Fei beckoned and shouted, then her eyes widened. I saw Monkey King floating out of the window, yes, it just floated out like a leaf, floating 10 meters away from the window before falling down. This kid. The other members of the gods group who saw this scene also widened their eyes, and after a moment they made a shout of applause, but they didn't notice when they applauded, Sun Yuben's body shape did not fall faster and faster like normal, but always kept it safe. Maintaining the same speed and dropping at a constant speed is fundamentally a violation of the laws of physics. Boom! Monkey King fell in front of the running people. Yes, Luhan, I didn't expect you to have such skills. If you go to the high board diving, you can definitely win the championship. Fi Fei stopped in front of Sun Wu himself and said with a smile. Some female and male gods also stopped running. Surrounded. Rohan, you can come out completely under Mavi, you can't see it. Brother is good, few outsiders can come out of the gods group safely. Although it may be that Mavi is here, haha, each of the men said with a smile. Get out, get out. The voice sounded, and Monkey King looked over. I saw a black man with thick thighs on his arms and thick thighs, and his skin was dark, like a black king, pushing away the crowd and walking to the Sun Wu himself with a cold face. When the Black King Kong came, Monkey King keenly felt that the faces of the women were unnatural. "Are you Lohan?" Black King Kong's voice was cold, his sharp eyes poking like a knife. Sun Wu Ben even had a strange feeling, this man had a strong hostility and murderous intent towards him. "Rohan, you are very good." The He Jing Gong grinned, but the smile only had the corners of his mouth bent, and the skin around his eyes remained the same. The obvious skin smile was not smiling. He stretched out a hand to Sun Wu Ben. "It is Zhang Heizhu, the boss of the gods group." "Boss? Is the leader of the god team?" Sun Wu Ben looked at the Black King Kong, who was very hostile to him, in surprise. "Zhang Heizhu, you are not ashamed to speak." A cold voice sounded, and the woman who looked like a leopard laughed and said to Monkey King, "Rohan, don't believe him, he is just our current boss, temporarily." "Hua Leopard, you don't talk about conscience anymore. I ask you, am I the squad leader of the gods?" Zhang Heizhu glared at the leopard woman. At this time, the murderous intent and hostility on him disappeared, and there was even a hint of cuteness. There is a word ADV in front of it, the deputy squad leader. Leopard girl sneered, and everyone laughed wildly regardless of men and women. Zhang Heizhu's black face turned a little purple. The deputy squad leader is also the squad leader. Don't treat the deputy boss as the boss. Do you know what a shit? Don't talk to you inexperienced gang, Luo Han, today I will teach you how to do it. He looked at Sun Wu Ben and said lightly. At this time, Sun Wu Ben felt the murderous aura again. What's the matter? Sun Wu was puzzled, but didn't realize that all the women's faces changed drastically at this time, especially Luer and Mei V's faces were even more ugly. What should I do? Luer bit her lip so hard that her lips were bleeding. She still didn't notice it. She couldn't say anything, because once she said it, once there was an act of pleading for Sun Wu Ben, it would only change things. To make matters worse, it is very likely that Zhang Heizhu would not be a killer, and become a real killer. Zhang Heizhu, is this not so good? Zhang Heizhu, you don't want to take action anymore, Luo Han is not worth it. Some women said repeatedly, and many women had angry expressions on their faces. If you didn't make a move before, no one was qualified. Zhang Heizhu's voice was cold. Zhang Heizhu, what do you mean? Didn't I have already said it, and hand it over to me for the second game? Brittany yelled, no, today Luhan you go to my room, you read www.yuyugonshu.com room the number is 523. Humph. With a cold snort, Zhang Heizhu coldly glanced at Brittany Spears. Brittany, you wait for the next time, and Luhan handed it to me today. This is an order, you know? Talk nonsense, I will treat you as defying your superiors. Military orders, deal with them by military law. Command. Brittany's face was ugly, and she didn't speak anymore. Although the members of the gods group usually tease each other and are not forgiving, once specific orders are involved, even if they are unreasonable, they must be obeyed. This is the army. And for the sake of sisters, she also faced Zhang Heizhu for a while, and had done her best. Remember, Luhan, the room number you are waiting for is 444. Zhang Heizhu stared at Monkey King and said lightly. 444, is this your fighting training room? It doesn't matter. Sun Wu Ben stretched out his hand and shook Zhang Heizhu's hands, shrugged, I don't care anyway, the squad leader, the deputy squad leader, 1, 2 or 3, to me it's all the same. The kid is crazy. Zhang Heizhu sneered, then stopped talking, turned around and pushed everyone away. Strange, Zhang Heizhu is going to make a move. Rohan, be careful, the men said, looking at Sun Wu Ben as if they were dead. Some people turned and started running. It's all my fault. Lu'er bit her lip, trying to talk to Monkey King, but she didn't dare. What are you doing around? Zhang Heizhu's majestic voice sounded, early in the morning, I don't want to run anymore. I turn around and keep running. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Poor. How so? A good handsome guy, a promising martial artist, but... They all turned and ran. Lu'er also stomped, turned, and ran. Chapter 55, What Happened? The sun shines through the window into the corridor, and a figure walks forward indifferently stepping on the sun. Zhang Heizhu. Sun Wuben's face was very calm, he saw the strange behavior of everyone in the morning, but didn't take it to heart, and just now Mei Vi actually pulled him into the dark room. Luhan, I hurt you this time. If you can come back alive from Zhang Heizhu's hands, I will date you. Mei Vi's slightly shy words still echoed in Sun Wu's mind. Zhang Heizhu, originally was not a member of the group in this phase, but a member of the first 3 phases, because he killed people, he will become a member of the group now. You kill because you chase women. 7 years ago, Zhang Heizhu liked a female member of the super first team named Yamei, but this Yamei has a childhood sweetheart boyfriend, and he was not interested in Zhang Heizhu. At that time Zhang Heizhu was the leader of the gods team and was also the most powerful individual in the world. A soldier, it happens that Yamei's boyfriend is also a martial artist. Sun Wu was thinking of the information provided by Mei Vi, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In Mei Vi's eyes, Zhang Heizhu's most powerful was not martial arts, and his martial arts were on the same level as Mei Vi. Zhang Heizhu's real power was his physical strength. Zhang Heizhu's physical strength reached the level of surpassing all members of the gods group 7 years ago, so what? Sun Wu didn't ask Xing Zhang Heizhu's power, but knowing a little, after Zhang Heizhu's power reached its peak 7 years ago, this over the past 7 years, the increase in power has been minimal. It is enough to know this. This black pillar should have been overcultivation. Before breaking the boundary, it violated the concept of fighting to the highest and only maintaining health, and it was a pity that the potential was exhausted. Sun Wuben pushed aside room 444. In the middle of the room stood a black-skinned man who was extremely tall and had arms thicker than Sun Wu's legs. Come in. Zhang Heizhu gave Sun Wuben a faint look. Does you look at me like a dead person? A faint smile flashed in Sun Wuben's eyes, and he walked into room 444 indifferently. Boy, do you know that our team has the most powerful martial arts master in the world? Zhang Heizhu coldly looked at Sun Wuben, with a stern smile on the corner of his mouth. In the past 3 years, you are still the Noah martial arts master who fought against the gods and was unscathed. You are also proud of this, so I will meet you in person. Don't think that you have escaped in the hands of Mei Vi, and you can still be intact today. Lossless. I know, they all say that you are far more powerful than Mei Vi. Monkey King said in a low voice. It's good to know, Mei Vi has already talked about the rules, so I won't say more. Zhang Heizhu's eyes were sharp. Let's start now. Wait a minute. Sun Wuben stretched out his hand to stop Zhang Heizhu's action. I heard that you didn't know the severity of your attack, and you have killed someone. Monkey King said. Zhang Heizhu's face suddenly turned purple from black. Silence. Deathly suppressed silence. Boy, what did you listen to them? Didn't you say that in order to chase a woman, all my rivals would play secretly? Zhang Heizhu's voice was hoarse. Isn't it? Monkey King looked at Zhang Heizhu strangely. He Jinggong's face was ugly, and he was silent for a moment. What if it is, what if it is not? Are you afraid? Boy, it's too late to be afraid. Since you are in the room, even if you want to leave, you don't want to go out unscathed unless the time is up. Otherwise you will die. I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid, who can't be afraid of death? Sun Wuben's voice was low, as if nervous. Fear of a ball. Suddenly Zhang Heizhu roared, you kid is afraid of a ball. I missed and killed someone, but it's me? It's that kid who is weak, and a martial arts family is so weak. Can you blame me? The kid can resist maybe, so worry about this. Hey! Sun Yueben was taken aback. The appearance of this black pillar seemed aggrieved. You are not Maybe. Sun Yueben said in a low voice, so I am risking my life to fight with you. How can you not be afraid, but you are also right. If you enter this group of gods, you can't leave, so I am dying. There was a request before. Sun Wu is weak. Although the Lai Shen team can learn martial arts, Sun Wu has not forgotten his true purpose. Boss, what are you afraid of? I missed my hand last time, do you understand? Zhang Heizu roared. After killing someone, not only his rank and position were beaten to the end, he was also detained for a long time. The feeling of shutting down a dark room makes me frightened when I think of it. Even if it is a miss, if you miss once, can't you miss a second time? Sun Yueben said. Boy, tell you, it's just a fly staring at the egg. I punched it. A dead fly doesn't break the egg, don't you believe it? I can miss you if I control it with such power. Although I really want to beat it with a punch. Your face! Zhang Heizu roared wildly. Death-sentenced prisoners should also be fed and decapitated. Sun Wu was weak. I can't possibly. Zhang Heizu's blue veins jumped on his forehead and hit the wall with a vicious punch, and the wall immediately shook. Sun Yueben showed a look of fear and fear. Look, your cultivation, and you said you will not miss, maybe you have a good control of strength, but I think there is a problem with your temperament. Okay, stop talking, I have served you, tell me, what request? I dare not pack the ticket. I want to know, can the gods find Dr. Gro's location? Monkey King said in a deep voice. Dr. Gro? Zhang Heizu raised his eyebrows, his eyes flashed brightly, he was silent slightly, and suddenly laughed, Boy, I won't tell you this now. Why? No why? Okay, I'm going to make a move, please ask for more blessings. Wait a minute. I saw a fist that was larger than his head critically hit, and the fierce strength even produced a strange pressure, which made people breathless. Zhang Heizu's punch power far exceeded Meivia's attack. Fuck, this black pillar is too muddy, just say it. Sun Wu felt distressed. He thought that he could swindle the news of Dr. Gro, but he was beaten up. At this time, Sun Wu could only fight. Time flies. Boxing Hall Luer frantically bombarded the tumbler boxing bag in front of her, while Meivi was sitting on the windowsill, looking at the house in the distance where Sun Yueben and Zhang Heizu were fighting. God bless. The gods will surely bless you. Occasionally, this boxing hall would sound like this. Canopy. Luer kicked the tumbler out. She stood in a daze for a while, then looked at the time, and suddenly walked to Meivia's side. Maves, is there any movement? No. Meivi whispered, worrying on her face. Don't worry, if you killed someone, the alarm would have sounded long ago, but now it's still good, Luhan will definitely be lucky, said the dinosaur girl. Luer and Meivi, what are you worried about? I don't think Rohan is like a mortal, he should not be short-lived, and Kui is right. If something goes wrong, the alarm bell is now ringing. Persuade. I hope so. Meivi whispered, but she clearly knows Sun Yuben's perverted vitality. www.novel.com. With his vitality, even if he is hit by a knife, he can last for dozens of minutes, but now there is no alarm. Doesn't mean. Meivi whispered in her heart. The punching sound is still heard in the boxing hall, but all the women here are not thinking about practicing. What will happen? Will that unlucky handsome guy die? Asked in their hearts from time to time, gradually approaching the last moment, and finally there was a clang. Coming. Go. Go to room 444. Except for Luer and Meivi, who were particularly disturbed, Brittany, Kui, Fei and others all rushed out of the boxing hall, ran downstairs, and then rushed into the fighting building. Rushing to the third floor, a figure appeared in front of them. It's Lohan. Really Lohan? Hey! The women's eyes were staring like bronze bells. The whole body of Lohan in front of him was still intact. There was no trace of bruises. He was even better than after fighting with Mei Vi yesterday. At least yesterday when Sun Wuben walked out, his face looked like there was some swelling, and his expression was a little grinning. Rohan, are you okay? Kui's huge dinosaur head leaned in front of Sun Wuben, and a buzzing sound rang. What can I do? Monkey King smiled. That Sunspot. He is okay. We had a very friendly friendship match. The time is up, so it's over. Sun Wuben smiled. Very friendly. All the girls looked strange, but looking at Sun Wuben's body, they were really in good condition. What's the matter? Did Zhang Heisa change sex? Seeing the figure of Sun Wuben leaving, the girls looked at each other. Chapter 56, Rapid Progress. This sunspot is really interesting. Sun Wuben walked in the stairwell, flashing a picture of the time to fight Zhang Heisa in his mind. Boy Luhan, don't think it's me who is merciful. It's just that Lao Zi's stomach is uncomfortable. Maybe the food has been poisoned, so some muscles become soft, otherwise, hey. Zhang Heisa gasped and stared at Sun Wuben fiercely. Boy, listen, treat Luer better in the future. If I let Lao Zi know that you are bullying her, then you will escape your life today. Next time, don't think about being so lucky again. Lao Zi will definitely smash your face. Break your neck. After Zhang Heisa finished speaking, he kicked the side door beside him and walked in. At first, Sun Wuben really thought that Zhang Heisa would kill him, but Sun Wu didn't care, but when the two of them fought, Sun Wuben was surprised to find that Zhang Heisa's previous boasting that one punch can kill the flies on the egg without hurting the egg hai cow, his every punch seems to be very powerful, and his speed is far faster than Mei Vi, but once he hits Sun Wu's body, his strength is not as good as Mei Vi. Of course, it only hits places such as the back, chest, abdomen, head, etc., but if you fist against Sun Wuben, or hit Sun Wuben's limbs, the power is indeed much stronger, but it is not very exaggerated. This sunspot should have a lot of power reserved. Even if it fights against me, it is useless. It is completely in the fight, and it is far inferior to Mei Vi, for fear of hurting me by a miss. Sun Wuben has a weird face. Even if Zhang Heisa's power is increased 3 or 4 times, Sun Wuben doesn't care. This is the self-confidence that Sun Wuben possessed by the powerful force after breaking through the door and practicing Qi. After Zhang Heisa, it was Britney Spears who played against Monkey King for the 3rd time, and then a male member of the gods. As for Sun Wuben's 3 companions, Veru, Lisa, and Hank, after being beaten as pigs on the first day, these 3 trained for 2 consecutive days. They did not play again until the 3rd day, and they were beaten to the top. It was the same miserable thing again, and then it was healing and training. Several days passed in a blink of an eye. In the first 3 nights, after Sun Wuben finished his fight with the gods, he returned to organize his martial arts, and he was able to perform emptiness and even Qi training. But on the 4th day, Sun Wuben's entire martial arts broke through to a whole new realm. It is possible to find that the martial art realm of the members of the gods has reached a peak that makes people stand up. At this time, Sun Wuben did not have time to practice Qi. But as soon as he returned to his room, he began to organize and think about the martial arts during the day eagerly, hoping to digest these martial arts as quickly as possible. As for the ones that could not be digested, they recorded them with videotapes and stored them. Like other martial artists in Dragon Ball, they have high technology but don't want to use it. In this way, the advancement of martial arts is simply rapid, so there is such a scene. Room 500. The fierce fighting was going on. One figure was suddenly in the east and in the west, extremely sensitive. It was a woman with a very long waist and abdomen and exaggerated buttocks and legs. This woman had a leopard head, and although the body was in human form, but wearing sports underwear with leopard print, she is the famous leopard girl in the group. Luhan, take my old mother a paw. Leopard girl possesses the same agile and vigorous muscles and explosive power as a leopard. Her full attack gave Monkey King the feeling of returning to the virgin forest again and fighting with a fierce leopard. If you really wrestle with a leopard, Sun Wu would not be afraid at all. He didn't know how many times he had fought with a leopard in the primeval forest, and he always had the upper hand. But this time, although the opponent feels like a leopard pounces, grabs, and bites, but every move and every style makes Monkey Goban completely unable to use the moves of fighting leopards from the forest. This is the leopard boxing method that combines the special muscle force method of leopard hunting, the essence of the action when the leopard is hunting, but without the flaws that the animal instinct produces when the leopard fights, and the principle of the supreme martial art of mankind, leopard boxing. Leopard boxing is extremely fierce and weird, but Monkey King is very stable. Hey! Sun Wuben parried across to block the leopard girl's blow. If Mei Vi saw this cross, she would be very surprised, because this blow was already very similar to her signature cross of Mei Vi, and had at least half the spirit. Boom! A claw of a leopard girl in a punch of Sun Wuben. If Zhang Heizhu saw this punch, he would be dumbfounded, because this was the one he used the most when fighting against Sun Wuben. Canopy! 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 Sun Wuben was defending and counterattacked from time to time. His boxing skills have begun to have the shadow of the martial arts of the gods. Even if some Sun Wuliu boxing methods are used in the hands of Sun Wuben at this time, the power has become extremely powerful, and it is not as ridiculous as fighting against Mei Vi. Canopy! Sun Wuben punched the leopard girl into the air, grinning loudly. Leopard girl, I hit you with this punch again, are you convinced? Follow you, you got 60 punches from my old mother, and the old woman only hits you. Let me take it. The leopard girl yelled and rushed towards Sun Wuben, also very angry in her heart. Maves also said that Luhan is a man. Masochists, just can withstand beatings, are crazy. In fact, martial arts are not very good. It's also my naivety. I can walk out unscathed again and again under the hands of our group members. How could it just be beaten? His martial arts are the strongest in the martial arts family I have ever seen, and none of them. Roaring, he jumped up again. The members of the gods group are not afraid of being strong against their opponents, rather than being too to stimulate them at all. Rohan, my old lady will definitely hit your egg with this trick. I'm afraid you won't make it. Let's see how Laozi surrenders you, this female leopard. Room 515. This is a hot red-haired woman with a huge skeleton, 1.5 heads taller than Monkey King, and a tall stature. It is Fifei who once fascinated Hank. Hey! Fifei's punches and legs are like an iron gun, and she has tall arms, standing at will, without rushing around. It forced Sun Wuben to cling to the left and right, unable to get close. Sun Wuben fought with her for a while, kept getting punches and kicks, and finally got angry. I saw that Sun Wuben was blown out by Fifei, and he was about to hit the wall. But then Sun Wuben turned in midair and his legs stretched out fiercely. Pushing on the wall, the body sprinted to the left. The body had not touched the ground. His hands had already been caught on the ground, and he sprinted out again, and then sprinted eastward and westward, and suddenly punched Fifei on the back. Little girl, the tiger doesn't show off, you treat me as a sick cat. Monkey King exclaimed excitedly. Fifei got up from the ground, grinning, and staring at Sun Wuben in surprise. The few moments that Sun Wuben had just had a leopard girl-possessed pose, but they weren't exactly a leopard boxing. What kind of martial arts are you? What martial arts do you care about? It's a good martial arts to beat you, little girl, how about it? Plus just this time, I've beaten you 100 times, isn't it a big deal? What about that? my mother has beaten you 3,000 times. Fei was also angry, and her companions blew to death one by one, saying that Luhan was not very good at all, except for being beaten, vitality and madness, nothing else. Strengths, but now. She has tried her best, but it turned out to be good, hitting the opponent 30 times, inevitably a punch. This trend cannot be changed no matter what. This Luhan is really extraordinary, this time I must have a good time. Fei took a few breaths and forced herself to Monkey King. Another half-month, room 508. Dinosaur girl, don't you surrender. Ah! I'm going to kill you. The dinosaur girl Kawi ran away and even dared to call her a dinosaur girl. Although she is a dinosaur, calling her a dinosaur girl is racial discrimination. Hey, aren't you a dinosaur girl? Is it necessary to be so crazy? Rohan, I must beat up your stinky mouth. Then you come. If you can touch Lao Tzu's mouth, I will say Lao Tzu's name upside down in the future. One person and one dinosaur crashed frantically, making the whole building seem to be shaking, but the dinosaur girl became more and more frightened. How could it be that Luhan is too evil, right? Although I have the upper hand, if I want to slap him in the mouth, I really haven't done it. Every day, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Sun Wuben is making great strides. Because the entire Earth martial arts world recognizes that the door of the human body is unbreakable, after each martial artist reaches the limit of the human body, because they can't find a way, they start the road of diligence in martial arts. God closes a door and inevitably opens a window. Just like ants can't fight elephants, but ants have muscle power that is several times more efficient than an aero engine. They can supply energy to the body without heat loss and lift heavy objects 100 times their own weight. Elephants only it can lift up to 1.7 times its own weight. Because of the low potential of the main descent, the human beings on the earth cannot take the road of high martial arts, which also promotes their research on martial arts to an incredible state. In addition, the most indispensable thing in the world is genius. Although most of the martial arts masters are not so good, there are always some strange people and amazing people who have raised the martial arts of their predecessors time and time again, bringing them into one kind. The height that the predecessors could not imagine. These results are difficult for others to obtain, but the group with the world's resources can get it, and because each member of the group is a genius figure out of a million, the entire group is organized and researched from generation to generation. The martial arts realm possessed by the gods today is even more incredible. Sun Wuben, this martial art rookie, entered the group. Is like a huge dry sponge falling into the sea, absorbing the endless nutrients around it is not too fast. Can be like a fist, learned. One-fold residual image fist, double residual image fist, triple residual image fist, integrate into your own martial arts. Drunk boxing, learn it. Integrate into your own boxing. Monkey boxing, learned. Berserker fist, learned. Sticky fist learned. Chapter 57, Go Away. On this day, Monkey King just came out of the fighting tower. Rohan. Lisa, Hank, Veru, what are you? Sun Wuben looked at the three people in front of him. Whether it was Lisa, Hank, Veru, their faces were always frowning every time they met. It's a happy smile. Rohan, we are waiting for you. Wait for me. Monkey King looked at Lisa. Lisa said, didn't you receive the notice? Rohan, you won't be happy, are you? Hank chuckled and laughed. You kid, you are really jealous. We are here with the four of us. All three of us are terribly miserable, so you're the only one who got mixed up. Xiaoao, I heard that there are still a few beauties in the god group who are so obsessed with mini-minis, is it true? Don't listen to nonsense. Sun Wuben said, only a flash of pride flashed in his eyes. In these days, Sun Wuben was crazy about absorbing the martial arts of the gods, and other things had happened. To this day, Sun Yueben still remembers Luer's girl lowering her head, and softly borrowing the watch phone from him, saying that her bowl watch was missing, so she borrowed Sun Yueben to dial the numbers so that she could find her watch by looking for her voice. This seemed normal at first glance, so Sun Wu lent it to her without saying a word. But later, Sun Yueben wondered, "No, why did you borrow a watch?" and answer it shyly, making it like a big girl confession, "And how easy is it to lose a watch? Even if it is lost, it is not easy to find the energy of your gods. It would not be better to find your god's sisters by the meter, but instead find him, Sun Wu, who originally borrowed it." Obviously this girl took the opportunity to get Sun Yuben's phone number, and at the same time kept his own phone number in his watch. At least, when Sun Yuben turned his watch later, there was an extra name Luer in the address book. Since Zhang Hezi and Sun Yuben fought, she always brushed up her presence in front of Sun Yuben. The reason was either this or that. Obviously it was a hint that Sun Wu could have dated her. Of course, Sun Yuben didn't have that time, so she was naturally acting dumb. As a result, Mei Weiss knocked on Sun Yuben's door yesterday. As soon as she entered the door, she squeezed into Sun Yuben a bag with a set of clothes inside. She said she was visiting the mall and saw that a set of clothes was suitable for Sun Yuben when she bought clothes. It didn't have much money anyway, so I bought it all at once. Sun Yuben opened the bag and looked dumbfounded. Is this really cheap clothes? If it is a normal martial artist who really can't see the price of the clothes, but Sun Wu was originally in the entertainment industry, and this is what he pays most attention to. This set of seemingly ordinary clothes, although maybe has been torn off the brand, but Sun Yuben still recognizes it at a glance. This is a limited edition work of Master Li Dandan. There are only 18 pieces in the world, don't you say that it is not much money? Really lie to him that Sun Wu is a martial artist who has never seen the world before? Rohan, don't you remember what day it is today? Varu said in a calm voice. We have been notified to leave. Notice. Sun Yuben stared. Why, Lohan, you didn't receive it. All three of us have received it. Lisa screamed. I really haven't received it. Let's call it. Monkey King said with a smile, and then turned on the watch, and soon the watch rang a nice voice. Rohan, why are you willing to call today? My phone. Luer, I will leave the gods with Lisa, Varu, and Hank later, but I don't know if you can find Dr. Gro, so I want to ask. Now you should also tell me the answer. Right. Sun Yuben said. Then there was no sound from the watch for a long time. Why, Luer, why are you not talking? Monkey King asked Benlian. This, actually. Luer's hesitation sounded, actually, the three of them can go, but you can't. Why? Sun Yuben's voice sank. It's the above, the decision above. Luer's timid voice sounded, because you are strong, and you are not afraid of being injured, and you are a martial artist outside, which can stimulate everyone, you know, fight with you, everyone's skill has been improved recently, so, the above decision was made. Really? Sun Yuben had some fire in his heart. He took a deep breath. It doesn't matter if you stay, but should you tell me the answer? Are you asking about Dr. Gro? This, nothing above. Luer's voice lowered, don't say it. Say not aloud. Monkey King broke out. Why don't you tell me? I really think I'm a fool? It's just a problem. Sun Yuben yelled, Luer, whose decision is this? Rohan, don't be angry, in fact, it's useless for you to find Dr. Gro. Luer whispered, her voice seemed to be crying. Forget it, forget it. Monkey King only felt a fire in his heart, and wanted to burst out. Luer, I don't care who's thinking about this. Anyway, I am going to leave. I didn't expect much from your group, but I couldn't find you. Sun Yuben hung up the phone and took a deep breath. Rohan, what's the matter? They won't let you go. Lisa asked. Sun Yuben turned and walked forward. The three of you, let's go first, leave me alone. Then let's go first. Rohan, take care of yourself. Rohan, I have time to call. Lisa, Varu, and Hank rushed to the East Avenue excitedly after they finished speaking. They waited for this day, and waited for this moment for too long. Not long after the three of them left, Sun Wu himself appeared on the roof of the Foreign Martial Arts Residence building. I'm really idiot too. If the gods can find Dr. Gro, there will be no later cyborg crisis in the original Dragon Ball. Sun Yuben sneered, and then when his feet were hard, the whole person shot into the air. The barracks where the god group is located are naturally not free for people to come and go, otherwise it would be too ridiculous. However, no matter what the detection equipment is, there are limitations. Just like here, the detection equipment will not alarm for the normal vertical jump of the human body. However, if Sun Yuben throws the airplane capsule and leaves on the airplane, it will inevitably cause the alarm, and then he will be affected by the military camp. Follow the siege. Who? Sun Yuben's body ascended, 10 feet, 100 feet, through a layer of clouds, appeared in the sky above thousands of miles, and Sun Yuben shot in one direction. The high-speed moving body curled up in clouds and mist, and learned the sky dance. www.novel.com. This is the first time Sun Yuben has been flying high in the sky. After Sun Yuben left, 3 hours have passed. Luer remembered that Sun Yuben said that he wanted to leave, and she always felt something was wrong, and then looked for Sun Yuben, and everyone found that no one was found. Then the entire barracks began a large search, and there was still no one. Until the technology equipment was called, I didn't know one thing. Before Sun Yuben disappeared, he jumped into the sky of the building, and the jump never fell again. The entire barracks are dumbfounded. All the members of the gods are dumbfounded. Even if you jump to a high altitude and throw out the aircraft capsule, it will trigger the alarm device of the military camp. Unless you have the ability to jump thousands of feet, it is impossible. No one in the world is so good. Turtle Immortal's jumping ability is not good either. Then how did Luhan leave? Check. Investigate the identity of Luhan. The order was issued soon. In fact, Luer brought Sun Yuben into the group. He must first conduct investigations, so he had already investigated the life experience of Sun Yuben at that time, but these investigations were in charge of the Special Intelligence Organization of the Army. Obviously, Sun Yuben's life experience was in compliance with the rules. As far as the gods are concerned, as long as they comply with the rules, they won't be able to scrutinize other things without special circumstances. Therefore, although the intelligence organization knows that Luhan's real name is Sun Yuben, he is still a talented and well-known singer who is considered to be song god. Even his song group Barracks played from time to time, but Luer and the others didn't know. This time the group actively wanted to check Luhan's information. As soon as the order was received, the intelligence agency sent the complete information through the computer. His real name is Sun Yuben, a high-achieving student in the northern capital. Due to his mother's illness, he dropped out of school, entered the draft, and won the first place in one fell swoop. A line of information about Sun Yuben was displayed in front of the members of the Gods group. Chapter 58, Gorgeous Appearance. The Red House Alley is named after a red brick house with a long history at the end of the lane. It is a very inconspicuous alley in the slums of Satan City. It was rented to build the No. 18 Fighting Technique Dojo, and in the past 6 months, this fighting technique dojo has produced a genius disciple Mark. Mark is very powerful, defeating the 17th and the 16th one after another, and recently even defeated Lu Feng, the most famous disciple of the No. 1 dojo in Satan City. Defeated Lu Feng, although it does not mean that the martial arts dojo on the 18th has become the top dojo of Satan City, but it also means that this dojo martial arts has reached the basic level, and it is no longer much worse than other satanic dojo that has been famous for a long time. In addition, the martial arts dojo on the 18th is cheap, and the poor can afford it. So the fame of the dojo on the 18th is spreading. These days, every day, Hungguoxiang is full of traffic, and they are all coming to the dojo. Apprentice to learn art. It's just that, for some reason, the number 18 dojo is so prosperous, and their curator is depressed and melancholy these days. Early this morning, a sign was hung up at the entrance of the Red House Alley. There were important things to be done at the number 18 dojo and stopped accepting apprentices for a day. Then the entire neighborhood of the Red House Alley saw the master Sun Wuben of the number 18 dojo early in the morning. Standing at the entrance of the alley, looking at the street outside, it seemed that he was waiting for someone. And this wait is several hours. Who is the master of Sun Guan waiting for? What kind of VIP is needed to welcome such a grandiose master? It's time to finish the meal first, right? Wait a little longer. But, everyone seems to be hungry, so you won't be waiting for Sun Wuben, everyone will go hungry. Mark muttered, although Sun Wuben didn't call to say that he would be back today, but after the martial artist enters the group, how many days will it be they will still know that they will come back, count the days, and today is the time when Sun Wu's original return. I guess, Wu should have arrived at this time, just wait, Sun Wusheng glanced behind him, and saw all the disciples in the dojo walking behind him. Master, everyone wants to pick up brother Sun Wuben. Brother Yang smiled and said. Sun Wushan frowned. Junior brother Yu also continued, Master, this is also a break anyway. Everyone takes the opportunity to come out to let the wind out, and on the other hand, welcome senior brother Sun Wuben by the way. Follow you. Sun Wuben said lightly. He naturally understood the minds of these disciples. He didn't know that his grandson had gone to the terrible gods group. He wanted to see what he looked like when he came back from the gods group. I heard that coming out of the group is like being sucked away by the legendary fairy. I don't know if it's true. Naturally, it is true. With so many fighting skills in our Satan city, every few years, there are always some unlucky people invited by the gods to go. After they come out, they are worse than jail. There is no exception. Senior brother Sun Wuben is afraid. Many people whispered. Rumbling. A vague voice came from the sky, and some people couldn't help but look to the sky. It looks like here. In a silver private jet, Sun Wuben searched the scene below, and soon saw a red brick house in the slum, and then Sun Wuben even drove the plane in that direction. Red brick alley. It's an airplane. Wow, that's a private jet, it seems to be a high-end product of a universal capsule. Impossible, the high-quality private jet is very expensive, hey? How come, he flew here? On the 18th dojo, the apprentices looked up at the plane in the sky, and Sun Wushan also looked over, and then immediately after a moment of stunned, this silver plane was obviously flying towards them. It is rare for expensive private planes to fly to slums like them. Master, this plane seems to be landing on us. Mark said in surprise, and the people around were also full of doubts. There was no place to park the plane in this narrow red brick alley. At this moment, the door of this plane suddenly opened. What is he going to do? Isn't it just throwing a bomb? Everyone was still thinking, and saw a black-haired young man revealing himself from the door of the plane, and then he stepped out. Yes, it was aimed at the endless void outside the plane. Step out as if there is a flat ground there. Everyone's eyes almost stared out. What are you doing? Parachuting? But this skydiving of only a few hundred meters is a bit reckless. Maybe people fell to the ground without opening the umbrella, but soon everyone found that something was wrong. Because the person who stepped out of the plane was wearing an ordinary casual t-shirt, without a parachute on his back. Did not have a parachute, but stepped out of the plane at high altitude. Everyone who saw this scene had a thought in their hearts, no, this black-haired boy is about to commit suicide. Hurry up, call 120 for first aid. Some people even grabbed their mobile phones. Okay. Mark suddenly cried out in surprise. That's senior brother Sun Woo-ben. Junior brother Yang, junior brother Yu, and other teenagers who had seen Sun Woo-ben also noticed one by one. No, it won't be Woo-ben. The Monkey King's hand trembled slightly, and his whole spirit had collapsed to the extreme. This won't be Woo-ben, this kid is not so stupid. He muttered in his heart. At this moment, things changed again. I saw that the plane first covered Sun Woo-ben's figure, and then suddenly disappeared. At the place where the plane was originally located, there was a handsome, black-haired boy standing. What everyone didn't notice was that the boy was actually parked in the air. It was just that the pause was very short, and then suddenly fell down like a meteor at a high speed. Not good. Falling down. Really committed suicide. An exclamation sounded. Sun Wushan watched this scene, his whole brain seemed to explode, and his grandson actually jumped from a height of several hundred meters. It's over. Mark whispered. Senior brother Sun Woo-ben was ravaged too badly in the God team, so I couldn't think about it, so he jumped and committed suicide. Junior brother Yang whispered, and then saw Sun Woo-ben smashed to the ground. Sun Wushan closed his eyes, Yu and Mark closed their eyes. Some people closed their eyes, some still watched this scene, but their pupils swelled again. I saw that Monkey King fell to the ground with his feet on the ground, and then he stood there steadily. That's right, it's like jumping down from a height of 1 or 2 meters, standing steadily. Then time freezes. Except for Monkey King, all the people in the whole lane were frozen in shape and even their expressions. Except for the sound of traffic on the street outside, there was no sound in the alley. Everyone looked at Monkey King. Others keep their eyes closed. Grandpa, Mark, why are you all standing here? The voice sounded, and Sun Woo-ben greeted with some doubts. What? Sun Wushan opened his eyelids in disbelief. Those who closed their eyes, such as Mark and junior brother Yu, also opened their eyes, and then their eyes stared like copper bells. After 3 full breaths. Senior brother Sun Woo-ben, did you just jump from the sky? Senior brother Yang asked. Well, what's the matter? Didn't you see it? Sun Woo-ben smiled, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It's no big deal, I got out of the plane, and I pressed the universal capsule button to turn the plane into a capsule for collection. Woke up. It's not a big deal. Junior brother Yu shouted, senior brother Sun, it's 500 meters in the sky, 500 meters, you just jumped down like this. Practice seriously, maybe you can do it in the future. Sun Woo-ben smiled and walked to the Sun Wushan, Grandpa, I'm back. Just come back, just come back. Sun Wushan obviously couldn't recover. Grandpa, I'm not going to stay long after this trip. I will leave soon. Sun Woo-ben said. Leaving? That's right, you haven't been home for a long time, you should go back to see Mia, maybe Mia is back too. Saint Sun Woo said instinctively. Grandpa, come with me. I have something to tell you alone. Well, it's not convenient here. Let's go outside. Sun Woo-ben threw a capsule and turned it into a scooter. Then Sun Woo-ben turned it into a scooter. After riding on, Sun Wushan sat in the back seat of the scooter blankly, and then scooter flew away. Just, that is brother Sun Woo-ben. Is that brother Sun Woo-ben? The one we are going to meet? The teenagers who had newly joined the martial art dojo on the 18th asked one after another. They still feel that the scene in front of them is unreal, but it is 500 or 600 meters high. Just jump down with a bang. The old man in the dojo on the 18th also had a sense of unreality, but when he saw the shocking appearance of the novices, he was immediately proud. This is the natural brother Sunday. Who else can it be if it's not brother Sun? Senior brother Sun is very powerful. We all saw him split with a palm, and all the tiles in his 30s were broken. Chapter 59, martial arts immediate life. In an inaccessible canyon on the outskirts of Satan City, Monkey King stopped by Sudak. Goban, you are still in the group, are you okay? Sun Wushan finally recovered and asked repeatedly. Judging from the appearance of Monkey King, it seems that he has not lost weight in the group in the past few months, and he is still so cool. Sunshine, health, don't ask, Sun Wushan is always worried. It's so good. Extremely good. Sun Wushan jumped off Sudak, his face twitched slightly. That's good, you child, originally going to the gods group is not your business at all, you just... It seems that Grandpa doesn't believe me. Sun Wuben laughed. But I really didn't lie. Although I cannot tell Grandpa everything due to the rules of the gods group, I can tell you that I was brought into the gods group at the time. The other martial arts masters are very miserable. The name of the groups is really correct, but your grandson is an exception. Ha ha ha. Sun Wusheng laughed. Who made you the genius prodigy of my Sun Wu family? Grandpa believed it. Although he believed it, he didn't believe it at all. By the way, Gamato, you jumped down from the sky earlier, this. Sun Wushan asked with a solemn expression. Grandpa can't understand, can you tell me? I originally brought Grandpa here. That's what I said. Sun Wuben smiled and said, Grandpa can still remember what I told you last time? Grandpa, you didn't mean that you broke the gate, it was me who really broke the gate. I remember these words. Sun Wushan carried his hands on his back. Your child was too arrogant, and his face was too hateful. I wanted to slap you and wake you up. But I understand now, my martial arts strength it's really not as good as you, no wonder you are arrogant. Arrogance must have arrogant strength, haha, I happen to have it. But my grandfather is not bad, he actually admitted that martial arts is not as good as me, if it is Mark, I am afraid that he will say tricks are not as good as me. Sun Wuben laughed and teased, making Sun Wushan stare. I said, I accidentally made a gadget when I was cultivating in the gods group recently. Once it came out, it was called earth-shattering and blinded all titanium alloy dogs. Haha, titanium alloy eyes. Wukongshu Sun Wubentung don't plan to hide Sun Wushan, after all, this move will be revealed sooner or later. A world-shaking thing. Sun Wuben laughed, and he squinted at Sun Wuben. Then you take it out and let me taste it, and see if I can brighten up the old titanium alloy eyes of the old man. Grandpa, you are optimistic. Monkey Ben smiled and said, at the same time his body suddenly pulled up a foot, and then stopped. Stop in the air. Sun Wushan was taken aback, and looked at the bottom of Sun Wuben, where it was empty. Hang in the air. Why did it float up? Sun Wuben blinked, staring blankly at the young man floating in front of him, with a prosperous hairline. Look again, Grandpa. Sun Wuben showed a relaxed smile at the corner of his mouth, then floated upwards, suddenly soaring into the sky, and then flying around in circles in the air like a big bird, doing all kinds of fancy. The performance seemed to be a great time. This. Sun Wushan closed his eyes and took 5 full breaths before opening his eyes. Sun Wu was still flying in a circle in the sky, and then flew over, hanging 1 foot in the air and stopped in front of the Sun Wushan. The strong wind around him caused the Monkey King's saint clothing to hunt and hunt, and the whole body of Monkey King was completely frozen like a stone sculpture. Grandpa, can this trick brighten the eyes of your old man? Sun Wuben said. Sun Wushan's chest rises and falls. This, is it the legendary Crane Immortal's strongest celestial dance? Did you meet Crane Immortal and got his old man to teach this celestial skill? Isn't it right, Crane Immortal is really alive? What you said last time was true. This can indeed be called Wukongshu, but it was not taught by the Crane Immortal, but I made it when I was studying Qi. It may be the same as the original Crane Wukongshu, or maybe not the same. Sun Wuben explained. How did the study of Qi come out like this? Sun Wuxian stared at Sun Wuben, then said again, "What is qi?" Qi is simply a kind of power or energy in the body. Everyone has qi in their body. The stronger the person, the more qi, like the whole of the crane immortal, the turtle qigong of the Gaixian, the essence the above are all formed by controlling the qi. The power of the body is qi, can it be? Monkey King squeezed his fists. It can't be like this, this is the strength of the muscles. Sun Wubenlian said, if you want to guide and control the qi, you must not only not use force, but relax. Relax. Sun Wuxian blinked, except for boxing practice, I relax when I eat, sleep and walk, but I have never seen any anger. It's hard for people with very low combat effectiveness to feel angry. Grandpa, although you are a top martial artist in this world, it is because others are too low level, not how strong you are, so it's not easy to feel angry. Sun Wuben said. In the world of Dragon Ball, when Sun Wufan taught Vidya about qi, he didn't understand how to say it. But the little kids Sun Wuxian and Trunks didn't teach them at all, and they used qi very easily at a young age. Because Sun Wuxian and Trunks are scions, they are very powerful since they were born, and there is an amazing energy hidden in their bodies. And Sun Wuben himself can feel anger more easily after opening the door. Goban, the grandfather you said doesn't understand at all. Sun Wuxian smiled bitterly. Well, I'll show you my anger, it's like. Sun Wuben spread his 5 fingers and stretched out to the front left, Grandpa, take a good look. I saw a ray of light from the palm of his hand, and then the light was bright. Getting bigger. Light? The palm of the hand shines. Sun Wuxian stared, only to see Sun Wuben shooting the light out, the light hitting the cliff not far away. Boom! The ground shook the mountain, as if a bomb hit the cliff, and the whole cliff was completely shattered. Gamato, you! Monkey King opened his mouth and pointed his finger at the broken cliff. This was shot with the light from his hand just now? Isn't this a new type of ultramicro missile? Grandpa, you really love to talk and laugh. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wuxian laughed, his chest was up and down, and his laughter was stopped. Wiumoto, this is qi, right? Is the move just now Dong Dongbo or Turtle Qigong? Grandpa is very knowledgeable. I haven't seen Gipei Qigong and Dong Dongbo, but like mine, they are all Qigong bombs, which are to gather qi and launch them. Sun Wuben explained. Okay, Grandpa wandered around the world, sought martial arts, and walked all his life, but in the end I haven't seen much from you. Sun Wuxian was very emotional, staring at Sun Wuben with shuo. Wuben, you said that you broke the gate. Can you tell me in detail? Is it so strong after breaking the gate? Naturally not so strong when I first broke the gate, but after breaking the gate, the martial arts can really start. At this time, the practice is going to go a long way. What? Breaking the gate can be regarded as a martial arts start. Sun Wuxian was surprised. Sun Wuben's remarks overturned his common sense and made him completely overwhelmed. Well, really, it's only 3.5 months for me to break the gate. These 3 months are spent in the group. In the group, I mainly practice martial arts moves. Others have no time to practice seriously, so I broke the gate. Afterwards, the real cultivation will only take a few days, and you will have your current strength, so after breaking through the door, you will practice in the correct way, and the progress will be faster than you can imagine. Is there anything else? Monkey King was speechless. Gamato, your martial arts. Grandpa, the so-called martial arts is nothing more than refining qi. Refining qi to transform gods, and refining gods. Sun Wuben said in a deep voice. He has just flew in the sky and has already checked. There are no people around, so don't worry. Your own martial arts philosophy will leak to the outside. Refining qi to transform gods, and refining gods. Sun Wuxian whispered. This sentence comes from Sun Wu's previous Earth www.novel.com. This is the first time he has heard of it. Just listen to Sun Wu Ben continuing to say, essence, qi, and God are the three treasures of the human body, and refinement, qi, and God are our martial arts practice. These three are inseparable and need to be practiced at the same time, but they have different points of focus. For example, in the early stage, refining was the mainstay. Refining is to nourish the qi. When the qi overflows, it can feed back oneself, which is the so-called breaking the boundary. Full of anger, self-feeding back to yourself. Monkey King stared at Monkey King. The specific manifestation is the return of the human body to the baby. At this time, any internal and external injuries of your human body, potential hidden injuries will be repaired under the action of the qi, so as to achieve a truly leak-free body. At the same time, your internal organs, vision, hearing, and smell, there will be an improvement in taste, touch, etc., and reach a perfect state. Short-sighted people are no longer nearsighted, presbyopia is gone, body odor disappears, and so on. Sun Wuxian suddenly said, "It's no wonder that Wu Ben's temperament and appearance are so mellow and free, and it makes me feel like seeing you when you were a child. Could it be that this is the return of infants? By the way, the members of the God group, like that lure, are they also return of infants? They may not be." Sun Wu Ben curled his lips. They use technology to repair physical injuries. Although they are not completely physical, their physical health is higher than normal, so men are handsome, just like your grandchildren, beautiful women. Something makes sense. Sun Wuxian nodded, his eyes bright. You continue. The practice of martial arts is different before and after opening the gate. Let alone how to open the gate, let's talk about how to open the gate first. The practice of martial arts is all about fighting to the supreme, but nourishing. This is naturally true. But it's just a practice method before opening the gate, and how to cultivate it is the trick to breaking the gate. In the face of his own grandfather, Sun Wu Ben was naturally not stingy. Chapter 60, Return of the Owner. How to raise. Monkey King looked at Monkey King. Grandpa, I use the life of a person to make a metaphor. Sun Wu said, Budo training is like a person's life. People start from falling to the ground and making the first cry. At this time, parents must be careful to take care of them. Anran grows up, and puts it in the martial arts, which is the stage of fist to the highest and only support. And when the child grows up, both the body and the mind have matured. This stage is the breaking of the boundaries in martial arts. At this time, the child can leave his parents and let go of his hands and feet. Top scientists, billionaires, heads of state and other winners in life, so I call the beginning of martial arts, this is the truth. Of course, if parents are still caring for them carefully and kept in a greenhouse during this period, it will be difficult for him to achieve anything in his life. Don't be too busy to talk about it, first think about how we can make our children grow better, and it's the real key to martial arts breaking the gate. Monkey King stopped when he said that, so that Sun Wuxian had a room to think. Sun Wusheng squinted, and his body suddenly shook after a while. Understood, kid, yes, it's raising children. Wrong, I was really wrong. Sun Wuxian whispered, and suddenly raised his head to look at the sky, fisting to the supreme only health preservation. It turns out that this raising is always changing. If you are a 10-year-old child, if you still take care of a 1 or 2-year-old baby, you will be afraid if you hold it in the palm of your hand, you are afraid of it, it will only raise him. Wrong, it turns out that all martial artists in the world are wrong. It turns out that when we encounter the so-called human body limit, the growth becomes slow and almost stops. It is not the human body limit at all, ha ha ha. Sun Wuxian laughed wildly at the end, only to stop laughing until tears came out. What a simple truth, but it happened to trap the entire martial arts world. Sun Wuxian sighed, of course he understood. The so-called true transmission of one sentence, false transmission of thousands of books. The simplicity is only after the penetration, not before the penetration, because the blood of the people who practice martial arts in the whole world is different, and the conditions for practice are also different, coupled with various complex factors such as culture, customs, and inheritance of martial arts. It is difficult to understand and firmly believe in this principle. It can even be said that this simple principle is no easier to understand than the understanding of gravity. Wu Ben, different raising methods in different periods. I have personally experimented with raising children like a child, but it didn't work out. Why? Sun Wuxian looked at Sun Wuben with both eyes. Shuo. There are gaps, and the balance has not been reached. Missing balance. Monkey King looked at Monkey King. I just said that the human body has the three treasures of essence, Qi, and God. The martial arts practice must all go together, and none of them are indispensable. Otherwise, the potential may not be tapped, but the progress will become extremely slow or even stagnant. Many martial arts believe that the gate where the growth of human beings stops is actually not the real gate. It is the lack of the three treasures of cultivation and the lack of the physical body. The human body is a very complex system. Any missing piece in this system, or wherever it is not cultivated, will make the whole system unable to upgrade. Sun Wuben began to explain the specific practice, and this is a martial art. The most important genre, something that is not secret. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. Within these 7 days, Sun Wuxian did not return to the martial arts dojo on the 18th, and a major event occurred in the fighting world of Satan City. Because of this incident, all the disciples in the dojo on the 18th began to panic. At the peak of the panic, Sun Wuxian came back. When came back, the sensitive disciple found out that Sun Wuxian was different. Although his appearance had not changed much, his temperament seemed to be turned upside down. Especially Sun Wuxian occasionally opens and closes his eyes, exuberantly radiant and powerful. Of course, the most important thing is the smile on Sun Wuxian's face, the confident smile on his face, which makes people startling. All of a sudden, the panic of the apprentices still staying in the dojo calmed down. What happened? Master, it is the Fighting League that has promulgated a new grading system for fighting dojos and reclassified the 18 dojos. Unlike before, this time a graded fighting game requires every apprentice in the dojo to play. Go up everyone! Sun Wuxian understood in an instant. The real pillar of his 18th dojo is only mark. If every apprentice must accept the competition, then only mark's game on the 18th can achieve good results, and the rest it's simply vulnerable. Master, in this way, our dojo in graded competitions will be unbeatable, and will only become the laughing stock of the entire Satan City, so. Junior brother Yang said this, his voice was full of frustration, so, these days, I'm going to get started. The younger brothers left one after another. Really? Sun Wuxian's face was flat and not surprised, and he didn't seem to be in a bad mood because of this incident. He smiled slightly, it's okay to go, you and Mark go to count, whoever wants to leave. No need to leave, stop them and return the tuition they paid to them. What? I will give you 3 hours to do everything, and I will see me in my room in the 3 hours you are willing to stay. After Sun Wuxian finished speaking, Shi Shiran walked to the side door behind him, humming a song. The arrangement of Sun Wuxian, Mark, and the others didn't understand, but they had to do it if they didn't understand. Soon they passed Sun Wuxian's order. We will refund the tuition if we leave. Great! Those expenses have been saved at home for a long time. I still think they can't be wasted. As the tuition fee can be refunded after leaving, I immediately walked 3 quarters, even among those 15 elderly people. 6 or 7 have gone. 3 hours passed quickly. Let's go and see Master. This time, the dojo has returned to its old and deserted appearance, and I don't know what the master thinks. Mark, junior brother Yang, junior brother Yu walked into Sun Wuxian's room with a sigh, and then all were stunned. I saw an old man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. Even though the old man is sitting cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate, the place where he sits cross-legged is empty. Yes, it was suspended in the air in a cross-legged meditation manner, and this person was their master, Sun Wushan. It's all here. Sun Wushan suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at everyone, and slightly chin his head. Yes, there are 13 more willing to stay. You are very smart. Master, what are you? Mark stepped forward, touched the air above Sun Wushan's head, and touched the space below him with his feet. What are you doing? Master, I'm touching the transparent rope and stool. It's strange, why not? Get out! Sun Wushan shouted, then let go of his legs and landed on the ground to stand firmly. You will be my official disciples after you stay, with the same status as Mark. Yes, Master. Each of the 13 people had excitement on their faces. If they didn't care much about this formal disciple before www.novel.com, the scene I just saw completely conquered them. Master. Mark looked at Sun Wushan weirdly at this time. You haven't come back these 7 days, so you just learned tricks with brother Sun Wuben? This trick is good, you can teach me anytime. Monkey King looked strange. This is Wu Benliu's aerial dance, not a trick, but martial arts. Sun Wushan shouted in a deep voice, if you are serious about practicing with me, you will eventually be able to learn it. If you are not serious, it will be the same as before. Here you are, you can't learn it either. Hey? No. Mark stared. It was the younger brother Yang who noticed Sun Wushan's words. Master, you just said that it is Wu Benliu. Are we not Sun Wuliu? Wu Benliu originated from the Sun Wuliu but surpassed the Sun Wuliu. It is the martial art of my grandson, Sun Wuben. Sun Wushan said lightly, Wu Benliu's martial arts, if you can learn a little bit of the martial arts, it will last a lifetime. Can you learn it? It depends on your performance. Which performed? Everyone looked at Monkey King in doubt. Sun Wushan waved his hand, okay, you all go out. Sun Wuben easily told Sun Wushan how to break the door, because the two are grandparents. Although these disciples are official disciples of Sun Wushan, they are far apart after all. Who knows how many white-eyed wolves are among the 13 disciples? Sun Wushan has traveled all over the world, knowing that people's hearts are sinister, and naturally he will not easily teach him what Sun Wu originally taught him. Even though he has been teaching for several years and has a deep affection, Sun Wushan has no plans to teach, at least not at this stage. While the apprentices left, Sun Wushan used to think about making money from the 18th dojo, but now he has nearly 10 million bank cards in his arms, so he doesn't lack money at all, so it doesn't matter.